Chapter 221. I am Xiao Tan, who serves in the imperial court. Eunuch Maokai has asked me to invite the emperor to see him. I have just told Lord Jia about this. You can ask for leave from the emperor before you go, said the eunuch who came to deliver the message respectfully. Fei Qionyang looked at the fair-skinned eunuch in front of her. The eunuchs in the palace, except those with a proper rank, all wore the same clothes. The eunuchs in the imperial court were not special either. The eunuch who called himself Xiao Tan wore the most ordinary clothes. For a moment, Fei Qionyang did not know whether he was a servant in the imperial court. However, since the young eunuch also mentioned Lady Jia, who is now the top official in Longji Palace, Fei Qionyang replied carefully, "It's not that I don't trust you, sir, but I have to tell you where I'm going. In that case, please wait for a while. I'll come after I ask for leave." Xiao Tan's smile remained unchanged. He nodded in understanding. "I understand what you mean, but it has to be quick. Your Majesty is about to finish reviewing the memorials. It's just right for us to go now." Su Qingyu might put aside his work for a while, except for meeting his mother and Daiyu. He had to calculate the time for meeting other ministers and envoys. Xiao Tan also knew the habit of His Majesty, so he made preparations in advance. Seeing Fei Qionyang say so, he quickly asked her to ask for leave from Lady Jia. Seeing the eunuch's attitude, Fei Qionyang believed what he said just now. She nodded and walked back. When she arrived at Jia Yuanchuan's place, Yuan Chun was reading a list. The list Yuan Chun was reading was the list of people who would accompany Longji Palace when she went to the temporary palace to escape the summer heat. Seeing people coming, she packed up her things so that no one could see the words on it. "Greetings to the adults. The eunuch in front of the emperor just sent a message to ask me to come over. I came to ask for leave from you," Fei Qionyang said carefully to Jia. Yuan Chun understood, and she said to the people, "I know about this matter. You can go by yourself, but don't let anyone know about it." This time, His Majesty personally summoned people, and Jia Yuan Chun naturally knew that this matter was very important. Although His Majesty did not deliberately keep things secret, she still wanted to make people pay more attention. Fei Qionyang nodded. She wanted to keep the princess and Miss Lin's words from her from being spread out before, and she naturally didn't want others to know about it and spread it out after being summoned by His Majesty this time. "I understand. I'll go there now." Seeing that Lord Jia had no other instructions, Fei Qionyang went out and went to the Yongqing Palace with Xiao Tan. Later, things went very smoothly. Su Qingyu did not summon Xiao Tan alone when he met her, but called a famous scholar from the West, Leno, to test her together. The famous scholar was recommended by Carlito. He was said to be a teacher in a well-known Western university. Of course, he was also a devout Christian. His biggest purpose in coming to the West was to spread the gospel of God rather than to spread scientific knowledge. Su Qingyu has always been uninterested in gods and religions, but he is also very good at exploiting the value of these people. Father Leno's attainments in some fields are higher than the previous two priests, so he also called people to help today. After Fei Qionyang entered the Yongqing Palace, she bowed and greeted according to the rules. To her surprise, the emperor did not talk to her much. After giving her a seat, a Westerner asked her questions. Leno is also an old man with gray beard. His pair of dark blue eyes look serious and difficult to approach. But what is surprising is that he can speak the Dezheng dialect with a slightly strange tone. Fei Qionyang was actually a little nervous, but when she heard the questions asked by the person opposite her, she quickly entered the thinking mode. She was also immersed in how to answer these questions and began to communicate with people. Maokai stood next to Su Qingyu. He also found it interesting to listen to the foreigner and the palace lady talking to each other, but he really didn't understand what the two were saying, so he just watched the fun. Su Qingyu saw that the two were gradually absorbed in the conversation and didn't pay attention to the things around them. He also quietly stood up and asked Maokai and Yunxia, who he specially invited, to stay here, and he stood up and went out. After entering the territory of Dazheng, the carriages of Mu Khan and his entourage moved slower and slower. After all, every time they passed a city or a checkpoint and arrived at a post station, the people in the convoy had to be strictly questioned. These procedures greatly slowed down the team's progress. Even though many people in the team were eager to return home, these necessary procedures could not be waived. For these things, Su Qingluan also explained to Mu and Murin several times in a rare and gentle manner, hoping to gain their understanding. Mu and the others also understood these problems, so the atmosphere within the delegation was quite good. from Yukon to his subordinates. Everyone enjoyed the delicacies and gadgets of Dajing. After Princess Lingyu got up in the morning, she saw the various breakfasts on the table and said to her boy, "Did the kitchen make wontons? Remember to ask someone to serve a bowl to Jelluo. I remember she loves this." Jelluo might not be used to the local climate, so she didn't come to serve. Lingyu also happened to know from Erju that she liked to eat wontons, so she gave such a request. Erbai nodded and said that he would send it to her later. Erju said to the princess with a sour tone, "You still remember what Jelluo likes? When she was not feeling well, I asked His Royal Highness Yan Junwan to call a doctor for her." Lingyu smiled. "Why are you like a child? I remember everything you like, but there is no one here who can make glutinous rice snacks. I will ask someone to make jade belt cakes for you when we return to the palace." Erbai and Erju are both people from Jiangnan who like these glutinous rice snacks. Lingyu also remembered all these things in her heart. Now she answered Erju in the same way. Jelluo was a silent person. Her arrival represented Yukon's care and surveillance of Lingyu. Princess Lingyu was fine, but Erbai and Erju actually disliked this maid. Among the two people who served Princess Lingyu, Erbai was more stable and kept everything to herself. Erju was a little more open. Now that she saw that the princess was still so concerned about Jelluo, she felt sorry for the princess. However, after hearing what Princess Lingyu said, Erju's anger dissipated. She looked at the princess and said guiltily, "It's my fault. What I said just now was wrong. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Princess Lingyu naturally didn't take these things to heart. "I know what you mean. Okay, you guys go have breakfast too." When she was still in the palace, Princess Lingyu knew that she was going to be married to the north. She also specially asked for an imperial decree to look at the map of this section of the journey. She now estimated that according to the speed of the convoy, they would almost reach home. "I got the news a few days ago. My son calculated the time. We should be able to entertain Yukon in the palace. We will go to the garden together after everything is over." When Su Qiyu came to pay respects to his mother, he also settled something that Lin Miyue had been worried about for a long time. Lin Miyue also thought that this arrangement was good. Although there are two plans, it is cheaper in the palace. "How about the imperial examination this time? I heard that your cousin's ranking is not too high." Lin Jingyi also participated in the imperial examination this time. After all, he was only a Jiren before. It was okay when he was in Mingzhou. But now Su Qingyu has ascended the throne. If he wants to go further in the future, the Jiren's title is not enough. Su Qingyu also said with some regret, "It's a bit of a waste that my cousin insisted on taking this exam. He helped his son do so many things when he was in Mingzhou. If he took the next exam, he might get the top score." Lin Jingyi's grandfather was the second place. Although the Lin family has been a scholarly family for generations, they have never had a top-ranked son. Lin Jingyi is the most promising one in this generation. But now that the list is released, he is only the 8th in the second class. If you say this, I'm afraid that people will say you are the leader of cheating. Being in the top of the second class is already a very high score. That child is also sure to be selected as a scholar in the imperial examination. It can be regarded as living up to Uncle Sen's expectations of him. Lin Miyue smiled. There is no first place in literature. Any result is possible in the imperial examination. She is actually very satisfied that Lin Jingyi can pass the exam this time. There is another thing, that is, Grandpa finally pushed Mr. Gu to be the examiner for this session. If so, my great-uncle cannot be admitted to the cabinet. Su Qingyu looked at his mother and said another thing. If this happened between other mothers and sons in the royal family, the emperor's words basically represented a test. But Lin Miyue trusted her son. She did not shy away from telling him about family matters. This should also be what the third uncle meant. He should not be interested in this, and only look at people of your generation. Lin Miyue looked at her son and said, Lin Jun was going to take over the responsibility of the eldest brother of the Lin family. But after Lin Jingyi went to the imperial examination this time, Lin Jun had a long talk with his eldest brother again. After this time, Lin Feng directly reported the name of Gu Darren to his grandson instead of recommending his younger brother. However, the Lin family did not break the family inheritance. Not to mention that many of the brothers of the same generation as Lin Miyue have already achieved third and fourth rank official positions. Lin Jingyi's generation of young people have already begun to emerge. And these people will not let the Lin family fall from grace. After thinking about it, Su Qingyu also smiled and said, It's a bit embarrassing to say. I usually only see Jingyi. before, there was a Lord Lin from the Dali Temple who came to make a report. My son thought he looked at me strangely, but he was actually a cousin. Lin Muyu laughed. She didn't have any biological brothers, but her two uncles did. Although she didn't know which family this cousin was from, she thought this scene was very interesting. Seeing his mother smiling happily, Su Qingyu thought to himself that he could make his own arrangements with his great-uncle, hoping that his mother would not be angry at that time. The Lin family was also in high spirits now. Some of the young masters of this generation of the Lin family had passed the imperial examination, but Lin Jingyi's situation was very different. Even if other young masters passed the imperial examination, the Lin family would not give them any green lights. Generally speaking, they would follow the rules. At most, they would not let others be bullied when they were sent out to remote counties. But Lin Jingyi had already served as a follower of the emperor. This imperial examination was like getting a ticket after getting on the train. He had basically decided to go to the Hanlin Academy or become a secretary of the Central Secretariat. For this reason, the Lin family wanted to celebrate. Although there was no big banquet this time, there were still many people and relatives in the Lin family. When Lin Jingyi returned to his room, he staggered and reeked of alcohol. Chapter 222. Today, the entire Lin family gathered together. In the backyard, Mrs. Wang hosted a banquet for the daughters-in-law and the girls to have a meal. Since the beginning of their prosperity, the Lin family has been different from other families. There has always been a male dominance and female deficiency in the family. In each generation, the number of boys born far exceeds that of girls. Lin Muyue was the only girl in the family. There are only 2 girls in her next generation, both of whom are granddaughters of the second master Lin Ling. The 2 Miss Lins were not from the same family. The older one was the only daughter of Lin Ling's eldest son, and the other was the daughter of Lin Ling's youngest son. Wang Shifeng watched the 2 girls chatting and laughing together at the table, and thought of her sister Wang Ximing. She had also returned home to see her uncle and aunt during this period, but it was not a coincidence. Wang Ximing was pregnant recently and could not go out. Wang Shifeng had not seen her younger sister again, so she was a little worried about her. When the moon rose to the top of the tree and the banquet gradually ended, Wang Shifeng also held Pinger's hand and returned to the small courtyard where she and her husband lived. Seeing that the lights in the west wing had been turned off, Wang Shifeng was blown by the night wind for a while, and her drowsy mind gradually regained some clarity. She asked Pinger, "Shower has gone to bed. I forgot to tell him today." It's not easy to change the child's sleep schedule. Usually, Wang Shifeng would coax her son to sleep herself, and Lin Xiao had formed the habit of being coaxed by his mother. So today, Wang Shifeng attended a banquet and didn't come back to coax her son herself. Now she was a little worried when she thought of this. Pinger supported her grandmother and asked her to stand firmly before she said, "I have already given the order. The maids deliberately made sure that my brother slept less in the afternoon, and held him in their arms, and coaxed him in advance at night. Now that my brother has fallen asleep, there should be nothing wrong." After hearing Pinger's words, Wang Shifeng, the drunkard, was relieved. She squeezed Pinger's hand and said, "Fortunately, I have you. If you were to leave in the future, I would not know who to rely on." Pinger coaxed people into the house helplessly. Okay. Then I will never marry a man for the rest of my life. My aunt? Let's go in quickly. Master, you will be back soon. And you will not look good like this." After finally cleaning up Wang Shifeng, there was a burst of noise outside the house again. Pinger entrusted the people in her hands to other maids, and got up, and went out quickly. Seeing the servants helping Lin Jingyi in a noisy manner, Pinger went over and slapped the servant, who was talking loudly, and said, "Keep your voice down. My brother is already asleep. Who will be held responsible if you wake him up?" The servant was relieved by the people around Grandma, and quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. "Oh, thank you, Miss Ping. Blame me. Blame me." The other people who followed also shrank their necks when they saw this, thinking that Miss Pinger was worthy of being someone around Grandma, and was really powerful, and hurriedly helped their master into the house with light steps. Wang Shifeng drank a lot today. After she was helped to the bed by Pinger and other maids, she began to dream. Lin Jingyi was actually still somewhat conscious today, but he was drunk too much and his steps were a little unsteady. After he entered the house, he also dismissed others and went to wash up. Seeing his wife sleeping soundly, Lin Jingyi was quite speechless. He pushed his wife childishly to wake her up. Looking at Wang Shifeng's sleepy appearance, he said, "Why don't you wait for me to come back? How about you? You are also a Jinshi wife now? This can be traced back to the day when Wang Shifeng went to visit her aunt Wang Furen in the Jia mansion. On that day, Wang Shifeng visited, and the Jia family also treated her as a guest with great respect. Jia's mother had met the younger generation of the daughter-in-law and talked to her for a while, which was considered to give enough face to Wang Shifeng or the Lin family behind her. After paying respects to the ancestors of the Jia family, Wang Shifeng returned to her aunt to talk. At this time, only Mrs. Wang, Li Wan and other girls from the second room were left to accompany the guests. Speaking of luck in the officialdom, Jia Zhu has been doing well in recent years. During the conversation, Mrs. Wang accidentally said that your sister-in-law was a Jinshi before and is now a third-rank lady, which made Wang Shifeng remember it in her heart. After returning home, Wang Shifeng didn't really get angry and complained to her husband. But she also knew that sometimes saying something between husband and wife can be considered as fun. So she also said a few words half-truthfully. Lin Jingyi was sure to pass the imperial examination, if not a sure thing. When he was reviewing his lessons, his wife said this to him. He didn't do anything at the time, but he remembered it in his heart. Today, he was drunk and childishly came back to retaliate. Wang Shifeng had drunk too much today. She was a little dazed for a while after being woken up by her husband. After hearing her husband repeat the same sentence several times, she muttered with a smile, "What madness, I have to pay my respects to my grandmother-in-law and mother-in-law tomorrow, go to sleep and stop tossing and turning. Nothing, mother drank as much as you today, I will definitely not be able to get up tomorrow. You answer my question first, are you already a Jinshi wife now?" Lin Jingyi frowned, and was not fooled and insisted that Wang Shifeng answer his question. Wang Shifeng was so sleepy that she just wanted to sleep. Seeing that her husband insisted on being serious, she could only perfunctorily say, "Yes. You are amazing. In the future, I will not only be the wife of a Jinshi, but also wait for you to become a minister. I will also be a first-rank lady. Let Xiao also benefit from your fatherhood." Lin Jingyi heard these words, which meant that he was not only praised by his wife for being a good husband, but also had a son brought by Wang Shifeng, which seemed to make him a good father. Lin Jingyi tucked the quilt for his wife with satisfaction. "Okay. Just wait. That day will come." The next day, when Wang Shifeng got up, it was already noon. She stood up suddenly and shouted to Pinger, "Why is it this time? I still have to pay my respects to the two mothers-in-law today. Damn it. You bastard. Why didn't you remind me?" Pinger was embroidering something in a well-lit place under the window. She was frightened when she saw her grandmother suddenly stand up. She felt even more helpless when she was scolded. She hurried over to help Wang Shifeng and stopped her from putting on clothes hastily. "Wait a minute. How could I forget this serious matter? Someone had told me that you didn't need to pay respects today, so I didn't ask you to get up." Wang Shifeng's strength drained away as she stopped moving. "I was so scared that I broke into a cold sweat." Pinger saw that she had woken up and put up the curtains. "It seems that you were really confused last night. If you still had a trace of consciousness, you wouldn't be so scared today." The little maid heard the noise inside and asked for permission and brought the hot water came in. Wang Shifeng was wiping her face with a towel soaked in hot water and wrung out. She looked at her face in front of the mirror. Fortunately, it's not too swollen. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to see people. Rejecting Pinger's suggestion to apply eggs on her face, Wang Shifeng sat in front of the dressing table and put on makeup while saying, "If you say I was drunk, it's not entirely true. I still remember something about last night." Pinger looked at her grandmother suspiciously, but Wang Shifeng no longer spoke a word no matter how people looked at her. Lin Jingyi was still somewhat sane yesterday. After he had finished making trouble with his wife, she remembered to give him a sobering soup. So when he woke up the next day, he didn't feel the hangover and was able to go to the palace with his grandfather to make suggestions. Su Qingyu was also very happy to see his great-uncle and cousin coming, but he did have something important to discuss today, so he just congratulated them and got straight to the point. Lin Jingyi was also very concerned when he held the materials handed over by Mao Kai. Other new scholars also had a minimum of 3 months of vacation, but he was the only one who was called by the emperor's cousin to work after just a few days of leisure. However, looking at the things in his hand, Lin Jingyi's expression became more and more serious. After reading it, he looked at his grandfather, who was still thinking about the paper, and did not speak for the time being. After reading it, Lin Jun was silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "Your Majesty has great ambitions. You want to set a new example for scholars in the world. Su Qingyu respected his grandfather and two great-uncles very much. On weekdays, Lin Feng and his brothers basically did not call him a minister in private. Now that Lin Jun changed his name, the meaning was self-evident. Su Qingyu did not answer Lin Jun's words, but said, "There is no construction without destruction. It is not that I want to change the world, but if I do not support a new school with a new school palace, who knows what will happen after 100 years. Lin Jingyi was shocked to hear this answer. Your Majesty has been on the throne for less than a year, and has already started to think about what will happen after 100 years. Seeing his cousin's surprised expression, Su Qingyu said indifferently, "After I ascended the throne, the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Astronomical Observatory asked me to select a lucky place for the eternity. Now I think it's not too far away." Lin Jun's face softened, and he smiled when he heard this. "You said exactly the same thing as your mother? Others keep silent about taboos, but you and your son talk about them all the time and don't care." Su Qingyu looked at his great-uncle and said, "Birth, old age, sickness and death are all common events. Even kings, princes and generals cannot escape them. Since they cannot escape, why should they be taboo? Today is not the time to discuss sin. I think you understand what I mean by asking you to come. Please help me, great-uncle." After Su Qingyu finished talking about the light-hearted things just now, he immediately turned back to the business. He bowed to Lin Jun seriously and said. Lin Jun smiled bitterly. "You have figured out the principle of promoting the virtuous without avoiding relatives. Okay, I understand. I will serve as the head of the academy for you. I will accept this." Seeing Lin Jun's agreement, Su Qingyu smiled with relief. "Thank you very much. And brother Jingyi, have you decided where you will be appointed?" Chapter 223. Lin Jingyi was startled by the emperor's question. If it were in the past, he would have just told the emperor where he wanted to go. But the conversation between his grandfather and the emperor's cousin just now still made him feel a little sympathetic. Now he was asked this question, and was speechless for a moment. Lin Jun looked at his grandson, and felt that young people still needed to gain experience. How could he make people confused with just a few words? Wouldn't he be timid when doing business in the future? Although he had many thoughts in his mind, after thinking about it, Lin Jingyi said to Su Qingyu, "I still want to take the exam for the Hanlin Academy." Su Qingyu nodded to show his understanding. "I understand what my cousin means. In this case, I wish my cousin can get what he wants. This is the path of all orthodox literati at present. Those who pass the imperial examinations and become officials also compete to be honored to enter the Hanlin Academy." There is nothing wrong with what Lin Jingyi said now. But Lin Jun closed his eyes, and felt that this matter might not end like this. In fact, when Su Qingyu said that he wanted to set up a school palace, he thought that Jingyi would be sent to be the chief official. After all, the position of the chief priest of the Imperial College was not very high. If this new school palace was compared with the chief priest of the Imperial College, Lin Jingyi would be qualified. But now that Su Qingyu has appointed him as the official, Lin Jun knows that the rank of this official position may have to change. His grandson may not be able to take this high position, and needs some other arrangements. After finishing his words, Su Qingyu saw that it was already noon. So he invited Lin Jun and his grandson to have a meal together. "It's already this late, so it's not good to let you go back directly. Just have a meal here." Lin Jun nodded in agreement. "Okay. When I was a bachelor giving you lectures before, I could always have the imperial lectures on the second day of the month. But I couldn't relax at that time. Today, I can taste the taste of this imperial meal. It is an important thing for the emperor or the prince to listen to the lectures of the teachers. After the lecture, a banquet will be given to all the people on duty." However, when Lin Jun first started doing this job, Emperor Fengtai was in power. At that time, he was just an ordinary bachelor, and naturally he was trembling with fear every day. Later, Su Ruiqing asked Lin Jun to be Su Qingyu's teacher because Lin Jun was diligent and cautious, and was a relative of his beloved concubine. Since then, Lin Jun was a little relaxed. But now it is his niece's biological son who has ascended the throne. Lin Jun is happy even if he is a clerk now. But Su Qingyu's eyes wandered when he heard his great-uncle said that. He grabbed the handheld items on the table and rubbed them for a while before saying, "Well, that may disappoint you, but anyway, you and your cousin won't starve. It's just a meal." Lin Jun is fine. Lin Jingyi was a little surprised to hear these words. The palace can be said to have gathered the current famous chefs. Why would his cousin say that? Seeing that his grandfather still had a face that showed no emotion, Lin Jingyi silently put away his surprised expression. This scene made Su Qingyu start to hold back his laughter again. However, after seeing enough jokes, he still had to explain. Su Qingyu said, "It was all my mother's idea. She said that I didn't move much in a day, so although I have to eat 3 meals a day on time, I can't have lunch and dinner with all the heavy dishes like before." Seeing her son working at his desk every day, Lin Muyue was also worried that he would lose his figure at such a young age and suffer from a lot of problems. So in addition to telling her son to eat on time, she also thought about asking the imperial kitchen to change the emperor's daily meal list. Yincheng cuisine is influenced by local customs and the nearby governor's office. The dishes are bright but also heavy in oil, salt and sugar. There is no shortage of meat in the palace. Therefore, if there is no special instruction or order every day, basically the whole table is full of various meat dishes with strong flavors. It's okay to eat this kind of food occasionally, but if you eat it every day, how can you stand it? Su Qingyu himself stayed in Mingzhou for a few years and returned to the capital. He was also a little uncomfortable with these dishes, so he and his mother agreed and accepted the new menu. Lin Jun looked at the table of green vegetables and reached for the plate of mushrooms with his chopsticks, picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Lin Jingyi was eating happily. Although he was born and raised in Yincheng, his taste was different from that of ordinary people. He was happy to eat such a table that made people wonder if the emperor's family was out of money. The women in the Lin family were also busy. Wang Shifeng packed up her things today, and after telling her mother-in-law, she planned to go to her sister Shiming to see her. After Wang Shifeng learned that her sister was pregnant, she was always worried. After all, she and her sister were cousins who grew up together, and their relationship was no worse than that of biological sisters. So she was worried when she didn't see her sister last time. This time, Wang Shifeng also made preparations. Her sister didn't marry a high-class family, and the rules were not strict. Wang Shifeng usually wanted to go home for a few days. So this time, Mrs. Chung took her daughter home and called her niece. Entering her uncle's house, Wang Shifeng also looked at the 2 ginkgo trees in the courtyard and said with emotion, "These 2 trees are still so tall. I still remember the yellow leaves of this tree falling and covering the ground in autumn. It was really beautiful." Pinger, who accompanied Wang Shifeng back, also recalled, at that time, Grandma was always wondering why this tree was called ginkgo. It was not until the second young lady mischievously threw the fruit into the teacup that she knew why. Wang Shifeng laughed when she recalled this incident. "I remember that later my aunt said that the ginkgo fruit was slightly poisonous, and Shiming was hit a few times because of it." The 2 girls in the Wang family were not ordinary people. Mrs. Chung did not discipline them according to the method of ordinary girls. For ordinary girls, if they made any mistakes, they would just be scolded. The worst punishment was to stand or kneel in front of the Buddha to recite scriptures. If Wang Shifeng and her sister had caused trouble at home, Mrs. Chung would really hit them with a board. Even so, they would still cause trouble from time to time, and could not be controlled at all. It was only when Wang Shifeng grew up and became sensible that the troubles in the Wang family would end. As the 2 were talking, the people around Mrs. Chung also came out to greet them. The eldest maid bowed to Wang Shifeng and said, "Hello, Miss, Madam, and the second Miss are waiting in the room." Madam heard the sound and asked the maid to come out to see. As expected, "You have arrived." Before seeing the person, I heard the voice first. Wang Shifeng was not keeping her voice down when she was talking and laughing with Pinger just now, so her laughter was also heard by Mrs. Chung and her daughter. If Wang Shifeng was not pregnant and was held down by her mother, Mrs. Chung, it is possible that Wang Shifeng would come out to greet people. After entering the house, Wang Shifeng greeted her aunt first, and Mrs. Chung helped her niece up. "You are so polite. When you came back 2 days ago, you were not so polite." Wang Shifeng got up with the help of the person, supported her aunt's arm, and helped her sit back on the couch. "I brought Shower here today, and as a mother, I have to observe etiquette." Mrs. Chung laughed dumbly. "You are really good at saying black and white. Shower is just a kid. What does he know? I'm not talking nonsense. It's Jingyi who said that this is the truth that the Empress taught him, saying that parents are the mirror of their children. And the first teacher. I don't know where the Empress got such fresh words from." Wang Shifeng went over to hold down her sister, who was about to get up, and answered her aunt's words. Mrs. Chung heard that the Empress was frightened for a while, but Wang Shifeng knew her sister's temperament better. "Mother, don't listen to her nonsense. I heard that those 2 sentences might be said by the Empress. But the previous greetings to you are just an excuse. Looking at her sister's belly that had not yet bulged, Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and said, "Forget it. You can say whatever you want. You are the most precious now." I dare not talk back. Mrs. Chung looked at the 2 sisters bickering with a smile. She looked at Lin Xiao in the arms of the wet nurse and said, "Our shower is still better. Let Grandma hold it." Okay. Lin Xiao was a little kid and usually didn't like to be hugged by anyone except his mother and grandmother. When he saw Madame Chung, he was very quiet. When Madame Chung smiled and clapped her hands, he reached out to someone for a hug, holding such a heavy little fat boy in her arms. Mrs. Chung smiled from ear to ear. "This weight is not light. I thought it might be difficult for you to take care of the child at such a young age. But I didn't expect that the child is so white and fat." Wang Shifeng looked at her son and couldn't help showing a gentle smile that was inconsistent with her personality. "When I was in Ningzhou, I had my grandmother and the old maids around her. When I came back, I also had my grandmother and a large family. I am so idle now that I miss the time when I worked for the Empress. You are destined to be a hard worker. Our shower should be a rich and idle person in the future. Right?" Mrs. Chung shook her head and did not comment on her niece's words, and continued to tease Lin Xiao. Wang Shiming finally found an opportunity to interject. "I don't know what kind of personality my brother-in-law has, but I see that my sister and her child don't seem to be able to sit still." Seeing her younger sister Wang Shifeng standing up and circling around her. "How are you doing recently? I haven't been with you for the past few months, and I don't know if the little one in your belly is well behaved." When the sisters were still young, they agreed to raise a child together. Wang Shifeng, who was proud of being the elder sister, boasted that she would take care of her younger sister. These old things have actually faded and hidden deep in memory. But when she saw the 2 ginkgo trees just now and mentioned the words she said to her sister in the past, Wang Shifeng somehow remembered these past promises. Wang Shiming was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and she seemed to remember something and smiled and said, "Fortunately, it's a quiet child. I think it should be a daughter when I look at this child. She is so caring now and will love me more in the future. This child really grew up in a blessed nest. She hasn't become a mother yet, but she thinks that she will have a daughter to take care of herself in the future." Mrs. Chung smiled and teased her daughter, and Wang Shifeng also teased her sister a few words. The 3 of them chatted about some things about women's childbirth. Chapter 224. As they were talking, Wang Shiming revealed an important thing to his sister, which frightened Wang Shifeng so much that she felt that her sister was the most courageous one in the family. "He wants to go, too. If he doesn't want to go, would I force him? As the saying goes, a cow won't drink water if it's forced to drink. I don't have the ability to change people's hearts easily." Wang Shiming looked at his sister with a worried and disapproving look and didn't care. Instead, he spoke out to get himself out of the situation. Wang Shiming's husband was also a soldier who had fought in the military camp for generations. The young man's surname was Fong. He was diligent and serious, and had some spirituality in military tactics and martial arts. Even if Wang Ziting didn't marry his daughter to him, he was very optimistic about this young man, and thought he would have a good future. One of the main reasons why Wang Shiming agreed to marry him was that this young man was really handsome. Although his skin was not very white because of morning and evening drills, which was not in line with the current mainstream aesthetics, he was born with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Dezheng has been peaceful for many years. Jiangnan has always been a place where merchants gather and sail. From Emperor Fengtai to the current emperor, 3 generations and 4 emperors have made Jiangnan more prosperous than before. But if the whole country is like this, then people who know a little about the court situation and northern forces in recent years will not say so. The war in the north has always been intermittent, until Dezheng married the princess. It was really stable for a few years. However, this delaying tactic made many knowledgeable people feel that it was not a good strategy to really pacify the north. Now Su Qingyu has decided to form an alliance with Mu Khan. The Khan's coming to Zheng has made some people see the real way to solve the problem between the 2 tribes. Many people are also looking forward to gaining some benefits from this matter. However, Wang Shiming's husband has chosen a path that many people have not considered or do not want to take. As a middle-level general of the Beijing camp, he has signed up for a fleet to go to the sea. He will soon set off to the west with the fleet of Zheng. The reason why Wang Shifeng showed a look of disapproval just now was that she felt that Fang's brother-in-law was not caring about his wife at this critical moment. But now that she saw that her sister agreed, She could not say anything. Mrs. Chung was more open-minded. Both of Fang's parents are honest people. Even if he leaves, he will not treat Shiming badly. Besides, my mother-in-law also said that Shiming can come back to live in our house now. I am happy to keep her by my side to take care of her. Mrs. Chung was still very worried when her niece gave birth to a child far away in the south. Now that Wang Shiming is pregnant, she, as a mother, is naturally willing to take care of her daughter in person. Wang Shiming also said at this time, he is a man with a plan. If the North really reaches an agreement, it may not send troops for decades. He also always wants to make some achievements to give his wife and son a title. Hearing what her sister and aunt said, Wang Shifeng had to go over and gently tap Wang Ximing's head to stop worrying about it. She just made a note to talk to her husband about it after returning home. When Wang Shifeng returned home, Lin Jingyi had not returned yet. She called the little maid who was watching the house in the yard and asked, "Why hasn't the young master come back yet? Is there anything wrong?" Seeing that her grandmother asked, the little maid hurriedly explained what the young master's people had said before. Young master, he sent a boy with his side to pass on the message, saying that he had an appointment and couldn't refuse it. So he went there. Wang Shifeng saw that someone knew to report the news to the family. So she nodded and said, "I know Lin Jingyi's current identity and position with the emperor. There are some social events that cannot be avoided." Wang Shifeng also knew the ins and outs of this. So she was not angry, but was worried about it in her heart. She glanced at Pinger, and she nodded knowingly. Seeing Wang Shifeng walking in, Pinger also whispered again, "Prepare hot water and hangover soup. It will be bad if Master Yi comes back without them." Lin Jingyi, who was missed by his wife, did not drink much at this time. The person who met him this time was an old friend he met in Mingzhou before. Shen Linger's brother Shen Biqing. "Brethren, try this. I have been in the capital for so long. The taste of this restaurant can be said to be the most authentic. Unfortunately, many river fish that are available in the south are not available here. So the chef has less room to show his skills." Shen Biqing enthusiastically pushed the plate of yellow sprouts and honey ham, and strongly recommended it to Lin Jingyi to try. Lin Jingyi saw that the ham had skin and meat in distinct layers, and underneath was yellow sprouts in a sauce made from chicken soup, fermented rice wine and honey. Only the tenderest part of the yellow sprouts was taken, and the soup was so flavorful that he felt that the yellow sprouts were not necessarily worse than ham just by looking at them. After picking up a piece of food with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth, Lin Jingyi also said with emotion, "This dish is indeed delicious, and it is rare to find such good ham in the south." Shen Biqing also nodded and said, "The owner of this restaurant is a man who knows how to eat, and the chefs he invited are also people with real skills. This dish alone tastes no worse than the one cooked by the Taoist priests in Chaotian Palace. Come on, Brother Lin. You don't have to be polite." Lin Jingyi once discussed with Shen Biqing whether to go to Beijing or not, and whether to take the imperial examination and then become an official. However, the two young men did not expect that. After all the twists and turns, they both had the fate to go to Beijing to become officials. It was fate that they met now. Shen Biqing is a thorough person, especially good at dealing with interpersonal issues. He knows that Lin Jingyi has a special status now. So he was very tactful when inviting people to the gathering this time. He invited people to come and came by himself. He did not actively urge people to drink during the meal. He only toasted a glass of wine after all the dishes were served. After that, he would only drink a glass when Lin Jingyi took the initiative to raise his glass. Just chatting and eating quietly, Lin Jingyi and Shen Biqing both felt that it was rare to have peace and comfort in their hearts, which was much more comfortable than other noisy social gatherings. "I heard that your brother's grandfather will be the head of the new academy. Is this just hearsay or is it true?" Shen Biqing and Lin Jingyi talked about the academy for a while, seeing that he was not shy about telling him some inside information. He hesitated for the first time tonight and asked a question that crossed the line. Lin Jingyi did not hide it either. "It is true. The official decree will be issued soon. Who will be the head of the new academy will be announced to the court in the next few days. People who are well informed have already known the news. This is why Shen Biqing was able to hear about it." Shen Biqing laughed at himself. "Alas, the new academy is about to be built. And I, who once made great ambitions to pass the exam and become famous, am still a white-collar worker." Lin Jingyi comforted him. "Why do you have to say such sad words at your age? And I will tell you something. The subjects to be offered in this new academy are not quite the same as those in the Imperial College. If Gone Min is interested, you can go and try it. Because he talked about the things that had been bothering him for a long time. Shin Bicheng rarely raised his glass to drink by himself. Drink a cup. After hearing Lin Jingyi's words, he paused and asked with bright eyes, "This?" I understand what Brother Jian means. But Shin Bicheng's eyes soon dimmed. But this kind of thing is not something that I can decide alone. The Shin family is rich and powerful, and they can send their children to study in the Imperial College in Beijing. But they will not easily let Shin Bicheng drop out of school to go to a new academy. So Shin Bicheng knew that what Lin Jingyi said to him just now was a hint, and felt that it might not be possible. Lin Jingyi also took the initiative to clink glasses with others out of understanding. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Majesty has confiscated several houses before. The new academy was built on the basis of those people's houses. The land area and the scenery inside are much better than the Imperial College. If you can convince your family, you can really give it a try." Lin Jingyi couldn't reveal more things, so he could only pick up these unimportant but signal-transmitting news and tell Shin Bicheng to thank him for the bargaining chips to persuade his family. In fact, when Lin Jingyi knew that Shin Bicheng had failed the exam for a long time, he felt sorry for him. Shin Bicheng's writing was elegant and beautiful, just like everyone else. However, the examiners of several sessions all valued simple and steady writing. This might be an important reason why he was not on the list. After all, writing style is not something that can be changed overnight. Shin Bicheng's fingers clenched the cup. He made up his mind to pour himself another glass of wine and drank it all. "Okay. Since Brother Jian cares so much about me, I can't waste your kindness." Thinking that at worst, his family would be cut off from money, Shin Bicheng went back to his residence and wrote a letter to his family by lamplight at night. Shin Tao watched his young master write the letter with great enthusiasm. He thought that his young master had heard some great news from Master Lin and wanted to pass it on to his family. But when he stretched his neck to take a look, Shin Tao's eyes almost popped out. The news in the letter was indeed very great, but it was completely different from what he had thought. As if he was looking at a hysterical person, Shin Tao saw the young master finish writing the letter and fiddling with the envelope. He still hesitated and advised, "This. I'm so damn stupid." After reading what he wrote, "Have you really made up your mind?" Shin Bicheng didn't hide it. He knew that Shin Tao was only thinking about himself. But since he had made up his mind, he would not change it easily. "I have made up my mind. You go and arrange someone to send the letter. I heard from Brother Jian that the academy will soon officially start recruiting students." Seeing that the young master was so persistent, Shin Tao could only say with a bitter face, "Okay, I got it." Thinking that the master and the lady must persuade the young master, Shin Tao collected the letter and planned to ask someone to send it back by water tomorrow. Now the commercial ships between the north and the south are more frequent than before. The Shin family also has its own fleet traveling between the capital and Jiangnan. It is much more convenient to send a letter back than before. Seeing the servant put away the letter, Shin Bicheng felt relieved. He hummed a tuneless song and went back to rest. Chapter 225. The sky was clear and bright on May 5th. Willow catkins flew around the river and eagles cried at dawn. The most important festival in May is the Dragon Boat Festival on the 5th day of May. There are not only customs such as wearing sachets and hanging mugwort, but also dragon boat races and water tricks in the palace to entertain the royal family. Looking at the list of water tricks and the list of guards who would appear in front of the emperor to participate in the dragon boat race, Lin Muyue was rarely excited. She was rarely in high spirits and wrote and drew by herself to refine the whole process. Mukon's convoy arrived outside Yanqing before the Dragon Boat Festival. Su Qingyu did not go out of the city to greet them personally, but he also sent his brothers to greet Khan and his entourage, which was considered to give Mu face. The pomp and banquet for entertaining the Khan of the Ong tribe are needless to say. In addition, the tall and handsome horses ridden by the Ong people also made the people in Yanqing have a good time. Lin Muyue did not ask much about the affairs of the previous dynasty, but Princess Lingyu, as a princess who married far away, returned to Beijing to visit her relatives, and she also had to arrange all the procedures in the harem for her. The previous chaos was also due to these things. When the princess came back, she first met her brother with Mukon, and then paid respects to the two queen mothers. Lin Muyue also went to Empress Dowager Li's Xinang Palace and received a gift from Lingyu and her husband. The pain of separation from flesh and blood is hard to describe. When Concubine Lu saw her daughter, 2 lines of tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. However, She did not cry out loud because of the presence of the Ong people. After the ceremony was completed, Mukon went to the state banquet of the previous dynasty with the Emperor of Dajing. Princess Lingyu stayed and had a small gathering with her two mothers, her biological mother Concubine Lu and other sisters in Sinang Palace. In order to be a good crown princess, Li Wancheng had been deliberately admonishing herself to follow the rules since she entered the palace. She had cultivated a very dignified character, at least on the surface. After her son passed away, she was even more heartbroken and had no expression in front of others. But today, Princess Lingyu returned to Beijing. Li Wancheng watched the princess crying and hugging her mother and sisters without caring about her image. She was still moved. But if you look closely at her emotions, you can see that she was not only happy for Lingyu's return today, but also a little guilty and indebted. Mother and daughter reunited. Lin Miyue didn't want to disturb the reunion of the sisters. She looked at the expression on Li Wancheng's face and quietly stood up and whispered, "It's a bit stuffy in this palace. Why don't you go out for a while?" Sitting here, Li Wancheng felt a little uneasy. She stood up as if relieved when she saw Lin Miyue calling her. "Okay, we are disturbing the reunion of Lu and Lingyu. Mother and daughter, let's go for a walk in this small garden." The two queens quietly stood up. Lin Miyue also deliberately left Yunxia to tell her that they would come back after Lu and her daughter got better. The palace banquet in the harem to welcome the princess was held in the evening. Now she also ordered that only the female relatives of the close clansmen were invited to enter the palace, and not other women from outside the court. Therefore, after the palace banquet, there would be a play and fireworks until late at night. And the princesses, wives and clan daughters could stay overnight. When she got outside, Li Wancheng took a deep breath. She looked at the pomegranate flowers in full bloom in the garden of the Sinang Palace. And she fell silent again. Lin Miyue also walked slowly under the pomegranate tree. She looked at the fiery pomegranate flowers and looked forward and said, "What? Regret your decision? Su Chengyu could decide to marry the princess himself. But if Empress Dowager Li had strongly opposed it, it would have played a role." However, Empress Dowager Li not only did not speak out to protect the girl who had called her mother for many years, but also immediately protected her own daughter. Li Wancheng slowly exhaled. She plucked a pomegranate flower and fiddled with it while saying, "It's not that I regretted it today. It's just that I felt even worse today when I saw Lingyu lose so much weight. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. It's too late for me to regret now." Knowing that her son did something unkind back then, Li Wancheng began to feel uneasy, since she knew that the Ong people were going to Beijing for negotiations. Now she was not surprised that Lin Miyue saw it. Lin Miyue looked at the pomegranate flower and said calmly, "It's not that there is no chance to make amends. Your Majesty, do you know why Mukon came to Beijing this time? If it really succeeds, Lingyu will never come back." Li Wancheng slowly turned her head to look at Lin Miyue. She digested the meaning of the other party's words for a while, and asked in horror, You didn't have that idea?" Lin Miyue picked up the pomegranate flower that Li Wancheng had dropped on the ground in surprise. She put the flower on the railing and said casually, "Why not? The princess was married because the Ong tribe wanted to suppress the Zheng tribe and grab some benefits. The Zheng tribe also needed the princess to become a symbol to maintain the superficial peace between the two tribes. So the two tribes hit it off and married one. But now there is a better interest bond between the two tribes. So there is nothing that cannot be discussed about Lingyu's destination," Lin Miyue said while looking at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng's emotions in her heart calmed down a little now. She looked at Lin Miyue with complicated eyes and asked, "Is it also your Majesty's intention? There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing." Lin Miyue nodded and said, "It still depends on Lingyu's own intention. If she is willing to follow the Khan to go out of the border, I will not stop her. If she is not willing, then we will naturally keep her no matter what." Li Wancheng nodded to show that she understood. She took a few steps forward and wanted to take the pomegranate flower. But after raising her hand halfway, she looked at Lin Miyue and asked, "You are telling me all this today. Is there any purpose?" Even if the emperor and his son had this plan, it was not necessary to tell her. After listening to Lin Miyue's words, Empress Dowager Li also realized that she had something else in her words. Lin Miyue was not panicked when her thoughts were seen through. "That's right. Your Majesty's grandfather was a famous scholar. And I am also a famous scholar in the world. If there are any rumors, I will ask you to write a letter. At present, ordinary women in Zheng would be criticized for divorce. If the news of Princess Lingyu and the Khan of the Ong tribe breaking off their engagement and getting divorced spread. It would be really shocking. Not to mention how the memorials from the ministers in the court would fly into the Yongxin Palace, like snowflakes again. Even the gossips of the world are not so easy to stop. Especially nowadays. Some scholars such as Hai Chung-shan are very stubborn. But their words are quite influential. So Lin Muyue also thought it would be best if one or several famous scholars could help to say something. And she set her sights on the power of Empress Dowager Li's family. Li Wancheng nodded in understanding. Okay. I agree. If you need anything, just tell me at any time. Seeing that Li Wancheng agreed, Lin Muyue felt relieved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Wancheng waved her hand to stop Lin Muyue's polite words. She looked at the person and said, You don't have to thank me. After all, the child has to call me mother. Last time, I didn't want to protect her and I couldn't. This time, I don't want to do it again. Seeing that Li Wancheng agreed to this matter so easily, Lin Muyue was in a good mood again. It's easy for me to persuade her. If Ling Yu agrees after a while, it will be up to Your Majesty to decide how to deal with Concubine Lu. You figure it out yourself. Li Wancheng's expression froze. She naturally knew how badly Lin Muyue had been tortured by Concubine Lu a while ago. She suddenly felt a headache. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. You can go and take responsibility for Concubine Lu yourself when the time comes. After saying this, Lin Muyue couldn't help laughing and said, People say that the Emperor's words are as good as 9 tripods. Your Majesty is the Queen Mother. If not, you should have 7 tripods, 8 tripods, etc. You can't break your promises. Li Wancheng couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Where did you learn this? Stop talking. The 2 Queen Mothers finalized such an important matter while chatting and laughing. Princess Ling Yu also felt that she seemed to have heard it wrong when she heard the news. However, since she could stay in Dezheng, the princess naturally had no reason to refuse. She solemnly thanked the 2 queens for making such plans for her. After the palace banquet of the previous dynasty, Su Qingyu also stayed with Mu Kan and initially revealed this intention. Mu Kan tasted some meaning in the words of the Emperor of Dezheng. But if he was starting from his heart, he was actually not willing to let the princess leave. So he just pretended not to know the news before it was made clear. After the arrival of the Khan of the An tribe, Su Qingyu immediately began to prepare for going to the temporary palace. This Dragon Boat Festival was also celebrated in the temporary palace. There are rivers in the land where the An people live. But they don't celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival and don't know about these customs. Therefore, from the Khan to the servants who accompany them, the whole group of people saw something new. The dragon boat race between the soldiers and the various guards in the capital and the barracks stationed in the suburbs and nearby areas was even more amazing. Lin Muyue knew that these people were all good players selected from various places. And she was already very interested. When the gongs and drums were sounded, the scene of the soldiers chasing each other and fighting each other was still a feast for her eyes. The first team to reach the finish line was actually the dragon boat team led by Wang Ziting's son-in-law Fang Weiran. When Su Qingyu rewarded the young people in the team, he thought the leader looked energetic and gave him a few extra compliments. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai got together today. Baochai saw that the winner had some relationship with her family and was happy for the Wang family. Daiyu saw Baochai so happy and said, I rarely saw such a heroic soldier in the past. But today I feel that he is also unrestrained and neat, with a kind of demeanor that scholars don't have. Baochai smiled as if she remembered something when she heard Daiyu say this. Her action made Daiyu look at her in confusion. Sister, what are you laughing at? But what did I say is wrong? Hearing Daiyu's question, Baochai waved her hand and said, It's not that there is something wrong with what I said. But I remembered that there were military generals in your maternal family who made contributions to the founding of the country. However, none of the young masters today practice martial arts and pass down the martial arts of the old duke. Chapter 226. Lin Daiyu also chuckled. Speaking of which, my sister and I are related to our grandparents. Sister, are you teasing your own family? In terms of kinship, Jia Min is the aunt of the Jia family, and her daughter Daiyu is naturally a legitimate cousin of the Jia family. So she is a real relative. The relationship between Baochai and the Jia family is smaller. She is the daughter of Wang Furen, the wife of Jia Zheng, the second wife of the Jia family. She is closely related to the second wife, but not so close if we talk about the relationship within the Jia family. Baochai shook her head and smiled. It's just that it's a little bit related thanks to my aunt. I've visited the mansion before. But now his family has changed a lot. This is about the fact that the Jia family has gradually changed their attitude and paid off the debt owed to the treasury, and cut ties with the nobles. After this happened, many people began to make fun of the Jia family, saying that the Jia family is really confused now. However, Baochai looked at the emperor's favor for Jia Zhu and his feelings for Daiyu, and she felt that the Jia family's move was not wrong. It was those who had their own plans that might regret it in the future. After the dragon boat race, everyone was walking around the garden. At this time, Daiyu and Baochai were chatting quietly in a quiet place. Unfortunately, they heard footsteps before they could talk for a while. Although Daiyu and Baochai didn't say anything important, they stopped talking when they heard someone coming. Daiyu also gave Shuiyan a look and asked her to see who was coming. Shuiyan nodded and left. After a while, two unexpected guests came out from behind the rockery and strange rocks. They were Princess Lingyu and Jia Yuanchun, who had just returned to Yanqing not long ago, and the palace servants. Seeing that it was Princess Lingyu, Daiyu and Baochai also hurried forward to pay their respects. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Princess Lingyu was also a little surprised, but she was also happy in an instant. What a coincidence. Sister Jia and I were just strolling around, and we actually met you too. When studying in Longji Palace, Lingyu became good friends with Jia Yuanchun. After returning this time, in addition to spending time with her mother and sisters, she also deliberately picked time to talk to Yuanchun. It is fate indeed. Although the scenery here is beautiful and cool, it is far away. It is really a coincidence that I can meet the princess here. Baochai is not very familiar with the palace. She came here because she heard about this place from Wenhui. Unexpectedly, she ran into the princess. Since that's the case, please sit down. I have the skill of making milk tea that I learned from the grassland. Please try it too. Princess Lingyu also invited. After thanking the princess for her kindness, everyone sat down on the stone table and stone bench. Jielyuo, the maid of the Ong tribe who came with Princess Lingyu, brought a silver pot and poured milk tea for everyone and served snacks. Those snacks were still commonly eaten in the palace, and Daiyu took a sip of milk tea first. It has a unique flavor. It is also very refreshing if eaten with sweet snacks. Salt and sugar are very precious on the grassland, and these snacks are not easy to make. Even Princess Lingyu can't eat them often like in the palace. She picked up a piece of plum cake and took a bite. Sister Lin is right. Galuo is very good at making milk tea. If you like it in the future, just come to me. Baochai paused for a moment when she heard the words, and a thought came to her mind. She looked up at Princess Lingyu and saw that she had finished talking. So she naturally continued to talk about other things. So she could only put aside her guests and continue to chat with the princess. Seeing that Mukan did not accept the challenge, Su Qingyu invited people to Tianxiu Pavilion to climb the tower and talk about his sister after the dragon boat race on the Dragon Boat Festival. Tianxiu Pavilion is a viewing spot built by the lake in the garden. When Su Qingyu was young, his mother often took him here to see the scenery in the garden. Leaning on the railing on the top floor, Su Qingyu looked at Mukan, who was clinging to the wall, and was a little surprised that he was afraid of heights. Why don't we go down and talk? Although this lake is not a famous lake, you can enjoy boating there. Su Qingyu thought about it and invited him. The breeze in the pavilion and the cool water vapor from the lake were much cooler than the ground. But fine beads of sweat appeared on Mukan's face, which was obviously a reaction to his fear of heights. However, Mukan still said stubbornly, "No need. It's rare to have such a high-rise view. I'm just not used to it." Seeing that Mukan did not hide the fact that he was afraid of heights, Su Qingyu was a little surprised, but he did not force him. "Okay. Then I'll get straight to the point. I didn't agree with Lingyu marrying far away back then. Now that our two countries have resolved the past grievances, I also want to take Lingyu home." Su Qingyu looked at Mukan and said solemnly. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyu would be so direct. Mukan said after a moment of silence, "Yuzheng people have a saying that it is better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Now, your words have lost the benevolent style of Yuzheng people." Murin also chimed in, "Since the princess married to the grassland, she is our tribe. Even if His Majesty is your brother, is this behavior crossing the line?" Su Qingyu also had an idea of the reaction of the Ong people. He said lightly, "Although there is such a saying, I have also said it directly. The Khan already had a wife and children before marrying Lingyu. In my mind, she is not a good match. The princess marriage and the Khan's marriage are the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries and the friendship between the two surnames. The emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Does he still care about such a situation? Murin frowned and pondered for a moment before saying. Su Qingyu chuckled. I heard that the Khan has a sister who is just the right age and a top beauty on the grassland. Why didn't the Khan bring his sister with him when he came to Beijing this time? Although he didn't plan to set up 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Su Qingyu was not incapable of directly retorting. This matter was mentioned in Yin Hansai's letter to His Majesty. In the letter, he wrote that there seemed to be some disagreements among the Yang people. Someone once advised the Khan to let Mu Khan bring his sister to Beijing to marry the princess on the grassland to the emperor of Dezheng. The people on the grassland also thought that marriage was a good way to make the two countries friendly. Mu Khan's sister was just the right age. It was said that the emperor of Dezheng had not married yet. Even if she could not become the queen, as long as she could occupy an important position in the harem, it would only benefit the Yang people. But for some reason, Mu Khan did not bring his sister with him when he came to Beijing this time. When Su Qingyu asked him this, Mu Khan and Mu Ren were both silent for a while. After a while, Mu Khan said, I have chosen a husband for Yeruo, so I didn't bring her here. This has nothing to do with what we are going to talk about today. Mu Ren seemed a little nervous on the side. He seemed to be relieved and his nervousness disappeared when he heard Mu Khan say this. Su Qingyu didn't buy it. The Khan is just concerned about blood ties, and doesn't want my sister to marry far away. I have the same idea in my mind now. If he only cared about the benefits, it would be the best solution for Su Qingyu to not care about his sister's life or death. After all, Lingyu is only his half-sister, not his biological sister. But Su Qingyu felt that his brother was too cruel to treat his sister like this. And he naturally didn't want to continue like this. So now that Dezheng has something to control the Yang tribe, he naturally wants to bring his sister back. Mu Khan remained silent for a while. He actually liked Lingyu, the princess from Dezheng, very much. That's why he was very nervous when he saw Lingyu was unwell and suspected of being pregnant. But now that the emperor of Dezheng insisted, Mu was not able to say anything. Seeing this, Murin continued to speak with a bit of threat. The Khan is here with sincerity. Your Majesty, if you do this now, aren't you afraid that our Ang warriors will march south again? Su Qingyu was not angry even after being threatened. He looked at the lake in the distance and said solemnly, I just don't want to see the scene of fighting. And I don't want the people to suffer from the war again. But if the Khan wants to start a war again, I have a way to deal with it. Seeing Su Qingyu so confident, Mu Khan and Murin were also secretly surprised. They wondered if Dezheng had any trump cards that could cause the emperor of Dezheng to change his attitude so much. Mu Khan could only say, let's discuss it again. And we have to ask the princess herself. What if your highness is willing to stand together with the Yang people? Su Qingyu sneered in his heart, knowing that the other party was trying to save face for him. But he did not expose Mu Khan. Okay, Khan, you can go and talk to Lingyu. If you can persuade her, I will not stop you. This meeting ended unpleasantly. But apart from this incident, other talks between Dezheng and the Yang people went smoothly. Several important officials of the Zheng dynasty were old foxes. These people talked the Yang people so much that they were dizzy. Since Mu Khan, the Yang people felt that the Zheng dynasty was so difficult to deal with for the first time. After returning to the palace for rest, Mu Khan sat down in a chair without caring about his image. He stopped the maid who wanted to make tea again, and drank a pot of cold tea directly. It's finally over. These days, I've been suffocating. Murin shook the teapot and saw that it was empty. He handed the pot to the palace maid and asked her to bring more tea. He said to the Khan, it's worth the trip. Although the Zheng people are difficult to deal with, they are reasonable. We are not at a disadvantage. Mu Khan straightened himself. He pointed at the table and said, it's just that the Ting people at the Western Pass are not easy to deal with. It was the Zheng people who led the group today who said they could solve it. I wonder what method they are going to use. Murin thought for a while and said, we had already made this preparation when we decided to go west. The source of the Songyang River is in the west. The river is flowing and the soil is fertile. But it has never been peaceful there. So we have the opportunity. Even if the Ting people are not easy to deal with, we have to give it a try. Mu Khan knew all these things. As a Khan, he also felt sorry for the warriors in his tribe. I know that too. Although there are many warriors in the tribe, it is not a good idea to sacrifice their lives like this. I hope these young people can keep their promise. Chapter 227. Murin is almost the first think tank around Khan. He is also feeling a headache now. There is no good way to hear what Khan said. We really can't hesitate any longer. The New Year's festival has been getting worse and worse in recent years. When the wind and snow are strong in winter. Not to mention people, even cattle. Sheep and other livestock can't stand it. Dezheng has always suffered from floods and droughts in recent years. Life on the grassland can only be more miserable. In winter, the grassland wind mixed with ice and snow is unbearable. When the wind and snow are everywhere, it can really freeze people to death. It's not that no one among the leaders of the Ong tribe before Khan had realized this problem. But the royal tent was magnificent, spacious and warm. And as the leader of the Khan and the upper nobles, they also had a large number of cattle, sheep and slaves. They didn't care about the lives of the people below. And at most they felt that their property had been lost. It was not until Khan came to power that the new Khan turned his attention to the lower-level herdsmen on the grassland. He actually wanted to conquer Dezheng in one fell swoop and let the entire vast and fertile land in the south belong to the Ong people. But later, a message from the west changed Khan's mind. There is also a Gui river across the mountains to the west of Dezheng and the Ong tribe. The river has a dense network of waterways, and the land it passes through is as fertile as Dezheng. The once powerful empire on this land is now on the verge of collapse. The domestic war is raging, and the surrounding small countries are also eyeing it covetously. Khan is confident that he can lead the Ong tribe's iron cavalry to flatten this place and establish a new dynasty here, so he has the idea of negotiating with the Zheng people. Murin was a person who shared the same ideas with Khan. After learning about the new Khan's ideas, he praised them highly and became one of his trusted ministers. It's a pity that there is still no news from Urintai. We are still somewhat passive now, Murin said to Khan. Corresponding to Murin, Urintai was the most trusted general of Khan. At this time, he was leading a team of elite soldiers to sneak into the Gumi Empire from the mountain pass to gather information and intelligence in advance. I believe in his ability. If he comes back at the agreed time, he will be able to complete the mission. Now I have higher expectations for him. Khan trusted this general under his command. Murin did not continue to speak. After all, they were now on someone else's territory. It was not easy to say more about such things. I just hope that the information can be sent back as soon as possible. We also need more cards to deal with the Zheng people. Khan also thought so. But he smiled as if he remembered something. It's because he is not here. Otherwise, I heard the Emperor of Zheng mention Sumia just now. It would be difficult to deal with it. Murin smiled heartily. Sumia is the youngest daughter of the old Khan, and is now in her prime. She has already made an engagement with Urintai. They will get married once the big thing is done. The pearl on the grassland? I heard that the women on the grassland can ride horses, and bend bows as well as men. It's a pity that I didn't see it this time. When Dayu heard Baochai tell her something new, her first reaction was to see the skills of this Ong princess. After hearing this, Baochai said with some regret, I have been talking to you for so long, how come you only heard this sentence, and the rest of the words are even more confusing? The conversation between Khan and Su Qingyu was a secret to others, but Su Qingyu would not hide it from his mother. In fact, the sentence he said at that time was also what Lin Muyue said after thinking about it. Since the Queen Mother knew about this, Baochai naturally had her own way to find out. She was a little anxious to tell Dayu now. She was really worried that Khan had changed his mind and would continue to marry the two families. How would Dayu deal with it? Dayu looked at Baochai's expression, and she covered her face with a round fan and chuckled. So it was for this. Don't worry. He explained it to me personally. Those words were just to provoke the Khan, and had no other meaning. Su Qingyu was naturally worried that Dayu would misunderstand after saying those words. Although no one had the courage to directly leak the words spoken in front of the emperor, such things still needed to be prevented before they happened. So he also found an opportunity to tell Dayu solemnly. Dayu, on the other hand, interrupted Su Qingyu's unfinished words. I believe you. Since you have expressed your feelings to me, I am willing to believe that you are wholeheartedly treating me well. Baochai felt very upset after hearing Dayu's story. When I was a child, I secretly read those books of words from outside. The words in them were as disgusting as yours and your majesty's. When Baochai was a child, her father was in good health, and the family business was thriving. Shui Baochai had been a delicate young lady, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, and only studied needlework every day. But later, Shui's father's health gradually deteriorated. And Baochai's brother Xue Baochai was not a promising person who could support the family affairs. So Baochai saw the crisis in the family at a young age. It was also from that time that Xue Baochai no longer secretly read the story book and acted as a carefree girl under the wings of her father and family, but began to worry with her mother about what would happen to the Xue family in the future. In fact, if it weren't for the visit of His Majesty Mingzhou, my mother would have planned to take me to Beijing to seek refuge with my aunt. Xue Baochai looked at Dai Yu and suddenly said something. Dai Yu saw that Baochai had a look of loss on her face, and she knew that she must have something to talk to someone about. So she just nodded and said, "It's not a bad idea. I'm not talking about the right and wrong of your family. But if your family was in such a situation at that time, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep the family business." Baochai naturally knew that Dai Yu was just being realistic. "As you said, our family's business was lost and scattered. My mother still has some money and land. But if it goes on like this, we can only wait to see the family go bankrupt." Mrs. Xue and Mrs. Wang were sisters at first, but their later situations were very different. Mrs. Xue married into a royal merchant family and had no worries about wearing gold and silver. But after the death of the head of the Xue family, Mrs. Xue saw that her son was unreliable and started to prepare for the rainy day. On the contrary, Mrs. Wang married a nobleman in Beijing. Although she was suppressed by her elder sister-in-law at the beginning, she was still in charge of the family after her elder sister-in-law passed away. Later, Mrs. Wang had promising children and well-behaved grandchildren, and she was enjoying more and more happiness. Mrs. Xue thought about it and felt that the Xue family did not have many relatives, and she felt that those people could not be trusted. So she would rather take her children to Beijing to seek refuge with her sister's family. After all, Jia Zhu's official career was quite successful at that time, and Xue felt that she had money in her hands, and the Jia family had connections and the protection of the children of officials. She could rely on her sister to make her children have a support in the future. My mother had some other ideas at that time. The age difference between me and Bao Yu from my aunt's family was not that big. She had thought about getting closer to her relatives. She talked about some trivial matters and her worries at that time. Baochai suddenly threw out a trump card. Dai Yu is now about to get married, so she is not particularly shy about talking about these things. After listening, she said, "I have also seen that young man. He is handsome and well-educated." In fact, Dai Yu was a little embarrassed when she heard Baochai talking about Bao Yu just now. When she first met Bao Yu's cousin from her second uncle's family, she felt a little strange. It wasn't that there was any affection between the two of them, but Dai Yu always felt that she seemed to have some predestined relationship with this cousin whom she had never met. However, Dai Yu later went to the palace to study and didn't interact with her cousin much. So she suppressed this strange emotion in her heart and stopped thinking about it. No matter how good it is. When I heard the news, I actually felt it was ridiculous. I didn't want to agree to it, but I also knew that this was the best solution she could think of at the time. Baochai said lightly. Mrs. Xue was thoughtful about her daughter's marriage. She thought it was a good idea to marry her daughter to her sister's son, so that Mrs. Wang would be both her aunt and her mother-in-law. Baochai cooperated with her mother's action at that time, but she didn't agree with this method to maintain the survival of the family. I actually thought about it at that time. What if I were a man? What if I could go out to do business and take over the burden of the family? But later I didn't know how to do it, so I could only do what my mother wanted. Baochai said, looking at Dai Yu. So my sister has thought about these things. Dai Yu murmured. Although Dai Yu is also the only daughter in the family, Lin Hai and Jiamin did not feel sorry for her. They loved and nurtured their daughter completely. In fact, Lin Hai and Jiamin wanted to have a son to maintain the Lin family's innocence, especially since Jiamin secretly took all kinds of medicines. She had a serious illness. Since then, Lin Hai and his wife made a promise and assurance, and they no longer bothered about these things. So now I can set up my own family. Actually, this is beyond my expectation. I don't want to get married and tie myself down. Dai Yu, do you think my idea is too far-fetched? Baochai finally asked Dai Yu the question she wanted to talk to her most today. As the daughter of a cabinet minister, Lin Dai Yu is about to marry into the royal family as the queen. It can be said that she is about to live a life that most women in the world dream of. Baochai is also happy for her sister, especially when she sees that the queen mother and the emperor are very satisfied with Dai Yu. She thinks that Dai Yu will definitely live a good life in the future. So she is even more worried about her own affairs. Mrs. Xue no longer worries about family affairs. but begins to persuade Baochai to resign and go home to get married after this busy period. She feels that her daughter is not on the right path now. If she resigns when she is successful, it will not be difficult for her to marry a good family with a reputation in front of His Majesty and the Empress. Baochai sees that her sisters are about to get married and may have children in the future. Although facing pressure from her mother, she still wants to stick to her own idea. But this idea hits a wall with her closest mother. She doesn't know how Dayu will view her idea. Sister, do you know what the wife of a 5th-rank official is called? You are a 5th-rank official now. Why worry about this? Dayu teased Baochai without caring about her image. The burden on Baochai's heart seemed to be relieved a lot. She no longer entangled in these things. You are the only one who could always make me speechless and not know what to say. Chapter 228. Baochai felt that she could adjust to the pressure from outside, and she could withstand all kinds of chaotic emotions in her heart. However, her mother's nagging recently made her exhausted. Now that Dayu comforted her with such jokes, Baochai felt that the depression in her heart had dissipated a lot. However, after Dayu comforted Baochai, she hesitated to speak. She looked at Baochai and finally said, I think this matter may be a little wrong. Mrs. Shui had already agreed to your sister's work. Why did you have such thoughts? To put it bluntly, the Shui family can now gain a foothold in Beijing, and Shui Pan can stand firm when doing business outside. All thanks to Shui Baochai's face. Mrs. Shui is not so ignorant and must know these situations. In this situation, Mrs. Shui had the idea of asking Baochai to marry again. This was strange no matter how you looked at it. So Dayu asked this question. Baochai was stunned for a moment. She was confused by the situation and didn't see this point. She just thought that her mother saw that girls of the same age as her in the family and relatives were getting married again. So she had the idea to persuade her again. Now that you put it this way, I think it is indeed a bit weird. It seems that I should ask about it after I go home. After Baochai pondered for a moment, she also felt that what Dayu said made sense, and planned to go back and ask more details. If it's just Mrs. Shui who has this idea, it's easy to deal with. If not, then there's a problem. If my sister sees something, she has to report it to His Majesty or the Queen. Dayu thought quietly and thought of another layer. Baochai is currently the only female official who can walk around the outer court like an ordinary official. She can be said to have attracted the attention of many people. Now Mrs. Shui has started to worry about her daughter's marriage again. Dayu feels that this matter is a bit unusual. Baochai's eyes were slightly stern. She also realized the unusualness and strangeness of this matter. Thanks to my sister for reminding me of this. I really need to have a good talk with my mother when I get home today. The palace was celebrating and Princess Lingyu returned to the palace. So there was a lot of laughter and joy. Mrs. Shui was invited by her sister to live in the newly awarded garden of the Jia mansion. Over the years, Shui Pan's bad habits have been changed a lot. He and Baochai are siblings. Now that they have left the wine and women, they look well behaved. Shui Pan sent his mother to the Jia family's house. But he did not stay there and left. Although he gradually started to do business in Yanqing, Beijing. The south was the Shui family's base camp after all. And the Shui family's connections and business were all there. Now many ports in the south have begun to be open to allow ships to enter and exit. So Shui Pan also attaches great importance to these ready-made places where he can buy good goods. So this time, he will go south with several famous wealthy merchants in Yanqing to look at goods. Mrs. Shui is not bored living alone in her sister's house. Mrs. Wang doesn't take care of things every day. So the two sisters have time to chat and kill time. On this day, Baochai said that she had something to report to the emperor, and went to the temporary palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Mrs. Shui went to talk to her sister. Now I really envy my sister's good fortune. The two people in my family are not worry-free. The older one runs around everywhere, and the younger one is not by my side now, which makes me worry about him. Mrs. Shui sighed suddenly. Mrs. Wang was holding a teacup to drink tea. Hearing this, she also sighed and put down the things in her hand and said, How can you enjoy happiness? The two younger ones are in the south, and I can't see or touch them. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan are currently studying in the south. One of them is the younger son, and the other is the older grandson. They are the apple of Mrs. Wang's eye. Now these two beloved ones are staying in the south. How can Mrs. Wang, as a grandmother and mother, not miss them? Now that her sister mentioned it, she couldn't help but complain to her. Mrs. Shui waved her hand. If I have a son who can pass the examination to become a scholar or a jiren, I don't care where he is. It is common for a merchant family to travel around. When Mrs. Shui was young, she watched her husband travel around to do business. These years, her son began to clumsily learn from his father's past, and gradually picked up the family business. So in Mrs. Shui's view, she really didn't care whether her husband and son were around her every day. Mrs. Wang choked when she heard her sister say this. She thought for a while, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. Speaking of this, what do you think about the matter I told you before? Is Baochai willing? Mrs. Shui had the idea of finding a family for her daughter to marry off again. It turned out that she got it from her sister. Mrs. Wang was recently choosing a family for her daughter. And somehow, she introduced a family to her sister, Mrs. Shui. Mrs. Wang still thought this family was good. The Jia family's behavior these days angered some noble families. Many families that had been in contact with the Jia family for many years began to stop sending gifts during the new year. The family that Mrs. Wang introduced to Mrs. Shui this time was one of the noble families that still had contact with the Jia family. The head of that family was also useful. Not only did he keep the title of his ancestors, but he was also a general station near the capital. The child that Mrs. Wang wanted to introduce to Baochai was the eldest son of this family, who would inherit his father's position in the future. Facing such a family, Mrs. Shui was actually very tempted. So she began to whisper in her daughter's ear. She felt that this family, together with the Jia family, was enough to protect her own business. So she wanted her daughter to be less tired. Don't mention it. That child is very arrogant now. How can he look down on her? He said that his official position in the future may not be worse than that family. And he will also ask for a title to make me an old lord in the future, Mrs. Shui said with a smile. And the complaining tone in her words showed her happiness in her heart. Mrs. Wang couldn't say anything more after hearing this. What a pity. I wanted to introduce that family to Tan Chun. If it weren't for Zhuer's hard work, she wouldn't have been able to marry into their family. These words were also Mrs. Wang's true feelings. She knew Tan Chun's personality, so she tried to choose a higher class family for her. She also knew that this child was capable, and marrying a mediocre family would be a mistake for her. Mrs. Shui also said casually at this time, if that's the case, why did you fall in love with our Baochai? I'm not afraid of being laughed at in front of my sister. Baochai seems to be working for His Majesty and the Queen now. But I have also heard the rumors of some people in Beijing. For some high-ranking families in Beijing, Baochai is certainly not someone they can offend or win over. But if they were asked to marry such a girl home, it is not certain that many families would be willing. Mrs. Wang was a little confused by the question. She thought for a while and said, at first, the lady of that family came to visit in person. I thought she was attracted to Tan Yatu, and was very happy. Later, she kept mentioning Baochai unconsciously. So I thought she was attracted to your family's current status. After being asked by her sister, Mrs. Wang now felt something was wrong. The most precious thing for Baochai now is that she can directly meet the emperor and the queen mother to answer questions. But if Baochai gets married in the future, it is really unknown whether she can keep this job. So when Mrs. Wang thought of the praise from the lady of that family, she now felt something strange. Seeing Mrs. Wang like this, Mrs. Shui also spoke frankly. I actually didn't feel anything wrong. It was Baochai who told me this. I didn't have any other intentions when I told you today. I was just afraid that our two families would fall into someone else's trap. Mrs. Shui now lives in the other courtyard granted by the Jia family, which actually avoids many dirty things. After all, if she lives alone in the city, Shui Pan and Baochai are not at home for something. Not to mention the safety issue. Baochai is worried that her mother will be deceived by someone's words. However, Baochai did not expect that it was not her mother who was deceived by someone, but her aunt who was led astray by someone and then indirectly influenced Mrs. Shui's mind. Mrs. Wang was a little panicked now. It didn't ruin anything between you and Baochai. It's my fault that I didn't figure it out and told you about it in a hurry, Mrs. Shui said hurriedly. Nothing was ruined. I didn't mean to blame you. I just thought this matter was wrong and reminded you. Baochai said that she had already reported the matter to His Majesty and the Empress. And I have to let you know too. You can tell Zhuer about it as a response. Outside the palace, Baochai asked her mother to explain the matter to her aunt. And she also told the matter to His Majesty and the Empress as Daiyu said. These people are really evil. And they even set their sights on Baochai. Lin Muyue looked at her son. And she said angrily. In fact, Lin Muyue rarely gets angry now. She knows that the nobles and some clan members are unwilling to see the emperor make such reforms. After all, Su Qingyu wants to reduce the power of the vassal states and deduct money from the nobles. It is also expected that these people will come up with some tricks to fight back. But these people are so malicious that they are targeting a little girl. Lin Muyue still feels angry and thinks they are too shameless. Su Qingyu helplessly handed his mother a cup of cold tea. Drink this to cool down. Your son has already started to ask people to investigate. No matter who is behind this, your son will definitely teach them a lesson this time. Shui Baochai is an extremely important part of Su Qingyu's plan to reform the imperial examination. Now that something has happened, Su Qingyu will definitely protect her and prevent her from getting hurt both publicly and privately. You know exactly what to do. There is only one thing. I am afraid that those people will become desperate and lose their minds. Please send another good person to protect her. Lin Muyue knew that her son's promise was still valid. So she didn't say anything more and just told people to put Baochai's safety first. Su Qingyu also agreed seriously. You are right. Commander Tao has many good people and a rare female master who knows martial arts. I want him to send 2 people to protect her in the open and in the dark. Okay. Seeing that her son had thought it through, Lin Muyue nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Let these people be proud for a few days. It will be the end when their wishes are not fulfilled in the end. Chapter 229. After Su Qingyu talked to his mother, he gave instructions. Commander Tao was naturally assigned by the emperor to investigate the matter. Coincidentally, not long after, Commander Tao reported to the emperor the names of the masterminds and participants behind the plot against Mr. Shui, and the memorials of these people's plans. Basically, the news that Shui Baochai was assassinated but fortunately rescued by her female teacher entered the palace at the same time. When Su Qingyu received the news, he asked the messenger as soon as possible, "How is Mr. Shui? Is he injured? Where did this happen?" The emperor left for the palace to escape the summer heat. As an official who often had to meet the emperor, and a female official, Shui Baochai got some benefits. Now she lives in the royal garden when she has nothing to do. Occasionally, she will visit her mother and stay for a few days in the other courtyard of the Jia family when she is not busy. There is also a distance between the royal palace and the other courtyard granted to the Jia family. Baochai can ride a horse, but for the sake of safety on such a mountain road, she still sits in a carriage. Who would have thought that in broad daylight, there would be thieves who dared to attack Shui Baochai near the royal palace? Fortunately, these people were not vicious and cruel. They did not seem to want to kill people here, but to kidnap them. This also gave the female teacher who protected Baochai room to act, regardless of the kung fu of the female martial artist from the Jinui. Her killing skills were not comparable to those of the ordinary guards or soldiers stationed in the camp. Seeing that the situation was not good, she drew out the knife hidden in the carriage and directly fought with the people who hijacked the carriage. The Jinui who secretly protected Baochai saw their colleagues doing this and appeared after a secret signal and fireworks to join the battle. The 2 good fighters in the Jinui had swords in their hands. The 2 of them, together with the guards of the Shui family, gradually gained the upper hand in dealing with a dozen or so mobs on the opposite side. Shui Baochai was terrified in the carriage, but she still remembered what the female master told her before she left. She sat on the floor of the carriage and was able to comfort the frightened maid. When the fighting outside gradually stopped, the cold voice of the female martial artist came from outside the carriage curtain. Shui Baochai was relieved and personally opened the curtain to invite people in. The one who came back to report to the emperor was the female martial artist who protected Shui Baochai. She knelt on one knee and replied, "There were 12 bandits who attacked Mr. Shui, 7 of whom were armed with swords and other weapons. 4 of them were already dead, and 5 were unarmed. 2 of them seemed to be servants of a certain family, and the remaining 3 seemed to be idle villagers nearby." After listening to his subordinate's words, Commander Tao also added, "The living people have been taken care of by my subordinates. We are just waiting for your instructions on what to do." Su Qingyu heard the clear logic of the female martial artist's reply and had identified the identities of several people. He also asked Commander Tao, "Have the identities of those people been confirmed? The nearby villagers will be taken care of first without torture. Only those who were armed and injured, and those who seemed to be servants will be interrogated." Commander Tao was embarrassed at this time, and he also knelt on one knee and replied, "I am incompetent. Although I have set people to investigate, it will take some time for news about the identities of these people to come." Su Qingyu waved his hand to ask people to stand up. "No need to do this. Once such a thing happens, it will inevitably affect the whole body. I know your difficulties. Just go and check. Tell me if there is any news. Seeing Commander Tao stand up as if relieved, Su Qingyu asked the female martial artist again, I haven't asked your name and position yet. Even though the female martial artist protected the safety of Master Shui today, she was nervous because it was her first time to meet the Emperor. When she answered just now, she was nervous and afraid that the Emperor would blame her. After hearing what the Emperor said, she felt that she had done a good job. The female martial artist seemed to be relieved and replied, My surname is Ding, and I don't have a name. I am the 13th among the female martial artists of this generation. So in the past, the adults only called me the 13th. Now I am a member of the Jinui Zhongho. Su Qingyu opened his mouth to give this female martial artist a name, but stopped abruptly after thinking about it. He said to Ding Shisinyang, Master Shui should be at the Empress Dowager's place now. You should go there too. Among the Jinui, the 5 front, middle and back offices did not have a comprehensive system of 10 departments. The elephant training office was not included. There were also 6 offices that only governed some strong men and military craftsmen. Even among these 6 offices, the Zhongho office was the last one among all the Jinui offices. After Su Qingyu heard the man's background and name, he knew that the female martial artist in front of him must have something extraordinary to be promoted and assigned by Commander Tao. So he secretly made a note of this matter and rewarded her and another Jinui member today. Lin Muyue had nothing to do today and originally picked up her hobby of fishing again, becoming an idle person lying by the lake of the palace. However, she had just put down her rod and had not fished for a while when she saw Maokai coming to her in a hurry to report Baochai's matter. The place where the Empress Dowager lived in the temporary palace was called Shouhua Chinui. But now there were 2 Empress Dowagers. Lin Muyue also took a step back and lived in her son's newly built Xiantangxizhou. Now after hearing what Maokai said, Lin Muyue hurriedly got up and was very worried. What did you say? Baochai is in trouble. Can you summon the imperial physician? Where is she now? Has she been sent to my Xiantangxizhou? Maokai watched the Empress get up in a hurry and knock over the small bucket beside her. He hurried over to support her. Your Majesty, be careful. This side is slippery. Please watch your step. Lin Muyue ignored all this. She grabbed Maocai's hand. You are usually very smart. Why do you become stupid at this critical moment? I don't know. It's in the way. How about Baochai? Maokai saw the Empress Dowager like this, and even though he was scolded, he helped her to the road and said, My lord is fine. The martial artists who protected you bravely captured the thief. You are safe and sound now. But you are a little mentally ill after being frightened. Before I came, I also summoned the imperial physician. When Huai and when Lu followed the Empress Dowager closely, they were also frightened when they saw the Empress Dowager's actions just now. At this time, they felt relieved after hearing what Master Maokai said. Lin Muyue also pressed her chest and felt her heart beating wildly. She closed her eyes and took a while to calm down before saying, It's good that she's okay. She'll be back in a few days. Send a sedan chair and we'll go back immediately. Lin Muyue wanted to spend a day by the lake today, so she went to a slightly remote place with more fish. So when she returned to her palace, Dayu came back first and was staying with Baochai, holding down Dayu who wanted to get up. Lin Muyue saw Baochai sleeping soundly. She sat down beside the bed where Baochai was lying and touched her forehead. Why is she still a little hot? Didn't Maokai tell me that she was not injured just now? Where is the imperial physician? If a person is injured and the wound is not treated properly, it will easily become infected and have a fever. Therefore, when Lin Muyue came in and saw the abnormal blush on Baochai's face, she felt something was wrong. She frowned and touched her forehead. Sure enough, the temperature was not low. The imperial physician who came to treat Baochai this time was an acquaintance. That is, the imperial physician Yin Hani, who was implicated because his superior did not listen to his advice. After the last incident of imperial physician Yin, he returned to the imperial hospital and was quite valued. So he was assigned this task by the director of the hospital. Shui Baochai was escorted back to the royal family's villa this time. When the people in the imperial hospital heard that something happened to Master Shui, they thought she was also injured. Originally, the judge was wondering why not to call a female physician. But seeing that the eunuch in front of the emperor was urging him urgently, he also thought that the situation was critical. So he ordered imperial physician Yin to come. Dr. Yin heard the queen mother shouting and quickly stepped forward and replied, Your Highness, Ms. Shui was just frightened and had a fever. It was not caused by external injuries. Dayu saw that the Queen Mother was anxious and quickly added, I just asked someone to invite a female doctor over, sister. There are indeed no wounds on your body. Lin Muyue's heart was finally at peace at this time. Even if she didn't believe in gods and Buddhas, she silently chanted a Buddhist name in her heart. After what Shui Baochai experienced today, she was not necessarily very scared in her heart, but her body was a little overwhelmed. After all, she is a person who is strong-willed and serious about her work. In the past, she would work hard to get things done. Now, after being frightened like this, she was still okay at the time. But after recovering, she seemed to have lost her strength and fell asleep and had a fever again. Dayu is now busy with two things by herself. She looked at the Empress Dowager and said, just now, the Imperial Doctor Yin has prescribed a prescription for my sister. It will be bad if the Empress Dowager is in such a hurry to come back and gets infected by the summer heat. I asked Xue Yin to bring some mung bean soup. Would you drink some? Seeing Dayu acting coquettishly and coaxing herself, Lin Miyue felt helpless but still happy. Okay, then you stay here with Baochai. I'll go change my clothes and come back. In a hurry to come back. Lin Miyue didn't bother to ask people to go to the shade, so now she is sticky and uncomfortable. She saw that Baochai was just a little weak and listened to the Imperial Doctor's assurance, and she went back to the main hall to change her clothes first. After changing her clothes, Lin Miyue went back to see Baochai was still asleep. She also called Dayu to go with her to the main hall to listen to the reply. You came back quietly this time, right? It's not good to let people know about this now. Lin Miyue asked Dayu beside her. Dayu was smart and naturally knew the relationship here. Sister Wenhui came to call me back personally. To the prince and the masters. I only said that you had something to tell me and didn't say anything else. Lin Miyue nodded. That's good. Today's matter will probably involve a lot of people in the future. So it's not good to let too many people know now. After arriving at the main hall, Lin Miyue saw the female martial artist standing there quietly and secretly praised her in her heart. When Ding Shizaniang heard the voice, she looked back and saw a middle-aged woman and a beautiful girl coming in together. She knew in her heart that they should be the Empress Dowager and Miss Lin. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. I wish you good health. Miss Lin. Ding Shizaniang also bowed quickly. After asking people to get up, Lin Miyue asked her in detail about the situation when Baochai was in danger just now. She was relieved to hear Ding Shizaniang say that Baochai was not injured at that time. Hearing that the person in front of her did not have a formal name, Lin Miyue thought about it and knew what her son meant. She looked at the woman in front of her and said, since this is the case, when Master Shui is well, you should ask her to thank you. It is not okay to just call her 13 in the future. What name do you want to be called? When Lin Miyue asked the female martial artist's name, she knew that her son should want her to give her a name. But she wanted to ask Ding Shizhen herself what she thought. Sure enough, after hearing the Queen Mother's question, Ding Shizhen Yang couldn't help but want to look up. She restrained her movements and whispered back. I have been with Master Shui for so long, I have seen how hard it is for Master Shui. I was curious and asked Master Shui how she persisted in such a difficult situation. I heard Master Shui say you were Yu Cheng, so I might name myself Yu Cheng. Since Baochai came to the Queen Mother's place, she seemed to be completely at ease, and slept until the candlelight was bright. After Baochai woke up, her inner room was dim, but there was a faint light coming through from the bright room, which made people feel at ease. Wenhui, who was left behind by Lin Miyue, heard the noise in the room. She hurried over and asked softly, Are you awake, young lady? Baochai wanted to speak, but when she opened her mouth, she felt her throat was very dry. Wenhui seemed to have noticed this. After a while, she pulled up the curtain and handed a teacup to Baochai. Young lady, drink some warm water to moisten your throat first. Baochai felt much better after drinking the water. Thank you. Sister Wenhui. What time is it? I hope I didn't scare the queen and you this time. Wenhui took the pillow and asked Baochai to feel more comfortable. How could you be scared? Everyone is worried about you. It's best if you are okay. Don't think about anything else. Chapter 230. Shui Baochai leaned on the pillow. She felt a little dizzy and touched her forehead unconsciously. It seems to be a little hot. The little maid handed a handkerchief to Baochai. Your Excellency may feel uncomfortable after lying down for a long time. You may feel better if you wipe your head. Baochai took the warm handkerchief and wiped her face. She felt better. She smiled and thanked the person. Thank you very much. I feel much better. when Huai had just called someone in to look after Bao Chai. He went to the main hall to ask Lin Miyue's opinion. When she heard that Bao Chai woke up, Lin Miyue also hurried over to see her. I asked the kitchen staff to make chicken noodle soup. It's delicious and easy to digest. It's just right for you to eat now. Lin Miyue looked at Bao Chai, who looked a little sick, and she said worriedly. She wanted to stand up and pay her respects. But Bao Chai found that she was indeed a little heavy and couldn't stand up. So she could only apologize to the queen. I'm really too heavy to stand up and pay my respects. Please forgive me. I've troubled you so much. It's really Bao Chai's fault. It's not your fault. It's clearly the fault of the thief who had evil intentions. Don't say that. Seeing that Bao Chai suffered such a disaster because of her own thoughts, Lin Miyue felt sorry for her and hesitated and embarrassed. The two chatted for a while. Lin Miyue looked at Bao Chai hesitantly and finally asked, this time, those people look down on the people around you. However, such good luck may not come again in the future. I always think that this is not a big deal. Bao Chai, do you want to stay by my side for a while and don't go out? Bao Chai always talked to the queen mother with a smile. Hearing Lin Miyue's words, she was slightly stunned for a moment and then slowly lowered her head. For a while, the room was silent. Lin Miyue said these words just now after a long inner struggle before she went to Bao Chai to say them. According to Su Qingyu's opinion, he thought Bao Chai would not be frightened by such a small matter. But Lin Miyue was thinking about the situation in ancient times. If something happened again, she could avenge Bao Chai. But if someone was really injured or even in danger of life, there was no good way to save them. If such a situation really happened, she would have a heart attack. Bao Chai took a deep breath and looked at the queen and said, I shouldn't refuse you. But whether it is for the sake of the big plan or my thoughts, Bao Chai can't back down now. As for the big plan of your majesty, Su Qingyu wanted to open the new official selection examination next year, and asked many people who were not qualified to go to Beijing to take the examination before to participate in it, including the female officials. Although Bao Chai now has a proper official position and rank, she still has to take a proper exam according to Su Qingyu's opinion to stop the gossip. I just feel that I have finally opened this door, and I can't retreat any step at all, Bao Chai said firmly while looking at the queen mother. Lin Miyue's face looked lost. You children are extraordinary after all. I never thought about these things when I was your age. When Lin Miyue first came to this world, she thought that she finally had a family, and that she could live peacefully for the rest of her life. This world is no different from the ancient world that Lin Miyue knew. Lin Miyue knew that there were many things that she could not change. Before she met the wife of Duke Rong, she had actually accepted her fate and planned to spend her life in the Deep Palace. It was only after she knew that she might still have to help the prince out of trouble that Lin Miyue began to work hard. Now looking at Bao Chai's stubborn eyes, Lin Miyue also thought that no elder could really be more stubborn than a child. She had no choice but to say, okay, then I'll do as you wish. But in the future, in addition to that martial arts master Ding, I'll ask you to assign a few more people to follow you. Bao Chai and Dai Yu also learned how to act like a spoiled child to the empress. She pulled the corner of someone's clothes and said, it's already conspicuous enough. Shirsen Yang is very capable and a good person. I think she is enough. Bao Chai knew that Ding Shirsen Yang, who was protecting her, had made great contributions to this safe passage. It's enough for the Empress and His Majesty to reward Shirsen Yang. It would be bad to send more people. It's not good to investigate my current affairs in a big way. If more people are sent, wouldn't it be a warning to the enemy? Lin Miyue thought that the reason for blocking the news now was that the vassal kings in the fiefdom would be desperate. In fact, it wouldn't matter if more or fewer people were sent. But seeing Bao Chai's sincere words, she could only nod and agree with her. Seeing that the Empress had agreed to several of her requests today, Bao Chai boldly asked again. The academy will be renovated in a while. Would you like to go and see it? Empress? The academy newly built by Su Qingyu is quite similar to the prototype of a modern university. Many of the designs were suggested by Lin Miyue herself. Seeing that Bao Chai invited her over, she just thought that her son did not tell Bao Chai the details, and she was using it to change the subject to make herself happy. So she agreed very readily. Okay, you can take a few days off. Right? When you are well, I will take Ling Yu and Dai Yu to have a look. Looking at the academy in front of her, Lin Miyue followed the official who led her to visit. She didn't feel anything wrong. After walking around and returning to the courtyard, she looked around and wondered, is there another academy next door? Why did I see some library buildings and houses that I haven't entered after visiting several courtyards? She bowed happily with the official who led her. Your Majesty. That's right. In fact, this academy has a lot of things besides the ones I just introduced. Place, the next door is also the area of the academy. But it is slightly smaller and more regular. Thinking back to the wall that was obviously much higher, and hearing the people in front of her say that it should be smaller and more regular, Lin Muyue had an idea in her mind. She turned around and asked Bao Chai. But the next door is prepared for girls? Shui Bao Chai nodded. This place will start recruiting students after the Mid-Autumn Festival this year, but the academy next door will not officially start recruiting students until after next year. Patting the red fence, Lin Muyue looked at the people present and felt a little sorry in her heart. After next year, the girls present, except for the youngest princess, will basically be preparing to get married. At this time, Princess Lingyu seemed to have realized something. She looked at the Queen Mother and asked, Mother, my daughter is very interested in this academy. If it is convenient, can you help me talk to my brother and let me study here? Lin Muyue smiled. All scholars say that studying is hard. But you are happy to study here. Princess Lingyu smiled but said nothing. She just touched her little sister's head and asked her to act coquettishly to her mother. Princess Chao was not as reserved as her elder sister. After being hinted by her elder sister, she went to her mother and said coquettishly, Chao also wants to study here. Mother, please allow us. She picked up Chao and Lin Muyue shook the little princess weight. Has our Chao gained weight again? Mother cannot make the decision on this matter. When the time comes, you can go to the emperor in person and ask him together. Will he dare not agree? Later, the princesses asked Su Qingyu, and he really agreed. But after the princesses left happily, he still kept his elder sister Lingyu to talk. How are you these days? Sister? Are you adapting well? After Su Qingyu asked his sister to sit down, he chatted with her curiously. Lingyu said with emotion, How can I not adapt to my homeland? To be honest with you, my brother, every day since I came back feels like I have never been so comfortable in the fairy palace. To be fair, Lingyu's life on the grassland was not bad. As a princess who came here for marriage, she was supposed to suffer some hardships, but Mu Kan's preference for the princess did not make her suffer any grievances. Regardless of the material environment, Lingyu was so anxious when she left her mother and family. Compared with the days like this, when she was at her mother's knees and could talk with her sister and close friends, it was indeed a life like a god. Su Qingyu felt a little embarrassed after hearing what his sister said. He apologized to his sister. It was my brother who failed to protect you and let you, a little girl, marry so far away. Lingyu said quickly. It's not my brother's fault. My eldest brother said that I should take on these responsibilities as a princess. In fact, I also think it makes sense. This was also one of the important reasons why Lingyu was able to convince herself to go north to marry. She really felt that if someone had to take on this responsibility after living a luxurious life for so many years, she would have no choice but to do so. Su Qingyu felt very complicated when he heard his sister's confession. He looked at his sister and said seriously, You have lived in the palace for a long time. It is not your decision whether to make peace or fight with the Yang people. Why should someone who has the least ability and qualifications to decide the direction of things take the responsibility in the end? In Su Qingyu's heart, his elder brother Su Chengyu had passed away, and he was unwilling to talk about other people's affairs. However, he couldn't help but say a few words after hearing his sister say this. Seeing his sister's eyes gradually moisten, Su Qingyu picked up a small red lacquer box and handed it to her. Tribute from Nanyang. I specially left some for you. You can buy some headwear to match your clothes during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Lingyu wiped her tears. She opened the box and saw a box of bright pearls inside and laughed. Second brother is still the same as before. Thinking of us little ones first. Seeing his sister's mood improve, Su Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a long time ago. Do you remember? At that time, there were many tributes from Nanyang. And after a while, the Western Fleet came with exquisite jewelry and gems. I'll also ask someone to leave a batch for you. This is a little secret between us. Don't let others know. Seeing his sister agreed, Su Qingyu continued, I have already talked to Mu Kan. He will return to the grassland in a while, and then march west. He also agreed to divorce you. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. The fingers holding the box suddenly exerted force. Lingyu suddenly looked up at her brother. She asked in a trembling voice, Can I really stay in Dezheng? In fact, Ling Yu had felt Mu Kan's attitude towards her before. She felt that it was a very difficult thing to let Kan give up taking her to the west. At this time, hearing her brother say so confidently that she could stay, Ling Yu finally stopped crying, but now she couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried loudly on her brother's shoulder. Seeing his sister lose control like this, Su Qingyu could only comfort her quietly for a while. He knew that Ling Yu was upset, and he just needed to wait for her to cry. The reason why Mu Kan made up his mind to let the princess stay in Zheng was naturally not some empty promise. Su Qingyu really wanted the Ong tribe to never invade Zheng again. In this case, giving the Ong tribe some benefits would naturally make things happen. But in fact, it is safest to tie the interests of both parties together. Using firearms as a deterrent made the Ong people afraid to act rashly. Trading with the Ong people and sending people to teach them how to farm was a sweet deal. Mu Kan, who wanted to settle down his people and establish a nation, had to accept the good intentions of the Zheng people. This two-pronged approach allowed Princess Ling Yu to return to the Great Zheng smoothly, and also allowed Su Qingyu to get the result he wanted. For the Ong people, it was not a complete loss. So Mu Kan agreed. Chapter 231. Jia Baoyu and his nephew Jia Lan, who were far away in Mingzhou, were also packing their bags recently. Because of the news of the new school in the capital, Jia Zhu thought about it, and wrote a letter to his brother and son to return to Beijing to enroll in the new school. But since Jia Baoyu already had the great scholar Jiang as his teacher, he also politely declined his brother's arrangement. After several letters between the two brothers, Jia Zhu did not urge his brother to go to Beijing again, but only asked him to help his son Jia Lan prepare the gifts and send him back to Beijing. In a letter to his brother, Jia Zhu also emphasized that his brother must ask for leave from the teacher, and that he must come back this time to ask his parents to take a look at his plan to go south again. After all, Mrs. Wang had been talking about her youngest son since she heard that her son was going to ask her grandson to come home. After all this, Jia Zhu could not stand the pressure from his mother, and had to ask Baoyu to come back to make his mother less worried. Therefore, Jia Lan was now happily waiting to go home. But Jia Baoyu was a little worried that he would be detained and unable to get out. After hearing his uncle's worries, Jia Lan comforted him like a little adult. Don't worry, uncle, since father has already promised you. It is said that a gentleman's words are as good as his promises, and I think he will not go back on his word. Jia Baoyu was anxiously pacing in the room. He sighed and said to his nephew, "It's not because of this. I know that my eldest brother keeps his word. I am just afraid that when I go back and see my grandmother, mother, sister-in-law and sisters, they will cry and I will soften my heart and not want to come back." Hearing the words of the two masters, the servants and maids who were helping to pack up in the Jia mansion and the Lin mansion in the house couldn't help laughing. They were all amused by the words of the young master of the Jia family. Jia Lan wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare laugh at his uncle because of etiquette and rules. He could only rack his brains to think of some words to comfort his uncle. It was naturally the cheapest to go north from Mingzhou by boat, but the water was rushing at this time of year. Sometimes, when going north by boat, you have to stop halfway and wait for the water to calm down before sailing. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan were born and raised in Yanqing. Before they went south, they had only seen some gurgling streams in the valleys near Yanqing, but they had never seen such a big scene of rising water in tide. Looking at the rolling water on the river and the mud and other debris mixed in it, Jia Baoyu sighed to his nephew. It is said that northerners ride horses, and southerners take boats. I used to think that riding a horse is quite laborious. My back and waist are sore after a day, so I thought it was better to take a boat. But today, after seeing the surging river, I realized that taking a boat also has its difficulties. The boatman who took the Jia family's business to take them across the river heard this. The old man rolled a tobacco and said with a smile, "The past 2 years have been good. When your majesty was a prince in Mingzhou, he repaired the nearby dams and sent adults who knew about water to control the water. Now this is a small scene. When Su Qingyu was the king of Wu, although he did not lead the entire provincial government, many officials from all over the country responded to his original decrees. So not only his own jurisdiction, but also many other places have benefited now. Jia Baoyu has been out there for so many years, and has gained a lot of experience. He is no longer the ignorant young man." He looked at the tobacco in the old man's hand and asked, "Is the old man from the north?" The boatman was stunned for a moment. He exhaled a puff of smoke and then slowly said, "Young master, you have good eyesight. I am indeed from the north. I came here with my family to escape. The land in the north is not as fertile as in the south. Generally speaking, floods and droughts are more common than in the south. If there is a disaster in the south, the situation in the north is generally worse. It is also common for refugees to wander around after a disaster. Jia Baoyu thought for a moment. Then you must have relatives here to seek refuge. If there was a disaster in the north, generally speaking, the victims would like to continue to go north to Shili, or even the capital, so that they could quickly attract the attention of officials along the way and get relief. But the old boatman went south to the border of Jiangnan. So Baoyu guessed that his family must have relatives here to seek refuge. Seeing that the cigarette was about to burn out, the boatman took a last puff and tasted the tobacco. He squinted his eyes and said, "My wife has a distant relative here. It is also the kindness of that family that has brought us to where we are today. Now is a good time. I can earn money by rowing boats. And my 2 sons can also get some income from farming." Jia Baoyu has been in Mingzhou for so long, he naturally knows what King Wu did and what decrees he issued in Mingzhou, so he nodded when he heard the boatman's words. Jia Lan watched his uncle and the boatman chatting, and he also said a few words about the benevolent policies of the current emperor. In his words, he revealed his and his uncle's identities as scholars, which made the old boatman respect them a little more. The weather was not good that day. While Jia Baoyu was chatting with the boatman, it started to rain again. So he had to make another appointment with the boatman and then took Jia Lan to see if there was a place nearby where they could stay for a day. Following the road pointed by the boatman, they walked around in the rain for about an hour, and saw a small village in front of them in the misty rain. When Jia Baoyu arrived in the village, he found that there were many families in the village, and the houses of each family were well repaired. The family that received Baoyu even built a 3-room main house. This is naturally nothing in the wealthy county town in the south, but it is rare in such a small village that is basically difficult to find without a guide. Baoyu and Jia Lan and his group inevitably got wet in the rain. The head of the family that took them in was a sturdy man. He looked at Jia Lan, who was about the same age as his son, but had fair skin and looked like a young man, and whispered a few words to his wife. Soon, the woman of the family brought 2 bowls of sugar water with brown sugar, eggs, and shredded ginger for Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan to drink to drive away the cold. Jia Lan sweetly called the woman auntie and thanked her politely, which made the woman's motherly love overflow, and she cared for the young master a few more words. Jia Baoyu felt a little embarrassed holding the bowl. He felt that he was already an adult, and now he was treated like a child by the couple. He thought that he should save more money later. Although it was summer, it was not too hot to walk in the countryside. After drinking a bowl of sugar water, Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan felt much more comfortable. The woman in the family continued to busy herself with cooking, while the man stayed to chat with the guests to kill time. Seeing that the Jia family was very generous, the man called his son to listen to the conversation. The man's surname was Yu, and his name was Yu Bo. He had 2 children. His daughter was the eldest, and was old enough to help with the housework. However, the girl had been skillful since she was a child, so she was working in a weaving factory opened by a wealthy family in the county town, and was not at home. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan were quite surprised to hear the family say this. After all, few parents would let their daughters go out and walk so far these days. Seeing the 2 guests' puzzled expressions, Yu Bo also explained. It turned out that this weaving factory was a new thing in Jiangnan in recent years. Since the weaving machine was improved, many wealthy families in the city, who were originally engaged in related businesses, began to recruit people to open factories. These people also recruited women who could weave and embroider from all over to work. They are all people from the same village. There are also older women in our village, who work together and take care of each other. In addition, there are 3 or 4 days to go home in 10 days. That's why we feel relieved to let the eldest sister go. Yu Bo explained. The wealthy families in the county town are all local families, who know each other well. They are businessmen who value harmony and make money. Although some weaving techniques can be done by men, some detailed work and embroidery need women who are good at it. After explaining it in detail, Yu Bo sighed again. Although these are women's work, our eldest sister can bring back a lot of wages every 10 days. After talking about his daughter, Yu Bo talked about his son. His youngest son is about the same age as Jia Lan, and has begun to help the adults in the field. Yu Bo looked at the 2 young men in front of him, and said enviously, I wanted to ask my son to study, but unfortunately this kid is never honest, and can't sit still all day. So I let it go. Jia Baoyu used to like to interact with sisters and maids when he was at home. But after coming out, his temper gradually changed. Now when he looks at this man working in the field all day, he doesn't feel dirty, but only feels simple and kind. Hearing that Yu Bo still wanted to let his children study, Jia Baoyu also asked a few questions out of curiosity. How many acres of land does your family have? Did you work hard in the past? I heard that the emperor had given good seeds to the people of Mingzhou to plant and improve farming tools. Is this true? Yu Bo was a little uncomfortable hearing this young man call him big brother, but he knew that the two people in front of him were uncle and nephew. So he only said, there are more than 7 acres of land at home. But it was a bit difficult. The output of the land is only enough to pay taxes and support our family. Jia Baoyu had not left the wealthy land of Jiangnan yet. The paddy fields here were all top grade. The annual output of 7 acres of land was relatively rich. In addition, Yu Bo's wife was also good at raising silkworms and weaving cloth. So the family's life was acceptable before. But this house was also built in the past 2 years, thanks to the blessing of the emperor. I really hope that the emperor will live long and long, and that we good people will benefit more. Yu Bo's eyebrows and eyes were lively when he talked about the former king of Wu and the current emperor, and his previous honest and dull look changed. Jia Baoyu thought about the age of the emperor he had met, and heard the uncle in front of him call him master, and he couldn't help wanting to laugh. He suppressed this disrespectful thought and continued to listen to Yu Bo. During the rest time in the evening, the Yu family also gave up the upper room where they lived to the guests, and asked Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan to live in it. The uncle and nephew of the Jia family declined but had to accept their kindness. Jia Baoyu scratched the quilt under him with his fingers. He whispered to his nephew, I used to think being an official was the most boring thing. I just thought those people were busy with their own business. But now, looking at the lives of these farmers, I know that not everyone becomes an official to make money. As the saying goes, people become officials only for money. Whether they study or take the imperial examination, they basically aim to get promoted and make money. Jia Baoyu's family has seen many people like this for generations. Naturally, he has a lot of prejudices against studying and becoming an official, and he is unwilling to take this path. Later, Jia Zhu, as Jia Baoyu's elder brother, passed the examination and became an official. Jia Baoyu naturally did not dare to say anything bad about his elder brother. It was also the first time that he changed his view on being an official after seeing his elder brother start to work. Now seeing the appearance of ordinary farmers in Jiangnan, Jia Baoyu admitted with relief that his previous thoughts were biased. Jia Lan chuckled. Uncle, what you said before is somewhat reasonable. The civil servants die for remonstration, and the military die for battle. According to my nephew's idea, these people have their own loyalty and reputation in their minds, which makes them do things in a pedantic way. According to Jia Lan's thinking, everyone has their own abilities and responsibilities. When problems arise, it is the best policy to think about how to solve them. Kneeling for a long time and not getting up to remonstrate and not daring to take responsibility and just dying are both dead ends and have their pedantic and stereotyped side. When Jia Baoyu heard his nephew's words, he hurriedly said, Don't say this in front of your father. If he hears it, he will say that I have led you astray. Jia Lan assured his uncle, Don't worry. I am only talking about this between the two of us. I would never dare to say these things to my father. To Jia Lan, his father is an elder who must be respected, while his uncle is more like a person of the same age. The two uncle and nephew do not have to be too cautious when talking. There are some things he may not say to his father, but he can speak freely to his uncle. Jia Baoyu was willing to indulge his nephew, fearing that Jia Lan would become a pedantic person at such a young age. The relationship between the uncle and nephew became better and better. Although they were away from home overnight, the Jia family slept soundly. When they woke up the next day, the sky had cleared up, and Jia Baoyu and his party continued on their way back to Yanqing. Chapter 232. The two young masters of the Jia family were going north to return home, and people in Beijing naturally had to prepare to welcome the wanderers back from their long journey. Even the married girl Jia Yingchun told her husband about this matter, and the couple decided to stay in the Jia family's villa for a few days. Gu Tongfang actually didn't care about his marriage, but his son and his wife got along well after getting married. Although Jia Yingchun was born in a noble mansion, she was gentle and calm, and was well-read, which was just right for Master Gu's temperament. The couple lived in harmony, and were very loving. Because of the princess, The Gu family naturally had a separate courtyard near the palace. However, with such a large family living together, Gu Tongfang didn't like to go there in the past. He would rather stay in the quiet house in the capital. This year, his wife's family also received an honor. After thinking about it, Gu Tongfang told his father about it. He took his wife to live in the Jia mansion. It would not be taboo to tell others that he lived with his father-in-law. Although Yingchun was a girl from the eldest house, she grew up with the sisters of the Jia family, including Shichuan from the Ning mansion next door. Therefore, she had a good relationship with her sisters and Baoyu, her younger brother, who liked to play with the sisters when he was a child. This time, when Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan came back, the whole family gathered together for a feast and laughed. Everyone felt that this was a rare joy and relaxation. Looking at the little actors on the stage singing, Jia Shi shook the wine pot and poured himself a glass. He was picky about the actors on the stage not having good postures and singing beautifully. He complained in his heart why they couldn't buy a few people to come in and teach slowly. This group outside was not to people's liking. Although Jia Mu was watching the play at the top, she knew what her eldest son was thinking at a glance. However, she just pretended not to see it now. She turned around to care for Yingchun and started to talk to Baoyu again. In terms of caring for the women in the family, if Jia Baoyu is ranked second, no one in the Jia family dares to be ranked first. Everyone listened to the opera and watched Jia Baoyu ask the people who followed him back from Jiangnan to give gifts to the elders, sisters, and nieces in the family. They were all amazed. Everyone says that Suzhou style. Guangzhou craftsman. Old lady. Look at this Rui. It is the latest style in Suzhou. The shopkeeper insisted that it was carved by the best Guangzhou craftsman in the shop. Seeing that this is the best among all the things in the room, my grandson believed him a little. I brought it back to present to you. Jia Baoyu first held a handful of Rui and presented it to Jia's mother. Mrs. Wang saw her son getting so close to the old lady. Although this was her son's filial piety to his grandmother, she still felt a little sad. However, before long, Jia Baoyu also presented a jade statue of Guanyin to his mother. Before, there were many pirates invading near Mingzhou. Your Majesty has pacified the pirates. This is a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva that I personally went to Putuluijia mountain to ask for. Mother likes Buddhism. Please accept it. Gifts should naturally be given according to each person's preferences. Jia Baoyu knew that his mother was a devout Buddhist, so he also went to the Buddhist kingdom on the sea to ask for a statue of Guanyin for his mother. As for the other female members, Jiangnan has its own fine silk, brocade and pearl headwear. Jia Baoyu also prepared gifts for his aunt, sister-in-law, sisters, and even nieces according to their preferences. The men in the Jia family looked at Jia Baoyu like this. Jia Shi, the eldest uncle, was okay, but Jia Zheng, the father, and Jia Zhu, the brother, were really a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, Jia Baoyu did not completely forget his father and brothers. He also remembered to buy some good paper and ink for Jia Zheng and others. But although these things were also valuable, they were still inferior to those thoughtful gifts. Jia Zhu accepted his brother's gift without caring. Jia Zheng seemed to have found an opportunity to scold his son a few times. Then, he was scolded by his mother, Jia Mu. The family spent the whole day laughing and noisy. The registration for the newly built academy has been opened. Jia Zhu asked his son to rest at home for a few days, and then asked his brother Baoyu to take his nephew to register. Jia Baoyu was a little surprised when he heard that he still had to register. We actually have to register in person? Didn't His Majesty grant my brother a decree to allow Lanner to be admitted to school? When a servant studied and became an official and reached a certain position, it was a benefit to ask for a decree for his mother and wife so that his son could be admitted to school. Jia Zhu was not surprised by Jia Baoyu's surprise at this time. Your Majesty gave me some pointers, but didn't speak directly. In fact, this is my own decision. Jia Zhu was writing at the table when he had a rare moment of leisure. After writing a word that satisfied him, he raised his head and answered his brother's question. Baoyu nodded in understanding. But he also knew that his brother would not harm his own son, so he accepted the task and went back to the city with his nephew. I heard that after the academy opens, people will be allowed to live in it like the Imperial Academy. We finally came back, but you still have to be away from your family, Jia Baoyu said to Jia Lan while sitting in the carriage. Jia Lan had a good time for a few days under the care of Lady Jia, Lady Wang and Li Wan. Although he had a great time, he was not reluctant to leave. That's much better than studying in the south. Uncle, I heard that the things taught in the academy are very interesting. Why don't you stay in the capital? There are only a few children who don't play and really love to study. Jia Lan was so sensible because he was raised by his parents since he was a child. However, he was very excited to hear that the academy would teach new things. So he began to lobby his uncle. Jia Baoyu opened his fan and waved it. I still have a master to serve. Have you forgotten that I had to ask for leave from my master to come back? After staying in Beijing for a while, I will go back to study with him. Jiang Daru was not a pedantic master. He taught his disciples to study and pay attention to the mountains and rivers, and to worry about the reality. Jia Baoyu also liked to travel around with his master to increase his knowledge. Seeing that he could not persuade his uncle Jia Lan, he had to tell Jia Baoyu some things about the academy that he had heard from his father. Jia Baoyu was more interested in this, so he talked with his nephew for a while. When they were almost at the academy, Jia Baoyu and his nephew got off the carriage and were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw that the main gate of the academy was crowded with people. Their carriage was stopped by the officials in official uniforms from a long distance away. According to the two people's thoughts, this new academy was rebuilt from the royal palace and should be magnificent. At least the buildings and courtyards are much more luxurious than the imperial college. The students who come here to study are either royal family members or the children of important officials in the court. So naturally they have no shortage of carriages. So the two people from the Jia family were ready to make way for the nobles and get off the carriage when they arrived at the gate. But Jia Baoyu still didn't expect that he would have to get off the horse and start queuing up so far away. The officer saw that Jia Baoyu and his nephew were dressed in luxurious clothes, and the carriage they were riding was also pulled by a horse. So he was very polite and said with a smile on his face, "Greetings to the two gentlemen. There are many people registering today, so everyone must get off the horse here and register in person. Please forgive me if I am not thoughtful." Jia Baoyu didn't want to make things difficult for the officer. After hearing what he said, and seeing that he was wearing the official uniform of the Jingzhou prefect, he just asked, "It's okay to do this for today's registration. But what if you have to bring gifts and valuables when you enroll in school in the future? You can queue up slowly for registration." But looking at his nephew's small body, Jia Baoyu was a little worried about what to do when his nephew had to move his luggage when he enrolled. The officer looked at the two people in front of him and became more respectful. Only the main gate is open for registration today. The stewards in the academy have not arrived yet. When the young masters enter the school, the people in the academy will help you. Jia Baoyu had some ideas after hearing this. So he thanked the officer and went to line up with his nephew. The line was really long, and Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan felt a little bored queuing in the sun. So the uncle and nephew talked about an article written by Jia Baoyu's master, Jiang Daru. Jia Baoyu explained to his nephew in detail several subtle points of the article, and Jia Lan responded with his own understanding and similar or alternative views he read in the book and discussed with his uncle for a while. After the uncle and nephew talked for a while and came back to their senses, they felt that someone seemed to be listening to them. Jia Baoyu turned slightly to the side and saw a young man in simple clothes next to him who was also listening with great interest. When the two looked over, the young man seemed to realize that he was being rude. He went over and bowed to the two and said, "My name is Shenxi, and I am from Mingzhou, Zhejiang. I was interested in the articles written by the two gentlemen just now. I am sorry to bother you too." Jia Baoyu did not care. Instead, he thought that the young man surnamed Shen was handsome and wanted to make friends with him. "How could I bother you? Mingzhou is also a place where the emperor lives in seclusion. Brother Shen's literary talent makes me feel extraordinary. You are indeed worthy of being from Mingzhou." Shenxi hurriedly declined after hearing this. For a moment, the three of them felt that they were getting along well. Jia Baoyu also wanted to invite him to have dinner together after signing up. Jia Baoyu dragged him to a famous restaurant in Beijing. Shenxi saw that the streets were wide, and the people who came and went were all rich and idle people. He looked a little helpless and seemed to be resisting. Seeing this, Jia Baoyu said nothing but to Shenxi, "Brother, you are a guest from afar. I am originally from Yanqing. I should treat you this meal. Please treat me again when you finish your studies or return home." Shenxi had just heard Jia Baoyu talk about an article by Jiang Daru that has not been circulated, and he had some guesses about his identity. Now he couldn't help asking, "Brother Jia, since you are from Yanqing, why did you go to Mingzhou? You are not framing me." Jia Baoyu replied politely, "How dare I? Although I am from Yincheng, I am studying in Mingzhou. My teacher is Mu Hua. Today, only my nephew is signed up. I will go to Mingzhou soon. I will see you again one day." Hearing this, Shen Xi was overjoyed and no longer encouraged him. He also promised to treat Jia Baoyu to the most authentic river and river seafood when he arrived in Mingzhou. Then he went to the restaurant with the Jia family to drink and chat. Brother Shen said that he was proficient in the art of navigation and astrology. So he came to the academy to sign up for study. The roast goose and Jia Baoyu's chopsticks fell on the table. And Jia Lan next to him also had a strange look. The two uncles and nephews looked at each other. Jia Baoyu was fine. But Jia Lan began to have unfilial thoughts in his heart. He felt that he didn't know what to say to his father. Did he have to learn these unorthodox ways? Shen Xi felt a little embarrassed to see the two react like this. But he still explained, "I didn't believe that I could come to the academy to study with these skills. But the official who went to Mingzhou to recruit students at that time guaranteed that I could be admitted. So I came to try." The students who will be enrolled in the academy this time basically come from three major sources. One is the locals of Yincheng, the capital. One is people from various regions in Jiang and centered on Mingzhou. And the other is people from Guangdong and Guangxi. Shen Xi's family was not wealthy, but his ancestors were also rich and had a captain who could command a ship. The family had sea charts and some astrology techniques passed down from generation to generation. By the time of Shen Xi's father, the Shen family was already extremely weak. Shen Xi only studied for a few years, and then began to take on the family's livelihood. It was beyond Shen Xi's expectation that he was chosen to receive money from the government and be able to study in the new school in Yincheng. After listening to Shen Xi's stories about his ancestors, and the people he had heard about sent to the capital by Mingzhou, Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan looked at each other in confusion as to what kind of people the school would accept and what skills it would teach. Jia Baoyu murmured, "It seems that several of my classmates are going to study in Beijing. I thought it was just a place like the Imperial Academy. But I realized it was different after hearing what you said today." Following his master's study, Jia Baoyu actually didn't go to the original academy very often. So he was a little out of touch with the news. Jia Lan was still studying in the academy. But he was not very old. And few of the young men of the same age were going to the Yincheng Academy. So he didn't hear any rumors. Jia Lan rarely ignored the etiquette when dining and poked the meat in the bowl with chopsticks. He said with a pale face, "I saw a Taoist priest in the team today, and I thought he was just here to join in the fun. Now I hear you say so. Could this also be a student recruited by the academy?" Shen Xi looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his words would cause the two gentlemen in front of him to be like this. It was only when Jia Baoyu changed the subject that the atmosphere at the table eased. On the carriage back to the other courtyard, Jia Lan looked at his uncle eagerly, which made Jia Baoyu laugh. "Okay, I know what you mean. I'll ask your elder brother for you when we get back. Nowadays, the emperor is the emperor, and the minister is the minister. The father is the father, and the son is the son." Jia Lan, as a son, was more than a little weak in front of his father. So after today's incident, he was full of doubts and didn't dare to speak. Fortunately, there was Jia Baoyu, an uncle who was not afraid of his elder brother. He bowed to his uncle with a smile on his face. Jia Lan finally put his heart back in his stomach, leaving Jia Baoyu shaking his head and sighing that all sons were the same, and they were like mice seeing cats in front of their fathers. Chapter 233. In the Jia family's courtyard, Jia Zhu sent his younger brother to take care of his son, and took a day off to play with his little daughter in the mansion. Seeing his daughter's lively appearance, he enjoyed the fun of being a father for a day. Regarding the education of her children, Li Wan also wanted to intervene. For example, she felt that her daughter was not as quiet as the other girls as she grew older. In the past, she was not willing to learn needlework, even sitting there for a while, and just wanted to go out and play like a boy. Considering the future of her children, Li Wan actually thought about trying to change her daughter's temper. But unfortunately, grandmother Jia doted on these girls, and her husband always took her daughters out to play, so she could only say a few words from time to time. Now, seeing her husband carrying her daughter in with sweat all over her head, Li Wan couldn't help but glare at him, causing the two of them to smile at her. Seeing the sweat on her daughter's face and her hair that had become messy after a day, Li Wan personally carried her daughter into the house to bathe and change clothes, leaving her husband alone to express her dissatisfaction. Jia Zhu was not angry. He watched his wife clean up the daughter, and casually went to the side room to wipe himself and change clothes. When he came back, Li Wan was holding the daughter who had become clean and fragrant again. Children tend to get sleepy after playing wildly. Seeing the daughter nodding her head, Li Wan also sent her mother to take the child to rest. After waiting for her mother, the maids took the girl downstairs quietly. Li Wan complained to her husband, "I finally coaxed someone to embroider a handkerchief under the window for a while 2 days ago. Today you made a fuss with her all day. I guess the embroidery will be out of shape again." The girls in the Jia family all learn needlework from an early age. Not to mention that they should be taught to have good skills, like the embroiderers. But they should also be able to embroider something for the elders at home. But Jia Zhu and Li Wan's daughter has been spoiled since she was a child. She doesn't like to do embroidery. So Li Wan can only negotiate with the child to make her sit there obediently for a while. Jia Zhu personally brought the sour plum soup made in the kitchen to his wife, and poured her a cup. "Grandma, drink some of this to calm down. It's not good to get angry in such a hot day." The two of them can now be said to be an old couple. Li Wan is much more accustomed to being served by her husband. But she is now full of her daughter's business. After taking the cup, she only took a sip and didn't drink much. "I know you love your daughter. But if a girl doesn't learn these things now, and just stays carefree, it won't be good for her in the future." Li Wan made a draft in her mind and advised her husband. First, she affirmed her husband's love for his daughter. Li Wan also admitted that Jia Zhu was a competent father at the moment. No matter how busy he was in the past, he would always take time to talk to the children, so that they would not see the shadow of their father all day long. Jia Zhu was still a little serious with his son, but he was indulgent with his daughter, and he often said whatever his daughter said. Li Wan was born in the family of the Imperial Academy's chief academic officer. When she was young, her father was a serious and self-respecting person who never joked in front of his children. He had very high expectations for his son, and only told his daughter to cultivate her virtues as a woman without much love. After marrying into the Jia family, Li Wan would not say anything bad about her father to others, but in her heart she felt that her father's way of teaching children, especially girls, was a bit rigid and outdated. After giving birth to a daughter, she deliberately indulged her daughter, so that she would not suffer too much when she was a girl. Unfortunately, Li Wan's efforts were completely unrealized. Jia Zhu, as a father, had simply abandoned the current set of requirements for women, and was just short of training his daughter as a dandy. Jia Zhu saw that his wife was really angry and defended. "Everyone has their own strengths. I know that you, Gong-hai, always want your daughter to learn needlework, but she is really not good at it. We adults can't force her no matter how hard we try." In fact, Jia Zhu saw her rare talent when he took his daughter out to play. "This child is not like me, a useless scholar. She is naturally strong and flexible. If she is a boy, she can join the army. Maybe he can also revive our family's reputation and get a title back." After hearing this, Li Wan looked at her husband suspiciously. She suspected that he was looking for an excuse to deceive her, and even used such a lame excuse that his daughter was good at martial arts to fool her. After all, although the Jia family was born of military generals and nobles, but since the generation of Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, the apparent heads of the Rong mansion, the men of the Jia family are either cockfighting and dog-walking, dandy who enjoy watching flowers and willows, or weak scholars like Jia Zhu who gave up military service and turned to literature, whereas the appearance of the old duke galloping on the battlefield. Now her husband suddenly said that his daughter had inherited some of the family. If Li Wan believed it without any doubt, she would be a ghost. Seeing that his wife didn't believe him, Jia Zhu continued to explain. "Does the palace judge think that our Lorong grows faster than other children and has more strength?" Recalling the difference in physique and strength between her daughter and girls of similar age, Li Wan's frown gradually relaxed. "This child is born energetic and likes to run around. I just take her out to play occasionally to let her express her nature," Jia Zhu explained to his wife. Although she believed her husband's words to some extent, Li Wan still said, "It's useless. If the child is a son, I know that Dao Jian Wuyin is a mother who doesn't want the child to suffer. But if he really has this luck, I won't stop him. Now it's a girl. What's the use even if she is a genius?" Seeing that his wife finally said this, Jia Zhu cautiously tried to test. "If your husband wants Hai Qing to go to school, what do you think?" The arrival of the Yang people was a big fanfare, which caused a lot of discussion in Dezheng. But when Yukon left, it could be said that it was quiet and there was no more pomp. When Yukon left with the Yang people, Some officials in the Zheng dynasty were caught off guard. Princess Lingyu, who had been married to the Khan, did not leave with the Khan, but continued to live in the royal villa. For a while, the court and the public were talking about it. The officials who were at a loss also tried to find out the news in their own ways, trying to find out what the emperor meant. As the chief minister of the cabinet, and the future father-in-law of the emperor, Lin Hai was so crowded with people who came to him to find out the news that they almost broke down his door. After returning home, Lin Hai took some melon to cool off. After eating, he couldn't help complaining to his wife. These people don't think about being loyal to the emperor, and serving the country, and doing practical things for the people. They just keep nagging about the so-called rules and etiquette. Not to mention the emperor. Even I find these people extremely annoying. Among the crowds of people who came to ask questions these days, some were really worried about the problems in the diplomatic relations between the two countries, and whether the Zheng had not reached an agreement with the Ong tribe to go to war again. To these people, although Lin Hai could not reveal the rules that had just been discussed, he still comforted them with gentle words, and told them to go back and work with peace of mind. Except for these adults, who were still concerned about the serious matters. There were also some people who were inexplicably triggered to rebel when they saw the princess staying in Zheng. These people did not care why the princess could stay at all, and only seized on the fact that the daughter of a foreign marriage could not stay in the capital for a long time, and began to write a memorial to change the emperor's mind. What's more hateful is that these people don't have a chance to see the emperor, which makes us tremble with fear that we have done something wrong. Lin Hai joked again. It's already hot and unbearable, and with these people messing things up every day, how can His Majesty be in a good mood? After eating a piece of melon, Jiang Min sighed leisurely. Su Qingyu's temper has been getting worse these days. When he is angry, he doesn't show it, but his emotional fluctuations are smaller than usual. He is just more direct and ruthless when dealing with things. Many people who have nothing to do put down their work and want to make trouble for the emperor have recently faced the emperor's way of venting anger, which is different from many emperors in the past. Those who could see the emperor often could sense that the emperor was unhappy recently, so they were all careful to answer and act as officials. However, Lin Hai was in a superior position, and was just joking just now. I didn't agree with Your Majesty's reform of the way of selecting officials, but after returning to the center for so long and seeing these people, I finally understood why Your Majesty insisted on implementing the new policy arbitrarily. Lin Hai said again after straightening his expression. After years of hard study, it is unknown whether he has read books thoroughly, but his mind is so pedantic that people have nothing to say. Lin Hai was not stingy in making some sarcastic remarks to some colleagues in the court. Jiang Min was knowledgeable about government affairs and well-versed in history books. She smiled and said, "Everyone thinks they are like Wei Zheng, who wants to advise the emperor and leave their names in history. However, they do not see what kind of person Wei is. It is not easy to be a bronze mirror for the emperor to prove his success or failure." Hearing his wife's ruthless sarcasm, Lin Hai clapped his hands and laughed. "Madam, you are right." On the day when the academy officially welcomed students to enroll, the emperor, the two empress dowagers, and the princesses also visited the academy in person, which not only showed Su Qingyu's attention to the new academy, but also made many people in the capital city see enough novelty. The new students were also excited when they knew that the emperor was coming. When the emperor personally encouraged the students of the academy, the audience cheered and attracted the attention of all the officials. Lin Miyue and Li Wancheng were more peaceful in the girls' school next door. They visited the girls' school carefully accompanied by Princess Lingyu. Since there were few people who were determined to send their daughters to school, all the students in the girls' school received a few words of care from the two queen dowagers. After seeing the place where the children studied, Lin Miyue also called the commander of the guards, who was responsible for guarding this place, to report back. After understanding the guarding situation here, she was completely relieved. After a round of inspection, she talked to the children again. After discussing with Queen Dowager Li, Lin Miyue also took the princesses to the room where guests could drink tea to rest for a while. Chapter 234. I just saw the training ground. That ground is big enough for horses to run. Why did you think of building this? Lin Miyue asked Princess Lingyu curiously after sitting down. Not to mention the girls' school that is now open. Even the Imperial College has no courses and venues for students to practice archery and other arts. I didn't want to build such a place at first. It was you who gave us this idea when we went horseback riding one day, Princess Lingyu said with a smile. As a princess who had lived in the Ong tribe grassland for a period of time, Princess Lingyu knew how to ride a horse even if she had never learned it before. Dayu knew how to ride a horse because she had learned it in Mingzhou. When she was bored in the palace, she would go to the training ground to run a few laps to relax. One day, Princess Lingyu ran into Dayu by chance when she was free to run a horse. The princess was also a little surprised that this weak girl had such a skill. I thought that riding a horse is also a way to strengthen the body. So I built this place. Not only can you run a horse, but you can also ask female masters to teach some health-preserving skills such as the 5 animals exercises. Princess Lingyu told her two mothers her thoughts in detail. After the princess finished speaking, Lin Muyue didn't say anything. But Li Wancheng agreed. Learning the 5 animals exercises can indeed improve your physical fitness. I was mentally fatigued before, and the imperial physician said that there was no real disease. A female doctor came and taught me to practice the 5 animals exercises for a while every day, and it really made me feel much better. The daily life of the women in the palace can be said to be boring. Although they have enough food and clothing, and don't have to worry about making a living. They only see the world all day long and have no serious work to do. So many people become sicker and weaker as they take care of themselves. Li Wancheng had always been busy with palace affairs. But later she felt uneasy because of the great changes. The imperial doctors were used to prescribing imperial prescriptions to fool people. But the imperial hospital had failed in its work one after another, and now they dared not to perfunctorily deal with the Empress Dowager. So after much thought, they decided to let the female doctor teach the Empress Dowager the 5 animals exercises to distract her and strengthen her body. Lin Muyue was used to finding things to do for herself. She also paid attention to a reasonable diet, and often took walks to try her best to keep herself healthy. It's a novel idea. I'm glad you came up with it. Lin Muyue also joked. She felt that her son was right to let Lingyu be the actual person in charge of this academy. Originally, Su Qingyu wanted Lin Jun to directly serve as the official in charge of the 2 academies, but he thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate, so he let the 2 mothers serve as the officials in charge of the women's school together, and the person in charge was actually the eldest Princess Lingyu, who had returned. The palace where the princesses studied was called Lanji, and after everyone discussed it, this new academy was named Jilan Academy, which means shore. Ji and Orchid, the 2 girls of the Jia family, were still a little young. After listening to her husband's words, Li Wan thought about it for a long time and still rejected his proposal. The first reason was that she was still worried about such a young child going out to study. In addition, Li Wan's sister-in-law Yang was still pregnant. If the girl was asked to leave her mother now, Li Wan would always worry about whether it would affect her sister-in-law's pregnancy. Seeing that his wife did not have any objection, but just felt that the time was not right, Jia Zhu also accepted his wife's suggestion and said that he would talk about this matter when the time was right in the future. Now the only young master from the Jia family who came to enroll was Jia Lan. After he entered the academy, he first went to collect clothes and some sundries. Curiously, Jia Lan carried the bag and thought that this academy was quite new. It actually gave out so many things. When he came to the room he was assigned to live in, Jia Lan looked at his name on the doorplate and confirmed that this was where he was going to live. Before he pushed the door open, the door of the room was opened from the inside. A young man in his 20s came out, and he was already wearing the clothes given by the academy. Neither of them expected to see someone as soon as they came out. After seeing the other person being startled by them, they both apologized. And then, they started laughing again. Seeing that the young man looked familiar, Jia Lan hesitated for a while and asked, "You look familiar. But are you from the Shen family in Mingzhou?" Shen Biqing saw that the other person could actually tell his background, and he asked in surprise, "That's right. I am from the Shen family in Mingzhou City." "How did you know?" The Shen family is a well-known family in Jiangnan, but their family in Yanqing is not a big deal. Shen Biqing was naturally surprised and curious to see that this young man, with a local accent in Yanqing, actually knew his family and background. Jia Lan smiled. "My surname is Jia, and I am from Yanqing. I have been to Mingzhou to study, and met your relatives and brothers. You look very similar to the young men I met before." Seeing the name on this sign, I asked this question. Shen Biqing smiled knowingly. "If so, it's fate. I'm going to the canteen to eat. Do you want to join me, little brother?" Hearing Shen Biqing calling him little brother again, Jia Lan waved his hands and said, "My father and uncle are the same generation as you. If that's the case, I have to call you uncle, and I don't deserve your call of brother." After a pause, Shin Biching felt a little embarrassed. It is said that the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the old people are replaced by new people in the world. At that moment, the young and talented people outshined us. Just standing outside without talking, the young master of the Shin family in front of him was going to have a meal. Jia Lan saw that it was almost time, so he said, "I'll put my things in, and please help lead the way, and have a meal together." The number of students admitted by the academy is not too many now. A house is for 2 people to live together, so it is fate that Jia Lan and Shin Biching live in the same room now. After listening to Jia Lan's story about his background, and seeing that he is much younger than himself, Shin Biching also helped him pack up his things before taking people to have a meal together. Looking at the dining area for students in the academy, Shin Biching thought that this place was spacious and clean. It looked much better than the dining area in the Imperial Academy. After the food was served, the 2 young masters, who were usually served by others, also took their plates to find seats with great curiosity. They both thought it was a new experience. Jia Lan was young and had good eyesight. He saw a place near the window with good light, and happened to have a seat. So he invited Shin Biching to go with him. On the first day, everyone familiarized themselves with the environment. After finishing their meal, Jia Lan and Shin Biching also wandered around the academy together. One of them was a young master from a noble family in the capital, and the other was a son of a wealthy family in the prosperous and affluent southern area. Both of them were literate, and they were well informed and knowledgeable no matter where they were. However, when they walked around the academy, they were amazed and thought that this place was built ingeniously. After walking for a while, the 2 found that there were fewer and fewer people around them, and they mistakenly entered a house they had never been to. Jia Lan asked in confusion, "Uncle Shin, where is this place? Have you been here before? Did we go to the wrong place?" The new academy covers a large area. There are classrooms, study buildings, dormitories, dining halls, exercise grounds, and even fields. Jia Lan came here at noon today, and has never been to anywhere. Shin Biching did not come a few hours earlier than others, so he was also looking around in confusion. To be honest, I have never been here before. But this house looks quite new, so there must be someone there. Why don't we knock on the door and ask?" Shin Biching himself was becoming more and more unsure, but considering that he was much older than Jia Lan, he still prepared to knock on the door and ask for directions. Commander Tao was listening to his subordinate's reply in the house, and heard the sound of people talking and walking outside. So he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to go out and take a look. After going out, Captain Song was relieved to see that they were 2 scholars wearing the clothes of the academy. He went over and asked politely, "Did you 2 go to the wrong place? This is not a place for ordinary students." Shin Biching saw someone coming and looked at the clothes of the visitor. Seeing that it was a garrison officer wearing official uniform and carrying a sword, he also hurriedly saluted and said, "We are students who just reported today. We wanted to walk around and get familiar with it, but we didn't expect to end up here. Please don't blame me." "Sir," Captain Song replied very politely, "then I will ask the brother next to me to take you out. There should be a training ground when you just came here. Right? Please don't come to these houses and venues behind the training ground easily in the future." Jia Lan recalled the building that the 2 people had just walked all the way to. There was indeed a large training ground. At that time, he was still thinking that the academy was going to teach riding and archery. Now he heard that this was a demarcation line that was deliberately separated for people to know, which made him a little embarrassed. Commander Tao was drinking tea in the house. When he saw Captain Song coming back, he frowned and asked, "Fortunately, people haven't come to stay here officially today, otherwise it would be bad if they were seen." Captain Song apologized and said, "Yes, I will tell the patrol guards to work hard and there will be no more mistakes in the future. The academy not only has these ordinary students, Su Qingyu also managed to get the advanced firearms and some machines from the West. In order to study these things, a group of craftsmen from various places and the Jinui and other guards were selected to come to the academy to study together." Commander Tao knew that no one was around today, so everyone might be a little slack. He just said, "Your Majesty and Queen, the princes are still here. It's nothing to call people in so casually, it won't happen again." Su Qingyu was talking to Lin Jun in front, so Commander Tao took the time to come to the back to see the situation here. Who would have thought that he would see this incident? Although Commander Tao didn't say anything harsh, but thinking of His Majesty, Captain Song still broke out in a cold sweat and knelt on one knee and said, "I understand, thank you for your advice." Chapter 235. After finishing the work of the academy, Su Qingyu finally had some free time. The scenery in the palace is very beautiful now, and he can rarely spare some free time to enjoy the scenery and rest for a while. In a while, it will be the Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet and the Queen Mother's 1,000-year ceremony. The palace will start to be busy again. As an emperor, Su Qingyu is also busy, so he took advantage of this time to invite Daiyu to stroll around the palace. He picked a lotus flower and handed it to Daiyu. Su Qingyu was wearing a cloud blue robe today, which made him look refreshing and peaceful. He didn't look like a king who was decisive and murderous on weekdays, but someone's elegant young man. Daiyu took the unopened lotus and said, "It is best for this flower to bloom in the water, so that it will retain its natural color." Su Qingyu was stunned for a moment and said apologetically, "It is my fault for not thinking it through. I originally thought that it would be nice to put it in a vase and enjoy it, so I thought of picking one for you." Using flowers to decorate a room is a popular way nowadays. Su Qingyu also picked flowers for his mother to put in a vase when he was a child. So when he was boating on the lake, he thought of picking a lotus to give to Daiyu. Not only can he hold it in his hand and enjoy it now, but it will not be considered a waste of the flower after he returns. Daiyu touched the petals of the lotus. "It's just a weird idea of mine. I like these flowers when I see them on weekdays, but I feel uncomfortable if I really have to destroy them." Su Qingyu didn't think there was anything wrong with Daiyu's behavior. "It's not a weird idea. Since you don't like it, let's just enjoy it on the lake. In the future, you can put more fruits in your room as ornaments." After the episode, Daiyu fanned the water's surface. "Oh, there are some ordinary small fish in this lake. In addition to the big lake where you can go boating today, there are also many small lakes and waterways in the palace. There is also the Jinxiu Pond dedicated to raising koi, which is very famous and has collected many rare koi species. The ladies in the palaces also like to raise koi for viewing. Lin Muyue and Yun Dan Yuan are the two who are most capable of tinkering with the flower and bird room. Daiyu has lived with the Empress Dowager and has naturally seen many precious koi. Therefore, when Daiyu saw a group of small fish that were not very fresh and looked black swimming in the water, she felt a little strange. Su Qingyu also leaned over to take a look. This lake is connected to the living water outside, so it's not surprising to have so many small fish. It's just that the fat koi is conspicuous. No one usually pays attention to these little things. Feeling someone approaching her, Daiyu lowered her head and fanned the lake water a few times, but she didn't continue to speak. Su Qingyu turned his head to look at the people around him. From his angle, he could see Daiyu's slender neck and small chin. Seeing a blush gradually creeping up on her jade-colored skin, he suddenly moved closer and hurriedly explained, "I just came to see what kind of fish it was. I didn't mean anything else." He finished his sentence stumblingly. Su Qingyu saw Daiyu turn her head away and thought she was angry. He was even more flustered and didn't know what to say. Maokai was sitting on the side and couldn't bear to watch. For the first time, he felt that the emperor was sometimes stupid. Why did he behave like this in front of the girl? Xueyan and Qi Tang were laughing secretly. They could see their daughter from that angle. She was not angry at all. She was just shy because she just realized it. Knowing that her son would take the initiative to find a girl to fall in love with and cultivate feelings, Lin Muyue was also quite relieved. But she was recently caught by Empress Dowager Li to start doing a hard job. Li Wancheng didn't know when she put down her previous burdens and responsibilities. She also took the initiative to take Lin Muyue out for a stroll and to hold a flower banquet. At this time, she had to choose a prince consort for her daughter, Princess Shiro. After thinking about it, Empress Dowager Li still took Lin Muyue along. Looking at the family that Li Wancheng had chosen for her daughter, Lin Muyue raised her eyebrows when she saw one of the documents. "This seems to be our child. Lin Jingxiu, the child of Lin Muyue's second uncle, has already obtained the title of scholar at the age of 20. This child is not only talented in studying, but also handsome and a famous talent in Beijing." Empress Dowager Li glanced at the painting and then looked at Lin Muyue. "This child looks a bit like you," Lin Muyue said with a smile. "This is my nephew. Of course he looks like me. And the child in your family is also a bit like you. The child mentioned here is naturally Li Luo. He is the child of the queen's mother's brother, so naturally he looks like the queen, his aunt. That child is a good one. But unfortunately he is too soft-tempered and not suitable for being an official." Speaking of Li Luo, Li Wancheng sighed. Li Luo was naturally valued for a period of time after his cousin ascended the throne. He was a companion of the prince, and studied very well, since he was a child. He was familiar with all kinds of classics. In addition, he walked around the palace since he was a child, and was familiar with the rules and regulations of the palace. Therefore, he was diligent in his work, and was very good at it, which made him valued by the emperor. However, Su Qingyu died suddenly, and naturally did not take care of his cousin. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he did not think of this. Li Luo did have a hard time for a while. Since then, Li Luo has given up the idea of being an official. He didn't give up on himself. But after this incident, he felt that he was not suitable for being an official, and changed his ambition to be like his grandfather. He simply resigned and enjoyed reading and writing at home. It's the same reason. Those with outstanding talents and knowledge may not be suitable for being officials. Lin Muyue looked through the information of the young masters of various families. She said after excluding a man who was found to have a maid in his room when he was in his early teens. Li Wancheng agreed. I also lived in the countryside of my hometown for a while when I was a child. At that time, the county magistrate was not even a jinshi, but an old juren. However, at that time, everyone in the county praised the old parents as good officials who could do practical things. The child in your family wrote an article to support you a while ago. I think the article is sophisticated and to the point. Even if he doesn't become an official, it would be good to be a great scholar and change the current trend. Lin Muyue said to Li Wancheng, recalling the article his son showed her. The Li family is now facing the embarrassing situation of a declining family talent. The grandfather of Empress Dowager Li was a world-famous scholar, but her father was much worse than the old man. When it came to Li Wancheng's generation, she herself was selected into the palace to become the crown princess and queen, but unfortunately her brother was only an ordinary official. It was not easy to give birth to Li Luo, a child who was relatively smart, but he was still too young and did not want to enter the market to be an official, so it was hard to see what his future would be like. I hope so. My eldest brother also thinks that the child is fine now. It's just that father always feels sorry for them, said Queen Mother Li with a headache. The things in her own family are also a mess, and she doesn't know what to do. Lin Muyue didn't have any good solution for this situation. She flipped through the information randomly placed on the table and changed the subject, saying, I have read all these things. I don't think any of them are good enough for our Shiro. What Lin Muyue said was true. The portraits of these selected young men were fine, but the specific information was really surprising. This guy likes to go out and have fun at such a young age. This guy was spoiled by his family, and once trampled on someone else's field while riding a horse. In the end, his family paid to settle the matter. Lin Muyue pointed out the sons of the two families with the highest status and eliminated them first. Li Wancheng held two of the best-looking portraits. This one is okay, but the lady of that family seems to be a powerful one. I am worried that Shiro will not get along well with her. This mother-in-law is kind, but the relationship between the sisters-in-law and the younger sister-in-law in the family is difficult to handle. The two old mothers think that the children of any family are not good. After looking around, Lin Muyue said with lingering fear, Fortunately, I didn't give birth to a princess. Otherwise we would have to go through this worrying thing again today. Li Wancheng didn't respond. She saw that she still went back to Lin Muyue's nephew in the end. I looked at these people, and your child is indeed okay. God knows. The younger sister-in-law is okay. But if Shiro marries into my family, there will be many sisters-in-law. And the relationship in the family is not much better than the one you disliked before, Lin Muyue said with a playful smile. Lin Muyue's family now has 3 wives. Just like Wang Shifeng married Lin Jingyi, not counting her own mother-in-law and aunts. There is also a grandmother-in-law and 2 wives-in-law from the next room. And there are several daughters-in-law of the same generation. Li Wancheng coughed lightly. I trust your family. Even if there are many people, the 3 ladies and the wives below must be reasonable. Shiro will not suffer any loss even if she goes there. Although she felt good that her family Lin Muyue trusted her so much, she had to tell the Queen Mother the truth when she saw that the Queen Motherly insisted. Although the child has passed the imperial examination, he is not interested in this. Now he is pestering my uncle to allow him to go to sea with the fleet in a while. Li Wancheng suddenly realized. It turned out to be this reason. I said that the child looked good and had no bad habits. How could he be placed so low? The information presented to the 2 queens was arranged in order. The higher the conditions, the better. And the lower the conditions, the worse. Lin Jingxiu's information was placed at the bottom. Li Wancheng felt strange when she saw it just now. But now she knows why it is so after listening to Lin Miyue's explanation. There is a break in the academy. Although Princess Shiro is preparing to meet her husband, Li Wancheng feels sorry for her daughter and asks her to go over and study with her sisters to relax. Princess Shiro, who was trying to come in from the door, happened to hear this sentence. She thought about it and decided to let someone around her go in to pass it on. After all, she just happened to hear it and didn't eavesdrop intentionally. Seeing her daughter come in, Li Wancheng put down the things in her hand and happily pulled her daughter over to ask questions. Lin Miyue looked at the scene of the loving mother and filial daughter, cared for Shiro for a few words, and then left tactfully. Chapter 236. Among the daughters left by Su Ruiqing, Princess Lingyu had a tragic fate and had been sent to the north to marry a foreign prince. Fortunately, she has now returned to her homeland. She has also temporarily given up the idea of getting married because of her previous experience. Princess Enian has already been engaged and will wait for her brother's wedding next year before the wedding. The youngest Princess Chaohan is not old enough to consider it so early. Only Princess Shiro is in her prime now. There are countless eyes in the capital staring at the palace, waiting for the Queen Mother to hold a flower banquet or a polo match to let her children shine. Mrs. Wang now saw her youngest son by her side, and she inevitably had this idea in mind. In her mind, her son was the grandson of the Duke of Wu, and now Jia Zhu was successful, so his family was considered to be helpful in the eyes of the emperor. And if we talk about the talents of the sons of each family, Mrs. Wang felt that Bao Yu was the best in the world, and she had 100 times more confidence in her son. Recently, Jia Mu lived in the garden not only because she felt that the lush scenery of the famous flowers and ancient trees around her made her feel calm, but also because she felt relieved that at this age, she finally saw that the son of the Jia family had won the emperor's favor again. Hearing about her daughter-in-law Wang Furen's plan, Jia Mu did not directly reject Wang Furen's idea. It is an idea, but such things depend on the empress's opinion. Our efforts as ministers are useless. Having someone in the family become an official is a way to continue the wealth and honor. Marrying a princess is also a way to tie the family to the royal ship. If Jia Baoyu really caught the eyes of the two empress dowagers and his majesty, and became a prince consort, Jia Mu also felt that it would only benefit the Jia family, and not harm it. Mrs. Wang didn't show her mother-in-law's approval, but she was still very happy. After she went back, she thought about it, and called her daughter-in-law Li Wan. Looking at Li Wan, Mrs. Wang said with a smile, "I remember that you are related to the current Empress Dowager of Xineng Palace. I have something I want you to talk about. There are two Empress Dowagers in the palace now." When mentioning the Emperor's legitimate mother, Empress Dowager Li, everyone usually calls her Empress Dowager of Xineng Palace. If you mention the Emperor's biological mother, you call her the Holy Mother Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager that Mrs. Wang is talking about now is naturally Li Wancheng, who is from the same clan as Li Wan's mother's family. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat when she heard her mother-in-law say this. She smiled and said, "We are just distant relatives. It is only because of the kindness of the queen that she recognized our relationship. It is not worth it." Over the years, Li Wancheng actually treated Li Wan well. When she first married into the Jia mansion in Yincheng, she even gave her gifts to show her respect. Later, when Jia Zhu was promoted to a higher position, Li Wan also received an imperial decree. When Li Wan entered the palace to pay respect to Li Wancheng during festivals, she would also stay and say a few more words to show her appreciation for her friendliness. As a lady from outside the palace and a relative of the empress's mother's family, Li Wan had nothing to do for the empress except to put a lot of thought into the gifts she presented to her. Li Wan also remembered that during festivals, weddings and funerals, someone had to go in person. Even if someone didn't show up, they had to send gifts to show respect. So whether it was the Empress Dowager in the palace or Li Wan herself, the relationship between the two of them had actually been pretty good over the years. But now that her mother-in-law asked her about this, Li Wan's thoughts went through her mind, and she was a little cautious about what she said. Although Mrs. Wang has not been involved in the affairs of the mansion for many years, Li Wan is still her daughter-in-law who stays by her side and knows her affairs. Although she is a little unhappy with the polite words said by her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Wang still patiently continued, "I think the old lady has an idea. So I want you to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager and ask her opinion." Mrs. Wang is used to making excuses. It was obviously her own idea, and only Lady Jia nodded. But when she talked to her daughter-in-law, she directly said it was the old lady's idea. This is also because Mrs. Wang knows that her daughter-in-law is a decent and smart person. No matter whether she does this matter today or not, she will not go to the old lady to complain. So she said this calmly. Although the daughter-in-law and the queen are of the same clan, there are rules between the monarch and the minister. May I ask if there is anything that the daughter-in-law knows about? Can I mention it in front of the queen? Li Wan thought about what happened at home recently and had a vague idea. So she also asked Mrs. Wang tentatively. Seeing that her daughter-in-law finally responded to her words, instead of being silent like a sawmouthed gourd, Mrs. Wang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's not a big deal. The Queen Mother intends to select a consort for the third princess. I think your brother Baoyu is a good match for His Highness. So I want you to go over and say a few words. Baoyu is studying in Mingzhou. Jia Zheng and Jia Zhu, the father and brother, are fine. Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang, the grandmother and mother, are worried and miss the child." After hearing her daughter-in-law's wish to marry Baoyu, Jia's mother agreed to her idea. It was also because of this relationship that both of them wanted to find a way to make Baoyu give up his thoughts and stop going to the south. After hearing this, Li Wan looked embarrassed. She looked at her mother-in-law's expectant eyes and asked, I should obey the old lady and the lady's wishes. But marrying is a big deal. May I ask if the master knows about it? Li Wan has a certain understanding of the temperament of her father-in-law Jia Zheng after being married for so many years. Jia Zheng himself was asked by his father to be a hidden position, so he was quite depressed all his life because he could not enter the officialdom through the imperial examination. His expectations for his descendants all came from his own experience. He hoped that they could pass the imperial examinations and enter the government without relying on family connections. Jia Zheng was therefore most satisfied with his eldest son Jia Zhu, and he was also full of expectations for his grandson Jia Lan. He was very dissatisfied with Baoyu for a while, but later he was persuaded by Jia Zhu, Jia Mu, and Mrs. Wang to let Baoyu go to the south to study. Li Wan felt that her father-in-law might not agree with this matter. She didn't want to go to the palace to bother the Empress Dowager because of this matter, so she could only ask her mother-in-law. Mrs. Wang's smile froze. She had heard about this when she went to another lady's house for tea. She had not discussed it with her husband. Mrs. Wang had thought that it would be good to let Jia Baoyu go to study and travel. But people always want more. After letting her son escape from her husband's control, she would not scold him every 3 days and beat him every 5 days. Mrs. Wang looked at her son far away in the south and wanted him to stay with her. However, Mrs. Wang thought again. She looked at her daughter-in-law and said, "It's okay. The old lady has already agreed to it. The master will not object. You can just go boldly." After talking back and forth for a while, Li Wan saw that she could not refuse this task and could only accept it first. She promised to send a message to ask when she went to pay her respects to the empress. Su Qingyu was willing to let his mothers and concubines live with his younger brother, so he naturally wouldn't care about such a trivial matter as his stepmother's family coming to pay respects. So not long after Li Wan handed over the sign, Li Wancheng thought that she hadn't seen her for some time and readily led her into the garden to talk. "You don't come here for no reason. But you came here for our Shiro." Li Wancheng joked with a smile. But the smile didn't reach her eyes, and her attitude was a little less enthusiastic than when they were chatting just now. Li Wan thought to herself that it was not good. She thought for a moment and said, "I have met the third princess several times. I am sorry to say that. Your Majesty's own princess has such a good temper. Which family with a man of marriageable age would not want to marry such a beautiful girl?" Seeing that the Empress Dowager Li's expression had eased a little, Li Wan hurriedly said, "I am here to bother you today. It's just that a family has a daughter, and hundreds of families want her. I hope your Majesty will not blame us for our desire to seek talents." Li Wancheng was amused by the word thirsty, and felt a little relieved. "You have learned to be so slick over the years. You really learned bad things from the Jia family." Li Wan was relieved to see that the Empress Dowager no longer cared about her previous offense. "God knows. I am telling the truth. It's not slick at all. This minister's brother is a talented and handsome young man, so I dare to tell you about it. Among the nobles in the capital, Jia Baoyu is indeed a promising young man. Although he did not continue to take the imperial examination, he does not bully others, does not hang around in the brothels, and has some literary reputation in Jiangnan and Yanqing, which makes the family worry-free. In addition, Jia Baoyu himself has a look that people at that time can appreciate, so Li Wan is somewhat confident that he can catch the Empress Dowager's eye. But the Jia family had wishful thinking. Empress Dowager Li did not like Jia Baoyu very much. There was indeed a person named Jia Baoyu in the portraits before, but she did not consider him at that time. Now seeing Li Wan, the parent, thinking about the relationship between the two and her friendship with Li Wan, Empress Dowager Li also said slowly, "Your child is indeed a good one, but Shiro has been spoiled by me since she was a child. Although she has a good temper, she cannot tolerate any sand in her eyes." This time, in order to choose a son-in-law for his sister, Su Qingyu linked Commander Tao to his mother. When the Jinhui was dispatched, all the secrets of these candidates were exposed. To be honest, the rules for raising children in the Jia family are not very good. The girls are relatively good, but the men in the family are not very promising. There is no need to mention the Ning mansion. Jia Shi, the eldest son of the Rong mansion, is an old playboy. If his son Jia Lian was not taken care of by his grandmother and cousin Jia Zhu and later had a virtuous wife Yang, he would have grown up bad. Jia Zheng, the second son, is not a real gentleman himself, but he still abides by some rules and raises his son Jia Zhu. Although there is some Jia Zhu's own nature in it. Objectively speaking, the second son of the Rong mansion is already the best in the Jia family. Jia Baoyu was the youngest son born when Lady Wan was old. As a mother, she was inevitably partial to him. The old lady of the Jia family also favored him, because she saw that this grandson looked like her husband. So when Empress Dowager Li saw these situations, she already felt that the Jia family was not a good destination for her daughter. When she saw the information about Jia Baoyu, it was written that when the young master of the Jia family reached a certain age, he would have a maid to serve him. She frowned and kicked this man out of her consideration. Chapter 237. Now facing her relatives, Li Wanqing's hint just now was enough. She looked at Li Wan's expression and thought about the relationship between the two families. She probably guessed that she was entrusted by someone and would not embarrass her. I am also going to hold a polo match in a while. It is not limited to men and women. I just want to invite young people to have fun. I remember that there are several girls in your family. Come together, Li Wanqing invited. She said that it was not limited to men and women, but only invited the girls of the Jia family. Li Wan immediately understood what the Queen Mother meant. I understand. Thank you for the grace of the Queen Mother. The two young ladies in the Jia family, who have not married yet, are Tanchun and Shichuan. Li Wan knew that the old lady, the wife and her husband were also thinking about the marriage of the two younger sisters recently. So she got such an opportunity to let the two show their faces in front of the ladies of each family, which could be regarded as a report. Li Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "It's not easy to ask your old lady to move easily. But if your mother-in-law is willing, ask her to come to the garden to see Yuan Chun." Jia Yuan Chun was working for the princess. As a female teacher with a lot of experience, she was not only respected by the princesses in the palace, but also had a lot of face in front of the Empress Dowager, the concubine and other ladies. And people kept it in mind. Now that Li Wan was asked to bring the girl from her family to the garden, Li Wanqing simply gave another favor and asked Yuan Chun to meet her family. Seeing that the Queen Mother was so thoughtful, Li Wan quickly thanked her and said, "Thank you for your help." As expected, after returning home, although Mrs. Wang was a little disappointed that Baoyu did not catch the Queen Mother's eye, she was really encouraged when she heard that the Queen Mother had asked her girls to go to the garden. I always feel that Tanchun is different from others. Maybe she is suitable to marry into a military noble family. This time is also an opportunity, Mrs. Wang said thoughtfully. The men in the family have turned to the literary path since this generation, and Mrs. Wang has also deliberately selected the families of civil officials for the girls. But Mrs. Wang secretly looked at Tanchuan's character and way of doing things, and thought that this child could marry into a noble family, which might be more in line with her wishes. The polo match held by the Queen Mother this time, the sons of ordinary literati families might not be able to play. So Mrs. Wang also thought that this was an opportunity. After laying the groundwork, Li Wan said to Mrs. Wang, "The Queen Mother also said that our eldest daughter is diligent and virtuous in the palace, and asked her to ask the wife if she wants to go to the palace to see the eldest daughter." Hearing Li Wan's words, Mrs. Wang's unhappiness was completely gone, and she said happily, "The Queen Mother is so kind that she can give such grace." Li Wan was relieved to see that her mother-in-law was as she expected. She also listened to her mother-in-law nagging her about her younger sister Yuanchuan's previous life at home. On the day of the polo match held by Empress Dowager Li, it was rare for the palace to welcome so many young people from various families. Lin Muyua liked this kind of occasion. so she also went to join in the fun. However, Su Qingyu thought about it, and only showed up at the beginning to support his sister. After that, he did not participate in the whole process, and went back to discuss matters with important officials. Many people from Lin Muyue's mother's family also came. Madame Liang came because of her grandson. Wang Shifeng was the younger daughter-in-law of Empress Dowager Lin today, and her relationship with the Empress was there. Her seat was also quite good, so both of them could see the situation on the field comfortably. Not all the young men and young ladies who came today were good at polo. So 4 games were played. 1 game was played by the princesses, the women of the royal family, and the young ladies of each family, and 1 game was played by the young men of the royal family. The other 2 games were the highlights of the day. They were all played by the young men of each family who were interested in marrying the princesses, in order to show themselves in front of the 2 queens. Lin Jingxiu waved the polo stick in his hand, and felt that he had found some feeling. He looked at his teammates and his opponent, and felt that his chances of winning were not great. Coming to the palace today was a bit of a hassle. The subtle relationship between the Empress Dowager of the Lin family and the other Empress Dowager Li was not only well understood by the people in the palace, but also known to the Li and Lin families outside the palace for many years. The relationship between the 2 Empress Dowagers has gradually improved recently, but for a while, the 2 families outside the palace, especially the younger generation, could not adapt to this new situation. Lin Jingxiu, as a younger generation of the Lin family, originally thought he was just here for the show, but he didn't expect that he was still on the list of the competition today, even though he didn't sign up. Seeing his nephew's poor performance on the field, Lin Muyue was not unhappy at all. The Lin family was originally a family of civil officials. The children in the family learned to ride horses, so that they could travel quickly if they were to serve as officials in other places in the future. The children in the family were not at all serious about riding and shooting. After Lin Jingxiu finished, he naturally had to pay his respects to his aunt. He went forward to greet the 2 Empress Dowagers and said, "I greet the Empress Dowager. I wish you a long life and good health." Empress Dowager Li looked at the young man off the court. She was secretly satisfied with his tall and elegant appearance. So she looked at Lin Muyue and said, "Stand up. You look like a smart young man on the court. I wonder how well you are educated. Can you write a poem to celebrate today's grand occasion?" Lin Jingxiu blushed slightly. He had only obtained the title of scholar, which was not very impressive among the scholars of his age in Beijing. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager only asked him to write a poem instead of asking him about his title. Unlike Lin Jun, Lin Ling only hopes that his children and grandchildren can learn and gain something, and does not force them to achieve fame or to go to any place to be an official. Therefore, among the children of the Lin family, although Lin Jingxiu has good talent, he has never been eager to take the imperial examination. On weekdays, he reads many books that people nowadays think are idle books and useless books. It is from then on that he discovered his interest in sailing and successfully passed the examination to become a member of the diplomatic corps. Now that Queen Motherly asked him to write a poem, Lin Jingxiu did not think much and wrote a poem in response to the order, writing about the lively scene today and praising the harmonious scene of the royal family. Seeing Lin Jingxiu's quick thinking, Empress Dowager Li was even more satisfied with him. She encouraged him a few more times and gave him a reward before it was over. Lin Muyue was watching the show from the side. If anyone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this was Empress Dowager Li's own relative or younger generation. As for the attitude conveyed by Empress Dowager Li, Lin Muyue discussed with her family, and they all thought that it was best to let things take their own course. So the elders didn't say much to Lin Jingxiu. So when Lin Jingxiu came to pay his respects to his aunt, he was caught by Empress Dowager Li and talked for a while. When he returned to his seat with the reward, he was still a little confused. Mrs. Liang was worried about her grandson today, so she followed him to the garden. She saw her grandson go to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and watched the movements over there carefully. She felt relieved when she saw her grandson behaved well. Unlike other members of the Lin family, Mrs. Liang was the one who was more willing to let her child marry a princess. She felt relieved when she saw that today's event went smoothly, and she was in a good mood to chat and laugh with the imperial edicts around her. The nobles in the capital were currently being cleared out by Su Qingyu in batches. The people who still have the sign of a duke's mansion hanging in their mansions are those who have real ability and need it. Mrs. Xia, who sat next to Mrs. Liang, was like this. Her mother's family was a military family with generations of generals in the Beijing camp. She married into the family of her father's superior, and is now the wife of Marquis Zhenwei. She and Mrs. Liang have known each other for almost half their lives. Mrs. Xie looked at the girls from various families in the garden. She asked Mrs. Liang mysteriously, "How is it? Has your child been found?" Mrs. Liang was a little worried when she mentioned this. "How can I find a place? My sister-in-law and I are really worried about this child." Although Mrs. Liang married into the Lin family, her prestige in her family did not decrease. As an old lady, she also had some face in the Liang family. The Liang family also felt that this young lady had married a good man and was capable, and they were willing to tell Madame Liang about any family matters. At present, the grandson of Madame Liang's brother has reached the age to marry. But this young man has high standards, and the family has failed several times in trying to match him up. Originally, the Queen Mother's intention to choose a consort for Princess Shiro also gave the Liang family some hope. But there was no place for Master Liang in today's polo match. And the Liang family also understood the Queen Mother's intention and gave up the idea. The matter of grandson made Mrs. Liang's sister-in-law uneasy. So she asked her sister-in-law to help her keep an eye out for suitable girls to marry to her grandson. Mrs. Liang came here today for a very important purpose, which was to see which girl was suitable to marry to her own child. "I have a candidate to tell you, but I don't know if your family is satisfied with it." Mrs. Xie knew that Mrs. Liang was worried about this matter recently, so she took the initiative to mention it to her after hearing the news. After hearing Madame Xie keep her in suspense, Madame Liang became interested. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Whose family is this girl from? Did her family ask you to tell me, or did you really like her and recommend her to me? Don't frame me." Madame Xie rolled her eyes and scolded Madame Liang. "You don't know how to be kind. Whose family would I cheat you for? I only wanted to tell you about her, because the girl is really good." Madame Liang was joking just now. She knew her old sister. When she heard Madame Xie scolding her, she smiled and said, "Why are you so anxious? Come on. Tell me quickly. Which child is so amazing that you can say good things about her?" Madame Liang also knew that her family had no idea about this child. Now she was curious when she heard that Madame Xie was so fond of this girl. "Here. It's that girl. I think her appearance and character are pleasing to your family." Mrs. Xie waved her round fan and pointed to a place casually, attracting Mrs. Liang's attention. Chapter 238. Mrs. Liang looked over and saw a woman in the clothes of a palace maid. She looked again and saw a girl in a pomegranate red skirt. Mrs. Liang naturally knew who the maid was. After thinking for a while, she said, "It's this girl. I'm glad you noticed her." Mrs. Xie was a little proud when she heard that. She saw that no one else was at the table and whispered to Mrs. Liang, "To be honest, I wanted to bring this girl to our family, but unfortunately my sister-in-law didn't appreciate it. Every family has its own problems. Mrs. Xie herself is now a marquise and her grandson has reached the age of marriage. In theory, she can enjoy her grandson and live out her days. However, the other branch of the marquis's mansion, Madame Xie's husband's family, was constantly in trouble. Madame Xie's sister-in-law also had a son of marriageable age who wanted to get married. This was not uncommon, but unfortunately, Madame Xie's sister-in-law was really difficult to deal with and gave Madame Xie a headache. After looking around at various families in Beijing, Madame Xie felt that the girl from the second branch of the Rong mansion was very suitable for her nephew, so she also told her sister-in-law about this candidate. Unfortunately, Madame Xie's sister-in-law had a strange personality. She just heard her sister-in-law say that the girl was a concubine and directly refused, which made Madame Xie so angry that she threatened to never care about her mess again. You don't know her. Girls with good family backgrounds are picky about other people's appearance and temperament. Girls with good temperament and good looks are obsessed with the girl's family background, and they don't even consider whether the girl who is good in this and that is worthy of their grandson. When talking about her sister-in-law, Mrs. Xie hated her so much that she became excited. Mrs. Liang quickly gave her sister a big fan and whispered to her, "Speak softly, if you disturb the queen, you will see how you end up." Mrs. Xie drank a sip of tea angrily. "I get angry when I think of this matter. It's also her bad luck. How about this girl? I know your family is not so short-sighted that you would like this one. Nowadays, when marrying off a daughter or a wife, especially marrying a girl to a family, most families first look at the family background of the girl, and secondly, the girl's temperament. In addition to these two conditions, some people would ask about the girl's ability to manage the household or whether she had studied. Except for the grandmother and mother at home, the girl who was no longer alive would be questioned by others. Few people cared about the issue of whether the girl was legitimate or illegitimate. even when Mrs. Xie was looking for a daughter-in-law for her son and grandson. She did not care whether the other girl was born by her. So she felt that her sister-in-law was a bit unreasonable. Mrs. Liang also agreed after hearing this. That's right. These people are also old-fashioned. But this girl. Tell me, what is it about her that caught your eye and made you like her so much? Seeing Mrs. Xie's expression just now, Mrs. Liang knew that her sister really liked this girl. It seemed that she was eager to have a child and her family marry this girl. I have also inquired about this girl. She is really good in every way. Mrs. Liang interrupted her. Mrs. Xie was a little reluctant to say more. So she followed Mrs. Liang's words and began to introduce the young lady of the Jia family in detail. The reason why Mrs. Xie knew so much information was because she got a lot of information from another family that was closely related to the Jia family. This family was the Shurho mansion, the maiden family of the old lady of the Jia family. The two marquee ladies did not know the situation of the Jia family very well. But because of Shang Yun, they also understood the temperaments and some small things of the girls. At this time, seeing Madame Xie coming to ask, the two ladies had to say good things. So they also emphasized that Tan Chun was outgoing and straightforward, that she was well-versed in poetry and literature, and could manage household affairs, and that she was also good at sewing. She was a good girl who could manage the family affairs and take care of her husband and children. Madame Liang was not a person who believed so easily. She also inquired from many sources, and went to several occasions where Madame Wang brought her own daughters to participate. After observing Tan Chun herself, she was sure that this girl was indeed good. Mrs. Xie is also a person of temperament, which is why she is so emotional when she talks about this matter. When Mrs. Liang heard Mrs. Xie's strong recommendation, she also remembered her. She said to Mrs. Xie, I will ask the queen to take a look. Do you want to come with me? Lin Muyue can be said to have some relationship with the Jia family. Mrs. Liang thought of Daiyu, and thought of this relationship. So she saw that today was a good opportunity, and wanted to ask someone to help her with some advice. After all, her family was the most favored by Empress Dowager Li. Lin Muyue also deliberately reduced her presence today. When everyone was strolling around the garden, she took Daiyu to a quiet place. When Madame Liang and Madame Xie found Lin Muyue, she was holding a fishing rod in her hand, and was enthusiastically instructing Daiyu how to cast the rod to fish. Lin Muyue was also surprised to see someone coming. She had just instructed not to let anyone come here to disturb her unless it was important. When she turned around and saw that it was Madame Liang, she realized how and why let someone in. The lakeside is not a place to talk about things. Lin Muyue could only regretfully put down the fishing gear in her hand, and ask the two ladies to sit in the pavilion by the lake to talk. Daiyu looked at Madame Liang, and then at the Queen Mother. She was a little hesitant whether she should stay or say goodbye and leave. Madame Liang saw Daiyu's hesitation and quickly said, It's nothing important. I just came to chat with the Queen. If you're as bored, go play by yourself. If you want, you can sit with us for a while. Daiyu smiled and said, If you say so, I will stay. Daiyu also played a lot of polo in the polo match just now. She was a little tired now, so she was willing to stay with the Queen for a while. Daiyu and Madame Liang had been together for a long time when they were in Ningzhou. She also knew that the lady was not being polite, so she simply stayed. After listening to Madame Liang's purpose, Lin Muyue's expression was very strange. After a while, she said, Well, that girl and you are sisters, and you Yuanchuan's younger sister. It's natural to find an excuse to call her over to talk for a few words. Looking at the Queen's appearance, Madame Liang was a little confused. But she saw that the other party had no intention of objecting. So she continued to say, Okay, then I'll trouble the Queen. Tan Chun was talking to her elder sister Yuan Chun beside the madam and sister-in-law, when suddenly a palace servant said that the Queen Mother invited everyone to come over to talk, which stunned everyone present. Wang Furen, Li Wan, and Tan Chun didn't know many people in the palace. Yuan Chun saw that the person was a familiar face, and knew that she was a maid in the palace of Empress Dowager Lin. She asked, Did the Empress ask us all to go? Or did she only select someone to go to see the Emperor? The little maid bowed to Yuan Chun again and said, Your Excellency, the Empress has selected you, the two ladies, and the young lady to go. Wang Furen and Li Wan were a little confused as to why Empress Dowager Lin wanted to see them. Even Jia Yuan Chun only wondered if she wanted to see the Jia family because of Sister Lin. Because there were many people to meet, Lin Muyue went to a waterside pavilion in advance. When the palace servants led everyone from the Jia family to the waterside pavilion, Mrs. Wang led her daughter-in-law and the young lady to pay their respects before starting to talk. Lin Muyue was entrusted by her aunt to do a good job. She had practiced the skill of talking nonsense in the palace for many years. After talking for a while, she gradually turned the topic to Tan Chun. Is this also your child? I think she is somewhat similar to Yuan Chun. Both of them are likable at first sight. Lin Muyue looked at Yuan Chun and then at Tan Chun. She really thought that the two looked a bit similar. It's just that Yuan Chun has been in the palace for a long time and has developed an extraordinary temperament. She has a special temperament of calmness and self-restraint that makes people easily ignore her age. And Tan Chun is a girl who doesn't go out much on weekdays. She was still a little nervous and restrained when she first met the Empress Dowager today. When Madame Wang saw the Queen Mother asking about it, she hurriedly replied, "These two children were raised by the old lady and me personally. They are sisters from the same family, so they are somewhat similar. It is a blessing for them to receive this compliment from the Queen Mother." Yuan Chun was more familiar with the two Queen Mothers. Seeing that the Queen Mother seemed to be willing to listen to these things, she thought for a while and said, "My younger sister is much younger than me. Seeing her grow up like this, I am grateful to my grandmother and mother. It's not easy." Lin Muyue nodded. "Raising children is the most difficult thing. All the children in your family are good." Lin Muyue didn't mean to be polite, whether it was what she knew from the book or the news she received over the years. Although Madame Wang liked to be competitive when she was young, she was really good to the children. Over the years, whether it was caring about her son's food and clothing or raising the girls, she was dedicated. Because Jia Zhu did not die early in this life, Mrs. Wang's temperament became calmer. She did not let herself become kind on the outside but cold on the inside in the pain of losing her son. Mrs. Liang took advantage of the time when the queen talked to the lady of the family to secretly observe Tan Chun. She saw that her graceful and smooth manner of greeting when she came showed that she was polite. Now when the Queen Mother talked to the elders and sisters in the family, she could sit there quietly without her eyes wandering. After Lin Muyue and Mrs. Wang finished their pleasantries, she specially called Tan Chun over. "Your name is Tan Chun, right? Who is older between you and Yuer? I just got some small toys here. You can take Yuer with you to share some, and bring some back to your sisters at home." Seeing the Queen's gentle attitude just now, Tan Chun gradually became less nervous. When she saw the Queen Mother asking, she stood up and replied calmly, "I am older than Yuer. Thank you for your reward. Your Majesty, we will leave now." When Daiyu heard the Queen say this, she knew that she was going to talk about some serious matters. So she stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuer will leave now." Chapter 239. Daiyu and Tan Chun had known each other for a while. After the two girls walked out hand in hand, Daiyu was still more familiar with the garden. So she asked first, "This season is still the best time to appreciate the lotus. I know a place with beautiful and quiet scenery. Let's go there and sit for a while." "Okay." Daiyu looked at Tan Chun and asked. When Tan Chun came out of the waterside pavilion just now, she felt much more relaxed. "Okay. I'll listen to you. Sister, there are many pavilions and waterside pavilions beside the big lake in the garden palace." Daiyu took Tan Chun to a small pavilion. After the two sat down, Xue Yan also brought iced drinks for the two girls to drink. The ladies are kind, but the royal family is so majestic and has clear rules. "I still feel a little suffocated," Tan Chun said helplessly. In fact, Tan Chun always felt that she had been there and seen it before. But today, when she met the current Empress Dowager in the Emperor's palace, she still felt nervous and uneasy. After what happened today, Tan Chun admired Daiyu, a seemingly weak sister. She felt very stressed after just staying in front of the ladies for a short while. Tan Chun thought that Daiyu had to meet these people every day and felt that life in the palace was not easy. Daiyu felt a little embarrassed when she heard Tan Chun say that. Although she was often not at home and lived with Lady Lin since she was in Mingzhou, she didn't feel like she was living under someone else's roof. Instead, she felt quite comfortable and lively. However, it was not easy to say these words openly. So Daiyu just said some polite words about how the ladies were gentle and didn't pay much attention to rules. The girls found a place to escape the heat and enjoy the flowers. After a while, Lin Muyue found an excuse to leave the table in the waterside pavilion, leaving the seat and time to Liang, Xie, and the other ladies, and everyone in the Jia family. Mrs. Wang was feeling dizzy when she finally went to the theater. She didn't expect that her trip today would actually help Tan Chun find a suitable family. Mrs. Liang didn't force them to marry. After all, they had to see what the children thought before they could get married. So the two families just agreed to go to burn incense together on a certain day, and also let the two children meet to see if they were compatible. Lin Muyue might be able to make a marriage happen by coincidence. Li Wancheng arranged a polo match for her daughter's future. In this situation, Li Wancheng would not ask the people from each family to go back after playing polo. She told the young masters of each family to stay here to enjoy the scenery and visit the garden. She also took the imperial edict and the young ladies to the place where the opera was held and listened to the opera. Everyone was going to Chuanhe Jingming to listen to the opera. Li Wancheng thought about it and decided to ask her daughter to meet the child of the Lin family. So she also called Princess Shiro to come and give her some instructions. Today, Princess Shiro knew why her mother had been so busy for so long. But she actually felt that marrying was not fun. So she was not interested all day. Now that she was called by her mother, she just took people over as if she had completed a task. Lin Jingxiu spent a lot of energy playing polo. He was tested by the Queen Mother for no apparent reason. So he also sat in a corner in a daze. When the princess stood in front of him, he actually didn't notice it yet. Princess Shiro looked at the silly little prince. She felt that for some reason, the man in front of her was more pleasing to the eye than the one who was writing poems in front of her mother just now. The palace servant following the princess coughed lightly, and Lin Jingxiu looked up, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He was a little surprised to see that it was the princess. But he quickly put his expression and manners in order, and went forward to pay his respects. No need to be polite. I know you are from Queen Mother Lin's family, so I came to say hello, Shiro said. After saying this, Lin Jingxiu couldn't help but chuckle, seeing him laugh. Princess Shiro also laughed a little embarrassedly. The gap between the two young people when they first met disappeared very quickly. Lin Jingxiu is also a smart man. He was brought here today and understood what was going on. Seeing the princess come to greet him in person, although he felt a little surprised, he still wanted to leave a good impression on the princess. However, Lin Jingxiu didn't find any topic to talk about for a while. It was Princess Shiro who started the conversation first, and the two of them talked about the poem Lin Jingxiu had just written. After chatting for a while, Princess Shiro was somewhat satisfied with the life in front of her. She looked at the palace maids around her mother who came over, and took the initiative to say goodbye. Watching the princess leave, Lin Jingxiu stayed where he was and looked at the princess's back, and then smiled softly, not knowing what he thought of. The polo match held by Empress Dowager Li this time helped many young couples to get married. Not long after, the emperor's imperial decree for marriage was announced in the palace. Su Qingyu promised his sister to his cousin from his mother's family. For a time, the capital was shocked by this news, and many people's sour words were floating in the capital, but the Lin and Li families didn't care. The two empress dowagers in the harem finished another thing, and Emperor Su Qingyu began to get busy again. The envoys of the two countries would return soon, and Su Qingyu also decided to ask the fleet of Dezheng to go to the west with them. In order to ensure that the fleet can complete this trip safely, the whole Zheng dynasty has made sufficient preparations. Now there is only one thing that worries Su Qingyu. That is, the third brother born by Concubine Yunmu is now throwing a tantrum and wants to go to sea with the fleet. There must be envoys in the exchanges between the two countries. This visit is of great significance. After discussing with the cabinet and important officials, Su Qingyu also carefully finalized the list of the delegation. However, when the list was announced, Su Qinglun, who had been named a prince by his brother and stayed in the capital, came to the door. He did not say anything and directly expressed his ambition to his brother. That is, he also wanted to go abroad to see the world. Su Qingyu's conferring of the title of prince on his younger brother was also meaningful. He had previously taken the opportunity to clean up many princes who were away from home, and took back the several enclaves that were granted when the country was founded. At this time, the emperor conferred the title on his most valued brother, but did not grant him fiefdoms. Several princes who knew the current situation took the initiative to petition His Majesty to take back the fiefdoms. For this reason, Su Qingyu now liked his younger brother Su Qinglun a little more, and he patiently explained to his younger brother why he did not send him as an envoy. Unfortunately, Su Qinglun inherited a stubborn character from someone. He also tried to reason with his brother and negotiated terms, but he insisted on going out to sea to have a look. Su Qingyu was finally annoyed by his brother, so he asked someone to pack him up and send him to Concubine Yunmu. He couldn't control his brother, so he had someone else who could handle this kid. Yun Danyuan was fiddling with the water lilies in the yard. When he saw his son coming in with a droopy face, he didn't even raise his eyelids. He just said to him, "You are so old, but you still act like a child. It's just that your brother has a good temper and lets you make trouble." Su Qinglun had just been ruthlessly rejected by his brother, and now he was hit by his mother's words. He stretched out his voice and shouted, "Mom!" He personally changed the position of the ornaments on the rockery in the small pot. Yun Danyuan was still unmoved. "It's useless for you to shout. Since your brother doesn't agree to let you go, I won't plead for you. Just give up on this idea." Su Qinglun had lost his face and begged his brother for a long time today. He even used the method of throwing a tantrum, but it didn't work. Now he was hit by his mother's blow, which extinguished his last hope. Seeing that his son finally stopped making a fuss, Yun Danyuan finally focused his eyes on him. "Let me ask you, do you speak the languages of those countries? What do you know about those countries? When you really meet the king, do you know what to say to him? What to discuss? How to arrange manpower to recruit talents and books under the circumstances? Have you considered these things?" Confused by his mother's continuous questions, Su Qinglun thought for a long time before stumbling, "This I can learn. And didn't my son go on a diplomatic mission to the northern border before? At that time, my brother didn't say so many things." Looking at his silly son, Yun Danyuan felt for the first time that it was not a good thing to raise this child too confused. "Beijiang, you just expressed our attitude in the past. All major issues were discussed by your brother and other important ministers after Mukon arrived. The selection of this envoy is naturally precious." Yun Danyuan also explained it to his son in detail. "For this trip to Beijiang, as long as Mukon keeps his promise, the things that need to be discussed will be discussed after he arrives in Yinchen. However, for this mission to the west, Su Qingyu needs members of the delegation who can understand the current situation in the west as much as possible. And the leader has a certain degree of decisiveness to decide some things on behalf of the emperor. Under such circumstances, the head of the delegation must have absolute authority in the delegation. Su Qingyu would naturally not arrange his own brothers to make people waver. If I teach you to take charge, you will be deceived and lose face for our Zheng dynasty." Yun Danyuan saw that his son's expression gradually became serious and knew that he had listened to what he said. So he didn't say much and just said this sentence at the end. Su Qingyu arranged a large number of people in the delegation this time. After thinking about it, the envoys he promoted were not surprising. That was Yuan Shilang, who had also been sent to the northern border before, but was a core member at that time. Another person, Fang Wushi, who had wasted many years in the Ministry of Works, but had real skills, was also named and given the position of Deputy Envoy. Commander Tao the Jinui also selected the best of the best. He picked Tong Tongji, a subordinate of the Jinui who was the best in both brains and martial arts, as a representative. This Lord Tong also became the Deputy Envoy of the delegation, and was mainly responsible for managing the craftsmen gathered in various places and the army. There were also soldiers from the Beijing camp escorting the ship. Their duty was to protect the safety of the members of the delegation. Wang Shifeng's sister Wang Shiming's husband was one of them. After these things were finally finalized, seeing the composition of the delegation, Su Qinglun finally reluctantly recognized the fact that he was useless and could only cause trouble in the past under the guidance of his mother, and stopped worrying about these things. Chapter 240. Just looking at his mother, who was tending to the flowers and plants calmly, Su Qinglun was still a little dejected. He said to his mother, "Mom, am I too useless? I always want to help my second brother share some of the burden, but in fact, I always make you worry." Among Su Ruiqing's several princes, the eldest prince at the time was, needless to say, Su Chengyu was the eldest son of the queen, and naturally had an extraordinary status. Even though he was not highly expected by his father at the beginning, he was still expected by many people in the previous dynasty. The second prince, Su Cheng, was born to Concubine Yu. He was not much younger than the eldest prince. Su Ruiqing had always been very fond of this child. He could be said to be the most favored prince in the palace. As the third child, Su Qinglun was not much younger than his two elder brothers. However, his mother was of ordinary origin, and he was always a little behind his two elder brothers in both literature and martial arts. Fortunately, Su Qinglun was not a person who liked to compare himself. He did not think that he was inferior to his elder brothers. Because his mother and concubine Lin were good friends, he was willing to follow his second elder brother and be a little tail since he was a child. Later, All the princes grew up little by little. Su Qingluan also knew that he was not the material for being an emperor and never dreamed of this position. He also calmed down and did not compete with his two brothers. Until the second brother Su Qingyu returned, Su Qingluan, who had always been away from the power center and regarded himself as a rich and idle person, began to show some ambition to work. But Su Qingluan now found with frustration that, even if he wanted to work, he didn't seem to be good at anything. He just did whatever tasks his brother gave him. Seeing her son depressed, Yun Danyuan comforted him with a few words. She wiped her hands and patted his shoulder like she did when he was little. You have grown up to say this. She motioned her son to go into the house with her. After both mother and son sat down, Yun Danyuan said to her son, no one is born knowing everything. That's why your brother gave you different tasks. Just follow his instructions and go step by step. Don't think about other things. After being comforted by his mother for a while, Su Qingluan felt much more comfortable. He knew that he had been worrying about nothing before. So he said to his mother, yes, son, I understand. When I pay respects to my mother tomorrow, I will apologize to my second brother. Dayu took the thing that Su Qingyu handed over and looked at it. What is this? Why did you show it to me? This booklet was bright yellow. Dayu knew it was very important at a glance. Therefore, she did not take it immediately but asked this question. Su Qingyu smiled and said, you will know after you take a look. How can I harm you? Hearing Su Qingyu say this, Dayu was relieved. After she took a look at the thing, she said, it turned out to be this. Many of them are old acquaintances. Su Qingyu showed Dayu the list of the diplomatic mission this time. The reason why he showed it to the person in front of him was because he felt that Dayu was quite knowledgeable about Western knowledge and customs, and wanted her to find faults in his list. I originally wanted to show it to my mother, but she just glanced at it and said she had a headache and returned it to me. I have no choice but to ask you to help me with some advice. Su Qingyu was quite helpless when he said this. According to the rules, even if the Empress Dowager and the Queen have no power to make decisions on major national affairs, the Emperor can still discuss the matter with his mother or wife and let them know about it. For example, in the annual imperial examinations, the list must be submitted to the Empress Dowager and the Queen for review according to the rules. However, except for the founding Queen, who can assist the King in government affairs, the subsequent Queens or Empress Dowagers have increasingly avoided interfering in politics, starting from the Empress of Emperor Fengtai. She even refused the right to read the list of Jinshi. When Li Wancheng was crowned as the Empress, her mother-in-law was still alive. Since the Empress Dowager did not care, she, as the Empress, naturally had to follow her mother-in-law and not interfere in political affairs. Therefore, in Su Ruiqing's harem at that time, the only concubine he could talk about political affairs with was Lin Muyue. Su Qingyu did not feel anything at the time, but now that he has grown up, he realizes how bold his mother's actions were. But since Su Qingyu was raised by such a mother, he did not feel anything about women interfering in political affairs, and even let the inner court female officials walk in the outer court, and formally granted them official positions equivalent to men. When Lin Dayu was born, her father was already a local official. Later, she witnessed many officialdom events with her father. She was also smart and intelligent, and she was not inferior to others. So when she saw Su Qingyu holding this thing for her to see, she did not feel that she could not afford it. It is very complete. And Qionyang, she finally decided to go to the west with the fleet, Dayu said, stroking a name on the list. As a rare female member of this fleet, Fei Qionyang seemed to attract some attention. She was able to go this time thanks to the recommendation of the priest, who was responsible for teaching the princesses in the palace. After Su Qingyu thought for a long time and asked his mother to ask Fei Nuguan for her opinion, he included the person in the list of this mission. Although she is not the only one who is proficient in this subject, she is a rare woman, so she can be regarded as a role model. Su Qingyu said lightly. Dayu gently waved her round fan and watched the fan pendant swaying. You are different from others. The predecessor said that the strict palace ban should not allow women to interfere in politics. It's okay for eunuchs, but you insist on using women. Su Qingyu also looked at the swaying jade pendant. The saint said to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. I also use people according to their talents. What man and woman are not 2 eyes and 1 nose? Maybe because of his mother. Su Qingyu never felt that women were inferior to men since he was a child. He also felt that if the people of the world could be at peace, Women could also read and write, and even become officials. Which would not be a way to cause chaos. Let's not talk about this. I'm going to be busy again these days. It's rare that I can talk to you for a while. What's the point of talking about government affairs? Turn over this topic. Su Qingyu looked at Dai Yu with a smile. Those Westerners are leaving, and they still have to sell goods. Jing Zhaoyin reported that he would cancel the curfew for 3 days, and hold a lantern festival-like gathering. Do you want to join in the fun? Looking at Dai Yu looking at him, Su Qingyu finally made the invitation that he had kept in his mind for a while. Too many things happened to Su Qingyu this year. The Lantern Festival is not a good time to have fun. Now that he finally has such an opportunity, he still wants to invite Dai Yu to have some fun. After hearing this, Dai Yu asked with a smart smile, "It's good to go out and play. And I am willing to go shopping, but is it just the two of us?" Su Qingyu was very happy to hear this. He looked at Dai Yu, and felt that the beautiful scenery in the garden was not as good as the one in front of him. Except for bringing some people to follow and guard, it's just the two of us. When the day of going to the market really came, the two of them walked on the street together. But Dai Yu helplessly found that the emperor beside her looked more like a lady, who had been in the boudoir for a long time than herself. Dai Yu was not particularly interested in the street snacks. But Su Qingyu bought a lot of them with great interest. Some of the food tasted good, and they both ate them one bite at a time. Some of them were not so tasty. But in order not to waste them, and not to embarrass Dai Yu, Su Qingyu just finished eating with a frown. There were also some people from Jing selling small items at the market, and some craftsmen performing on the street, which were also of more interest to Su Qingyu. After the two of them walked around for a while, they found a restaurant to rest. In the private room, they heard Dai Yu teasing him. After being stunned for a while, Su Qingyu couldn't help laughing. It is somewhat similar. Although I have had the experience of leaving Beijing to go to Mingzhou, I rarely walked around the city except for a few visits to the farm. Su Qingyu said after thinking seriously for a while. Dai Yu also continued to joke. It can be considered as some experience. I am not like the emperor, who doesn't even know how much an egg costs, and still asks how much silver it costs to buy one. The two of them were in a room on the second floor of the hotel facing the street. Su Qingyu looked at the brightly lit street scene below and said with emotion, "Such a scene could only be seen in Jiangnan before. Now Yanqing is more prosperous than before. I just don't know when the world can be so prosperous, and the people can be so stable." Dai Yu thought for a while before saying seriously, "As long as your majesty does not betray this heart, you will be able to maintain peace and usher in a prosperous era." Su Qingyu was a little timid. Human power is sometimes limited, and people's hearts are easy to change. I am always afraid that I will forget what I said today many years later. There have been many emperors in the past who were wise and capable when they first ascended the throne, but gradually became lax in government affairs. I am afraid that one day I will become like that. When he was a prince studying, Su Qingyu read the gains and losses of each dynasty in the book. He always felt that no matter how wise the emperor was, if one person ruled the world, there would be a day when someone would be tired and stupid. Dai Yu was also a person who was familiar with history books. Hearing this, she also fell silent, and didn't know what to say. She also began to hesitate whether she should say anything. Su Qingyu came back to his senses, and saw Dai Yu still bowing her head in deep thought. He quickly said, "I was just talking nonsense. You don't have to remember it. There are other things to see below. Let's go down and take a look." Dai Yu temporarily put aside her thoughts after hearing this. "Okay. Let's go buy some things to bring back to the ladies." Lin Muyua listened to Dai Yu's story, while fiddling with the small wooden ornaments. She heard what confused Su Qingyu. This child. After listening to this, Lin Muyua felt mixed emotions. She really didn't expect her son to think of this. It is said that the emperor is a lonely man. Lin Muyua also felt something after hearing this, but she thought it was good that this child could still speak out his heart. A while ago, Concubine Yun came to me, and said that Lunar used to suffer, and always felt that he could not do anything. She thought that Yuer was a steady brother at that time, but now it seems that this child just keeps everything in his heart. Lin Muyua sighed. Looking at Dai Yu, Lin Muyua also hoped that her son could meet such a person who could talk, but now the two of them have not yet married, so she can't say this directly in front of the girl. Chapter 241. July was a quiet month in the palace as there were no important days. But August became lively again. August 15th was the big day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the 15th, it would be the birthday of the Holy Mother Empress Dowager. The first year of the emperor's accession to the throne coincided with the Empress Dowager's birthday. The people in the palace were naturally trying their best to organize a birthday banquet. But in fact, according to Lin Miyua's own wishes, she felt that it was too early to start a birthday banquet at her current age. But to a certain extent, she had to give in to these things. Celebrating the Queen Mother's birthday is a way to show the world the emperor's filial piety. Lin Miyua also knew that her son needed such a ceremony to show the world. So she could only try her best to cooperate. Officials from all over the country have submitted memorials to come to Beijing to celebrate your birthday. I think this is unnecessary. Also, my son does not want officials from all over the country to plunder in the name of offering birthday gifts. Only foreign officials are allowed to present congratulatory birthdays. What do you think? Su Qingyu also came to his mother to discuss the Qinqiu festival. The palace did not prepare for the Queen Mother's birthday too far in advance. So many officials did not have enough time to come to Beijing even if they wanted to. Su Qingyu simply did not allow anyone to come to Beijing or present birthday gifts. Lin Miyuan naturally agreed to these things. It should be. It's just a birthday. There's really no need to make a big fuss. Your idea is good. You can make it a regular practice in the future. Su Ruiqing nodded. My son is thinking that the same will be true for both the Queen Mother's birthday and the 1,000 Years Day. The other things are fine. But I will talk to the Queen Mother. And I would like you to help say a few good words. It's easy for both himself and his mother. Su Qingyu also knew that Dai Yu would definitely agree with his idea after hearing it. But his stepmother didn't say so. After listening to this, Lin Miyua smiled and said, You don't know her well enough. She won't disagree with such a thing. To be fair. Except for the fact that Li Wansheng used rare things to show her status when she first entered the palace. She was not a person who liked to enjoy luxury. In essence, Mr. Li was indeed a good grandfather. But it was a pity that Li Wansheng was not well educated and did not have a broad knowledge when he was young. Now that Empress Dowager Li has been in the palace for many years, she has already understood the palace rules. Especially now that she has lost her son. So she is frugal and even uses less gold, silver, jade and other stones in her daily accessories. The princesses have actually been thinking about what gifts to give to their mothers recently. Except for the little Princess Chaohan, who started to act cute with her sisters early on, saying that she wanted to give her mother an embroidery she made herself. The other princesses were a little worried about their birthday gifts. If you ask me, it's better to be young. This girl doesn't feel embarrassed to act cute to us at all. She just grabbed the easiest job, said Princess Enian, pinching the fluffy decoration on her sister's head. Princess Chaohan blinked her big eyes and didn't say anything, but smiled at her sisters in a flattering way. The princesses were also amused by her sister. Princess Lingyu looked at Enian and joked, Your movements don't seem much bigger than Chaohan's. Otherwise, I'll agree that you can also make some embroidery for mother. Princess Enian was deflated. She lay on the table without caring about her image. It's the same things every year. This year is a good day, so I always want to give something different. In the past, Lin Miyua was a concubine. Although her birthday was not a festival at that time, the princes and princesses in the palace also had to give a gift to the concubine. This year is the first year of the second brother's ascension to the throne. And it is also the first time that Lin Miyua has received the title of Queen Mother and celebrated the Qinqiu festival. This is also one of the reasons why the princesses are so entangled. The Queen Mother has no shortage of treasures and toys. And the Queen Mother doesn't seem to like these things very much. I don't seem to know how to make anything by hand except embroidery. I really don't know what to give. Princess Enian changed her posture and supported her chin and said. Princess Lingyu thought for a while and said, The book you gave me before is very good. Have you made any masterpieces in this time? How about compiling a book and giving it to the Queen Mother? When Enian heard this idea, her eyes lit up at first. But then she shook her head. Oh, don't say it. We don't know how much more we have learned now than before. In the past, it took hours to review the books. At least I haven't made any poems or articles for a long time. After saying this, Princess Shiro couldn't help but nod her head. Second sister is right. And so am I. Several princesses. The master was a little discouraged. At this time, Chaohan looked at the expressions of the sisters and asked in a low voice, Should we ask Sister Yu? I asked her what she had prepared before, and she was very calm. Enian's eyes lit up. She patted her sister's head again. You are smart. Go back and ask after school tonight. Lingyu, as a married princess, officially received the title of the eldest princess. She is now also the head of the women's school, and is responsible for various matters. Several sisters are worried about their sister, so they asked their mother and brother for permission to stay in the women's school for a few days. Seeing that there were no problems in the academy, and seeing that her elder sister was handling various matters in a very impressive manner, the princesses decided to go back to the temporary palace today, so that they could go back and ask Dayu, who was still in the temporary palace, what she had prepared. Dayu did not go to the girls' school to study because she was about to go home and prepare for her wedding. Instead, she continued to learn some palace affairs from the side of Queen Mother Lin. When the princesses asked her about the birthday gift, Dayu put down the half-check booklet. I don't have any good ideas either. I got an idea from someone else. Dayu was going to give the Queen Mother a cake to celebrate her birthday. She drew the pattern herself and planned to make it herself when the time came. This idea was actually told to Dayu by Su Qingyu. He learned from his mother about the Western snacks he had eaten in the past, and the custom of giving gifts on people's birthdays. He also told this news to Dayu, who was also worried about birthday gifts before. There is actually such a saying, Enian muttered to herself after hearing it. Recalling the knowledge taught by the old priests from the West and the customs and practices of the West, Princess Enian did not remember that Westerners had such a custom, but she also knew that there were many countries in the West, and it was possible that this was heard by her mother from people in other countries. After finding out about Dayu's birthday gift, the princesses were still a little worried. After all, they couldn't just make a cake that was the same as others. However, Dayu had an idea. I remember that the queen always liked to grow flowers herself. Why don't you design a pattern and ask the craftsman to make some new styles of porcelain? This, combined with the fresh plants from the West, can be considered a thoughtful birthday gift. Dayu herself had learned Western painting techniques. She was able to calm down and pay attention to everything and observe everything. Therefore, her other Western paintings were average. But she did have some skills in drawing plant paintings, and began to like tending to flowers and plants. Therefore, when the princesses asked her about it, she thought of this idea. The princesses got the idea and went back happily. They were busy drawing patterns and tossing the craftsman. Dayu's idea of making her own cake was not so easy to implement. Although she felt that she was not a delicate lady, but after Dayu really entered the kitchen, she found that this job was not so easy. She, the people around her, and the palace servants of Su Qingyu, the eunuchs, had eaten a lot of cakes with good ingredients, but not good taste and shape recently. Why are you so unhappy? I tasted a piece of your cake yesterday, and it was already formed in spirit. Looking at Dayu staring blankly at the mountains in the distance, Su Qingyu asked curiously. As the days passed and Lin Muyue's birthday drew closer, Dayu's cakes became better and better. The cake she made and sent to Su Qingyu yesterday was already quite good. Dayu wanted to do things with perfection. After she came to her senses, she said, I always feel that the decoration is not done well. There is just no suitable material to put on it. Dayu also spent a lot of time thinking about the birthday gift for Lin Muyue. She wanted to draw a picture on the cake. She tried many materials for the land part, but always felt that it was not suitable. So she kept thinking about it. Su Qingyu was somewhat happy to hear Dayu's worries. Some time ago, another fleet of Westerners came. They sent some fresh food to the palace. There is one thing that may meet your requirements, but I don't know if mother likes the taste. Looking at what Su Qingyu found, Dayu leaned over to take a look and really thought it was the food she wanted. But she looked at the slightly frowned brows of the people around her, and was a little uncertain about the taste of this thing. He cut a piece for Dayu with a small silver knife, and motioned for her to taste it. Taking the small piece of food, Dayu thought to herself that Su Qingyu really didn't like it. She put it in her mouth and her eyes lit up. A slightly bitter taste bloomed on the tip of her tongue. And then a very novel and charming mellow aroma spread. Dayu said after tasting it, I think it tastes good. I can give it a try. August 15th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. And August 16th is the Empress Dowager's birthday. Su Qingyu thought about it, and held a banquet, according to the rules, on the 15th. On the 16th, he only invited his younger brothers and sisters to the palace for a gathering. The rest of the clan families were allowed to enter the palace to pay tribute to the Empress Dowager. And the families of important officials were given rewards to celebrate together. On the 16th, Lin Muyue put on her Empress Dowager dress again. She looked at herself in the mirror, and felt the weight of her body. She said to Yun Xia beside her, It seems that there is nothing more than the imperial concubine's dress. Yun Xia was arranging the pearls hanging from the phoenix crown on Lin Muyue's head. She said in this posture, What is the same? Only you would say such a thing. Looking at the phoenix crown and clothes that looked the same in her eyes in the mirror, Lin Muyue looked at Yun Xia beside her again. The things have not changed. But I am not the same as before. I am old after all. Yun Xia is the highest-ranking female official in the palace. She has a lot of things to do today. It is hard to squeeze out time to come and arrange Lin Muyue's clothes. Slowing down the movements of her hands, Yun Xia looked at the wrinkles on the corners of the queen's eyes, as if she suddenly realized the passage of time. It's been so many years. I still remember the day you were crowned as a concubine. It seems that the dress is indeed similar. It may be easy to feel sad on special days. Lin Muyue walked to the dressing table and took out a small sandalwood box. She looked at the contents and said, yes. It's been so many years. Fortunately, Yuri is now successful. He should be satisfied with this child. Chapter 242. Yun Xia glanced at the jade ornaments in the box and said, this jade has been stored for a long time, and it is not shiny anymore. I will ask someone to polish it again. Lin Muyue pointed at the thing with her finger. No need, I just wanted to take it out and have a look today. I will put it away later. Queen Mother Qianqiu, although there was a clear decree not to allow officials from all over the country to present birthday gifts, but the royal family was naturally not included. The great Zheng dynasty has been passed down for 100 years, and there are dozens of royal families in the capital who can still have titles. These people are the emperor's relatives anyway. So Suqing, you couldn't ask them not to present birthday gifts. As the Empress Dowager, Lin Muyue received congratulations from the princes and clan members in Jiulong Shangjing in the morning, and then returned to her residence to receive the worship of the ladies inside and outside the palace. After the ceremony, Lin Muyue couldn't keep the smile on her face. She looked at Yun Xia and gave her a look. Yun Xia was worthy of being with Lin Muyue for so many years. She made a 3 gesture to the people, which meant that there were 3 more groups of people coming to the hall to pay their respects. She fanned herself with a few wisps of cool air. The Queen Mother certainly had no shortage of ice, but today there were elderly imperial eunuchs coming to pay respects. It was very hot outside, and if it was very cold inside the palace, Lin Muyue was afraid that these people would get sick. She whispered a few more words to the people around her, asking them to invite all the elderly ladies, regardless of their rank, to the side hall. Then Lin Muyue signaled the female official, who was leading the way, to invite the rest of the people in. Lin Muyue watched the people below pay respects to her according to their rank, thinking to herself that next year, she might as well not perform the etiquette of birthday noodles. She really had no interest in people bowing to her one after another. Because it was hot, Su Qingyu considered and decided to hold a banquet in Yanyu Chuanhe, which was a spacious hall facing the water, and could accommodate the people who came today, and was cooler. Li Wancheng felt a little lonely looking at the lively scene today. Her biological son had become a tablet in the imperial ancestral temple. Although she was still the Empress Dowager, with the title of legitimate Empress, she still felt a little bored looking at the scene of loving mother and filial son. But today was a good day after all, and Li Wancheng didn't want to spoil the fun. She also took the initiative to propose to the emperor that the ladies of state only had to pay homage to Empress Dowager Lin when they entered the palace. And she only showed up at the birthday banquet. Seeing the happy family scene today, everyone seemed to be smiling. But I don't know how many of them were sincere, and how many were just pretending. The birthday gifts from the princesses and Dayu were all in the spotlight at the banquet, and everyone gave so many nice compliments to these girls. Lin Muyue felt a sour taste in her mouth when she heard those words. But apart from the cake Dayu gave, which she found novel, she also looked at the potted plants given by the princesses, which were even more eye-catching. She was so familiar with those red fruits that she felt very familiar with them at first sight. Therefore, Lin Muyue looked at the princesses with a kinder look, and the compliments she gave made the princesses blush. After the birthday banquet, she took off all her things. Lin Muyue did not look at any of the jade and treasures. She stared at the pot of flowers sent by the princesses with an extremely obsessed look. Yun Xia, who was staring at people asking for things, had already become familiar with ignoring them. However, the newly assigned little maid was a little uncomfortable. After seeing that all the exquisite little things had been ordered, Yun Xia asked everyone to leave, and she sat opposite Lin Muyue and looked at the small potted plant for a while. To be fair, the princesses didn't know much about the difficulty of firing porcelain. The paintings they gave were good, but the craftsmen didn't dare to fool the princesses. But it was unlikely that these paintings would be perfectly reproduced. Therefore, the final shape of the flower pot can only be said to be average. and the bright red fruits planted in it added some color. After looking at it for a while, Yun Xiao looked at it and asked hesitantly, "Is this a precious ornament? For example, lotus pods, pomegranates and other things can also be used as objects for vase insertion. Fruits with fragrant aromas such as Buddha's hands are frequent guests in the house. Some extravagant people use jade and other objects to carve these things and put them in the house for appreciation." But Yun Xiao looked at the fruits hanging on the branches critically. She felt that the plant was sloppy and uninteresting in her opinion. Only the fruit was a little cute, but that was it. She suspected that the queen didn't like it so much for the sake of appreciation. Sure enough, Lin Miyue tore her eyes away from the peppers. She looked at Yun Xiao eager to try and said, "This is a good thing. The palace people have a rule that they can't eat things with a strong smell. But Yun Xiao has been with Lin Miyue through so many ups and downs for so many years, so she doesn't have to abide by this rule. After arriving in Mingzhou, she has no scruples. Lin Miyue has always known that Yun Xiao actually likes to eat spicy food. So now when she sees the pepper, she said mysteriously, "I will treat you to a meal in a while, and you will know then." With the pepper, who can resist not making a pot of spicy and delicious hot pot to eat? Lin Miyue has been in the Zheng dynasty for so long, and as a person who values the appetite, she has also eaten a lot of delicious food. But the more she eats, the more Lin Miyue misses the things she used to eat in her previous life. She has even made milk tea and other things. Now she sees the pepper, and is looking forward to the spicy hot pot. Compared to peppers, it is very easy for Lin Miyue to eat good mutton now. She often eats hot pot. Since the relationship between the Ong people and the Zheng people in the north has improved, there are many more Ong people wearing grassland clothes doing business in Yanqing. The excellent beef and mutton made the sophisticated people in the capital city feast on their appetites. For a while, the Ong people got silver and bought the tea and salt they needed. The attitude of the Zheng people towards the Ong people also began to improve. Many ministers, who had previously questioned why they had to negotiate with the Ong people, also changed their minds after seeing this change. Su Qingyu found that he was now much smoother when he continued to promote the decree. He adhered to his father's policy and continued to support foreign trade with sea merchants, reduce the number of vassal states, cut down the number of clan members and save money, determine the threat in the northern border without fighting. And the century-old border threat between Zheng and the Ong tribe was initially resolved. The first year of Su Qingyu's accession to the throne was very difficult but also very satisfactory. When he set off to return to the palace, he looked at the palace city from afar and felt as if he was in another world. When he went to pay his respects to the two empress dowagers, Su Qingyu came to his mother's palace. He looked at the side hall that had been cleaned up before walking to the main hall. Seeing her son coming in, Lin Miyue was also a little happy. So many children were around me before, but now Yura has gone home, and Concubine she has brought in wood to live there, so I feel empty here. Su Qingyu looked at his mother and said, "I still have to trouble you to help with the wedding affairs, and you will not be idle." Hearing this, Lin Miyue also felt a headache. This is also a big deal. The consecration of the queen and the wedding require the cooperation of the former court and the harem. I think I will ask you to borrow Baochai to help me for a while. In fact, according to the general process, the eunuchs and female officials in the palace can also cooperate with the officials of the former court's Ministry of Rites to complete the two ceremonies according to the rules. However, the ceremony organized by Su Qingyu this time was too solemn and complicated, so more people were needed to carry out the process. At this time, an official who could connect the inner and outer courts and had ability was needed to take charge of this matter. Su Qingyu thought about the tasks that Shui Baochai had recently done for a while. It's possible. The fleet will go out to sea soon, and the maritime accounts from last year to now have been reviewed. Lord Shui doesn't have anything to do. It's just that this child has to work hard. After everything is settled, I will reward her well. Lin Miyue was also very satisfied with such a help. She also told her son not to treat Baochai badly. Su Qingyu had his own plan in mind. Some of the students in the academy next year were too young to take the new exams, but many female officials including Baochai, craftsmen who had worked for many years, and some talented people who specialized in the so-called unconventional ways could take the test. Therefore, Su Qingyu planned to give Baochai not only gold, silver and cloth, but also a big gift after Baochai made a splash in the exam. Regarding the wedding, Su Qingyu also dismissed a group of palace maids after discussing with the two queens, and asked those palace maids, who could still contact their parents and relatives and had a home to return to, and were over 20 years old to go home. As for the eunuchs, Su Qingyu also issued an order to prohibit men from all over the country from removing their uteruses in order to gain the emperor's favor, and stop the practice of collecting castrated boys from all over the country and sending them to the palace. Su Qingyu actually had some selfish motives for doing this. He didn't want to have any other women around him in his life, and the palace wouldn't need so many servants in the future. He thought his mother might have seen his little tricks, but she didn't expose them. Lin Daiyu returned to her home after the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Empress Dowager's birthday. During the time she was home, Lin Hai and Jia Min also cherished the time they spent with their daughter. Although Lin Hai was busy on duty every day, he would have dinner with his wife and daughter after work if the time was right. If it was a day off, he would enjoy the mountains and rivers with his wife and daughter, as he did in Mingzhou before. In Daiyu's eyes, the autumn scenery in Beijing was better than the autumn scenery in the water town of Jiangyan, such as Mingzhou. This time, not only the Lin family came out, but also the girls of the Jia family and Shi Shangyun of the Shi family came to stay in the Lin family's villa. This villa of the Lin family was an ancestral property, a place passed down by Lin Hai's family. Because the Lin family used to live in Mingzhou, it had been abandoned for a long time. In order to let his daughter have fun this time, Lin Hai also took great efforts to have people clean up the place, and the whole yard was decorated with rich taste. Shi Shangyun walked curiously in the yard. She looked at the strange stone in a pool and said, "Hey, I think this stone looks like a jade rabbit looking back at the visitors. It should not be placed in the pool. It is better to put it on the ground over there." After saying this, Tanshan frowned slightly and felt that this was a bit inappropriate. However, before she could say something polite to deal with this matter, Daiyu, the head of the family, spoke up. "If you don't mention it, it does look a bit like a rabbit." Daiyu pulled the two young ladies of the Jia family over and said without any concern. Seeing that Daiyu was generous and didn't care, Tanshan put her heart back in her stomach at this time and followed her to look at the stone together. Chapter 243. At present, Jiangnan is a place with flourishing literary style and prosperous commerce. Officials and scholars in Beijing like to imitate the southern style to build gardens. The Lin family's ancestral home is Gusu. Lin Hai has been a salt inspector and a local official in Jiangnan for so many years. The craftsmen he employs are naturally skilled. Although this is just a hot spring villa, there is a small pool in the courtyard with a rockery with flowing water, and 2 or 3 strange stones with strange shapes standing in the water for appreciation. The newly bloomed lotus and the koi carp swimming leisurely add some vitality to the landscape. As the host, Daiyu naturally had to entertain all the sisters. She asked the little maid to get fish food and distribute it to everyone, then walked over to look at the stone. "My master said that this stone is a lion stepping on a hydrangea, but Shangyun just thought it was a jade rabbit. This is the fun of appreciating strange stones." Shi Shangyun just picked out the fault of the layout. Now she heard Daiyu say so and came to see it. Yes, this garden has different scenery, and it is fresh. The garden is not big, but the girls present are well read and can talk about a scene for a long time. So it took more than an hour for everyone to finish. After taking a bath in the evening, Daiyu came out of the pool and wiped her long hair with a cloth. Seeing her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall, Qi Tang was stunned by the beauty's lowered eyebrows. As if waking up from a dream, he went to wipe Daiyu's hair. Qi Tang felt that his daughter had grown up better and better. Even a child like him, who had watched her grow up, was sometimes shocked by her brilliance. Daiyu dried her hair, looked at Xueyin and asked, "How are the preparations for tomorrow? The girls can't ride horses, so the carriages must be prepared. We will go to the Yuanguang Temple in the mountains to pay our respects, and all the staff must be arranged. Enjoying the red leaves in autumn is also a great leisure activity." Daiyu naturally did not simply invite a few sisters to take a hot spring bath. She also visited the abbot of the mountain temple in advance and asked the temple to set aside a day to entertain these female guests. Tomorrow is the day to go to the temple, and Daiyu must confirm the itinerary before she can feel at ease. Xueyin heard this and quickly replied, "The coachman, the accompanying family members are ready, and the mothers and maids brought by the girls have also sent cars to call people over. There will also be someone from our family going to the temple today to prepare to welcome the girls, so there should be no mistakes." Daiyu felt at ease after hearing Xueyin's reply. As the mistress of the Lin mansion and the elder of several girls in the Jia mansion, Jia Min was actually going to bring people to play this time. However, after a few autumn rains, The maple leaves in Yincheng turned red, and the temperature fluctuated. Jiamin caught a cold, and had to ask Daiyu to entertain the guests herself. On the second day, Daiyu also had breakfast with Tanchun and others before going to the temple. Several girls squeezed into a carriage, but everyone chatted and talked. It was lively and not crowded. For Tanchun and others, it was a novel opportunity to go out and play without their mother, aunt, sister-in-law and other families. When they arrived at the temple and saw Daiyu talking to the abbot with ease, they looked at this scene with great interest. The abbot of this temple is Master Faxiang, an old monk with a white beard and a kind face. Although Daiyu is not very old, she has a lot of experience. She is not inferior to the master in talking about Buddhism. Although she is the abbot of such a small temple, this is near the capital. Abbot Faxiang is proficient in Buddhism and has real knowledge. He entertained the guests to tour the temple and told some stories about the temple and anecdotes in Buddhist scriptures. After that, he said goodbye and asked the little monk to entertain the guests. Yuanguang Temple was built on the mountain. The main hall is at the highest point of the mountain. When they arrived, everyone was sweating in the autumn. Shangyun came out of the main hall and leaned on the railing to look at the scenery in the mountains. Although she was still paying attention to her manners, she fanned the fan in her hand much faster than before. Looking from such a distance, I feel that the world is vast. I wonder how magnificent and beautiful the scenery Du Shaoling saw when he climbed the mountain to write such a famous sentence. Looking at the distant glow and sea of clouds and the mountains and forests as far as the eye can see, Shangyun sighed. The mountain breeze was refreshing. Tanchun also leaned over to take a deep breath of fresh air and relieved her fatigue. She looked at the mountains and forests that seemed to be painted by immortals with ink and brush. And she was even more pleased. The ancients have famous sayings about climbing high places. Does our Yuner have any wonderful words to tell us today? Shichuan was happy to come here today to pay homage to Buddhism. At this time, she also teased Shangyun. Shangyun was deflated when she heard this. What wonderful words can I come up with? It's all just troubles. Daiyu and the two sisters in the Jia family looked at each other. Tanchun fanned Shangyun twice and asked, "What troubles do you have? Why don't you tell us? You can't help but talk about it. Even if we can't help you solve your troubles, you will feel better after you talk about it." Shangyun wanted to say something but stopped herself. However, she saw that there was only a few sisters around, and the little monk who led the way stayed in the main hall and didn't follow. So she just spoke freely. The Shi family is now a family with two marquises. Both marquises have some skills. Now they are both working in the barracks station near Yincheng. Although such positions cannot receive any filial tributes and cannot accumulate a fortune, they have passed on the family title. Shangyun's parents died early, and she was raised by her uncle and aunt. Now that she has reached an age, the two marquis ladies have begun to plan for this niece. The old lady of the Jia family was born in the Shi family, and is the old aunt of the Shi family. She pities Shangyun for losing her parents at a young age, and likes this child. On weekdays, she always takes Shangyun to the Jia mansion to play and relax. The two marquis ladies also had their own thoughts and concerns. They were willing to let Shangyun go to the Jia mansion, because they had planned to marry the child to the Jia mansion. Among the young masters in the Jia mansion, Jia Baoyu and Shangyun were of similar age, and they got along well with each other. However, for some reason, Jia's mother had been non-committal about the idea of a closer relationship. Now that Shangyun was older, the two marquis ladies saw that the old lady of the Jia family still had no definite answer. So they gradually gave up the idea and started to find a man for Shangyun. Shangyun naturally knew about the actions of the two aunts. She felt that these things were boring. And she felt even more terrified when she thought that she might marry a man she had never met. After hearing Shangyun's worries, everyone was silent for a while. Among the girls who came out today, only Shichuan was still unengaged. Daiyu was not to be mentioned. Tanchun was also taken by Mrs. Wang to meet the son of Mrs. Liang's family twice. It seemed that the good thing was about to be done. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shangyun laughed again and apologized. "Look at what I am saying. Women have to get married. And it doesn't matter who it is. I am just imagining it." Daiyu seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't say it out loud. After returning, she told her mother Jiamin about this matter. After getting her mother's consent, she picked up a pen and asked someone to send it to the palace. Looking at the letter from Daiyu, Su Qingyu felt a bit amused. He rubbed his forehead and said to Maokai, "Go and give this to Commander Tao. and ask him to check this person's character and ability. Just check according to the example of selecting a son-in-law for the princess. After hearing Su Qingyu's first sentence, Maokai thought that the future queen had found some rural talents and wanted to recommend them to the emperor. After hearing the following instructions, he realized that he was wrong. According to the standard of selecting a son-in-law for the princess, it means that the young lady of a certain family is going to look for someone. He wondered in his heart which young lady had such a big face that Miss Ling cared about her. Maokai took the things and went to deliver the oral order in person. Maokai was the most trusted eunuch by the emperor's side, and Commander Tao was the head of the Jinhui. Although the relationship between the two could not be called very good, they naturally had an alliance of interests. Seeing the eunuch coming, Commander Tao also greeted him with a smile and ordered people to serve good tea to entertain him. "Hello, eunuch. Are you here today for any instructions from the emperor?" Maokai was not polite in front of Commander Tao. It was still hot outside, and he felt refreshed after drinking a cup of tea. When he heard Commander Tao's question, he said, "It's a simple errand. Your Excellency has done it before." Commander Tao was a little confused, but he looked at the list handed over by Maokai, and his expression gradually became awkward, and he was quite restless. According to Commander Tao's age, he had not only been a subordinate of the Su Qingyu brothers, but also served the late Emperor Su Ruiqing. As a senior official of the Jinhui, he felt that it was extremely inappropriate for him to ask people to check so much information for the princess's marriage. Now he couldn't bear to see Maokai bring these things again. Maokai smiled secretly at Commander Tao's expression. He also took into account the relationship between the two and said, "This is what the future queen told me. If I were you, I would be more cautious than before. Forget it. I was born to be a hard worker. Now I can only ask my brothers to check it again." Commander Tao sighed pretentiously and put the list in his arms. "Isn't it good to have such work? If it's a fatal case, I think you will be restless day and night." Maokai has been in the palace for many years, and he has heard many cases handled by Jinhui from his master. The commander of Jinhui can only be the one who is in the emperor's heart, but it is not easy for the person in this position to have a good end. Thinking of his predecessor, Commander Tao sighed and said, "It's the same reason. I know about this matter. I will go back and report to His Majesty after I find out in the next few days." Chapter 244. Jiamin personally led people to search in the storehouse of the Lin mansion for a whole day. She was reluctant to come out of the storehouse to greet her husband until Lin Hai returned home. Seeing that his wife's face was still a little pale, Lin Hai said distressfully, "Madam, you are not feeling well these days. Just take a rest. Why rush it now?" Daiyu was not at home these days. As soon as Jiamin felt better, she began to count the things passed down from generation to generation in the Lin family. She was preparing a dowry for her daughter. "It's okay. I'm just watching people count and take things. It's not tiring." After taking the hot tea handed over by her husband, Jiamin held a cup in her hand to warm her palms and said, "The warehouse is inevitably cold and dusty." Lin Hai went over to brush off the dust with spider webs that fell on his wife's shoulder. "The warehouse is cold, dusty and big. I'm afraid you'll cough again if you stay there for a long time." Jiamin held her husband's hand. "I'll take a shower later. You'll be covered in dust." Now that their beloved daughter Daiyu is about to get married, Lin Hai and Jiamin have also begun to prepare dowry for their daughter. Lin Hai, as a father, has collected many rare ancient books and copied them to bring to his daughter in the palace. The Lin family has been a single-line family for several generations. The wives who married into the Lin family were all from famous families. Take Jiamin herself as an example. When she got married, the family was at its peak, and she was married into the Lin family with a grand wedding. So Jiamin, as the mistress of the family, who had been in charge of the household for many years, she also picked out the treasures in the storehouse, and planned to bring them to her daughter. The royal family also prepares dowries for the new queen when marrying a wife, but Lin Hai and Jiamin only have one daughter, Daiyu, so they still want to prepare some things for their daughter. Raising a child for 100 years. Worrying for 99 years. Now I think it is a good thing to plan for the child. Our daughter will soon become the daughter-in-law of another family. Jiamin sighed suddenly, as she looked at her husband. When she got married, Jiamin saw how painful her mother was, and was reluctant to let her go out. Now she has become the mother of a daughter to be married off. Recalling the situation at that time, Jiamin also felt that time was passing by quickly. Lin Hai also had a complicated expression when he heard this. He had thought of marrying a son-in-law for his daughter, but later things forced him to change his mind. Fortunately, we can meet in the future. If it was a story from the previous dynasty, we would have cried bitterly today. Lin Hai did not want his wife to continue thinking about these sad things, so he deliberately found some good things to say. The palace was strictly restricted in the previous dynasty. Once the concubines and palace maids entered the palace, they would have no chance to see their parents and relatives. Even the queen could only abide by the palace rules and not meet her family. The founding empress of this dynasty sympathized with palace maids and concubines. She set a rule that the families of concubines and queens could visit the palace. Later, there were examples that the mothers of concubines, crown princesses, and princes' wives could enter the palace to take care of them when they were pregnant. The maids serving in the palace were also given grace. If these maids were willing to leave the palace to marry when they reached a certain age, they were allowed to leave the palace. The palace would also provide old age care for the elderly female officials, maids, and eunuchs. After hearing these words, Jiamin felt better. Even if she married into an ordinary family, it's not right for us to go there all the time. This is good now, since the conversation has come to this point. Jiamin showed her husband the list she had packed temporarily. This is what I packed temporarily today. I should show it to you. There are a few things left by mother, so I still want to ask your opinion. Looking at the familiar things on the list, Lin Hai stroked the paper. If mother were here, she would definitely be willing for you to take these things. Lin Hai and Jiamin, as parents, prepared a dowry for their daughter. After Daiyu returned home from the hot spring villa, there was a distinguished guest waiting for her in the Lin mansion. Seeing Shui Baochai, who had rarely taken off her official uniform and was wearing ordinary clothes, Daiyu couldn't help but walk over quickly and hold her hand and said, "This is a rare guest. I am late." Baochai took her around lightly, as expected of someone who has just come back from a hot spring bath. Her skin is as white as cream. I like it just by looking at it. Daiyu stared at the pearl-shaped deer pattern on Baochai's skirt. My skirt is nothing. This skirt of yours is really new. Let me think about it. It must have been brought back to you by the eldest brother of the Shui family from the south. Shui Pan now seemed to have some skills. Although he was not as good as his father, Shui Baochai was working in the court now. The face of the Shui family was still very useful in the business world. Now Shui Pan, apart from other things, went to Yinshan to buy goods from ports and prosperous areas in the south of the Yangtze River. He was familiar with this business, so he often brought some things back to his mother and sister. I haven't forgotten you. Although I know you don't need this dress, I have to bring it to you. Baochai has always been generous. When she saw Daiyu notice her clothes, she also said generously. After chatting for a while, Daiyu also asked Baochai, "But the queen asked you to come here? I think it's not so easy for you, a busy person, to meet now." Daiyu came back just now and saw the burning incense in the room and the half-read book casually placed on the con table. She knew that Baochai must have stayed here for a while. Shui Baochai is now working in the outer court and is in the emperor's favor. She is very busy on weekdays. So Daiyu asked this question after observing these things. Without keeping the secret, Baochai said immediately, "It can be regarded as a rest for me. It will be a good day for the wedding soon after the new year. Now it is time to get busy. I just came out to help you and the mansion do some things." After the new year, Su Qingyu decided to start the new test on February 20th. And the new test list should be determined in March to complete the important task of selecting talents. The wedding of the emperor and empress was coming soon, so Baochai didn't have much free time. Before the new year, she had to sort out all the links and hand over the work to others, and concentrate on preparing for the new test. After hearing Baochai's arrangement, Daiyu frowned slightly. She asked with some concern, "How can you waste time on these trivial matters when you still have to take the exam? Otherwise, I'd better go back to your majesty, and don't waste your time." Baochai waved her hand. "The questions are not difficult at all. I can worry less about you. This is all true. It is said that studying is very hard, but it is the beginning of torture when you really start to work as an official." Shui Baochai felt so tired during her time as an official that she had more wrinkles on her face. Now that she could stay at Daiyu's place, she could really rest. Seeing Baochai like this, Daiyu said, "You don't have to worry about any trivial matters unless they are necessary. I hope you can really become the top female scholar." Good things happened one after another in Dajing in the autumn. Su Qingyu's method of promoting new crops was also effective. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue looked at the lists reported from various places as if they were in a dream. They were nervous when they submitted the memorials. My colleagues in the inspectorate are all conscientious in their duties. How can local governments have the guts to conceal anything? Lin Hai said soothingly, looking at the tangled look on the face of the person who sent the memorial from the Ministry of Revenue. This is also the truth. The censors who can go to various places are young and have the energy and physical strength to inspect everywhere. Because they are young and upright, they will not go along with local officials. Therefore, even though this memorial has been reported for so long, Lin Hai has not heard of any censor in the inspectorate impeaching anyone in Beijing. So he also thinks that the figures of various places should not be false. When the report was finally submitted to the emperor, Su Qingyu was prepared. And he had tested the yield of these crops when he was in Ningzhou before. But he was still silent for a long time after seeing the figures. In the past, I saw that the government offices in various places were unable to support the disaster. But now I see that these good varieties will ensure that no one will die in poverty in the future. This thin piece of paper seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Su Qingyu finally said this after reading it for a long time. Lin Hai also had many feelings. He had been an official in the prosperous Jiangnan area for many years. But even in such a place, there were people who were poorly clothed and hungry. So when he saw this memorial, his heart was actually restless for a long time. Your Majesty is willing to set a precedent and know how to appoint the right people. If you had kept your door closed, I don't know how long it would take for these things to arrive on the land of our great Zheng. Lin Hai still complimented the emperor. Teaching farmers in various places to accept new grains is not something that can be done with an order or a word. Su Qingyu selected several places where officials were working hard, allocated money to these places to build new farm tools, and equipped several families willing to farm with oxen, and issued reward money. Only in this way, everyone worked together to achieve today's results. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Su Qingyu did not take credit for it. It is not just my achievement. You have all worked hard these days. I have always seen your hard work. Lin Hai is not only a loyal official in the court, but also the future father-in-law of the emperor, Lin Daiyu's biological father. In front of such an adult, Su Qingyu may not have the admiration he had in front of his grandfather, but he also felt a little closer. Lin Hai was also very sensitive to the young emperor's attitude, but he also knew that the emperor was young and there were too many variables in the future. So he would not be too presumptuous to really treat the emperor as a junior, sharing the worries for his majesty, and the court is also for the people of the world. It's not hard at all. Although Lin Hai said this in an old way, he said it seriously. The officials of the previous dynasty were busy with the autumn grain issue, and the Queen Mother Lin Miyue in the harem was also busy. Being busy with palace affairs is not a pleasant thing. But Lin Miyue is now very motivated. Today, she also called the people from the 6th Bureau to ask how the Queen's wedding dress and formal dress are being made. The Queen's formal dress has its own rules. The formal dress to be worn during the canonization is the same. However, when holding ceremonies in the harem and feasting with the emperor, the wedding dress can also be made into a fuss. Except for the female official in charge of weapons. The other female officials of the Shangfu Bureau went to the Queen Mother's palace to listen to the matter. Seeing the Queen Mother carefully looking at the formal dress and wedding dress, several people also prayed in their hearts that the Queen Mother would be satisfied. Chapter 245. Among the masters in the palace, Lin Miyue is definitely not a difficult one to deal with or serve. Whether she was a concubine or after being honored as the Queen Mother, she is actually a good-natured master who does not bother. Although she has some thundering methods in managing palace affairs, she does not act arbitrarily according to her mood. The palace ladies and palace servants also know the good temper of Lady Lin. It was not until the emperor's wedding that the ladies faced the Queen Mother who wanted to marry a wife for her son and realized that this lady was not uninterested and not picky. She just didn't want to care about it before. For example, regarding formal dresses, wedding gowns, and the matching phoenix crowns and head ornaments, Lin Miyue had called the people in the clothing bureau to talk to each other more than 10 times for these matters. The female officials in the clothing bureau had been so anxious that they had ulcers all over their mouths in the autumn. Not to mention the female officials in the lower departments, who were almost thinking about patterns and embroidery in their dreams. The embroiderers in the palace were not very skilled. Historically, the clothes worn by the emperor and the empress on important occasions, such as dragon robes and formal dresses, were all woven and presented by the 3 places in Jiangnan. That's why Lin Miyue is so anxious to bother the female officials now. The formal dress is easy to make. She has already given instructions. She just needs to wait for it to be finished and sent to the capital. But the wedding dress has not yet been finalized. She needs to send a letter to the capital as soon as possible. The female official of the clothing department learned a lesson from the previous lessons. After returning, she led her subordinates to search the warehouse for books day and night. She held meetings day and night to rush out another pattern. Now she personally presented the embroidery pattern that everyone in the clothing department had rushed out. Looking at the satisfied look on the face of the Queen Mother Lin, the shrewd female official, who was over 50 years old, finally put her mind at ease. This version of the pattern is still acceptable. I will ask the Emperor to take a look, and if he approves, I can send it to the Weaving Bureau, and they will start working on it. Lin Miyue looked at the phoenix, the pattern of birds and flowers complementing each other in a very harmonious way, and she felt that it was impossible to change it. In fact, according to the usual ceremonial regulations, the dress worn by the queen on the wedding day is the most important. If Su Qingyu had not arranged the banquet, there would be no need to rush to make a wedding dress for the queen. It's just that Su Qingyu saw that the queen's dress was too solemn and not festive enough. In his heart, he still wanted to see the girl he liked wearing a bright red wedding dress, so the whole clothing bureau was so troubled now. In her heart, she said that it was actually her son's fault for being picky and difficult to deal with. Now she had to take the blame. Looking at the uncontrollable smiles on the faces of the female officials below, Lin Miyue felt that it was not easy for them. Look, you can't find anything wrong with it, right? When her son came, she threw the things to him. Lin Miyue just raised her cup to drink tea without even looking at her son, and her tone was a little impatient. Touching his nose, Su Qingyu also knew that he was in the wrong. He bowed solemnly to his mother and said, "It's all my fault. I have tired you to take care of these things for so many days. It was just a nice talk." After carefully looking at the situation and showing it to Daiyu, Su Qingyu nodded modestly and agreed to send the album to the weaving factories in the 3 places in Jiangnan to officially rush the wedding dress. In October, there are 2 festivals, Hani Festival and Xiaoyuan Festival. Lin Daiyu grew up in the water town of Jiangnan, so she didn't know much about the customs of the north. On the way home from Jia Mansion, she looked at the paper money fluttering in a secluded place, and she calculated the days, and found that it was already the first day of October. No wonder Grandma wanted to keep me just now. I guess she was afraid that I would see this on the way back. Daiyu lowered the curtain on the carriage window, and said to Xueyan and Qing Tang, "In some places in Jiangnan, there is a custom of offering sacrifices to new graves on the first day of October, but the Lin family only has 3 people. Daiyu's grandfather and grandmother had passed away more than 10 years ago. She had not experienced these things." The old lady is thoughtful. "But it's just unfortunate that you have to hurry back today," Xueyan said to Daiyu. Daiyu went to Jia's mansion to stay with her grandmother for a few days, and Baochai also moved to Jia's mansion to pay a visit to Mrs. Wang. The 2 of them, and the girls, and Shangyun of Jia's mansion had a lively time for a few days. Today, Daiyu suddenly wanted to go back because there was a letter from the palace. The news that Daiyu asked Su Qingyu to investigate before had already come out. She thought about this matter and wanted to go back quickly. But Baochai was persuaded by everyone in Jia's mansion to stay there. The person who came to deliver the letter to Daiyu was none other than Mao Kai. He was sitting in the main hall of the Lin mansion. Lin Hai was talking to him casually. Seeing Daiyu coming back, both of them seemed relieved. Mao Kai quickly stood up and bowed, and respectfully handed over the pile of letters. After sending the eunuch away, Lin Hai looked at his daughter and smiled. "I have dealt with him many times in the past when I served in the imperial court. But since he suddenly came to our house, I really don't know what to say to him. Fortunately, you came back soon." Daiyu asked, "Isn't your mother at home? Why didn't she come out to meet the guests?" Seeing that his daughter was asking about his wife, Lin Hai could only answer honestly, "Your mother accepted the invitation of the Empress Dowager's mother's family to attend the banquet, and today you and I are left at home." Because Lin Miyue also has the surname Lin, Lin Hai now feels a little awkward when mentioning the Empress Dowager's mother's family, and doesn't know how to address them. But Daiyu knows which family it is. Among the 3 wives of the Lin family, the wives of the 2nd and 3rd masters had been with Daiyu for a period of time, and both wives liked Daiyu very much. Only Mrs. Wang, the wife of Lin Feng, the biological mother of the Empress Dowager and the grandmother of the emperor, had never met Daiyu before. The 2 met for the first time after Daiyu returned to Beijing. Although there were not many girls in Lin Miyue's mother's family, there were many ladies in the families of several wives and sisters-in-law of the same generation. Therefore, when it came to the selection of Su Qingyi's wife, the Lin family did have the idea of saving the country by a roundabout way and making the relationship closer. But later on, there were many changes. Lin Muyue fell in love with another lady, Lady Lin, and the other lady's plans were abandoned. With so many relatives, it is inevitable that some things will become unclear. Mrs. Wang now has a niece-in-law. And this is the case. This lady who married into the Wang family has a daughter of marriageable age. She relied on her family connections and often went to her aunt to drum up support. Now that things are not going well, this lady has not given up. She even went to Mrs. Wang for a few days to talk about sending her daughter to the palace as a concubine. Until Mrs. Wang got annoyed and clearly refused. She still did not give up. And even started to speak ill of Daiyu. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Moreover, the lady's words were not only said in front of Mrs. Wang, she also said them in many other occasions without hesitation. So when Mrs. Wang found out, she was furious and went back to the Wang family to ask them to discipline the good people. She also quickly invited Daiyu's mother to the house for a banquet and told her the whole story. The Ministry of Rites is now only arranging the wedding and the ceremony of the queen's coronation. There is no movement at all in the selection of concubines and the selection of palace servants. I think it is because of this that some people are impatient. Lin Hai did not shy away from talking about this with his daughter. When the emperor was still the king of Wu, Lin Muyue promised to help her son marry Daiyu, that the king of Wu would not take concubines in the future, and would be together for life. But later the king of Wu became the emperor. In fact, both Lin Hai and Jiamin had already tacitly agreed that this agreement was invalid. Daiyu looked at her father and said, "I am willing to believe him. It is said that a gentleman's words are as good as his words. I think he will not break his promise to our Lin family." Looking at his daughter, Lin Hai was a little worried. "Thank God for blessing me and your mother to have a filial child like you. But if you cannot give birth to a prince in the future, it will not only be a family matter, but also a national matter." The emperor recruited many good girls from good families as concubines in the harem. One of the important reasons was that he needed to leave room for the selection of heirs. Even though it has been passed down for thousands of years, each dynasty attaches great importance to the eldest son, but from the history books, we can know that there are not so many emperors who succeeded to the throne because of the eldest son. The emperor also needs more concubines to give birth to princes, so that there is room to choose heirs. Looking at his daughter Lin Hai, he is also worried. If Daiyu can successfully give birth to a prince after marrying into the royal family in the future, it will be fine. But if God is blind and makes her childless for many years, or only gives birth to princesses at that time, whether the emperor can stick to his current promise becomes a problem. Young people are deeply in love and can make any promises. But not everything will go as planned. Lin Hai whispered. Daiyu was a little confused for a moment, not knowing whether her father was talking about the emperor or someone else. Lin Hai and Jiamin were also a young couple at the beginning. One of them was a popular talent in Beijing, and the other was a lady from a noble family with both talent and beauty. After getting married, Lin Hai's heart and eyes were filled with only his wife. But later, Jiamin had no children for many years. When Mrs. Lin was still alive, she gradually developed resentment towards this daughter-in-law. Later, she even forced her son to take a concubine. Jiamin's body gradually deteriorated under the heavy pressure. Fortunately, the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disappeared after Mrs. Lin passed away. Lin Hai found that his wife was getting worse, so he stopped taking all those messy tonics and stopped her from drinking them. After a long talk, the couple resolved their knot and soon had Daiyu. However, just like a tree with a mark, there was still some estrangement between the couple. Although the two seemed to be a loving couple and respect each other, Lin Hai also knows that it was because of his cowardice that he hurt Jiamin a lot, and the relationship between the two will never be the same as before. Lin Hai has always known that it would be difficult for him to have children. Looking at his daughter, he was afraid that she would lose her spirit in the torture day by day. He was afraid that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, who were very kind to her now, would also change their faces in the future. Daiyu had never thought that her father would still have such a worry. She lowered her head and thought for a while and said, "It's already this time. Just wait for fate." This statement was actually not in line with Daiyu's usual temperament. But Lin Hai thought that his words today scared his daughter. He blamed himself and said, "Forget it. Forget it. If the sky falls, your father will support you. It's so late. Go to rest." Lin Hai thought that if that day really came, He would risk not being an official to protect his daughter from being wronged. Walking in the corridor, Dayu was still thinking about what her father had said just now. But she also knew that these words could not be told to others. So she could only look at the bright moon in the sky and felt a little confused about the future for the first time. Chapter 246. When the first snow of winter fell, Dayu and her mother returned to the Jia mansion to have fun with her sisters for a day. Everyone looked at the snow falling and wanted to warm up the wine and recite poems. The girls had fun together, but Jia Baoyu could only listen to his brother's teachings. He stood in front of his brother Jia Zhu with his head down and dared not say a word. Everyone knows that the family wants to marry someone, but you deliberately provoke the young master of the family. I really don't know what to say to you. Jia Zhu felt a headache and said with great regret. After going to the Liang family several times, Mrs. Wang was very satisfied with this marriage. So the two families now had a tacit understanding. And the Jia family was just waiting for the other party to come to the door to propose marriage. However, this matter has now encountered some twists and turns. Jia Baoyu went out to drink with Shen Xi a while ago, and the two met a member of the Liang family. Although this person is no longer a direct descendant of the main family, the father of this Mr. Liang is an official in the capital. So his family and the Liang family in the capital are still close. It is common for relatives to support each other and be of the same blood. So Mr. Liang can represent the Liang family to some extent. That day, Jia Baoyu and Shen Xi went to drink. But they didn't go to any restaurant. Instead, they went to a small restaurant that Shen Xi often went to, which served Huaiyang cuisine. This restaurant is often visited by people from the south of the Yangtze River who live in the capital. So it is in a very secluded alley. Shen Xi also wanted to treat his new friend to the flavor of his hometown. So he brought Jia Baoyu here. Logically speaking, this place is not a place frequented by a dandy like Mr. Liang. It was just that there was a new girl in a secret door nearby. So the sex maniac was attracted there. At this time, Baoyu was scolded by his brother. He swallowed his anger and listened for a while. But he couldn't help but defend himself. We didn't expect the girl to be that kind of woman. Brother Shen thought she was forced. Shen Xi and Jia Baoyu were both a little silly to some extent. When they saw the suspected rape of a commoner girl, they rushed over in a moment of passion. Mr. Liang was addicted to sensual pleasures, and his body was weak. He knew that he was not presentable when he went to the secret door, so he only brought a servant with him. Jia Baoyu was not counted. Shen Xi, who was traveling with him, was not a weak scholar, so the two of them beat Mr. Liang up. It was not until the singing and selling girl reacted and started shouting that the fight was over. The girl had a sharp and high voice. After she started shouting, everyone was in a panic for a while, causing the neighbors on this street to come out to watch the fun. Master Liang was still a man of dignity. He watched the man come out and run away with the servant, covering his face with his sleeves, leaving Jia Baoyu and Shen Xi dumbfounded. Of course, Master Liang would not let it go like this. According to his temper, after finding out the identities of Jia Baoyu and Shen Xi, he did not dare to do anything to Jia Baoyu, but found an opportunity to teach Shen Xi a lesson. The news of Shen Xi being beaten could not be hidden from Jia Lan in the academy. After he told his uncle about it, Jia Baoyu was so angry that he called a few familiar young masters to teach Master Liang a lesson again. It was originally a small matter. When these young masters fought, they only showed fancy moves and left some superficial injuries. But when they got together and fought, no one knew who tripped whom, and Mr. Liang finally broke a leg. Once this happened, it was difficult to settle it peacefully. Just when Jia Zhu was about to go home from the government office, he was blocked by Mr. Liang's father and family. They tore him apart before they took his brother back. It was just that after teaching Baoyu a lesson, Jia Zhu didn't think his brother had done anything wrong. The young master of the Liang family was indeed a bastard. It was just that the two families were going to marry each other, and his family still had to marry a daughter to him. So he had to worry about it. Jia Baoyu also understood his brother's temperament and style of doing things. He looked at his brother's expression and said, "It's not a big deal. Madam and sister-in-law were invited to the Liang mansion today. They should be able to talk it out." Originally, Jia Min, the aunt, was coming to visit today, and Wang Furen, the sister-in-law, naturally had to stay at home to entertain the guests. But it was such a coincidence that the trouble caused by Baoyu was exposed today, and Wang Furen and Li Wan were also invited to the Liang mansion to talk. Jia Zhu is actually a little confused about the attitude of the Liang family now. He doesn't know whether they want to vent their anger on their clan members, or what. You still said? If it causes my wife to lose face, I can't protect you either. Looking at his innocent expression, Jia Zhu rarely feels that he is itching to do something. Hearing his elder brother say this, Jia Baoyu shrinks his neck. He only realized that it was wrong now. Even if the Liang family was so kind and polite to his family before. But he did lead people to have a conflict with Mr. Liang and broke his leg. Today, his mother and sister-in-law may also be bullied if they go there. Fortunately, the worries of the two brothers in the Jia family did not come true. The Liang family invited people to come this time not to call for punishment, but to apologize, to appease the future in-laws. Mrs. Ji, the current head of the Liang family, personally raised her glass to toast Mrs. Wang. Although it is not a big deal, but I am always afraid that Madam will be uneasy if I don't talk about it. So I invited Madam here today just to apologize for that evil creature. One family, one surname, one clan. The Liang family is also a wealthy and prestigious family in Beijing. There are countless people in the family. Mrs. Ji is the direct descendant of the Liang family. She apologized in person now. Although Mrs. Wang felt embarrassed about what happened today, she still raised her glass and drank a full glass of wine. Madam, that's not right. It was our boy who caused the trouble. He has implicated your young master. I should apologize to you. The other party was polite. And Mrs. Wang couldn't just accept it. So she said the same thing. Today, she was invited to the Liang family. Mrs. Wang thought that the Liang family wanted to discuss something with her. She was still wondering why they didn't come to her house. It was not until the banquet started that she knew what happened. Just now, when Mrs. Ji said that, Mrs. Wang was actually angry and anxious. She vaguely remembered that Baoyu had a bad walk when he came to pay his respects to her. When she asked him at that time, Jia Baoyu just said that he accidentally fell. Now she knew that her son had grown up and had a fight with others, and she couldn't help but worry about his health. Now, when it comes to polite words, Mrs. Wang was very anxious. It was Li Wan who saw that her mother-in-law was wrong and took the initiative to take over the words handed over by Mrs. Ji, so that there would be no more problems today. When it came to the matter related to her second son Baoyu, Mrs. Wang was no longer concerned about the marriage of the concubine's daughter. With the help of her daughter-in-law, she talked with Mrs. Ji for a while, and finally returned to the Jia mansion with a lot of worries. I think what Madam said just now seems to be in vain. Mrs. Wang's mind is not on this marriage. Help Mrs. Ji get up and change her clothes, said Madam Qi, the dowry who had been serving Mrs. Ji. Mrs. Wang is not a mature person. Even though she has some experience at this age, she is too easy to be seen through when she encounters something. Today, not only Li Wan saw that her mother-in-law was absent-minded, but Mrs. Ji and the nanny beside her also figured out Mrs. Wang's thoughts. Therefore, Mrs. Ji didn't say much nonsense and finished the matter. Seeing that Mrs. Wang was eager to go home, she politely sent her away. Now listening to her confidant's words, Mrs. Ji also shook her head and laughed. This is still good. At least she is not the kind of person who says one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Today, Mrs. Ji invited people to come mainly to make things clear, to show that Mr. Liang's dandy behavior has nothing to do with her family, and will not delay the marriage between the two families. So Madam Ji didn't care whether the person on the other side could immediately reply to her with some nice words, as long as Madam Wang knew that this matter would not hinder the two families from continuing to get along. I finally found such a lovely girl. It's not good to ruin the marriage because of this kind of thing. Madam Ji took off her clothes and threw them on the hanger beside her and said lightly. After learning about this incident, Madam Ji was more out of control than Jia Zhu. She didn't bother to ask about the few playboys in the Liang family, which was a big family with a lot of wealth. But this man was blind and offended someone he shouldn't have offended. After Mrs. Ji found out, she was really angry. She didn't listen to the woman's complaints and directly thanked the guest. At the same time, she didn't allow her husband to see her cousin and interfere in this matter. Madam Qi helped the lady take off the hairpins and said, Brother Yang finally got interested in a girl and said yes. If someone else ruined the matter, it would be really bad. Mrs. Ji couldn't help but frown when she mentioned her son. Speaking of this, is Brother Yang not at home today? Liang Yang is Mrs. Ji's biological son, the current prince of the Liang mansion. He is not yet old enough and has not gone to work, but is studying martial arts in the martial arts school. At this time, he should go home to pay his respects to his parents. The master and servant looked at each other and felt bad. Mrs. Ji said in shock, Is the master at home? Ask the master to ask a few reliable people to look for him. Liang Yang tapped the knife with his fingers intermittently. He looked at the servant who was looking around and asked, "Are you sure it's here at this time? How come no one has come after waiting for half a day?" The servant retracted his head when he heard his master's question. He swore to the sky and said, "How dare I lie to you? It's this time. I guess it's inconvenient for Master Han to go out now. So he's late." He looked up at the sky again. Liang Yang straightened the leather hat on his head and pulled down the cloth to cover his face and said, "I believe you once. If I don't block anyone today, I will go back and give you a lesson." Just as the servant was about to swear and say something else, there was a sound of footsteps at the entrance of the alley, and the voice of a man cursing. Liang Han was carried into the alley by two people in a sedan chair. A dog will never change its eating habits. Although he had just been beaten up, he felt that his leg was not very painful, and he went out to have fun again. It was inconvenient to have a leg injury. In the past, Liang Han would ride a horse and secretly take a servant with him to go to such places. Now he had to hire an idle man to carry him to the place. While cursing the damn Jia family, he also kept complaining about his uncle and aunt, who were too picky and didn't help him vent his anger. The servant who followed Liang Han was sweating coldly when he heard what his master said and prayed that he would stop talking. Chapter 247. When Madame Ji asked the master to send people out to look for his son, it was already too late. In the end, the servant of the Liang family went out for a long time, but did not find his own son. He saw the young master of the side branch and was scolded by someone. Everyone was dragged to call the doctor and find the family of Mr. Liang. They forgot their original mission. When the family members, who had helped others for most of the day, returned to the Liang mansion, Liang Yang was already sitting in the main hall of his house drinking tea. Seeing that both parents looked unhappy, Liang Yang innocently asked the two elders, "My son is already so old, but he just went out to see a play and came back late. Father and mother shouldn't look at him like this." Lord Liang stroked his beard and said nothing. But Mrs. Ji couldn't help but slap the table and said, "Sit still. I get angry when I see you leaning sideways." In fact, Mrs. Ji also knew that the news she had just received must be related to her son. But somehow, this kid was so thorough that he was not recognized. So now she could only find fault with her son in small matters. Liang Yang straightened his sitting posture after his mother said that. He continued to pretend to be confused and said to his mother, "Anger is harmful to your health. Just sit still, son." Mrs. Ji was so angry that her liver hurt. She quickly showed her face to her husband, trying to ask him to teach her son a lesson. The mainstay of the Liang family is still a Marquis. Marquis Liang actually knows about this little thing in the family. He thinks that since his son did not leave any handle this time, it is not a big deal. But now that the lady's eyes were sweeping over him mercilessly, he could only say with a fierce face, "You kid, you weren't so enthusiastic when I asked you to read books and practice martial arts in the past. But you are so happy when it comes to watching a play. I think I am too kind as a father, and I should discipline you as harshly as other families." Lord Liang is working in the army. Liang Yang is actually studying martial arts now. And Madame Ji wants to tell her son that his wife is also thinking about starting a career after getting married. And he will go to the barracks to gain formal experience after his son officially gets married. Liang Yang was not afraid of what his father said. He stood up and bowed to his father and said, "I just got the first place in the martial arts test this month. I was a little worse in the literary test, but I was still in the top 5. I heard that there was a new play today, so I went to see it. I hope you don't blame me." After being blocked by his son's watertight words, Lord Liang was at his wit's end and had to look back at his wife and give her a helpless look. Looking at such a useless husband and slippery son in front of her, Mrs. Ji waved her hand exhaustedly and left with the nanny. He stretched his neck to watch his wife go back to the backyard. Marquis Liang heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to glare at his son. "It's all your fault. If your mother is really angry and gets hurt, you'll be punished." Liang Yang approached his father and tried to comfort him. "What are you talking about? I've been very honest recently. My mother arranged for me to meet the young lady of the Jia mansion, so I followed her obediently. She asked me to study hard, and I made a lot of progress." Humph. After a sound, Lord Liang's anger subsided a little. He looked at his son, who had taken advantage of him and still acted like a good boy, and scolded him. "If you kill your future wife, I wonder where you will go to cry when the time comes." Although Liang Yang was talking about the wife that Mrs. Ji valued, but he was such a strange person that he could still miss the girl from the Jia mansion so much. Lord Leon also knew that this girl must have been seen by this stinky boy and remembered in his heart, so he only warned him. When Lian Yang heard his father say this, he patted his chest and assured, "My son knows everything. Don't worry, Dad." Lian Yang was fully prepared to teach his cousin a lesson. Lian Han had also seen this prince a few times, but he didn't recognize him today. Lord Liang himself actually knew that some people in the clan relied on the power of the family to do evil. So he turned a blind eye to what happened today. Hearing his son say this, Lord Liang also warned, "I know you have complaints about some people in the clan, but things should be done step by step. Don't rush." Hearing his father say this, Lian Yang assured his father with a serious face, "Yes, my son knows." In the Jia mansion, several girls were in a good mood and asked people to send the fresh venison and vegetables from the farm to grill meat. Everyone continued to draw lots and write poems while grilling meat and drinking wine by the small stove. They had a great time. Dayu took a bamboo stick and looked at the pattern on it. When she saw that it was a picture of winter plums, she was inspired and soon came up with 4 lines of poetry about plums. The next one happened to be Shangyun. She was fascinated by Dayu's poem when Tanchun pushed the tube of bamboo sticks in front of her. Tanchun waved her hand in front of Shangyun. "What are you thinking about? It's your turn. If you don't draw or have no talent, just drink this cup." Shichuan was having a good time today and heard the words and said, "Very true. I think Yuta is fascinated by Dayu's poem. She shouldn't be able to come up with any lines now. Just drink this cup." Shichuan forced a glass of wine to her. Sure, Shangyun said "ah," and wanted to refuse. But she couldn't resist the fact that they were 2 sisters fighting together. So she drank a cup reluctantly. The sisters started to quarrel. Shangyun wiped her wine with a handkerchief after finishing her drink. "You two are united now. Look at them. They only know how to bully me." Dayu had watched enough of the quarrel. She looked at Shangyun and said, "It is said that Li Bai wrote hundreds of poems after drinking a cup of wine. Now our Yuta has also used good wine. It is time to see what kind of patterns are on the poor bamboo stick." Shangyun pretended to be angry when she heard it. "You are sisters from the same family. You have the same thoughts and words. Give it to me. I want to see what kind of flowers can be used to write poems." Dayu came with a lot holder. "How about I help you draw the lot myself? Quick! Quick!" Shangyun was amused by Dayu's actions and words. Sister Lin is also good at these naughty things. The two shook out a bamboo stick together, and Dayu saw the flower on it at a glance. "It's a rare flower. Yuta. This question is a bit difficult. There are countless poems and essays about plum blossoms, narcissus, and peonies. The girls present have read and written a lot of them. But the one on Shangyun's lot is not a very common flower. This flower is indeed magnificent, but it is not often seen." Tanchun also saw the pattern on it. She picked it up and looked at it carefully for a long time before she said this. "This flower is not ripe, but I just grabbed a handful of seeds in your room." "Sister." Shichuan recognized the flower at a glance and said with a smile. Shangyun slapped her forehead with sudden realization. "I know what it is. The Book of Flowers said, this flower faces the sun, and it is commonly called sunflower. Sunflower seeds are a snack that many families like now." Tanchun has a lacquer box in her room, which is often filled with dried fruits and candy fruits. So she reacted quickly when Shangyun said it. "This flower is not delicate, but few people plant it in the garden, so I don't know it until I see it," Tanchun said helplessly. Dayu said, "I have seen this flower planted in a field, and the whole field is not inferior to other flowers. What is the scene of a few sparse flowers, and what is the scenery of a sea of flowers?" Akan and Shangyun thought that if this flower grows in a field, the golden land must be very beautiful. Yur is the birthday of the flower festival. She is born to be a fairy who cherishes flowers, and we ordinary people think of eating it when we hear it. Shangyun likes to joke and thinks quickly, and immediately thought of a sentence to tease Dayu. Dayu was also stumped for a moment, and she had no choice but to urge people to write poems quickly, and not to talk about these trivial things. The girls were so happy writing poems and roasting meat. Mrs. Wang was very angry when she came back from Liang's house. When she returned to her room, she saw that her children were not there, and she couldn't help but get angry. "I worry about these little ones every day, but they know how to enjoy themselves. I can't see any of them when I return." Li Wan winked at the servants in the room, and everyone retreated like water, leaving the room to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Li Wan helped Lady Wang to sit down and serve tea. She smiled and said, "The girls all went to entertain Aunt Min and Yer today. Yuner. My husband and uncle were probably discussing articles and forgot the time." Lady Wang actually knew about these things. She was relieved after her outburst, seeing that her daughter-in-law had given her a way out. She complained, "Well, everyone is busy and has serious things to do. But you and I, two idle people, have to go out on this snowy day." Li Wan sat opposite Lady Wang. "I am young and have little experience. If it weren't for Madame being here today, I really wouldn't know what to say or do in front of the Marquis's wife." Over the years, Li Wan has figured out her mother-in-law's temperament. She knows that as a daughter-in-law, she can only flatter Lady Wang and speak to her in a flattering way. Only when she is in a good mood will she listen to her words. As expected, after drinking a cup of hot tea, Mrs. Wang felt much better. She looked at Li Wan worriedly and said, "It's true that children are all debts. God knows how I was a person without moral cultivation in my previous life and ended up with such an evil thing." Li Wan lowered her head to drink tea without replying. After Mrs. Wang scolded her a few more times, she said, "It's not uncommon for young people to act impulsively when they are angry. It's not a big deal. My brother was very filial in the past." "Why do you say that, Madam?" "The Liang family not only has a title, but also has a close relationship with the current Empress Dowager's mother's family. It can be said that even if this marriage cannot be concluded, it would be bad to cause a conflict with others and offend the Liang family." Fortunately, Mrs. Liang was obviously not going to stand up for her family today, so both Li Wan and Mrs. Wang knew that the matter was over. However, Mrs. Wang had other concerns in her heart. One was that she was afraid that her son would make friends with bad people and cause trouble in the future. The other was that she was afraid that Bao Yu would change his personality and make his father and elder brother unhappy. Seeing her eldest daughter-in-law behave like this in front of her, Mrs. Wang might have deliberately said something to her, just to prevent Li Wan from talking to her eldest son when she went back, so that Jia Zhu would not be angry with Bao Yu. Chapter 248. Li Wan saw clearly the little thoughts of her mother-in-law, and she said, "I will tell my husband about today's events when I go back. Men are sometimes impatient with their younger brothers and sons, and we have to worry about them." Mrs. Wang seemed to be touched by these words. She put down her teacup and was no longer angry. She just pulled Li Wan aside and said some words about how difficult it was for her these years, and she also revealed some gratitude in her words. When Li Wan returned to her own courtyard, Jia Zhu personally went out to welcome his wife into the house. "Thank you, madam, for all your troubles this whole day. It's my husband's fault." Li Wan smiled and said, "I heard that the family had detained me, and you went to get him back yourself. Madam Ji was polite in order to make peace, and my wife and I were fine. But you were wrong today. The lady of the Marquis's mansion was polite. Madam Wang and Li Wan were honored guests and were treated to good food and wine. But Jia Zhu was facing the unreasonable Liang family today." After hearing his wife's words, Jia Zhu smiled and said, "It's okay. Although that family is unreasonable, they still care about our family. They dare not be too rude." Later, Mrs. Ji also asked her butler to pass on the message. The parents of Mr. Liang wanted to force the Jia family to bow their heads after crying and begging in vain. Now that they were discovered by the master's family, they dared not be too presumptuous. This is why Jia Zhu was able to bring Bao Yu back. Jia Zhu and his wife sat opposite each other. Li Wan also remembered Mrs. Wang's attitude. "Madam means that I want to remind you a few words. Don't feel annoyed with Bao Yu because of this matter. Mrs. Wang is not a completely ignorant person. She knows that as a mother, she will naturally be infinitely tolerant of her children. However, Jia Zhu was originally just a brother. He is now an official in the court and has a wife and children. It is unknown what he thinks of his brother." Jia Zhu also knew what his mother meant. "We are brothers. Madam, you have misunderstood me. Although we are brothers from the same family, we are getting older, and I can no longer regard Bao Yu as a child. As brothers from the same mother, and with such a long-term brotherly love, Jia Zhu would not hate Bao Yu from now on. But he also knew that he had to have a good talk with his brother about his future. If he wants to be an official, then this won't work. If he just wants to be a wild and famous scholar, then I, as his brother, can still protect him," Jia Zhu said to his wife. As a sister-in-law, Li Wan was still worried about other things. "I don't know about your affairs, but I see that Madam is still worried about another thing. Whether you become an official or a famous scholar, You have to get married. Jiazhu sighed. This child was born with some magical powers. As if he had a connection with the immortals. The affairs of this world may not be able to restrain him. Seeing her brother say these words. What else can Li Wan, as a sister-in-law, do? So she had to change the subject and talk about something else. A few days later, Jia Baoyu was called to the study by his brother. He thought that something had happened again. So he said to Jiazhu honestly, I have already apologized to the lady. But if there is anything else, please tell me. Seeing his brother listening to him with his head lowered, Jiazhu could not put on the airs of a strict brother. Sit down. It's not that matter. Before, I always thought that you were too young to tell you these things. But now you are old enough to get married. So I have to tell you these things in detail. Jiazhu said slowly to his brother. After hearing his brother's words, Jia Baoyu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly said seriously, Yes, please go ahead. Big brother. Although the current situation of the Jia family can be said to be thriving, Jiazhu still has to plan for the future of the family. Jiazhu no longer counts on the brothers and uncles of the Ning family. And Jiazhu still hopes that the few male children of the Rong family will have some success, and not always think about living on the merits of their ancestors. The title of Rong family is now in the hands of the eldest master Jiaxi. Jia Lian himself has a job to do now. And he could also inherit the title of a generation. But he also hopes that his wife Yang can give him a son to study, and not count on the title of the family. Jiazhu himself has two brothers. One is his brother Jia Baoyu, born from the same mother, and the other is his illegitimate brother Jia Huan. Of the two brothers, Jiazhu naturally prefers his brother Baoyu, although he usually teaches Jia Huan to study hard and strive for fame in the future. He does not have the time to talk to him so patiently. Jia Huan is the son of Jia Jing's concubine Aunt Zhao, and is Jia Tanchuan's biological brother. However, everyone in the Jia family can see clearly that unlike Tan Chun, Jia Huan himself is mediocre. So he can't think of anything else. And just let his father and brother take care of him and study. Jiazhu arranged the future for his younger brother. He did not expect Jia Huan to pass the imperial examination. But if he could pass the examination, he would be willing to help his younger brother become an official. If he failed, the Jia family did not seem to have any intention of splitting up the family. So Jia Huan would help run the business and take care of the family affairs, which was also a way out. However, Jiazhu still considered Jia Baoyu in many ways. He knew that his younger brother did not like the 4 books and 5 classics, and took the imperial examination just to make the family feel at ease. Now Jiazhu thought that he could shoulder the future of the Jia family. So he did not want to force his younger brother to do anything, and only wanted him to live according to his own wishes. After listening to Jiazhu's plan for his future, Jia Baoyu lowered his head and remained silent. His reaction was within Jiazhu's expectations. So Jiazhu did not urge his brother. The two brothers sat quietly in this small study for a while, as if he had finally made up his mind. Jia Baoyu stood up and bowed to Jiazhu solemnly. Now that my parents are alive, I should fulfill my filial duty as a son. However, I only wish to be a hermit with a plum wife and crane son in this life. I have no intention of becoming an official and marrying a wife. I hope you will help me in the future. Looking at Baoyu's solemn expression, Jiazhu sighed. I understand. According to the custom of the imperial court, whenever the emperor chooses a wife, one queen will be promoted with 2 noble ladies. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, Lin Muyue had more princesses from the royal family, and wives of various families, who came to inquire about the Empress Dowager's feelings again. Lin Muyue put her favorite small ingredients in the milk teacup, and asked Yun Xia, have you rejected them all? I am impatient to see these people. You didn't know what it meant without an order. But she still came to my place to make a fuss. Yun Xia also took a cup, and was looking at the dazzling small ingredients. Wealth and wealth move people's hearts. And what's more, this is not just about wealth and honor. Naturally, some people are watching everything. Generally speaking, when a young emperor ascends the throne, it is easier for him to develop feelings with his wife and concubines because of his young age. Now that the emperor is only at this age and has decided to marry a queen, naturally some people are eager to get a share of the pie. Among the 6 ceremonies of the emperor's wedding, the 2 ceremonies of Natsai and Wenming have been completed, and the Naji ceremony is also in progress. So there will definitely be no problems. The Ministry of Rites and the palace are also preparing the Nahue ceremony to send the engagement gift to the Lin family. I remember Yor was tossing around mysteriously for a long time a while ago. Did he make something to send over? Lin Muyue looked at Yunxia, who had chosen something. And she asked again. Yunxia took a small silver spoon and scooped up a spoonful of red beans to eat. After she finished eating, she said, I don't know either. His Majesty has been very secretive recently. I asked Mount Ai, but he refused to tell me. The child has grown up and has his own little secrets. Lin Muyue nodded and talked about other things. The dress has been sent to the capital. Right? Pick a day to send it to Dayu and ask her to try it on. If it doesn't fit, you need to make some changes. Thinking about the dress, Yunxia felt sympathetic. Such a dress is solemn, but it will crush you. This wedding is also a day of suffering. Lin Muyue thought about the dress she wore when she was 1,000 years old and felt very sympathetic. Fortunately, this dress can be worn during the day, and the wedding dress can be worn at the evening banquet. Lin Muyue also felt that her son had done a good thing. Dayu was helped to dress by everyone, and she felt like a big lantern she had seen before, inlaid with gold and jade, all jewels, and looked heavy. She imagined looking at her current appearance in the mirror, but Dayu felt that it was very difficult for her to even turn her head slightly. She walked a few steps with the help of Shuiyin and Qintang before she reached the mirror. The queen's crown has a round frame, and the hat is made of jadeite. It is decorated with 9 dragons, 4 phoenixes, 12 large flowers, and as many small flowers as the large flowers. 12 hairpins on both sides of her temples. Dayu usually does not wear many decorations. Now, looking at the crown and pearls on her head, she sighed in her heart that she could not recognize herself. Dayu also put on her kimono, knee-length skirt, belt, shoes, etc. She looked at herself in the mirror for a while, and said to Yunxia, who came to the Lin family, Thank you, Aunt. This dress is very good, and there is nothing wrong with it. Yunxia was also moved when she saw Dayu in such a dress. When I first met you, you were still a delicate little girl. Now you are wearing such a dress, and you look like a mother of the country. Although Yunxia could not say that she had watched Dayu grow up, as the closest female official to Lin Muyue, she also watched her grow from a girl to the dignified appearance she is now. Jiamin watched her daughter wearing the queen's clothes, and tears welled up in her eyes. The child she had raised for so long was finally going to become someone else's daughter-in-law. Seeing her mother's look, Dayu tried on the dress and hurriedly changed back into her own clothes. Yunxia saw that she had finished the most important thing and passed on a message to everyone in the palace. The queen mother always misses you, but it's not a good time to summon you to the palace. The princesses also miss you. This is a gift from the queen and several princesses for you. Then seeing that Dayu had received everyone's letters and gifts, Yunxia completed her task and said goodbye and returned to the palace, so as not to disturb the mother and daughter. Chapter 249. After Dayu tried on the queen's dress, she asked Yunxia to take it back to the palace. So Jiamin watched her daughter change back into her own clothes, and she walked over to put a jade hairpin on Dayu's head. When Dayu saw her mother coming, she wanted to get up, but seeing the small box and the hairpin in Jiamin's sleeve, she sat quietly waiting for her mother to move. She touched the jade hairpin and felt the warm texture. Dayu looked at the bright color in the mirror again. Where did mother find this treasure? I have never seen you wear it before. Jiamin also likes jade ornaments when she dresses up. Dayu is also familiar with the hairpins and other things her mother often wears. Now seeing such a jade hairpin with excellent texture and carving, she couldn't help but ask. Jiamin looked at the white jade hairpin between her daughter's thick black hair. This is something your grandmother left behind. I have sorted out all the head ornaments and treasures recently, and I will take them with you when you get married. Dayu's only impression of her grandmother is the portrait hanging in the Lin family ancestral hall. The lady in the portrait is wearing a bright red imperial dress and a standard head ornament. Looking at the descendants, who came to pay homage with a serious expression, when she heard her mother say that this was jewelry passed down from her grandmother, Dayu turned to her mother and said, This thing is too precious. Let's keep it at home. Jiamin shook her head. When you enter the palace, the family's land and shops can't be given to you. You can just keep these things for yourself. They are not worth much. Lin Hai, as a father, also made many plans for his daughter. He originally wanted to give his daughter the deeds of the family's farm near the capital and the shop in Yanqing, but later thought that such a big fuss might not be liked by the royal family. and it would be difficult for Dayu to take care of these things in the palace. So he gave up the idea. Finally, after the couple discussed, they decided to only bring some of the treasures, headgear, calligraphy and paintings that the Lin family had accumulated over the years to their daughter into the palace, and a few banknotes that could be used on weekdays and were not conspicuous. After Dayu heard her mother's explanation of these things, she was shocked and said with guilt, "My daughter cannot enjoy the company of your parents, but has to trouble you two to do this. I really feel uneasy." Jiamin looked at her daughter, and she couldn't help but think of the scene when she saw the baby in her belly just being born. The baby at that time is now old enough to get married and become a mother. It's not like we'll never see each other again. It's too early to talk about that. Okay. You've been tired for the whole day. Take a good rest, and I'll ask the kitchen to cook your favorite dishes tonight. Jiamin patted her daughter's shoulder. Entering the 12th lunar month, the atmosphere of the new year in Beijing suddenly became stronger. Families with relatives and those who wanted to ask for favors began to move around. Lin Hai is now a cabinet elder. If she has a daughter, she will become the queen next year. Therefore, the number of people who simply send ice and charcoal gifts to the Lin family, and those who want to make connections and ask the Lin family to do things, the number of people blocking the door every day is not as large as that in front of the most popular theater in Yincheng. The carriage of the girls from the Jia mansion quietly entered the Lin mansion from the corner gate. It was cold, and the girls changed to a sedan chair and went directly to Dayu's yard. Dayu covered herself with a cloak and a hood, and waited for her sisters with a stove in her hand. Shangyun had not yet come down from the sedan chair. As soon as the little maid opened the curtain, she couldn't wait to lean out and said to Dayu, We are here." Tanshan and Shichuan got down from the sedan chair safely. Seeing Shangyun tripped, they hurried over to support her. Be careful of your feet." Dayu also hurried over to support a few people. "It's still cold, let's go in and talk." Let everyone go into the warm room. Everyone took off their cloaks and thick clothes, and put on the quilted jackets prepared by Dayu, and the girls sat comfortably on the kong and talked. On the kong table was an octagonal box, which was already filled with various dried fruits and candied fruits. And there was also a large pot of brewed milk tea for everyone to use. Shangyun sat down and poured milk tea for everyone. "I thank you for supporting me just now. Sisters, please." The girls knew that Shangyun had been confined at home for a while, and it was hard for her to go out and relax. So they did not continue to tease Shangyun, but thanked her for her kindness. "In fact, it's not that I can't go anywhere. There are several other places in my aunt's house that I can go to. It's just that I'm impatient to go there. It's more fun to be with you guys." Shangyun picked up a walnut for herself, and said while carefully peeling the walnut kernel, Dayu's letter worked. But she had to look for other options to marry into the Shi family. The two ladies of the Shi family had been looking for men for Shangyun these days. They had to bring people with them to socialize. Sure, Shangyun felt uncomfortable in front of these ladies. Shichuan was holding a plum in her mouth and couldn't speak. After waiting for a while, she said, "That's the truth. There's a saying that if you don't agree with someone, you can't say anything. It's torture to say a word to some people. I won't get tired of you even if I spend every day with you." Tanshan looked like the oldest sister among the few people. She handed Shichuan a handkerchief and gave Shangyun a handful of nuts she had just peeled. "It's more fun with more sisters. We have similar personalities. We can't have enough days like this." Hearing Tanshan talking about the date, Shichuan was a little discouraged. After the new year, she was the only one present who was not engaged and was going to get married. "I was going to go on an outing with my sisters in the spring, but now it seems that it won't be possible." Shichuan felt a little disappointed when she thought about the next year. Seeing this, Dayu said, "It's my birthday too. If others don't invite you, how can I not invite you? My mother said that she would also invite my sister-in-law and sister Aingchun to come." According to Dayu's age, Lin Hai and Jiamin didn't celebrate her birthday in a big way in the past. But the situation was special after the new year. So Jiamin also planned to invite relatives and friends to have a small gathering at home, just to invite relatives to meet Dayu again. "Forget about the others, but don't shirk your responsibility when the time comes," Dayu added. Tanshan and the others naturally agreed to this matter, and Shangyun became more energetic and started to chat and laugh with everyone again. It was the New Year's Day, and there were many more things to do in the palace than outside the palace. Lin Muyue was now tired of just watching and not doing anything. Empress Dowagerly took a day off from her busy schedule to enjoy the snow scenery and plum blossoms. During this time, someone went over and tried to disturb the Empress Dowager's interest without any tact to reply. Looking at the female official standing below, Li Wancheng sighed and asked his wife and daughter to wait for him for a while. What is the important matter that requires a reply now? Send someone in. Empress Xiao herself had been in charge of the affairs of this palace. After thinking for a while, she almost knew what important matter the Empress Dowager had to personally decide. As expected, the female official came to the Empress Dowager to arrange the seating arrangement for the palace banquet. The person said with a bitter face, replying to the queen, "The eldest princess has already said she is sick and will not come this year. But her family still has female relatives who are coming. And the titles that the Majesty has given to several families this year also need to ask the queen's opinion." Lin Muyue had to take care of the emperor's wedding, so Li Wancheng took the initiative to take over the affairs of the palace during the new year. Now that she was asked by the female official, she knew the importance of these matters. Go back and arrange the normal positions first. These still need to be decided by the emperor himself. I will send someone to pass on the message after it is decided. Li Wancheng thought about it and said to the female official. After sending the person away, Li Wancheng was also a little bored. It was Queen Xiao who spoke up. "Mother, please help me during this period. Although I am useless, I can help you with some small things." Xiao Qingyi himself has been studying in the palace these days and raising Su Xingwu, the grandson of the former king of Xiang. The child has now been named Duke Dingqin and has inherited the title of king of Xiang. In addition to the prince of Xiang, Su Qingyu also used the evidence he found to reduce the power of several princes who were jumping around and making trouble. Only a few honest ones were left. The princes of those princes also wrote to Yinqing this year to pay homage to the emperor and the two palaces. Seeing that the princes who were divided out at the founding of the country, the day will finally come when Su Qingyu's generation will recover them. But because of this reason, the arrangement of seats at this year's palace banquet has become a problem. Seeing that her daughter-in-law took the initiative to help, Li Wancheng also readily agreed. Looking at his daughter again, Li Wancheng said to her, "I will also give you an errand. Go and ask your brother what he thinks." Princess Shiro agreed crisply. "Okay. I will stay with my mother and sister-in-law for a while, and I will go to ask my brother after dinner." The emperor was working hard in the palace to handle government affairs, and Maokai was also taking a nap in the dim light of the side room. He was suddenly awakened by his apprentice pulling his sleeve, and was startled. "Master, Shiro is here, and she said she has something to tell your majesty." The little eunuch pulled the master's sleeve, and said quickly after seeing him wake up. Hearing that it was Princess Shiro, Maokai also woke up from his nap. Although he was dozing off, his clothes, shoes and hat were all on. So he got up and went to tell Su Qingyu. When the princess came, the people in the imperial court were also tactful and asked people to wait in the palace. Not long after Princess Shiro sat down, Maokai had already informed Su Qingyu and personally invited the princess in. "Your Highness, please, this is the hand warmer that His Majesty said to prepare for you." The eunuch who came to call Maokai just now said that the princess didn't seem to have a hand warmer in her hand. After Maokai just said this, Su Qingyu also specifically asked him to get one for his sister. After receiving the hand warmer, Shiro also said, "Thank you, my brother, for troubling me. Eunuch, I don't deserve it. Please, your highness." Maotsai's smile deepened, and he quickly led the princess over. Su Qingyu in the palace saw that the memorials on the table had been reviewed almost, and he also packed up and decided to stop here today. So he went over and sat down and waited for his sister to come in. When Shiro came in, she saw her brother quietly holding the teacup. Not knowing what he was thinking, she coughed lightly to indicate that she had come in, and when her brother turned his head, Shiro bowed and greeted him. "Greetings to my brother. My brother, long live in happiness." Chapter 250. When he saw his sister, Su Qingyu apologized first. "I was thinking about something just now, and didn't notice you coming in." "Sit down. Is there something wrong with you coming here so late?" "These days, Shiro and this second brother have been getting better and better." She sat opposite him with a smile and said, "It's not too late. My brother is still busy." Being outmaneuvered by his sister, Su Qingyu had to push the teacup on the table. "It's not a good time to drink tea. I asked someone to prepare red date drink for you. Take a sip to warm yourself up." Princess Shiro thanked her brother for his kindness. She took a sip of the honey water mixed with various nuts and red dates. Su Qingyu also picked up 2 cakes on the table. "Today, My mother and I were enjoying the snow, and someone came to report that the seating arrangements for this year's palace banquet had not yet been decided. My mother still wanted to ask my brother about his plan. Princess Shiro touched her lips with a handkerchief and said to her brother, who had finished his snacks. Su Qingyu also drank a mouthful of honey water to smooth it out. That's why I was thinking of bringing the rules when I go to pay my respects to my mother tomorrow. Since my sister has made this trip, please take them back first. Princess Shiro was very happy to get the confirmation. After thanking her brother, she also took a look at the arrangements at his suggestion. After reading it, Shiro asked her brother with some concern, "Isn't your arrangement too ruthless? Those who have been stripped of their titles are not allowed to attend the palace banquet. If it gets out, people will probably talk about it." Seeing her brother drastically remove all those who were removed or demoted from the list of people attending the banquet, Princess Shiro was still a little worried that this arrangement would cause an uproar and damage the emperor's wisdom. Seeing his sister worried about him, Su Qingyu comforted her and said, "It's okay. These people not only interfered with the affairs in the capital, but also took advantage of their status as royal family members and princes to cause trouble in the countryside. If there are still people who cry out for them, we can ask someone to investigate." Hearing her brother say this, Shiro knew that he had made a decision. So she said to him, "Yes, sister, I know. Now that we have this list, it will be easy to handle. After you go back to Mother and decide on the positions, you can ask someone to report to you. Mother has been in charge of the affairs of the 6 palaces for many years. She is kind and benevolent. There will be nothing wrong." Su Qingyu did not hesitate to praise his mother. After finishing the business, Su Qingyu looked at his sister and asked tentatively, "After a while, the Queen Mother's family will come to the palace to pay a visit. Would you like to go to pay respects to the Queen Mother and meet the Lin family?" When Shiro first heard the Queen Mother's family, she was a little confused. The Li family seemed to have just entered the palace a while ago, and she had met her aunt and others. Later, she heard that the Queen Mother was talking about the Queen Mother Lin's family. A few blushes were dyed on Princess Shiro's cheeks. She couldn't help but feel a little shy at this time. Let the Queen Mother arrange it. Straightening the tassels hanging on her face, Princess Shiro asked the people around her, "How is it? This was given to me by the Queen Mother a while ago. This is the first time I wear it. Is it suitable for today's clothes and makeup?" Nani Wang, who served Princess Shiro, praised her, "Excellent. This amethyst is crystal clear and matches the princess's snowy skin and beautiful face. There is no one better than the princess. It is suitable for this hairpin." The maid who combed the princess' hair also said, "Aunt Wang is right. I was stunned just now." Although the servants were a little exaggerated, Princess Shiro was very satisfied with her outfit in the mirror. "That's good. Let's go quickly. Otherwise it will be too late." Lin Miyue sat on the throne. The palace servants opened the curtain and invited Princess Shiro in. She was also dazzled by the girl who came in. Seeing Princess Shiro coming up to pay respects gracefully, Lin Miyue asked Yunxia to personally go over and help her up. "Oh, our Shiro looks so beautiful today. I thought she was a fairy from heaven who had descended to earth when I first glanced at her." Princess Shiro usually wears bright colors like persimmon red, but today she wore a bright purple dress. Even though it was winter clothing, it showed off her girlish figure, which was very rare. Shiro felt even more embarrassed when her mother praised her. After paying respects, she sat quietly in her seat, which made Lin Miyue wink at Yunxia and smile. Today is the best weather in Yanqin in winter. The sun is high in the blue sky, and people will squint unconsciously when they come out of the house. Lin Jingxiu walked on the palace road without looking around, but he still felt the light spots reflected by the glazed tiles in the palace sliding across his face from time to time. Among the people who entered the palace this time, there are Lin Miyue's mother and 2 aunts. There are Wang Shifeng, 2 younger wives who have had some social interaction with the queen, and Lin Jingxiu's mother and himself. Lin Jingxiu's mother, Mrs. Du, was also from an official family. Although this lady had not been to the palace to see the imperial concubine and the empress dowager before, she still knew all the etiquette. Today, she did not feel nervous following her mother-in-law and the 2 ladies. When they arrived at the empress dowager's palace, Lin Miyue saw her mother just slightly bend her knees and quickly asked everyone to stand up. A group of people sat down in the main hall to talk. If family members came in the past, Lin Miyue would rather ask them to talk in the warm room. They were all family members and felt more comfortable. But today was a semi-formal meeting. In order to show her importance to this marriage, Lin Muyue changed her clothes solemnly and met with her mother's family in the main hall. This is Shiro, the biological daughter of Empress Dowager Cai Zhao. My mother and 2 aunts must have met her before, but this is probably the first time for my sister-in-law to meet her. Lin Muyue looked at her sister-in-law, Mrs. Du, and introduced Princess Shiro to her first, asking her to have a chance to talk to her future daughter-in-law. Although she was a princess, Shiro was not arrogant. When she saw Mrs. Du wanted to stand up and salute her, she quickly said, "Greetings to Mrs. Du, although it is the first time I meet you. I feel friendly." Mrs. Du smiled even more deeply when she saw this. She looked at the princess and said, "I have heard of your virtuous name for a long time. Today I see that you are really elegant." Lin Jingxiu was sitting beside her. He couldn't help laughing when he heard the conversation between the princess and his mother. Although he didn't make a sound, the princess, who was paying attention to the opposite side, still saw it. Shiro looked away. Her thoughts were all over the place. She didn't know what the person opposite meant. Was he laughing at her? Lin Muyue was sitting upstairs and saw it clearly. She restrained her smile and said, "There are also plum blossoms in the palace at this time. Let Shiro, the host, lead the younger generation to appreciate the plum blossoms." Although the younger generation was asked to appreciate the plum blossoms, Wang Shifeng, who was of the same generation as Lin Jingxiu, also stayed to talk to the queen. Everyone knew that this was just a chance for the queen to give the 2 children to get along. After Princess Shiro and Lin Jingxiu left, Wang Shifeng looked at Lin Muyue and asked in a friendly tone, "I am lucky enough to have entered the palace several times to pay my respects to the queen, but I have never seen the scene of red plum blossoms like clouds in the palace." Lin Muyue was amused by this. She looked at everyone and said, "You are a mother and still love to joke. What's the point of watching? If you like plum blossoms, I will ask someone to send a few plum trees to your yard, and you can see them every day in the future." Mrs. Wang looked at Lin Muyue helplessly and said, "You are talking about Feng Gur. What you said is even more outrageous." Everyone laughed when they heard it. Mrs. Liang likes daughters-in-law with such a temperament. Girl, after laughing, she also defended Shifeng. It's good to have such a temperament. It's fun to talk and laugh. Since they are all family, Lin Muyue no longer puts on airs. She looked at her mother and others and said, "Mother, aunt, and sister-in-law, please go to the warm room. I'm going to change my clothes." The throne of the Empress Dowager is made of rosewood, and the craftsmen have carefully carved the patterns on it. The dress Lin Muyue wore today is second only to the highest standard during festivals. Now she sits upright on the throne. She can't stand it for a while. Someone had cleared the snow on the palace road, but the snow in the plum garden was still preserved for the masters to enjoy. Looking at the plum blossoms of various colors against the backdrop of the snow, and smelling the faint fragrance from afar, Lin Jingxiu felt relaxed and happy. Looking at Princess Shiro walking slowly with him in her cloak, Lin Jingxiu couldn't help but turn his head to look at the princess. "It's been a long time since we last met. Is your highness doing well?" The 2 were future husband and wife who had received an imperial decree to marry, and Lin Jingxiu's words were not considered rude. But Princess Shiro was still a little embarrassed. "I'm fine, how about you? I heard that you still want to go to sea for some experience next year." Without looking at Lin Jingxiu, Princess Shiro stretched out her hand to brush away the snow on the plum tree branches and said lightly, "Princess Shiro is not old now. Empress Dowager Li also wants to keep her daughter for a few more years, so even if the marriage is arranged, it is impossible to get married immediately." Calculating the time, Lin Jingxiu still wants to go to the sea according to his own ideas. When asked by the princess, Lin Jingxiu answered honestly, "Yes, I have made some friends in the academy recently. We are all planning to go out to sea after passing the exam and being appointed as officials next year." Princess Shiro stopped looking at the flowers and turned to look at the people. "What if I don't allow you to go out?" The palace servants following behind saw that the prince and Mr. Lin were just talking about some poems and essays. Everyone thought that the princess and the future prince consort were a perfect match made in heaven and were both talented. Unexpectedly, the princess changed her mind in an instant, and everyone was worried. Lin Jingxiu was not flustered when the princess asked this. He looked at her and smiled. "Your Highness, are you testing me?" Shiro looked straight at her and said, "Just answer what I ask you. Don't talk about other things." Lin Jingxiu saw that the princess had a serious face, but was not afraid. He still said gently, "Yes, I have decided to go to sea. This has nothing to do with whether I am engaged to the princess." Chapter 251. For a moment, the plum garden was silent. The maids and palace maids following the princess were thinking that the future prince consort was too ungrateful. Even after the princess said so, he could still say these words with a clear conscience. The servant who served Lin Jingxiu secretly looked at his young master with his eyes. He felt that he was honest, and would not say nice things. What was in his mind at this time? Did he have to say it out loud? Wouldn't it be better to coax Her Royal Highness the Princess? Lin Jingxiu looked at Princess Shiro, with a smile despite the thorny look in his eyes. After a while, Shiro herself couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay. You are a man of integrity. I will tell you straight. Don't expect me to stay at home all day to take care of your husband and children. I have already asked my 2 mothers and my brother. And I will go to help my elder sister after I get married. Princess Shiro laughed, but then became serious again. And said such a long speech. Lin Jingxiu himself has the ambition to make a career. And Princess Shiro herself has also thought about what she will do in the future for a long time. Nowadays, no matter how a woman is in the boudoir, it seems that she can't escape the path of taking care of household affairs and raising children after getting married. Shiro herself was a princess, the most cherished daughter of Empress Dowager Li. She seemed to have more support than her sister since she was born, and could act recklessly. But when she came of age, it seemed that all the previous preferential treatments had returned to normal. Shiro examined herself and found that her future might not be much different from that of other princesses. She would be born in the same way and leave the palace in the same way. If she could get along with her husband, she might have her own children in the future. If she couldn't get along with him, she might not even have children and live a dull life. Fortunately or unfortunately, Princess Shiro found that she seemed to have stepped on a line. The new policy that her brother wanted to implement was intended to give women in the world a new way out besides getting married. But she seemed unable to take this path because of her age. Princess Shiro actually thought about it for a long time before choosing Lin Jingxiu as her husband. There might not be more talented people than Lin Jingxiu that day, but she knew that the person in front of her and other people in the Lin family would definitely be able to tolerate her ideas. Sure enough, Lin Jingxiu looked at the princess. Although I am not very knowledgeable and may not be able to help your highness, I will do my best to support you in whatever you want to do in the future. The 2 young people were released by their elders to talk alone and cultivate their feelings. Lin Muyue invited her mother and others to the warm room. But she had something else to say to everyone. When the princess descends, she must build a princess mansion. But there is really no place near our home, so we may have to build another mansion somewhere else. Looking at everyone, especially her sister-in-law, Mrs. Du, Lin Muyue announced some bad news. The street where the Lin family is located is full of the residences of important officials in the court. If there is no major incident of confiscation of property and extermination of the family, there is really no room for building a new house for a while. Princess Shiro is the only child of Empress Dowager Li. The construction drawings of the princess's mansion submitted by Li Wancheng have been revised again and again. Now it is not much worse than the prince's mansion. Several ladies were silent. Mrs. Du looked at her mother-in-law's face and didn't speak first. Finally, Mrs. Wang spoke up. It's okay, but I don't know where it was chosen. Lin Muyue also asked someone to bring the blueprint, pointing to a line of words in the upper right corner, and said, it's in Shuangxi Haitong, 3 streets away. It was originally a residence of a prince who stayed in Beijing. You know what your good grandson did. Now there is a large area of land. Mrs. Wang was amused by Lin Muyue's words and said after looking at the map, it's also a good and open place. It's not far away, so we can get together during the new year in the future. When the children grow up, they can watch them every day. This is not bad. Mrs. Du knew this. The words were to comfort herself. Although she felt reluctant to part with her son, she knew that what Mrs. Wang said made sense. Jingxiu is an active child. He ran around when he was studying. Now that he is married and not in front of me, I feel at peace. After talking to her family, seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Muyue also put down the burden in her heart. I wanted to say that if it really couldn't be done, I could only ask you to give another house to the neighbor nearby. Now it's a good match, and we don't have to ask them to work. The ladies of the Lin family also knew this. Even if the emperor could give the house, the neighbors on both sides had been living together for many years. The Lin family couldn't do such a thing as asking them to move away. After talking about these troublesome things, Lin Muyue looked at Wang Shifeng and asked, how is the child? Shower must have caught a cold a while ago. Is he feeling better now? Seeing the queen mother asking, Wang Shifeng was still frightened. The child has been very strong since birth. We rarely worry about him on weekdays. But this time we are really scared. We should take the risk and use the Western medicine. After all, Lin Xiao is still a child. People nowadays don't have any awareness of disinfection and prevention of infectious diseases. Even if Wang Shifeng repeatedly told the mother, who took care of her son, to be careful, something went wrong. The Lin family naturally had more things to do. Even though there were no sisters-in-law with strange personalities, there were now 4 generations living together in the Lin family. As a younger daughter-in-law, Wang Shifeng was not in charge of the affairs. So naturally, she was not as free and casual as she was in Mingzhou. The mother who was assigned to serve the young man was surnamed Huang. She was a relative of the second housekeeper in the inner house of the Lin family. Although Huang would not be lazy, she would definitely take a half-day off every few days to go home and visit. Wang Shifeng naturally turned a blind eye to all these trips. But she didn't expect that her kindness would harm her own child. The place where Huang Mama lived was not as good as the official family of Lin Mansion. But it was also an old resident in Yanqing. So nothing had happened so far. However, in winter, the elderly and children are always susceptible to some diseases. The old man in Huang Mama's family was infected with a cold. When she returned to Lin Mansion, Lin Xiao had a fever in the evening. The most feared thing for children who have caught a cold is a fever. Adult doctors can give strong medicine to lower the temperature, but when facing a child, the doctor can do nothing and dare not give medicine easily. After tossing and turning for most of the night, the doctor's prescription did not work. Lin Jingyi and Wang Shifeng were afraid that if they delayed any longer, their son would not only become stupid, but also his life might be in danger. Lin Jingyi went to see Mrs. Wang in person and asked for her letter to invite the imperial physician to the palace. This is how Lin Miyue knew about this matter. The imperial physician who came was good at pediatrics. But seeing this situation, he could only change the prescription to see if it worked. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Lin Xiao took the prescription prescribed by the imperial physician, but it did not work. Finally, the imperial physician saw that he was a member of the Empress Dowager's family, and hesitantly said that Western medicine could cure the disease, but it was rarely used on children before. In this situation, parents would naturally grasp this last straw if they could have a solution. Fortunately, the Western medicine went down, and the burning temperature on Lin Xiao's head gradually subsided. This is also an old precedent that the emperor had ordered people to use Western medicine to cure concubine Kai. The palace is no longer shy about using these medicines. So the imperial physician proposed this method. If it goes on, even if there are medicines, the imperial physician will not dare to give them to the nobles easily. Some people outside say that Western medicines are not good, but in my opinion, it is a gain to bring back a few more of these medicines that can save people and cure diseases. Wang Shifeng looked at the expression of the Empress Dowager and said after careful consideration, New Year's Day is not just about celebrating the new year. The emperor also has to worship his ancestors and accept worship on this day. After a whole day of etiquette, even Su Qingyu, who is so old, can't stand it. Sitting cross-legged on the Luohan bed, Su Qingyu couldn't help but close his eyes and rest for a while. After Mao Kai came in, he was a little entangled. But when he looked at the clock in the room, it was already a time that could not be delayed any longer. He also called softly, Your Majesty, it's time to pay respects to the 2 Empress Dowagers. After paying respects to the Empress Dowagers, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager will move to the palace where the palace banquet will be held. Su Qingyu also knew this arrangement. Seeing this, he also said, I know, I don't want to keep the Empress Dowager waiting for a long time. I will go immediately. Shaking off his cloak, Mao Kai saw His Majesty get up and walk out, and he also chased after him. Then he said, The Queen specially ordered a new cloak to be made for His Majesty. When you wear it, the Queen will be happy. Taking the cloak from Mao Kai and putting it on himself, Su Qingyu glanced at him and said, It must be the Queen Mother who told you to say so. With a smile, Mao Kai said confidently, Look at what you said. Can't it be my own idea? Mao Kai was originally a eunuch who came from Lin Miyue. Later, she sent him to her son. In the blink of an eye, seeing that the little master was now much taller than himself, Mao Kai also felt a lot of emotion. Shaking his head, and not intending to expose Mao Cai's lies, Su Qingyu felt much more energetic after resting for a while. He walked out with big strides, and ran directly to the palace of Empress Dowager Li. The palace banquet was unremarkable to Lin Miyue. But there were some new fun things to watch this year. Although several princes of the royal family came to Beijing from their fiefdoms on their own initiative, there were some who had no ambitions, such as Prince An, who was honestly prepared to come to Beijing to enjoy wealth and honor just because his family had always been on good terms with the King of Wu, His Majesty. And there were also some who were actually half willing and half unwilling to come to Beijing, and actually had some complaints about the young emperor in their hearts. The palace banquet was a good opportunity to launch an attack. One of the princes, whose fiefdom was in the southwest, was ready to question the emperor as an elder of the royal family. This prince received his title and fiefdom when the country was founded. Just by looking at the fiefdom, we can tell that his ancestors were not key figures. At that time, the ritual system was not complete, so such a prince's mansion was granted. If it was in the later two dynasties, there would be no such good thing. Su Qingyu actually knew about these people's little tricks, but he just regarded them as jumping clowns and didn't care at all. Today, Prince Song thought he was well prepared, but in fact, he jumped into the trap set by the emperor. Chapter 252. As an emperor, Su Qingyu was actually a little bored sitting on the high platform. When he saw Prince Song wanting to toast him after a group of musicians left, he finally felt that today's palace banquet was starting to have some interest. He deliberately straightened his body and waited for Prince Song to speak. It is said that courtesy comes before force. Prince Song did not get straight to the point as soon as he stood up. He still held the wine glass and said some hypocritical words to wish the emperor a good year and good health. Su Qingyu lowered his eyes to look at the emperor's uncle, who was talking in front of him. He was thinking in his heart that just looking at this person, he really couldn't tell that Prince Song was a greedy person who was tyrannical and aroused the anger of the people in his fiefdom. King Song was granted a fief in the southwest of Zheng. His fief was not a land of abundance like Chengdu, a southwestern metropolis, but a remote place in the southwest where the natives and Zheng people lived together. Being granted such a place, the first King Song complained about himself every day in his fief. Although he did not dare to complain about the emperor, he often spoke wildly and insinuated things. The later generations of King Song were not elegant and upright gentlemen. The father of the current King Song not only persecuted the Zheng people in his fief, but also ordered his own soldiers to extort the natives to seize their land and population. The current King Song also learned from his father, and is even more greedy than his father. These actions can be said to be testing the bottom line of the court. Now Prince Song did not oppose the emperor. A big reason is that he did not clean up his own mess. The people in the fiefdom complained, and even the local leaders led people to attack the city where the prince's palace was located. Prince Song himself was not capable of handling these things. He was hoping that after the court cleaned up the mess, he would capture the emperor and return to his fiefdom to be a local tyrant. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he asked people to investigate the information of various princes' palaces. When he received the information about Prince Song, he was also speechless. He felt that it was really a good thing that no one had dealt with Prince Song. After Prince Song stood up to toast, he changed the subject. In the past, I had a deep friendship with several brothers. Today, I only saw Prince An and other brothers. It made me recall the past. Prince An had picked up a chopstick and saw a dish on the table that was said to be made from overseas. When he heard this, he glanced at Prince Song, thinking that this kid usually didn't interact with his family during the new year, but now he was trying to make friends. So he put down his chopsticks. Prince An was also willing to do the emperor a favor. He said in a sarcasm, "Brother Song? Are you saying that we brothers are not good?" Prince Song was choked. He didn't expect Prince An to find fault with him at this time, so he could only smile and explain a few words before turning to the emperor again. Su Qingyu watched the Prince of Song's performance with great interest. He did not speak after he finished speaking, and simply left him there. However, since the Prince of Song was about to challenge the emperor, he would naturally not be unprepared. Although he felt a little uncomfortable and a little bit unable to continue when he saw the emperor ignoring him, he quickly adjusted his thoughts and quietly winked at the person he had contacted in advance. Qin Hui also had 3 friends. The Prince of Song also pulled in several clan members and nobles to help him. Although those who were like-minded with the Prince of Song were not serious people and had no ability, they had the only thing that they were willing to take risks and had thick skin. Su Qingyu watched the people singing, reciting, and acting like a troupe performing a play, and he thought it was quite interesting, and he didn't lose any fun. Lin Muyue also watched the performance of Prince Song with great interest, but she felt that the people below really didn't understand her son, who was filled with black sesame fillings. and didn't think that they could use their reputation to force the emperor to bow his head. Su Qingyu's personality didn't care about fame or not. If a person had some talent and could make some achievements, even if he made mistakes or had some problems, he would be willing to give him a chance to work hard and create value in the future. If a person has no ability but is a good person, like the princes in the royal family who have now surrendered to the emperor, Su Qingyu is willing to give them some protection, let them get involved in the maritime business, so that they can make a legitimate living in the future and support the royal family. If it is someone like Prince Song who is incompetent, Su Qingyu will deal with him even if he doesn't care about his reputation. What's more, abolishing the royal family and reducing the fiefdoms is what several generations of emperors have wanted to do. If he has done this, he will be able to live up to the wishes of his ancestors. Lin Miyue actually agreed with her son's idea. She said that cutting the royal family's treatment too much would damage the emperor's wisdom. But to put it bluntly, this evaluation of the emperor did not come from the people. The so-called evaluation of the emperor has always been in the hands of scholars. How many people can read now? Especially the ordinary farmers, who make up the majority of the population. What they want every day is just to have lighter taxes, more output from the fields, and more meat for their families. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he implemented new policies and built new water conservancy projects. The light taxes and levies reduced the burden on farmers. The cultivation of overseas grains promoted in the past 2 years has also begun to show results. If we really look at the reputation among the people, I don't know how many households want the current emperor to sit on the throne forever. The only thing King Song could think of was that. Or he would keep saying that his family was a vassal king who was in theft when the country was founded. The emperor should abide by the rules set by his ancestors, and should not easily change the laws of his ancestors. Otherwise, the people who came to help would cry about how the prince governed with virtue when he was in theft. The local people were grateful for the prince's kindness, and were used to being led by such a wise king. They should not change easily, and hurt the people's hearts. At this time, Prince An looked at the emperor. He directly mocked at the banquet. The people under your rule have fled to me before. So how can we talk about the people living in peace and stability? And the sea and the river are peaceful. This was actually made up by Prince An. Even if the people under Prince Song's rule could not bear his brutality, most of them would flee to Guangdong, and they would never travel thousands of miles north to Prince An's territory. However, the irony was really full when these words came out. The passionate speeches of Prince Song and his group were interrupted, and these things were exposed. Prince Song himself could not help but stand up and argue with Prince An. Su Qingyu saw that Prince An was in high spirits and scolded Prince Song. He was not in a hurry to ask the two to stop. Instead, he watched with interest the appearance of Prince Song, who was blushing but could not make out a word after being scolded. Even though Li Wancheng knew that this year's palace banquet would definitely not be peaceful, she did not expect to see the two princes quarreling on the spot. She was still terrified. Seeing the people around him calmly pouring a glass of wine for him, Li Wancheng couldn't help but cough lightly to try to attract Lin Miyue's attention. She turned her head to look at Li Wancheng. Lin Miyue looked puzzled. She really didn't think that what happened today was a big deal. These people were like grasshoppers in autumn, and they wouldn't be able to jump for long. This kind of excitement would be rare. After all, such stupid people are rare. However, Lin Miyue knew that the Queen Motherly also had good intentions. So she also glanced at Maokai standing beside her son. Maokai nodded secretly when he saw the Queen Mother's eyes, and whispered a few words to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu received the reminder from the two Queen Mothers, and he interrupted the two princes, who seemed to be trying to mediate, but actually sided with Prince An and said, "The two uncles are my relatives and elders. What can't we say in private? I know that Uncle Prince An is hot-tempered and hates evil. But it's not good to make a scene like this and make everyone lose face. The Emperor said that Prince An hates evil. So doesn't that mean that Prince Song, who cursed Prince An, is not a good person?" Everyone present at the banquet knew how to behave. And for a moment, everyone's gazes on Prince Song made him feel uneasy. However, the Emperor's words just now did not apply to him. The difference between the Emperor and his subjects was that Su Qingyu was secretly talking about others. If Prince Song really talked back, someone would accuse him of disrespect on the spot. Su Qingyu was not done with taking sides. He looked at Prince Song, who was obviously very unconvinced, and said, "Uncle An was a bit too much just now. Other things are fine, but it is not good to put out such an unfounded thing that the people under Uncle Song's rule became refugees. Wouldn't it damage Uncle Wang's reputation? Using his own spear to attack his shield. Just now. The words of Prince Song were nothing more than asking the emperor to bow to him for the sake of his reputation. Su Qingyu had a handle on Prince Song, so why would he not use it now? Although Prince Ed's words just now were nonsense, the things in them were not false. Under Prince Song's rule, the local people, regardless of whether they were natives or Han people, began to complain. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Prince Song nodded a few times because he couldn't think of any words to refute for a while. Su Qingyu didn't plan to deal with this matter directly today. So after he finished speaking, he temporarily let Prince Song go and asked the musicians to come in and perform again to continue the palace banquet. The knife hanging over his head made people feel powerful. Although the emperor didn't get angry on the spot, Prince Song was scared since he went back that day. It was completely different from the attitude of making friends everywhere when he first came to Beijing. He closed the door and refused to see visitors and began to shrink in the palace without going out. Mrs. Wang was looking at the gift lists of each family giving gifts to each other during the new year. This year, the Lin family had more people giving gifts and socializing than in the past. She rejected some overly expensive gifts at the time. Now she was going to check the list again and deal with any inappropriate gifts. When she heard someone come in and report that Princess Song wanted to come to the mansion to pay a visit, Mrs. Wang also sighed. Please ask the princess to sit for a while. I will come after I change my clothes. Prince Song now stays at home. But the mistress of the mansion has started to run around for him. Princess Song is also a noble lady from a noble family in the capital. I don't know how much happiness she enjoyed when she married far away to become a princess. Now that something happened, she was implicated and had to run around for her husband at such an age. Because she came to ask for help. Princess Song also brought a valuable gift. There was no place in the southwest, but it was close to the production area of jadeite. Regardless of other things, Princess Song brought a treasure that had been passed down for generations in the Song Palace. She also spent a lot of money. However, Mrs. Wang knew what was going on in the court. She heard people around her say that Princess Song brought a jade Buddha statue. While changing her clothes, she knew in her heart that even if Princess Song really invited gods and Buddhas to come down to earth today, it was estimated that King Song would not have a good end. However, as she walked out, Mrs. Wang had a method in mind that her daughter had told her. She glanced at the main hall from a distance and hoped that Princess Song was really a reasonable person. Chapter 253. Your Highness Princess should have come to see you immediately, but I was delayed by some family matters. I hope you won't blame me. Mrs. Wang knew Princess Song's intention to come here, but she still greeted her with a smile and went forward to greet her warmly. Princess Song had something to ask for, and besides, the lady in front of her was the mother of the Queen Mother, so how could she dare to accept her courtesy? So when Mrs. Wang just bowed, she hurried forward and said, No, I am bothering you. Madam, you should think I am an unwelcome guest. Mrs. Wang smiled slightly. How could that be? Madam, please take a seat. Hearing that Mrs. Wang asked her to sit down and talk here, Princess Song was a little disappointed. After all, if she could be invited into the inner room, it would seem intimate and easier to talk, but she had no choice now. Princess Song did not sit in the main seat either. She just sat down opposite Madame Wang and signaled the female official beside her to give the Buddha statue to Madame Wang. You have come from a far distance. The Southwest is a remote place with nothing good. This Buddha statue was obtained by our ancestors by chance. After thinking about it, I think only by giving it to you can you not disgrace your status as a lady. Madame Wang herself did not believe in the Buddha. But many women from high-ranking families in Beijing like this. In the past, the ladies of various families often discussed scriptures and Taoism when they socialized with each other. It was inevitable that she would read one or two scriptures. Nowadays, when giving gifts to elderly ladies, as long as they are not the kind that will make monks and Taoists feel annoyed, no matter how you give them, Buddha statues, rosary beads, and exquisitely copied scriptures, it will never be wrong. So the gift from Princess Song is also outstanding. However, looking at the Buddha statue, Mrs. Wang knew that there is no reward without merit. Such a treasure is also a secret treasure of the palace. How can a minister take it away? Your Majesty, please keep it. After receiving such a gift, Mrs. Wang could not do anything. But she knew that she did not have the ability to agree to the request of the person in front of her. Nor did she want to agree. Princess Song bit her lower lip. The grievance and anxiety she had been running around for so many days seemed to be ignited at this moment. She shed tears silently for a while, and then she stood up and knelt down. I don't know who to ask for help before I came to Madam. I beg you to go to the palace for mercy, and ask the Queen Mother and His Majesty to forgive our prince." Seeing Princess Song was so bold, Mrs. Wang was a little surprised. She quickly stood up and helped the princess up. "Why did your Majesty do this? Get up quickly." Unlike Prince Song, Princess Song was a soft-tempered person. Even in this situation, she only took gifts to ask people to do things for her. She didn't even make a big fuss and just said that she had been away from Beijing for a long time to visit relatives and friends. Princess Song looked haggard and worried when she was out, but she still put on makeup and dressed up properly before going out. Seeing Princess Song crying, Mrs. Wang knew that the person in front of her was at her wit's end and acted like this. And she no longer cared about etiquette and rules. "Your Majesty, why are you doing this? This is not a solution. If you don't mind, go to the back and wash up," Mrs. Wang said worriedly. Princess Song paused in her crying, and she looked up at Mrs. Wang, who was concerned. She couldn't wait to say, "I lost my composure. Thank you, Madam." She asked someone to help the princess wash her face and put on makeup again. Mrs. Wang pondered and went over her thoughts in her mind again, waiting for Princess Song to come out and persuade her with those words. Princess Song felt a little uncomfortable as the people from the Lin residence helped her put on makeup and comb her hair. She watched them comb her hair neatly and help her put on jewelry. She said quickly, "Just apply a light layer of powder and draw your eyebrows." "Sorry to keep you waiting," the maid who served the princess said crisply. "Yes, Madam. This is the makeup powder and eyebrow ink that our Queen Mother asked people to make. How do you use it, Madam?" Princess Song knew that the maid was looking for a topic to make her relax. She looked at herself in the mirror and said, "This mirror and makeup powder are very useful. Although I live in a remote place in the southwest, I have the good fortune to see it. But I didn't know it was the work of the Queen Mother." The little girl kept talking, but her hands were also very skillful. She quickly put makeup on Princess Song. "What do you think, Queen? If you are not satisfied, I will modify it for you." Looking at her pale face covered by makeup powder and the dark circles under her eyes due to sleepless nights, Princess Song felt that the little girl's skills were really good. If it weren't for this critical moment, she would have asked Madame Wang for this person to serve her. Princess Song washed her face with hot water and talked to the maid who put makeup on her for a while. When she went out to talk to Madame Wang, she regained some consciousness. She also thought of some other words to persuade Madame Wang. Madame Wang did not give the princess a chance to speak first this time. She just looked at the people and said, "I also know why the princess came to visit. But I have to tell you the truth. This is really not possible." The purpose of dealing with Prince Song was to recover his fiefdom, and to uphold justice for the many suffering people in his fiefdom. Su Qingyu would not easily punish Prince Song because of anyone's plea. Princess Song stopped crying at this time. She looked up at Madame Wang and understood the hidden meaning of her words. Excuse me for asking one more question, Madam. Do you have other ways to tell me? I hope you will not hesitate to give me advice." Seeing that Princess Song understood what she meant, Madame Wang's smile deepened. "It's not a method. I just want to say something to you, Your Majesty. In fact, the relationship between Prince Song and Princess Song was not very good. When Princess Song married, Prince Song's family already had concubines and illegitimate children. But Princess Song has been managing the affairs of the palace for him for so many years, and has given birth to children. After much difficulty, the son she gave birth to has been made the crown prince by the King of Song. She is really unwilling to let her son lose this position. So now Princess Song is not running around for her husband, but it is better to say that she is working hard for the future of herself and her son. Although Your Majesty has not participated in the actions of the prince for so many years, I think you should know it well. So Your Majesty wants to deal with the prince this time, actually not for other reasons, but it is just the national law and family rules," Mrs. Wang said to Princess Song. Princes who break the law are guilty of the same crime as ordinary people. Even though this statement is often a lie, if the emperor wants to attack Prince Song for this, then there is really nothing wrong with it now. Princess Song was now thinking, and asked Madame Wang, "I don't know what happened to the prince in the mansion. The prince is now only under the care of his father, and studying in the mansion, and has not participated in those illegal activities. May I ask, Madam, if you say so, but is His Majesty willing to show mercy to his mother and son?" When Madame Wang heard Princess Song's reaction to her meaning, she also thought in her heart that she had completed the task of her daughter and grandson. The Prince of Xiang is so rebellious, but Queen Anyu is still keeping the prince by her side. Although the prince only has the title of duke, he is still a member of the royal family, and will have the opportunity to make achievements in the future. Mrs. Wang did not say anything about the Prince of Song, but cited the example of the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang offended the current emperor during the succession to the throne, and his title was taken away by the princes to watch the excitement. Now that I think about it, Your Majesty has long wanted to reduce the power of the princes, and actually began to secretly plan at that time. Princess Song gritted her teeth. I understand. Please tell me everything Your Majesty wants me to do, so that I can be prepared to serve Your Majesty. For her son's future, Princess Song could naturally give up her husband, who was not so close to her. Just like when they were in the palace, Prince Song could not give the princess face for his beloved beauty. Princess and the prince have been married for many years. Although you said you don't know much about what the prince has done, it's okay if you know a little bit. You come to the memorial, which makes it seem convincing that you are sacrificing your relatives for the sake of justice. Mrs. Wang spoke in a steady tone, but the content was frightening. But Song Wang's wife was not a mediocre person. She looked at Madame Wang and her eyes gradually became firm. I understand. Thank you for your advice. After many years of marriage, Song Wang's wife was sometimes angry because Song Wang favored his concubines. But Song Wang was not so foolish as to favor his concubines over his wife. The princess had the final say on all matters in the palace. He also asked Song Wang's son to be made the crown prince. Therefore, if Song Wang's wife could write a letter to criticize Song Wang's mistakes, it would also show how outrageous Song Wang's actions were, and how people around him could not stand it. In that case, the queen must act carefully when she returns, and make sure to do things thoroughly. Mrs. Wang also reminded her. The emperor will be in seclusion for 15 days during the new year, and will not be able to deal with state affairs again until after the Lantern Festival. As soon as the 16th arrived, Princess Song wrote a letter to expose the fact that her husband, Prince Song, had brought disaster to his fiefdom, and that the Han people and the people were all deeply harmed by him. Although Princess Song herself was not a talented woman, the Prince of Song helped the mother and son write a letter with profound words, which made people feel that Prince Song had failed to live up to the grace of heaven and should be severely punished. This letter shocked the court and the public. First, it was rare for a wife to sue her husband. Second, the prince was involved. However, before the court officials could react, Su Qingyu quickly ordered Commander Tao of the Embroidered Uniform Guard to send Prince Song to the clan residence. As for the princess and the crown prince, Su Qingyu, out of pity for their innocence, ordered them to stay in the palace and wait for the punishment of Prince Song before taking any action. Prince Song was not unaware that the princess played a role in this, but he could do nothing about it since he was not free. The faults of Prince Song described by Princess Song in the memorial were not exaggerated. The Jinui had actually already grasped the evil deeds of Prince Song in his fiefdom. So although the case involved a wide range of issues, it was tried very quickly. Su Qingyu also smoothly issued an order to deprive Prince Song of his princely title, and only made the former Prince Song's son the Duke of Qi as a preferential treatment. Chapter 254. After the Chinese New Year, the imperial court held a ceremony to select scholars every few years. It was not new for the imperial court to hold an imperial examination to select scholars, but this time it was not a traditional imperial examination, so the whole court had been preparing for it for a long time. Although Bao Chai was ordered to help arrange the queen's wedding after the Chinese New Year, whether it was Lin Hai of the Lin family, Jia Min and his wife, or Dai Yu, the future queen herself, everyone persuaded Bao Chai to concentrate on studying and stop paying attention to mundane affairs. For this reason, Shui Bao Chai also declined the invitation of the Lin family and went home to study and do questions for a while. Su Qingyu opened a new test to select practical talents for the court. He was also worried that there would be some problems if there were no sample questions. So he ordered people to show the content of this test to the world. Although this test was divided into many subjects, the content of the test was varied and many of them were not learned by ordinary scholars. There were still many scholars who came to Yinqing as before to earn a background. Before the Chinese New Year, people from all over the country who thought they could pass the new exam to get a good job gathered in Yinqing. This year, the Lantern Festival and the Literary Festival in Yinqing were much more lively than in previous years. Not only did the talented people from all over the country come to Beijing, but many craftsmen also came to join in the fun, which made the natives of Yinqing see the characteristics of all places. On the day when the exam officially started, The queue to take the Imperial Examination Hall included not only those wearing scholar robes, but also those wearing Taoist robes, and those wearing brown clothes lined up in the queue. Some scholars ignored it, and just lined up in their own queues at ease, hoping that this new exam would allow them to show their talents, while some people gathered together and whispered to each other. Shen Xiai mixed in the queue and moved forward with the crowd. Although he was admitted to the academy by virtue of the so-called unorthodox methods, he was also educated and used to wear scholars' robes, so he did not attract attention in the team. Those scholars did not avoid him when talking to him, and just regarded him as a scholar. After hearing the ridicule, Shen Xiai was not angry. He thought about what he and his classmates had learned in the academy. He thought that even if His Majesty showed mercy and asked people to organize the scope of the exam and distribute the questions to those who wanted to take the exam, these scholars might not be able to learn anything. Moreover, Shen Xiai knew that women would be allowed to take part in this exam. If the scholars knew about this, they would be even more upset. Although this exam was not an imperial examination, the strict investigation of cheating was the same for all exams. Su Qingyu also asked the Jinui to dispatch lieutenants and soldiers from the garrisons to check the candidates according to the rules of the imperial examination. Today, Commander Tao was in charge in person. If his men caught anyone smuggling or doing something sneaky, they would be punished according to the rules of the imperial examination. After everyone in the queue entered the examination room, another carriage arrived at the entrance of the examination room. A group of women in plain dresses got off the carriage. The palace ladies led the palace servants to check the women candidates according to the rules. Seeing the group of people enter the door, a palace lady couldn't help but say to her colleague, "We have examined many women in the past, including noble ladies who were concubines. But today's job is new. I wonder if I can produce a few female jinshu." The older and virtuous female teachers in the palace are called female shangshu, who can usually teach princesses and concubines history books. The female official sighed because she thought of this. Another colleague joked, "You said it as if you had the grace to teach these nobles. Speaking of which, I just saw Lord Shui. It's interesting to be appointed first and then take the exam. Shui Baochai is also a top figure in the palace. How could these female officials not recognize her?" Therefore, when searching Baochai just now, although the little palace maid who searched her body did her duty, she couldn't help but look at Lord Shui with envy and admiration. The female official who spoke first was a little superstitious about Lord Shui's ability. After listening to her colleague's words, she couldn't help but argue, Lord Shui's talent is only because of his female body. Besides, those men have also risen from the position of Sharon. What's the big deal? Yes, I think Lord Shui will definitely have no problem. It is said that a person will be amazing with a single move. Lord Shui must be a flying rock. The other female official was actually convinced of Shui Baochai's ability. Shui Baochai, who was highly expected by everyone, was sitting in the examination room. This examination room was also built for the joint examination, so each candidate had a separate room, which made Shen Xi's intention to laugh at her fall through. The test questions for each person were different this time. For many people who were originally craftsmen, their test content had more practical parts, but for others, who would be sent to various departments to work in the future, they still had to take a question on the 4 books and a question on the 5 classics. In the end, the selection of scholars was not like the imperial examination, where everyone was ranked together and divided into 3 grades. Instead, the candidates were divided into different categories, and the rankings were announced separately. Those who ranked at the top could be appointed as officials. The category that Shui Baochai took was called the maritime category. If she passed the exam, she could get an official position in the Ministry of Revenue. In fact, it just fits the work that Baochai is doing now. There is nothing that cannot be passed. The day when the results were announced was also new. In the past, the results of the imperial examinations, whether it was the joint examination or the palace examination, were posted on a single list. This time, the results were divided into many categories, and several yellow papers were posted together, making people dazzled. Because the results were not released, Shui Baochai was still at home, treating it as a holiday. Mrs. Shui started to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures 10 days before the results were released to pray for her daughter. On the day of the announcement, she got up early and chanted scriptures for a long time in front of the Bodhisattva. Shui Pan went out to do business a while ago. He had returned to his home in Yanqing to celebrate the new year. Now, he has spent a lot of money in Taoist temples near the capital for his sister, and has become a well-known believer in the capital. So in this family, Shui Baochai, the candidate, was the most calm. She got up and had breakfast as usual, and then practiced calligraphy and reading in the study without any tension. Even Inger, the maid who served Baochai, was amazed. She saw the girl practicing calligraphy, but did not dare to disturb her. She said to the other maids, "She is worthy of being our girl." Just now, the sister Tongxi beside the madam came over, and said that the madam was worried that the girl was nervous. Now the girl is not nervous at all. Another little maid, who didn't know if she went to the opera, also said, "That's right. I see that the girl is calm now. Isn't she just like the wise Prime Minister Zhuge?" Shui Pan sat with his mother. Although he held a teacup, he looked out frequently, waiting for the maid who was sent out just now to come back and report to his sister. Even though Mrs. Shui was feeling uneasy, she couldn't help but tell her son to sit properly when she saw him like this. Shui Pan didn't care about his mother's scolding. He smiled and said, "My son has handled tens of thousands of silver in his business, but he has never been so worried." Shui Pan has learned a lot over the years, not to mention other things. He now handles thousands or tens of thousands of silver in his business, and he has seen many frightening things in his daily life. Hearing her son say this, Mrs. Shui couldn't help but fiddle with the rosary beads she had just brought from the most efficacious Buddhist temple in the capital. Yes, why hasn't the list been posted yet? I remember it would have been posted at this time in the past. Today, the Shui family got up early from head to toe. It wasn't even the morning hour yet. In fact, generally speaking, the imperial list would not be posted this early. However, Shui Pan himself had never studied seriously, so how could he know the day of the list? So when his mother said that, he immediately echoed and complained. However, this year may be the first time for the new exam. The examiners have finished their examinations in a hurry so that they can present the results to the emperor and decide the rankings. And the time for the announcement of the results has also been advanced. Before, Su Qingyu took a look at the memorials, and the name of the first place in the third subject jumped into his eyes. He looked at his great-uncle, who was presenting the list to him, and said, "She was actually chosen as the first place, although it is only one subject and not as prominent as the title of the top scholar before. It will be spread out enough to make people all over the world criticize for a long time. Aren't you afraid that the discussion will spread to you?" Lin Jun laughed dumbly. "Your Majesty is not afraid. So what should I be afraid of?" The other officials who accompanied Lin Jun to the court were all shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. A name emerged in their minds at the same time. "What? First place? Isn't this the number one scholar? My sister is actually the number one scholar." When Shui Pan heard the news from his family, he stood up and knocked over the chair. But no one cared about the overturned chair now. The family said to the old man happily, "That's right. Our girl, no, our adult is the number one scholar." I came here to tell the good news to the old man and the lady. My sister also went to the backyard to tell the adults. Mrs. Shui also chanted a few Buddhist mantras in a row, and said to the maid who served her with great joy, "We are happy together. Go get some money to reward him. Ask someone to set off all the whips that have been prepared. This is the biggest happy event that has never happened in our family." Unlike her mother and brother, Shui Baochai seemed much calmer when she received the news. One of the reasons why she could stand firm was that she was one of the few people who had been involved in maritime business and took the exam. In her heart, Baochai had no doubts about whether she could pass the exam. However, when someone really came to report that she had won the first place in this subject, her mind was blank for a moment. After coming to her senses, looking at the people in the house celebrating her joyfully, Shui Baochai calmed herself down and said, "Okay, I know, let's go to mother's yard first. Is my brother there too?" She was surrounded by people and went to her mother's yard. Seeing her mother, who couldn't wait to come out of the yard, Shui Baochai wanted to say something but found that her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. Shui Pan gathered around his mother and sister and didn't dare to go forward. Although he knew that his sister was much more promising than himself, he still didn't expect Baochai to be so ambitious. "Let's go in quickly. Such a big event can't stop us from hosting a big banquet for relatives and friends. Wait a few days and invite people to celebrate." After waiting for a while, Shui Pan saw his sister and mother looking at each other in silence. He also spoke out quickly. Chapter 255. After getting off the carriage, Daiyu looked at Inger, who came to greet her. "It was your lady who asked you to come and greet me. She can't leave you now." Inger greeted Daiyu and said, "Our lady said that if you come, I have to come to greet you even if it's a big deal. Even if Our Lady is not in front of the lady and can't leave. She has to come to greet you in person. Hearing Inger say that Bao Chai is at Mrs. Shue's, Dayu said, since that's the case, I haven't seen my aunt for a long time. Take me to greet my aunt first. Although the friendship between Lin and Shue doesn't need to pay attention to empty etiquette, Dayu also respects the wife of the Shue family in her heart. She hasn't been to the Shue family to see the Shue family's wife for a long time, so she really wants to go over to see her and say hello. Inger smiled even more deeply when she heard this. When Our Lady asked me to come out, she also said that you probably would say that. Miss Lin, please come this way. After arriving in Yinqing, Mrs. Shue herself refused to live in the main courtyard, saying that it should be reserved for Shue Pan and his wife to live in the future. She chose a fine courtyard for Bao Chai, and she lived in a courtyard a little further to the north. When Dayu came to Shue's house, Bao Chai was careful and naturally asked someone to prepare a sedan chair in advance. At this time, Dayu turned around and got on the Shue family's sedan chair and swayed towards Mrs. Shue's courtyard. It had been 3 days since the day of the announcement of the results. But the lively atmosphere in the Shue family had not diminished much. Shue Pan was discussing with his mother which families to invite to the banquet, whether to have his own chef cook or order food from a restaurant in Yinqing. Hearing that Dayu was coming, he stood up and said to his mother and sister, since the young lady of the Lin family is coming, I have to avoid her. I will leave first. Mrs. Shue nodded. Okay. The weather is good today. And you have been very busy these days. It's good to go out and relax. Shue Pan smiled. How can I say that I am tired? Bao Chai is my sister. I can also take advantage of her glory and brag to others. After Shue Pan left, Mrs. Shue looked at her daughter and said, the young lady of the Lin family has not forgotten your friendship. This is rare. However, we have to consider her politeness. Mrs. Shue was thinking about the distinction between the emperor and the minister. Lin Dayu will be the queen in a few months, and Bao Chai will be officially appointed as an official of the previous dynasty soon. Now the two girls can get along however they want. But after the wedding of the emperor and the empress, although Bao Chai is a woman, she has to be more cautious about this relationship. Otherwise, it will not be good for both girls. Bao Chai said sadly, I know your mother's worries, and I know my limits. Mrs. Shue saw that her daughter knew what was meant, so she did not interfere with her daughter's thoughts too much. After all, she used to think of herself as an elder and wanted to give Bao Chai some advice. Later, Bao Chai had the ability to work for the imperial concubine and the empress dowager, and Mrs. Shue treated her daughter as an adult at that time. This time Bao Chai officially passed the test, and Mrs. Shue knew that according to her own knowledge and experience, it was possible that this daughter would be the head of the family in the future. Dayu entered the house without even taking off her cloak, and was invited into the warm room where Mrs. Shue and Bao Chai were sitting. Seeing someone coming in, Mrs. Shue hurriedly greeted, Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Take off your cloak and come in. It's hot here, and it's sweaty. It won't be good if you go out and get exposed to the wind. Dayu pursed her lips and smiled lightly, and she took off her cloak and handed it to Qingtang. And in turn she also led people to put away clothes. Mrs. Shue gave birth to 2 children, and also had Bao Chai, a top daughter, to raise by her side. However, she was also delighted when she saw Dayu. She is 1 year older after the new year. She is really different. You is really a grown-up girl now. Dayu also acted coquettishly towards Mrs. Shue. Madam, do you think I am too old and annoying? I am not as likable as that little girl. Seeing Dayu's rare little girl behavior, Bao Chai insisted on exposing her. Come on. You are a popular person wherever you go. Don't pretend in front of me. Are you jealous? Sister? Let my mother treat you well next time you come to my house. I will definitely not be jealous then. Dayu was not afraid of words. When she heard Bao Chai joking with her, she also joked back. Mrs. Shue listened to the 2 girls bickering with a smile. She waited until they finished talking before saying, You just said you were grown-up girls. But now I know you are still 2 little girls. Neither of them expected that Mrs. Shue would end the topic, so they could only stop talking and wait for the next one. It was not easy for Dayu to come out this time. The wedding day was coming soon, and Dayu's birthday was also approaching. So she was learning some housekeeping skills from her mother every day, and she also spent some time visiting old friends' homes to socialize. Jiamin had not been in Beijing for many years, but she was also a girl who grew up in a noble family in Yinqing. Not to mention the 4 princes and 8 dukes who are mostly gone now. Jiamin also had many good friends in a few less famous noble families. Now the girls of that time are all mistresses, who have a say in their respective families. These people have long wanted to meet Dayu. But they did not want to disturb Dayu, who had been in the palace before. Taking advantage of the new year and the opportunity of each family to listen to operas and banquets, Jiamin also took her daughter to meet several ladies and get to know each other. Knowing that the queen-to-be was coming, all the families were naturally very welcoming. Therefore, more and more people sent invitations to Jiamin. Although she rejected many families, knowing that they were just trying to get close to her, there were still a few families that she had to go to. Today, she took some time to visit the Xue family. Dayu also made up her mind to stay here for a day. After talking with Mrs. Xue for a while, Baochai took Dayu back to her own courtyard. Dayu wore the clothes that Baochai had prepared and sat on the kong. The two sisters had something to talk about. Xue Pan knew that Miss Lin would come to stay with her sister for a while. So after leaving his mother's yard, he thought about it and asked someone to bring the horse. Master, it's not a good time to go to the suburbs to race horses. Now the troops are too tired to perform during the festival. Where can we go? The servant who served Xue Pan brought the horse and said to the man with a sad face. Xue Pan glanced at the servant. We can't go anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's a good actor or not. When Xue Pan rode to the street, he met an acquaintance by chance. After all, being taller on the horse makes people see better. He saw Jia Baoyu and a young scholar with an unfamiliar face walking together on the street. Isn't this brother Baoyu? I'm so lucky to meet you. Why don't we go have a drink together? Xue Pan knew that the aunt who married into the Jia family was Jia Baoyu's biological mother. He thought about it and got off his horse and walked forward to greet her. Seeing the two people looking at him, Xue Pan asked the young man next to Jia Baoyu, May I ask this brother's name? I haven't seen him before. Jia Baoyu was a little surprised to see that it was Xue Pan. He also smiled and said, So it's brother Xue. Come on. Come on, this is brother Shen Husi, the first in the shipping department this year. Shipping and maritime affairs are two complementary subjects, but maritime affairs focuses more on maritime merchants, travel with foreign countries and other matters, and requires people to be familiar with maritime affairs and etiquette. Shipping is more practical, requiring people to be able to go out to sea on a ship. So candidates need to be able to read sea charts, understand astrology and other practical matters. Shen Xi comes from a family of scholars and is considered a half-scholar. So he was also highly selected as the top scorer in the shipping department. And in a few months, he will be appointed to follow the fleet to sea. Hearing Jia Baoyu's introduction of Shen Xi's background, Xue Pan was also very surprised. He bowed to the man again and said, It turns out that the champion is here. I am sorry that I didn't recognize you. Shen Xi quickly declined, saying, No. This year's talents are gathered together and divided into many subjects. How dare I claim to be the champion? Still want to ask who this brother is? Seeing that the man in front of him was wearing very fine materials, his demeanor was also quite good, and seeing that he was very familiar with Jia Baoyu, the son of a noble family, he also knew that the man in front of him must be a well-known person. Jia Baoyu patted his forehead. It's my fault. This is my cousin from my aunt's family, his younger sister. Brother Shen must know, and she is also the first place in the maritime subject this year that you should have taken. This time there was a woman participating in the exam, and she got the first place. This was also a hot topic in the capital. Shen Xi was also very surprised when he heard that this man was actually the brother of the female champion. So you are Mr. Xue's elder brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shen Xi looked at Xue Pan with a more serious expression than before, and his words were also full of surprise, and the intention of making friends. Xue Pan was also willing to make friends with such a young talent. He looked at Baoyu and asked, May I ask if Brother Bao has any important business with Brother Shen? Today, Baoyu just dragged Shen Xi out to stroll around and see the scenery of Yanqing. So he replied, There is no important business. I just forced Brother Shen to come out. I wanted to find a restaurant to drink some wine and eat some food, but I haven't decided where yet. Shen Xi is now alone in Yanqing. He has passed the exam and will become an official, unlike Baochai, who has someone to help celebrate. But Jia Baoyu invited people out after knowing it, saying that he would help Brother Shen celebrate. Not long after the two of them left, Xue Pan ran into them. After hearing what Xue Pan said, Jia Baoyu asked Shen Xi for his opinion. What do you think? Brother Shen? Why don't we go together to get some things? Shen Xi did not refuse. He nodded and said, That would trouble Brother Bao and Brother Xue. Shui Pan and Jia Baoyu were both locals in Yanqing, and the other had eaten in countless restaurants in the city because of his business. Now both of them wanted to treat them. After a few words, Shui Pan and Jia Baoyu agreed to take Shen Xiai to a restaurant that serves authentic Yanqing cuisine. When Shen Xiai came out today, Jia Baoyu insisted on treating him. So now that he had seen another person traveling with him, he followed the host's lead and accepted their invitation. Chapter 256. Although the three people present are all commoners, but according to Shen Xi's rank, he will be appointed as an official soon, and it is not good to give others a handle at this time. So Shui Pan also gave up the idea of going to some mother's house to relax or inviting some newly popular girl to sing songs to accompany the wine, and honestly took Jia Baoyu and Shen Xiai to a decent restaurant to have a drink. When they arrived at the place, after taking a sip of wine and smacking the taste in his mouth, Shui Pan said to the two, "It must be that the wine of this restaurant is authentic enough. I heard that it is a new recipe from the south. I wonder if Brother Shen has drunk it before." Shen Xiai also drank a cup of wine. He tasted the taste of the wine and said, "I also like to have a few drinks in my spare time. Unfortunately, I am short of money and rarely taste this kind of good wine. But I always feel that the taste of this wine is somewhat familiar." Jia Baoyu is also drinking good wine now. Happy. I remember it clearly. I remember it is also a fine wine produced in Mingzhou. This Jiangnan is indeed a place of elegance. All kinds of food and wine are popular from here. Although Shen Xiai has never drunk this wine, but when he heard Jia Baoyu talking about Mingzhou, he thought about it and said, "So it is a fine wine produced in Mingzhou, but it is called Bingjing?" Shui Pan did not have such a delicate mind to remember the names of fine wines, but Jia Baoyu remembered them clearly. "That's the name, isn't it? Brother Shen is from Mingzhou. Do you know any interesting stories to tell us?" Jia Baoyu asked curiously. Shen Xiai took the cup and politely accepted the wine that Shui Pan was going to pour for him. He looked at Baoyu and said, "It's not an interesting story. I just have friends from all walks of life. And I have some friendship with the person who brewed this wine." Shui Pan and Jia Baoyu were shocked when he said this. Shui Pan asked in surprise, "Brother Shen actually has a friendship with such a person? Tell me how you two know each other." Jia Baoyu was also very curious about the story. Shui Pan had other thoughts. He was a businessman after all. Now that he heard Shen Xiai say that he knew a craftsman who could brew such a good wine, he was also thinking about whether he could make some money from this. Shen Xiai said that he and his winemaker were somewhat close, and he was not bragging. Seeing that the two were curious, he told them about this relationship. Speaking of which, it can be seen from the name of this wine that Bingjing is another name for the moon. This wine was actually made under the auspices of Lin Muyue. The winemaker was a cook who worked in the palace. Lin Muyue herself liked to have a few drinks in modern times and knew some winemaking methods. However, Lin Muyue only had a vague understanding of these processes. The places she visited were only shown to tourists, not the entire winemaking process. But for someone who is good at this, Lin Muyue's several pointers were enough to inspire him. The cook figured out the recipe and really brewed a new wine. Finally, after getting Lin Muyue's consent, the wine was named Bingjing, and the reputation of Mingzhou Bingjing wine gradually became popular. Some of the cooks and people working in the palace that Lin Muyue recruited were hired, not bought. The chef Lu just signed a contract. After the new winemaking recipe was made, Lin Muyue naturally would not compete with Chef Lu for profit. So Chef Lu later accumulated a lot of wealth by brewing wine with this recipe. Although Mr. Lu is now a rich man, he still loves to eat. My family has a traditional skill of cooking fish, and that's how I got to know him, Shen Xiai said. A large part of Mingzhou is close to the sea, so the locals have also developed the habit of eating seafood, and many people have their own secret recipes. The fate of Shen Xiai and Chef Lu came from a time when he used his own cooked fish to entertain friends in the countryside. At that time, Chef Lu, who was already Mr. Lu, went out for an outing, and the two groups of people happened to meet. Seeing that the old master looked at him curiously, Shen Xiai also hospitably invited him to taste his cooking skills. Master Lu did not eat for free either. He asked someone to bring the fine wine that they brought with them. The two groups of strangers had a meal together harmoniously. Since then, we have become friends. I always receive wine from Master Lu. Sometimes when we have a meal together, I am willing to cook and show off my cooking skills, Shen Xiai said with a sigh. After wandering in Beijing for so long, Shen Xiai gradually felt the alcohol rising after drinking the fine wine from his hometown and recalling his friends from his hometown. Shui Pan Indishan sees good luck. This wine was the signature dish of the restaurant where they had dinner. If he could get a share, how much money would he make? Jia Baoyu envied the fate of being able to meet a hermit. This is really fate. Brother Shen, will you go back to Mingzhou to visit your relatives in a while? I will also go back to Mingzhou to study with my master soon. We can go to visit Mr. Liu together then. Lin Miyue in the palace also knew Shui Baochai's exam ranking early on. She was happy for Baochai like an old mother. Holding Yunxia's hand, Lin Miyue said, "This child is worthy of my support. It turns out that such a good result is also due to my contribution." Seeing the Empress's smug look, Yunxia was also happy for Baochai. But she couldn't help but sneer at Lin Miyue. This is all because of Miss Shui's talent. Can you stop flattering yourself? Lin Miyue automatically filtered out these discouraging words from her ears, and only picked out the one she liked to listen to. Isn't it talent? The girls I taught are all smart. The female officials and palace maids working in the palace have also been very encouraged recently. In fact, not only Shui Baochai won the first place in her subject, but also several female officials passed the examination, especially in the subject of mathematics. The questions in it are not easy to figure out in a short time. Moreover, although this subject is called mathematics, many of the questions are actually physics, chemistry, biology, and other knowledge. The questions in books such as 9 chapters on the mathematical art that scholars have read widely have actually been done. However, the people in the examination room just wrote a math problem. And the next question about counting peas made many examinees crazy. However, there are many strange people in this world. Fei Qionyang, who was discovered by Daiyu and was determined to go to sea with the fleet, is an example. Although she could go to sea according to the rank of a female official, Fei Qionyang still took the exam to earn a formal status for herself. When the ranking came out, Fei Qionyang was indeed on the list. After hearing Yun Xia talk about several examples of female officials in the palace who passed the exam, Lin Miyue suddenly said with emotion, "Yu and Yu will get married in a while. And some girls in the palace are old enough to be released. Generally speaking, palace maids can leave the palace when they reach a certain age, and female officials can serve in the palace for a longer time. In these years, the palace has not released any palace maids." Lin Miyue thought that she would consider this matter after her son and Daiyu got married. Yun Xia frowned slightly after hearing this, and tentatively asked her own queen, "If this is the case, will we hold another talent show?" Lin Miyue understood the meaning of Yun Xia's words, and she pretended to be angry and said, "What are you thinking? Now even if half of the palace maids are released, it will be enough." After Su Chengyu passed away, many concubines were left behind. These women were not very old, except for the queen. Many of them were taken back home. It was only because Lin Miyue had no way to leave the palace that she allowed them to stay in the palace and be taken care of by the emperor. As a result, there are actually a lot more palace maids in the palace, and the masters in the palace don't need so many people to serve them. So the emperor was supposed to hold a beauty pageant after his wedding. But neither the emperor himself nor the queen mother Lin Miyue had any intention of holding a beauty pageant. Several princesses will also be married in a while, except for a few personal servants. Some palace maids who clean the house will be idle again. I see that if the eunuchs are not counted, there are more than 500 female officials and maids in the palace now, which is enough to do all these jobs. Lin Miyue knew all these situations. Yun Xia also smiled and said at this time, "It is also because His Majesty and the Queen care about the palace maids. Otherwise, even if there is only one master who wants to order hundreds of people to serve, wouldn't it be possible?" Lin Miyue smiled and said, "Don't say nice words to fool me. Speaking of releasing the maids, I am a little hesitant. Should I ask people to prepare now, or wait until Yu enters the palace and let her do the favor? Letting the maids go out of the palace is also a benevolent policy. So if the queen has just taken this virtuous act, it will be praised by the court and the public." Yun Xia thought for a moment and said, "We can also wait until Miss Lin enters the palace. The girl is smart, and such a thing is not difficult for her. Your Majesty, you should also take a good rest for a while." During this period, Yun Xia saw that the Majesty was working hard for His Majesty's affairs. Yun Xia also felt sorry for her. Lin Miyue thought about it and agreed. "Then let's wait until Yu enters the palace. By the way, Yu's birthday is in 2 days. Have the newly made gifts been prepared? Who dares to disobey your order? I just replied the other day. It will be ready in the next 2 days, and sent to you for review." Yun Xia also knew that the Majesty attached great importance to this matter. She also asked about it in person, and was very familiar with the situation. I can't think of anything to give now, so I can only borrow flowers to offer to Buddha, Lin Miyue said leisurely. This time, Daiyu celebrated her birthday. Lin Miyue thought about it, and didn't know what to give. She originally wanted to design a set of headwear for Daiyu herself. But Su Qingyu apologized to his mother, and said that he also liked this idea. He was going to marry Daiyu, and it was not too polite to give these things now. So Lin Miyue couldn't argue with her son. In the end, it was the things from the West that awakened Lin Miyue's dormant memory. She looked at the music box from the West, and got an inspiration to ask someone to make a music box in the Dezheng style. The dancing Western princess inside became a flying fairy in colorful clothes. Although this thing was a bit childish, it was still fresh. In order not to compete with her son for the credit, Lin Miyue could only think of this idea. Chapter 257. After Daiyu entered the palace, there were 2 queen mothers above her, and there was also a sister-in-law who was also the queen in the palace. So even though she knew that Queen Mother Lin would protect her daughter, Jia Min was actually worried about her daughter's situation after entering the palace. So this time, when celebrating her daughter's birthday, Jia Min actually wanted to give her daughter another chance to recognize the imperial edicts of various families in Beijing, so that Daiyu could understand the people and relationships of various families in Beijing, and get some help. Seeing her mother busy preparing for her birthday, Daiyu comforted her by saying, "These ladies have also paid respects to the palace. I have also seen them during festivals. Mother, don't worry too much and just take care of yourself." Jia Min rubbed her forehead while looking at the prepared note. She looked up and smiled at Daiyu. "I am happy for your hard work. It is also good to see you more often. I think the Queen Mother will hand over many things in the palace to you in the future. Now that you know them well and understand their family affairs, it will be good for you in the future. The Queen has power and majesty as the mother of the country. According to the rules, the annual large-scale ceremony that the Queen needs to preside over is the Silkworm Festival. There are also 15th and 32nd days of each month when the ladies of state need to pay homage to the Queen Mother according to the rules. Although the stories of the 2 dynasties now do not show that the Emperor would ask the Empress to help him with the silkworms every year when he personally plowed the fields. And the monthly visits of the ladies to the Empress were basically only something that existed in etiquette and regulations. The Empress did need to communicate with the ladies outside the court. The Empress of this dynasty was initially chosen to be the daughter of a noble family. But the emperors of later generations intended to suppress and reduce the influence of the Empress. At first, the Empress did not say that she could directly interfere in the political affairs of the previous dynasty. But it was common for the Emperor to tell the Empress about government affairs and ask for her opinion. Later, the Empress gradually became incompetent, whether she was supervised by the Emperor or she was not familiar with government affairs. Several generations of empresses only managed palace affairs in the harem, and no longer extended their power to the outer court. But the current Emperor Su Qingyu is not afraid of the influence of so-called foreign relatives. One reason is the reality. Lin Daiyu only has 2 close relatives: her parents. From the perspective of the Lin clan, her family has no uncles or brothers serving as officials in the court. For the royal family, this does not pose any threat. From the current clan concept, although the mother's family of Jia Min, the head of the Lin mansion, is gradually rising, the Jia family is, after all, a different surname from the Lin family. At present, even if they can benefit from the Empress, it is limited. Another reason is that Su Qingyu actually doesn't believe in the idea of concubines, eunuchs and relatives interfering in government affairs without the Emperor's permission. Such a thing happened because there were other forces in the court, and the Emperor used these forces of his close people to check and balance the court. So when he decided to marry Lin Daiyu as his wife, Su Qingyu also directly told his father-in-law and Daiyu that he planned to ask Daiyu to help with government affairs. Lin Hai was quite worried about the Emperor's arrangement, but Daiyu thought it was nothing after hearing it. Although according to Daiyu's personality, she actually doesn't want to be a person who plays power games. But she has seen the governance of a vassal king, and knows how the people live now. So she is naturally willing to advise the king to let the people of the world live a good life. On Daiyu's birthday, although it was February when the capital still occasionally snowed, the Lin mansion was also very lively with people in elegant clothes. And many noble ladies brought their wives, daughters, etc. to celebrate the birthday of the future queen. After changing her clothes and checking the schedule for today with her mother, Daiyu took a deep breath, turned out of the quiet inner room, and walked into the main hall where the guests were to start her birthday banquet. The wives, grandmothers, and young ladies in the Jia family were also invited to the Lin family. Although many of the people present today had imperial decrees, and their husbands had higher official positions than the Jia family, the Jia family and the Lin family were related. So they still sat at the top of the table. Several girls went to sit with girls of the same age. According to the talents and appearance of the young ladies in the Jia family and Shangyun, they were not inferior to the noble ladies of other families in socializing. The banquet in the daytime was held to invite all the guests who should be invited. Everyone was just talking politely. If someone is not used to this kind of social interaction, their face would probably be stiff with laughter after a day. Those who can continue to stay in the Lin mansion to listen to operas and music in the evening are real relatives. Jiamin personally entertained the princess of the Qin prince and other royal family members, sister-in-law, and the ladies of the families with whom she was close, and asked her daughter to take the little sisters back to her own courtyard and ask the two female masters to tell stories. It was also at this time that Daiyu finally had time to talk with several sisters in the Jia mansion, Baochai and Shangyun. They had decided to stay in the Lin mansion for one night, so they were not worried about going home inconveniently if the show ended late today. It's rare to see you dressed so gorgeously. Shangyun stood up to greet Daiyu when she saw her coming. She touched a tassel hanging down the side of Daiyu's face. Even though girls usually wear fresh-colored clothes, Daiyu didn't wear all these gold, silver and brocade together. Today was an exception. Daiyu wore a dress with intricate embroidery of hundreds of butterflies and flowers, a golden and red jacket, and a rare gold hairpin with a butterfly-loving flower inlaid with gems on her head. A tassel made of excellent pearls and rubies hung from the hairpin. Daiyu had long disliked the hairpin for weighing down her hair. Seeing Shangyun fiddling with the tassel, Daiyu simply took the hairpin off and handed it to Shangyun, saying, "Here you are. If you like it, take it and play with it." Shangyun was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said to Daiyu with a smile, "You is now very famous. It's nice to give me such a beautiful headpiece." Baochai saw that the golden hairpin looked familiar, and asked Daiyu, "Whose family sent it?" Daiyu nodded. "That's right. Mother said that we were relatives before, so it's not good to not give face. I'm wearing it today." The two girls' riddle-like words made the two girls in the Jia family and Shangyun confused. Tanshan also asked, "Whose family is it? It sounds like a family we know." Shangyun was personally putting the hairpin back on Daiyu's head, and Daiyu was hiding from Shangyun again. The two of them were quarreling. Baochai helplessly watched the two people who were both becoming childish when they were together. She replied to Tanshan, "It's the Nanning County prince's family. Since it's his family, it's not surprising that they gave such a thing." Shichuan's hand, which was pinching a piece of chestnut cake, stopped in midair, and said lightly after hearing this. Hearing the sarcasm in Shichuan's tone, Daiyu also stopped making trouble with Shangyun. She just said that giving the hairpin to Shangyun was a joke. It's not uncommon for sisters to exchange jewelry, but things from this family are not easy to give to others. I'll tell you later. Let's ask someone to come in and tell a story. I heard that it's a recent story in Yenshin. It's very interesting. You listen first. The girls who stayed in the room were all relatives and close friends, so Daiyu didn't care about any empty formalities. This dress was not very comfortable to wear, and the headdress was heavy. After settling everyone, Daiyu couldn't help but want to change into this dress first. Seeing the obvious fatigue on Daiyu's face, Tanshan, the oldest one now, also said with concern, Go. I'll entertain them. We'll talk when you change into casual clothes and come back." The female teachers, who were invited by the Lin mansion to talk, were naturally first class. The two women really attracted all the girls present. Daiyu changed into her usual clothes and tied her hair into a bun. She came out fresh and clean and saw several people concentrating on watching and talking. Only Baochai had a strange smile on her face. She was the first to notice Daiyu. Seeing people coming out, Baochai seemed relieved and said quickly, "Okay, Yura's out. Quickly call the storyteller down. Let her and I tell you about the story of Chai." Shangyun was listening with great interest and had long forgotten about the prince's family in the south and north. It was Shichuan who looked at Baochai and said, "Okay, you can stay for another day tomorrow. There is no need to rush to finish listening." Tanshan also laughed and joined in. Yuner is still impatient. "What's wrong? Can't sleep because you can't finish listening? We will go tomorrow. Listen to it again." Seeing that everyone said so, Shang Yun nodded with a hint of regret. Since you all said so, let's go. How about we go to Sister Yu's inner room to talk? The story told by the female teachers was adapted from Bao Chai's story. Shang Yun actually heard it. But the person who made up the story really knew what the people liked to hear. He made a living person into a fairy who came down to earth. He just needed to use some magic to fly here to relieve drought, and fly there to deal with floods. So everyone listened to this story with great interest. But Bao Chai was a little helpless. Because she, the first female geneshire to win the first place in thousands of years, had to endure this sweet trouble. Dayu saw that the female teachers had left, and asked everyone, I asked the kitchen to warm up the chicken soup. Have you eaten tonight? Do you want to have something else? Wontons and chicken noodles are enough. Shichuan, who had just eaten some nuts in the box and cakes on the plate on the table, waved her hand. I don't need it. I ate something just now. The other people felt a little hungry. Several people asked for food according to their own tastes, and moved to the dining table in Dayu's room. The chicken soup in the kitchen was simmering all the time. The people wanted something that could be prepared quickly. So when the meal arrived, they just started talking. That family always wants to use their relationship to preserve their title, but this is just their wishful thinking. Dayu explained the idea of the Nanning County Prince's mansion, and finally made a judgment. Everyone had different feelings after listening to it. After all, Bao Chai used to live in Jinling. Although she also visited the Nanning County Prince's mansion during the new year, it was only because of the previous affection and relationship. In fact, there is no interest in the exchange now. Tanshan and Shichuan were more familiar with this family. Shichuan said with some regret. Have they reached such a desperate state? Tanshan did not care. None of the men in that family are worth mentioning. Now they have to rely on the imperial concubine to run around and beg for help. It is normal for them to fall into decline. There is nothing to regret. Chapter 258. Shichuan's observation was more careful. This hairpin is made of fine pearls, and the gems are also top-notch, especially the butterfly shape. I think it looks like a workmanship from the palace. Bao Chai and Dayu are naturally more familiar with the things in the palace. Bao Chai looked at the hairpin again and said, it is a style that was popular in the palace before. I guess it was a reward in previous years. The rewards in the palace must be archived. Bao Chai remembered that in recent years, people have basically not used things like this to reward people. Dayu followed the Queen Mother for a long time. And she also added, I see that this pearl seems to have been changed. So it should be a previous reward. The Nanning County Prince's mansion was okay before. But a big thing happened to this family a few years ago. The head of the family was dismissed from his original position, and was called back from the southwest in disgrace. There is a greedy prince like Prince Song in the southwest. The Nanning County Prince is not a virtuous person. He went to the southwest, and was in collusion with Prince Song. The bad things done by Prince Song also have the shadow of this county prince. The 1,000 households and imperial guards of the Jinui went south. And everything was investigated clearly. Although the Nanning County Prince was not stripped of his title immediately, all his positions were completely removed. And he became an idle person, who trembled in fear every day in the mansion. Now the Nanning County Prince's Dowager and Princess have come to the Lin family again. And they also want to start from here to ask the Emperor for mercy. So they gave up such a good thing as a gift. It's a pity that the Nanning County Prince's family is not as lucky as the Song Wangfei. After all, the Song Wang family is a vassal king, and Su Qingyu still has to pretend to be kind to them. But the Nanning family doesn't have this face. Jiamin asked her daughter to wear the hairpin today because she didn't want the two families to break up. However, she also personally entertained the Nanning County Prince's family today and didn't let them speak out their request. The Princess of Qin, who also visited today, also helped Jia Min to fool the situation. And the Nanning County Prince's family's plan was also frustrated. The girls talked about this matter for a while. And when they finished using the things, they went to bed and waited for the next day to have fun again. March 12th is the wedding day. So after Dayu celebrated her birthday this time, the Lin mansion also declined most of the visitors and concentrated on preparing for her marriage. Bao Chai also returned to the Lin mansion at the end of February to help coordinate various matters with the palace. This is the wedding dress that has just been sent from the palace. But you have to try it on now. Bao Chai came in with the palace's dressmaking lady, and she said to Dayu with a smile. Before Dayu could say anything, footsteps were heard in the courtyard again, and Jiamin came in with a group of maids and servants, which showed that they had also heard the news and rushed here. seeing everyone stand up and salute her. Jiamin hurriedly said, "No need to be polite. But the wedding dress has been delivered?" The lady who came from the dressmaking department this time was named Wang. When Lady Wang saw the lady asking, she hurriedly introduced it to everyone in person, saying, "That's right. The palace also checked it before it was delivered, and we guaranteed that it was perfect before we dared to bring it here for the queen, the madam, and Lord Shui to see it. The queen's dress was actually nothing special, and everyone present had seen it before. No matter who wore it, it looked like they were wearing the same shell, and it really didn't show any personal characteristics. But this wedding dress is different. Su Qingyu will hold a banquet to entertain the royal family and close ministers on the day of the wedding, and this specially prepared wedding dress will also be worn at this time." Not only does Dayu have a red wedding dress for women, Su Qingyu himself also tried his own dress today, and his whole body was red, which made Lin Muyua's eyes hurt. The wedding day is a new etiquette drafted by His Majesty and the adults in the Ministry of Rites. After the wedding ceremony, Your Majesty can have a banquet with His Majesty, the royal family, and the ministers on that day. The female official in charge of clothing asked the palace servants who came with her to take out the wedding dress and show it to everyone, and she also explained a few words about when to change into this dress on that day. The most important process during the day is to receive the officials, the ladies of the court, pay respects to the ancestors at the Foncian Hall, and pay respects to the two palaces. You have to wear formal clothes at these times. After the ceremony, you can go to Cunning Palace to rest for a while, then change into wedding clothes, have the wedding ceremony, and wait for the palace banquet in the evening. Bao Chai is also familiar with the whole process. Today, she heard Wang, a female official, mention it and recited it again. This ceremony is a little awkward, but Su Qingyu thinks that the process of the emperor's wedding and the queen's establishment in the past is too boring and is done for others to see. He still wants to show some intention of getting married, so he drafted such a process. Dayu nodded to show that she understood. Jiamin also silently went through the process again in her mind. As a mother, she couldn't always be with her daughter that day. Fortunately, Bao Chai was there to guide the queen through the process as an etiquette officer, so she could feel a little relieved. After Wang Nuguan heard what Bao Chai said, she also said to Dayu attentively, "The clothes have arrived today. Please try them again. If there is anything that doesn't fit, we can take them back and modify them." After the clothes were delivered to Yanqing, they had actually been modified once according to Dayu's new measurements. This time, Wang Nuguan was just being prepared. The phoenix crown that matched the wedding dress was also more exquisite, and it was not as heavy as the one that was sent before, which made people's neck hurt. Dayu felt much more relaxed after wearing this one. She had felt lost when she saw her daughter wearing the queen's dress before. Today, when she saw her daughter slowly coming out of the inner room in this wedding dress, Jia Min's tears overflowed from her eyes instantly. People in the palace are the best at observing words and expressions. Wang Nuguan saw that Madame Jia was in tears, and the queen also looked like she was about to cry. She also said quickly, "I have been in the palace for so many years. I am not afraid of losing my head to say something. This is something that the queen has never had before. Today, Your Majesty has treated you so kindly. Madam should be happy." Although she said so, Jia Min was a mother who was going to marry her daughter into the palace. She wanted to say something to respond to Wang Nuguan, but her throat was choked and she couldn't say anything. Seeing the situation, Bao Chai spoke again. "Lord Wang has been in the palace for a long time and has a wide range of knowledge. This is very true. Does Lord Wang have any other errands today? If not, I will take over on behalf of the lady and let you have a meal in the mansion." Dayu also walked to her mother's side at this time. She suddenly realized that her mother, who used to look very tall, was actually about the same height as herself. She took her mother's arm and shook her like a child and asked, "How do you think my daughter is dressed today? Do you still think it is pleasing to the eye and can get the emperor's attention?" Jia Min was amused by her daughter's deliberate words. She wanted to touch Dayu's forehead, but seeing that her daughter had put on makeup, she just helped her to tidy up the tassels hanging from the phoenix crown. "My daughter is so beautiful. There is no need to expect anyone to favor her." Jia Min's words were not in line with her usual cautious character, but Wang's smile remained on her face, as if she didn't hear what Jia Min and her daughter said. But Wang Nungwen also knew the relationship between the queen mother and the new queen. When she went back to reply, she also told the queen mother about this episode. After listening to it, Lin Muyue could still hold back in front of Wang Nungwen. But after the others left, she couldn't help laughing. She said to Yunxia, like father, like son. In yours case, like mother, like daughter. Such self-confidence is the character of a good girl. Yunxia was also holding the wedding process in her hand and reading it. Your Majesty, you can still laugh so happily even when you are despised. It's really pitiful that your Majesty asked someone to send this fresh spice this morning. Lin Muyue's aunt, Madame Wei, is a master of making incense. After the Chinese New Year, Lin Muyue gradually became free. She also picked up her various broad, but not deep hobbies again. She started asking people to offer spices, and started to try to make incense herself. Now that Western merchant ships can come to trade with Zheng, all kinds of spices and perfumes that were very precious in the past have become easier to get. Not to mention that the Queen Mother in the palace wants to toss around with perfume recipes. Even many ordinary wealthy families have gradually begun to use some expensive spices that they didn't use before. Lin Muyue asked Mrs. Wei for a few recipes. Recently, she is enthusiastically preparing perfumes and plans to develop a kind of elegant perfume to give to her son and daughter-in-law as a wedding gift. Lin Muyue actually wanted to do this on Daiyu's birthday before, but at that time she had just come into contact with these things and hadn't gotten started yet. She thought it was meaningless to give away the ready-made recipes, so she didn't give them away. Seeing the empress tossing around for so long, Yunxia felt that the palace was soaked in the smell of spices. If someone who didn't come here often came in, they might be knocked over by the incense. You've been burning incense for so long. I don't think I can smell anything anymore. Yunxia said honestly after sniffing as she watched Lin Muyue put a few spoonfuls of spices into the small incense burner in front of her and began to taste the incense. Lin Muyue initially made incense according to the recipe given by Madame Wei, and later she modified various recipes by herself. After smelling the improved recipe today, Lin Muyue had a different opinion. I smell that this smells much better. When you go to reply to Yur today, take some with you and ask for his opinion. This spice was mainly a surprise for Daiyu. Her son was actually just a tool to solicit opinions. Lin Muyue threw her troubles to her son without caring. Su Qingyu looked at the small box of spices. Thank you, Auntie. Please also give my mother a suggestion. My mother is good at painting. If you want to give us something, why not just paint a picture yourself? There is really no need to add spices. Lin Muyue has many hobbies that she has persisted in and is doing well. For example, fishing is one of them. Now she also goes fishing from time to time when she goes to the garden. However, if she wants to give her son a wedding gift, then painting something is the only thing that can be considered presentable. Yunxia reluctantly accepted the order. The Queen Mother said that this version is almost done, so she asked me to bring it to His Majesty. You can try it. If you don't, you will have to mention it when you go to pay your respects to Her Majesty. Yunxia actually felt a little strange about the mother-son relationship between her own Queen Mother and His Majesty. It would be wrong to say that the relationship between the two is not good. Compared with the mother and son of the royal family, the relationship between the two can be said to be harmonious. However, compared with the traditional son, who is filial to his mother, and the mother, who is kind to her child, the relationship between the two does not seem to be that of a mother and son. But seeing that both Lin Muyue and Su Qingyu were very used to this kind of relationship, Yunxia didn't know what to say. But she still felt a little headache when encountering such things. The Emperor and Queen Mother Lin had a strange way of getting along with each other. But between Queen Mother Li and Princess Shiro, the princess could be called the Queen Mother's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. The weather has been fluctuating recently, and Li Wansheng couldn't help coughing a few times. Princess Shiro also noticed this when she went to pay respects to her mother. She specially asked the people around her to go to the Imperial Hospital to ask for autumn pear paste and loquat juice, which are easy to drink and can relieve cough and moisten the lungs. Li Wansheng was grateful for her daughter's kindness. People around her said that the princess had sent it to her and mixed it for her to take. She felt much better than taking medicine. Su Qingyu also had to pay respects to his stepmother from time to time, so he naturally paid attention to this. So Lin Muyue also heard that Empress Dowager Li was not feeling well. She chose a sunny day to visit Li Wansheng in person. As soon as Lin Muyue entered the Xineng Palace, she saw Empress Dowager Li. She was standing in the corridor watching the young palace maids in the palace playing shuttlecock in the courtyard. How are you? I heard Shiro say it's fine, but I have to come and see her in person to feel at ease. Walking to Li Wansheng's side, Lin Muyue was relieved to see that she looked fine, but she still asked. Li Wancheng was wrapped in a thick cloak, and motioned the maids in the corridor to continue playing, and she went into the house with Lin Miyue. It's nothing important. Shiro and the Emperor are filial and think about me, and they even troubled you to come. Knowing that Lin Miyue must have come here after hearing what the Emperor and his daughter said, Li Wancheng also knew her own health, so she told the truth. After entering the house, the two of them went to the warm room to talk. It was March. Although the capital was in the north, it was gradually getting warmer. But the fire dragon of Empress Dowager Li was still burning vigorously. After Lin Miyue entered, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After sitting down, Li Wancheng asked jokingly, "Why? Did you come to see if I was too sick to get up? To see if I would delay your son's marriage?" Lin Miyue laughed. "I never thought you could joke with me like this." Li Wancheng smiled slightly. "I also liked to joke when I was a girl, who is born with a rigid and boring personality." Seeing that Li Wancheng was good in every way, Lin Miyue was relieved. Nowadays, the seasons are changing and people are always uncomfortable. Seeing you still have these words to say to me today, I know that there is nothing wrong with your body. Li Wancheng rarely drinks tea alone these days. And she also served Lin Miyue a cup of honey water boiled with red dates, wolfberries, etc. After taking a sip, he felt that it was not to his taste. Lin Miyue also put it down and said, "There is still something I want to ask you for your opinion. Now the affairs in the palace are all handled by us, and Qingyi helps from time to time. Now that the emperor is getting married, it is also better to sort out the palace affairs. There are 2 empress dowagers and an empress in the palace. The affairs of the harem are mainly handled by Li Wancheng and Lin Miyue. Especially recently, Lin Miyue is busy with the emperor's wedding. Many other things are also handled by Li Wancheng. If there are too many things to handle, she will ask her daughter-in-law to help. Now that the new emperor is getting married, the harem is also going to welcome a legitimate new mistress. Lin Miyue's main purpose for coming today is to ask Empress Dowager Li's opinion and decide how to hand over palace affairs in the future." Li Wancheng was also prepared for this matter. She nodded and said, "It should be. With the young people coming, we can also take a break. It's a good thing. It's tiring to be in charge of palace affairs, but there are also benefits. Empress Dowager Li can still live in Sinang Palace. First, as a legitimate mother, she naturally has to be treated with courtesy by the emperor. Second, because she has been in charge of some palace affairs in the harem, the 6 bureaus and departments dare not perfunctorily deal with the Empress Dowager." Seeing Lin Miyue coming to plan for her future daughter-in-law, Li Wancheng also said with some envy, "You really love that child. And you even came to tell me this in person, when Su Ruiqing ascended the throne." Li Wancheng, who was automatically promoted from crown princess to queen, was trembling under the pressure of her husband, mother-in-law and the people in front of her. Now this young daughter-in-law is so lucky. Hearing Li Wancheng's somewhat jealous and resentful words, Lin Miyue pretended not to hear them. She had other ways to resolve her dissatisfaction. Lin Miyue looked at Li Wancheng. According to the rules, the imperial edict to establish the queen should have conferred the title of Duke of Cheng'an and granted an official position. But now the head of the Lin family is the cabinet minister and no longer needs this honor. Hearing Lin Miyue mention the title of the queen's mother's family, Li Wancheng focused a little, and she looked at Lin Miyue with some expectations. Sure enough, Lin Miyue looked at Li Wancheng and continued, "Old Master Li has passed away, and the queen's brother is still alive. I have discussed with the emperor that the title of Earl should be granted to the queen to correct her position as the empress. Dayu's father's current power no longer needs the title of Duke of Cheng'an to embellish it." Lin Hai himself also knew this and took the initiative to resign once. Taking this opportunity, Lin Miyue also talked to her son about the title of the Empress Dowager Li's family. When her husband Su Ruiqing was still alive, Li Wancheng's mother's family had never been rewarded. It was only after her son ascended the throne that the family received the title. The old man of the Li family may have passed away because he was too worried. The title of Duke Cheng'an was only awarded to the queen's father and not to her brother. However, Su Qingyu thought that granting the title of Earl, which was only passed down for one generation, was a feasible solution. Li Wancheng actually had no hope that the emperor would grant her family a title. After all, her son was gone, and her father had already been rewarded. According to the rules, it would be fine even if the emperor stopped giving her family a title. When she heard that Lin Miyue was here to ask for palace power, Li Wancheng was originally uninterested. But now that she heard that the emperor was willing to grant her family a title for another generation, She was still grateful for the kindness of the mother and son. Luor is a promising child. Although his father doesn't have much ability, he has an advantage over my father. With such a title, the family will have a better life in the future. And the child will also be able to make a difference sooner. Thinking of her father and brother, Li Wanqing's words were slightly more sarcastic. Li Wanqing's grandfather was a world-renowned scholar with broad knowledge. But her father was a stubborn person. A typical feudal patriarch. When Li's father took over the family, even though Li Wanqing became the queen and queen mother, Li's father still felt that his daughter should listen to him and fight for the interests of the Li family. From choosing a companion for Su Chengyu to choosing a concubine for her son, Li Wanqing actually felt that her family, especially her father, was fed up. Now when she mentioned it, she still felt that her family did not do things right back then. Lin Miyue quietly listened to Li Wanqing talking about what happened back then. She knew that the other party had been accumulating anger for a long time, so she just listened quietly and waited for the other person to vent. On the way back, Lin Miyue sighed to Yunxia. It's not easy. Yunxia smiled and said, there is nothing easy in this world. Our family also took every step carefully. Hearing Yunxia mention her family, Lin Miyue also felt that it was true. That's right. When I think back to what happened back then, I still feel scared. Fortunately, it's all over. It's all over. Your Majesty is going to marry a wife, so you will have less to worry about in the future. Seeing that the queen was not in a good mood, Yunxia quickly made up for it. Lin Miyue thought that she might be able to let go of the affairs of the harem. But seeing her son like this, even if she didn't want to care about the affairs of the previous dynasty, she would always say a few words sometimes. But she couldn't tell others about these thoughts now. Before the wedding of the Emperor and Empress, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel and other departments also worked overtime to present to the Emperor the official appointments of those who had obtained the honors in this year's examination. Su Qingyu looked at the people in the list and appointed them according to the categories they were good at, and also approved this list, allowing the two departments to give these new officials silver so that they could have money to go back home. This is also inherited from the original rules of the imperial examination. Newly appointed Jinshi candidates are not required to take up their posts immediately after they are selected. The imperial court still has to give these prospective officials money and carriages so that they can go back to their hometowns on vacation. After all, many Jinshi candidates either live in Yanqing for a long time after they are appointed as officials, or they are sent to local officials thousands of miles away from their families. Even if they are transferred to the supervisory office and become censors, they still have to travel around and may not have the opportunity to go back to their hometowns. So the imperial court also has to give these people enough vacations before they take up their posts, so that these newly appointed Jinshi candidates have the opportunity to go back to their hometowns to sweep the tombs, worship their ancestors, and settle their families. Jia Baoyu received Shenxi's visiting card and immediately invited him in. He looked at Shenxi and said anxiously, there will be a rare lively event in the capital in a while. Why do you have to go back so early, brother? The wedding of the Emperor and Empress will be in a few days. In fact, all the officials and common people in Yanqing are looking forward to this wedding. After all, the scene of Su Qingyu's wedding is still vivid in everyone's mind. The royal family will celebrate with the people. Yanqing will temporarily cancel the curfew for a few days. At that time, people in the capital can enjoy the lanterns and operas. Various jugglers will gather together, and it will be very lively. Shenxi knew what Jia Baoyu was talking about when he heard about the excitement in Beijing. But he bowed helplessly and said, my family has enough holidays in the south, and I wanted to stay in Beijing to enjoy the excitement before going back. But I received a letter from home saying that my wife was ill, and I had to go back to see her. Hearing Shenxi say that his wife was ill, Jia Baoyu had nothing to say to persuade him. So he could only say, I will go back to Mingzhou after this good life. And brother Shen should still be at home by then. In this case, please leave me your address so that I can visit you when the time comes. Seeing that Shenxi agreed neatly, Jia Baoyu asked him to sit here for a while, and went back to the study to search for a while. And soon he came with a business card and handed it to Shenxi. This is my teacher's business card. Brother, you can take it to visit your teacher. Jia Baoyu knew that his teacher Jiang Dara was a famous figure who was highly respected by scholars, especially those in Jiangnan. After interacting with Shenxi, he liked him and was willing to give him his teacher's business card. When the two met, Shenxi heard Jia Baoyu talking about Jiang Dara's articles. He was very happy to hear Jia Baoyu say that. This is more pleasing to me than any expensive gift. Thank you, Brother Jia. Jia Baoyu saw that the gift he gave touched the other party's heart. And he smiled and said, "It's just that I know your character. And you don't like gold and silver. So I thought of giving you the business card of my respected teacher." After Shen Xiai, such a confidant, left, Jia Baoyu stopped thinking about going out to socialize. He stayed at home so honestly. And Mrs. Wang was a little worried that something had happened to her son. Chapter 259. I heard from Ming Yin that you have been studying at home recently. It's good to go out for a walk at this time of year. When her son Baoyu came to pay her respects one day, Mrs. Wang looked at her son and said. Jia Baoyu was a little stunned. He looked at his mother and said tentatively, "Madam, do you think I'm annoying? It's really too lively these days, and my son doesn't want to join in the fun. Now many places in Beijing have set up colorful tents and stages for weddings. Not to mention other things, all kinds of opera artists have begun to compete with each other. Today, the new female role in this family has a very good appearance and is sought after by the young masters of various families. Tomorrow, a martial artist with excellent hard skills will appear in a group and attract a lot of attention. If it were the original Jia Baoyu, he would naturally be willing to go out and join in the fun. It is not taboo to go to the opera with the young masters of various families, so why not do it?" But now Shen Xiai suddenly said goodbye and returned to his hometown. Jia Baoyu felt that it was meaningless to associate with those princes and young masters again after a while. Now, except for the occasional response from Shui Pan from Aunt Shui's family, when he went out because of their relationship, Jia Baoyu no longer went out to hang out with those people. Seeing such a son, Mrs. Wang sighed and said, "It's not a big deal. If you want to go out, just go. If your father and brother bring it up, I will speak for you. Besides, even if I can't do it, there is still the old lady." As she got older, Mrs. Wang doted on her youngest son Jia Baoyu more and more. Now seeing her son staying at home so pitifully, she also said with pity, "Jia Baoyu could sit still now. I often go to the old ancestor to pay my respects and talk. My son will go south again in a while. It's good to be with the old ancestor and you these days. The excitement outside has nothing to do with me." Mrs. Wang sighed. In fact, she knew that the old ancestor had wanted to match her youngest son with the daughter of her aunt. At that time, she was not very happy in her heart. But now she thinks that even if she has this intention, others may not be willing. Looking at her son in front of her, Mrs. Wang finally couldn't help asking, "I don't know how long you will be in Jiangnan. I am not with you. Even if there are maids and boys serving you, I will always feel uneasy. Your brother doesn't let me talk about this. But as a mother, how can I not ask about it? Baoyu, I want to find a marriage for you. What do you think?" Mrs. Wang looked at her son, and her tone was full of seriousness and earnestness. Jia Baoyu was stunned for a moment. He had never thought that his mother would tell him about this. After hesitating for a while, he said, "It is not easy for me to get married now that I am studying with my teacher. Let's talk about this after I have finished my studies." This was of course just an excuse, not to mention Jia Baoyu, who was just studying with his teacher. Many scholars now travel around and study, leaving their wives and children at home. Mrs. Wang did not hear what she wanted to say, and she gave up. "Okay, I know. Go ahead. The old lady should be up by now. Go and pay your respects to her." Seeing his mother's disappointed look, Jia Baoyu couldn't bear it and wanted to say something. But Mrs. Wang waved her hand in disappointment and sent her son away. Mrs. Zhou Rui happened to come to the mansion today to report. She had naturally heard this drama. After Baoyu left, she looked at the lady's expression and hesitated whether she should say something. Mrs. Wang didn't even want to listen to the flattery and comfort. After she saw her son leave, she continued to send the people in the room away. "Light a stick of incense and go out. I haven't recited the scriptures for a long time." Jia Baoyu went to talk to his mother happily, and came out of Mrs. Wang's room with his head lowered and his eyes shy. The people waiting outside were curious but didn't dare to ask. Seeing Baoyu going to the old lady's room, Mingyan found an opportunity to ask, "What's wrong? Sir? Do you want to go out and relax later?" Jia Baoyu found it a little funny when he heard it. "Don't make blind guesses if there's nothing wrong. Why do you always persuade me to go out and play? Is it wrong for me to study at home?" Mingyan chuckled. "Look at what you said. It's just that I'm itching to go out to play in the capital. If you go out for a walk, I can also benefit from it. Right? although he knew that Mingyan said this deliberately to make himself happy. Jia Baoyu thought about it and said, "In this case, I will pay my respects to the old lady later before going out." Jia Baoyu didn't dislike the hustle and bustle, but after socializing with people like Shen Xiai and his classmates in Jiangnan Academy, he felt that these vulgar people in the capital were boring. So he turned down many invitations. When they arrived at grandmother Jia's place, Jia Tanchun, Jia Shichuan, Shi Shangyun and others were all there, and even the two grandchildren's wives, Li Wan and Yang, were sitting in the room with smiles on their faces. Seeing Jia Baoyu coming in, everyone was used to it. Grandmother Jia also loved this grandson. "Baoyu is here. Sit down quickly. Is it cold outside? Why don't you put on more clothes?" Jia Baoyu didn't sit down either. After paying his respects, he went to the old ancestor and sat down on the footstool. He took the old grandmother's hand and said, "Grandson is not cold. It's sunny outside and warm now. Please feel my hand to see if it is warm." Grandmother Jia said with a smile, "Young people are strong. But it's not good to take advantage of your youth and not take care of your body. Forget about this moment. You should remember to put on more clothes sooner or later." Li Wan also said in a humorous way, "I always say this to my husband. But he is the same as Brother Bao. They both take advantage of their youth and young people don't take it seriously. Next time when my husband comes to pay his respects to you, the old lady, will help me to talk to him." After hearing this, Jiamu pointed at Baoyu and said, "Look, one or two of them are what we worry about. If the younger one is not easy to deal with, the older one is the same." Everyone laughed after hearing this. After talking about family matters for a while, Jia Baoyu also said to Jiamu, "Grandma, it's a good day today. I want to go out for a walk. When I come back, can I bring you some cakes from Fuzilu?" Fuzilu is a famous pastry shop in Beijing. The Jia family was already a noble family that never tired of fine food. But the special cakes in this family can also make an old lady like Jiamu praise it endlessly. Jia Baoyu knew that his grandmother liked it, and was thinking about being filial to her. Grandmother Jia smiled more deeply. She looked at Baoyu and said, "The capital is very lively recently. It would be good for you to go and take a look. When you come back, you can teach me how to do it. I will have seen it." After explaining it to her grandson, Grandmother Jia said to Li Wan and others, "The capital is not like other places. If you want to join in the fun, you can bring your family, maids, and old women. Even Yuner is still young. If you go out, ask someone to take good care of him." Li Wan and Yang sure didn't think much of it yet, but Tanchun and the other girls were visibly excited. They also looked at their sisters-in-law with expectation. Li Wan and Yang looked at each other, and it was Li Wan who spoke first. "Thank you, old ancestor. Today, please ask Baoyu to lead us and choose a quiet place to take the girls there." In recent years, the trend has gradually become more open. It is okay for girls to go out to watch a play with their elders and servants. However, they should choose a theater that does not have any dirty things. Jia Baoyu also took his sister-in-law's entrustment seriously. "I know, sisters-in-law. Just wait for my news." After hearing the news at night, Jia Lan sneaked over to find his uncle. "I heard that mother and others are going to watch a play. Uncle, are you going out today?" Looking at his nephew's eyes full of accusations, Jia Baoyu smiled and said, "You only have one day off, and you will go back to the academy soon. Why do you always want to watch a play?" After hearing what his uncle said, Jia Lan was heartbroken. He looked at his uncle who was also trying to persuade him to study in disbelief. This. After listening to Jia Lan for a long time without saying anything else, Jia Baoyu laughed. Ha laughed and took out a small box from his sleeve. Okay. I was thinking about you too. Here. I saw some good stuff at the market today. But as your uncle, I was thinking about you." Jia Lan snorted after taking the box, but he calmed down a lot after opening the box. "So this is it. It's actually sold in ordinary markets in Beijing now." Jia Baoyu looked at his nephew. "That's not an ordinary market. It's a market specially set aside by Beijing for trade with foreign vassal states. So there are naturally good things there. Although this market is for trade between Zheng and other countries. If someone in the family takes a fancy to something, as long as they pay enough silver, there will naturally be people willing to sell it." Jia Baoyu gave Jia Lan a lens. After receiving it, Jia Lan held it close to his eyes and looked at it carefully. He also took out something from his purse and looked at it under the lens. Seeing Jialan couldn't let go of the thing, Jiabayu teased him. How is it? Aren't you angry now? Putting the thing away, Jialan put on a smiling face. Of course not. Nephew has never been angry with you. Jiaju came back from work and was a little confused when he saw that his wife was not in the room. He asked the little maid who stayed in the room, "Where is your grandmother? Did they all go to the old lady's house for dinner today?" The little maid said when the master asked. "Grandma went to talk to the madam, sir. Do you want to go over there or eat first?" Grandma asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes before she left. Jiaju thought for a while and said, "Then let the kitchen prepare it, and we will have dinner after your grandma comes back." Generally speaking, Mrs. Wang would not keep Li Wan for dinner. Jiaju heard the little maid say that Li Wan had asked the kitchen to prepare again, and he also estimated that Li Wan would come back later, so he still planned to wait for his wife and not eat first. As expected by Jiaju, he changed his clothes and flipped through a few pages of a book in the room. There were footsteps outside, and Li Wan's voice, while entering the room and ordering someone to bring food, could also be heard inside. "You are busier than me now. Why are you back at this hour?" Jiaju did not stand up when he saw his wife coming in, and teased with a smile while holding a book. Li Wan did not do anything else after coming in. She directly raised her hand to pour a cup of tea and drank it all without caring about her image. When talking to Mrs. Wang just now, the girls were very excited, which made Li Wan say a lot, and now she feels dry in the mouth. After drinking the water, Li Wan said to her husband, "Don't mention it. Bayu wanted to go out to see a play today and mentioned it to the old lady. The old lady was in a good mood and asked us to go out and relax." The girls were all very happy. It was better to be nice in front of the old lady than to be nice in front of the lady. Our true colors were revealed in front of the lady. As the eldest sister-in-law of the girls, Li Wan also lived up to the saying that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. The girls in the Jia family all remembered her kindness and were not so restrained in front of her. The relationship between them was very good. So Li Wan spoke like this now. When Jiaju heard his wife say this, he asked, "Have you decided on a date to go? If it happens to be my day off, I can go with you. I always feel uneasy if Boyu goes with you. When the family goes out, a man must accompany them. Given the current situation of the Jia family, Jia Baoyu is the natural choice." However, when Jiaju heard his wife say that several sisters would go out that day, he would feel at ease if he went too. Li Wan said, "If you have time, that would be great. I heard Baoyu say that the Yuha Tower in the capital will perform the Three Kingdoms play for several days in a row. We all like this lively play. It should still be performed when you are on leave. In fact, the most lively play in the capital now is the play about the female champion. But that play is about the relatives of the family." On that day, Li Wan was going to invite the eldest daughter of the Shui family to come, so it would be difficult to watch that play. The atmosphere in Beijing was gradually becoming more open. When the girls from the Jia family got off the carriage, they also saw many young ladies calling their friends to watch the show. They were not so conspicuous during the period. Jia Baoyu was not as unreliable as his brother thought. He had booked a large box on the second floor of the theater in advance. When everyone arrived, people from the theater were waiting downstairs to lead the way for the distinguished guests. "Please come this way. The show will start in 2/4 of an hour. After you go upstairs, you can try the snacks we prepared. This is a good recipe that our host learned from the palace. Maybe because most of the guests in this family were female." The guide was also a 50-year-old woman. The woman looked like an ordinary person, but she was dressed neatly and in the uniform of the theater. Although she kept praising the theater, she was not annoying. Although Jiaju came today, he just followed his wife and said nothing when he saw his brother eager to try out the arrangements. Now, when they heard the woman say that the snacks prepared in the theater were recipes from the palace, everyone looked at Shui Baochai, who was low-key among the girls. Today, Shui Baochai wore ordinary home clothes, and her face was carefully made up like a girl who rarely came out to watch a play. This dress was completely different from her usual appearance when she walked around with a plain face and men's clothes. Seeing that everyone was looking at one person in the team, the woman leading the way was also nervous. She looked at the girl being looked at, thinking that this girl might be a noble from some family. Jia Baoyu had to talk to her to avoid making the atmosphere too strange. "If that's the case, then we should taste it carefully. If there is any good tea, bring some over." Hearing that the topic had turned back to her familiar territory, the woman smiled again. Seeing that the private room reserved by Jiabayu had arrived, she led the crowd into the house first. There were 2 little maids standing in the room. They greeted people when they came in. Although they were not as good as the servants, they were still very efficient. After everyone sat down, the woman who led the way continued to say, "Young master may not have noticed when he booked this private room. We also provide tea in this private room. Although it is not a famous tea, it is a fresh method. It is also a method passed down from the palace." Seeing that most of the people in this private room were female relatives, the woman said such words. The milk tea and western snacks in this theater are indeed a signature, and Jiabayu chose this theater because of this. Now hearing the woman's words, Jiabayu also remembered this matter. He looked at his sister-in-law and asked a few questions, then said to the woman, "Okay. Then in addition to those, let's serve some traditional snacks and tea." Because it was new, Jiabayu was not sure whether the people present could get used to it. So he also gave this instruction. The woman also thought of this, and accepted the guest's instructions and left. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Yinshan. There must be someone behind the fact that this theater can be so popular in Beijing. This person is also a relative of the Su family. Although the family's title has come to an end, after all, the surname Su still lives in the house of his ancestors. The family also has some savings and connections. Now this theater is the most proud business of that relative. He really learned some recipes from the palace. The woman just now was not lying. Although there is still a little gap between the skills of the imperial chefs in the palace, Shui Baochai tasted the small cake with fresh fruits and cream and said, "It is really the taste of the palace. The owner of this theater must be no ordinary person." After taking a bite, Shi Shangyun said, "It tastes similar to what I had at Sister Lin's place. It is rare for the theater to make such a taste." Tan Shun looked at the snacks, and was very familiar with them. After asking Lin Miyue about the recipe she learned from Lin Dayu, she also shared it with the Jia family. So everyone in the family was familiar with these snacks. Just now, I heard people in the theater say that there are prescriptions from the palace. Everyone is still wondering what they are. Now seeing these things, I feel strangely familiar. The play has not started yet. Everyone came after noon. Now they tasted the snacks but didn't eat much. Just now, everyone didn't avoid the little girl who stayed in the house when they talked. So soon, a man wearing silk clothes, who looked like the shopkeeper, came in to greet everyone. "Not only are the distinguished guests here, but I treated you lightly." The shopkeeper smiled amiably. After coming in, he apologized. At this time, Jiazhu had to speak. He looked at the shopkeeper and said, "I just came out to listen to the opera. You are so polite. Please give my regards to Guidong." The old shopkeeper smiled even more humbly and kindly. No. Our master is not here today, or he would have come in person. The opera is about to start, so I won't bother you. Please don't hesitate to ask for anything you need." The shopkeeper was very sensible. Although he came to make friends, he didn't bother anyone. After he finished speaking, he said hello and left easily. After the play started, everyone, especially Jiazhu and Baochai, who had already entered the court as officials, temporarily put aside their previous thoughts. The actors in the theater lived up to their reputations, and everyone cheered several times. The palace has been getting more and more lively recently. Although everyone is busy, they are also very motivated. Shui Baochai has been traveling frequently in and out of the palace these days. This day, she even brought snacks from outside the palace to Empress Anyu Shaoqingyi. "Master Shui hasn't been here for a long time. The queen is waiting for you in the room." As soon as he entered the palace gate, Nian, who served Empress Anyu, greeted him with a smile. "The queen has been very busy lately. I can't disturb her easily." "Right." Baochai and Nian were also familiar with each other, and after a joke, both of them laughed. In the room, Shaoqingyi was selecting fabrics to prepare for summer clothes that she would make for a while. She was very happy to see Baochai come in. "Finally you're here. Come and help me with some advice." Thinking that Shaoqingyi was going to make clothes for her, Baochai took a look at the fabrics that were about to be piled up like a small mountain, but found that they were all colors suitable for boys. Baochai picked up a piece of blue material with a pattern of falling flowers and running water, and looked at the plum blossoms and running water on it and said, "Is it for Xinwu?" Shaoqingyi nodded. "Children grow up really fast. I was thinking of making clothes for him." And after measuring the size, I found that the child had grown a lot taller. After the two of them discussed the material for Su Xinwu for a while, Empress Xiao, under the name of Yanfeng, took out another piece of material that had been prepared long ago. Here, this is what I picked for you in advance. You usually wear men's clothes when you go out. As soon as I saw this piece of material, I felt that it suits you very well, Xiao Qingyi said to Bao Chai, looking at the dawn-red silk with a phoenix pattern. Bao Chai said with a smile, this doesn't look like something I wear every day. You can use it to make a formal dress. Xiao Qingyi said modestly, then I wish Master Xue to be married soon. Bao Chai shook her head and laughed. In that case, I will accept your gift, but I don't want to receive gifts without merit. I do have something I want to ask your opinion. Seeing that the two people were calling each other madam. Sir, Nianyun and Yanfeng were both laughing on the side. But when they heard Bao Chai say that she had something to discuss with the Majesty, they also sent the little girl out very alertly. Xiao Qingyi also looked serious when she heard Bao Chai's question. But she still asked curiously, what is it that is worth telling me like this? Bao Chai looked up at Empress Xiao. It is also about the Emperor's grandson. His Majesty wants me to ask the Queen what she thinks. If he intends to order the Emperor's grandson to study in the academy. What do you think? Empress Xiao's eyes lit up instantly when she heard it, and blurted out, really? Don't frame me. Being able to study in the academy is a blessing for the royal family nowadays. After all, the royal family cannot take the imperial examination to become an official. The future of herself and her children and grandchildren depends on the Emperor's eyes. Empress Xiao was also planning for Su Xinwu's future. Now she was naturally overjoyed to hear that the Emperor wanted to promote him. Xue Baochai looked at Empress Xiao and said, why would I lie to you? If this child goes to the academy, he won't be with you every day. You should also consider it carefully. Xiao Qingyi didn't care at all. She looked at Baochai and said, raising a child for 100 years. Worrying for 99. I am letting him go now for the sake of his future. What's more, if His Majesty issues an edict, he will definitely ask someone to take good care of Xinwu. I am relieved. Seeing Xiao Qingyi so open-minded, Bao Chai felt a little disappointed instead of relieved that she had finally completed her task. Empress Xiao saw the subtle changes in Bao Chai's expression. She looked at Bao Chai and said, don't feel bad for me. Life is good now. We should all look forward. Chapter 260. Shen Xi was going south to return home. It was more convenient to take a carriage for the first part of the journey. He left Yinqing and arrived at a ferry a little further south before he started to take a boat south. As a man who had just entered the capital and gained fame, he was now returning home with carriages and silver issued by the court, which was also a great honor to be able to boast about. But Shen Xi was concerned about his wife's illness. He stopped thinking about socializing with officials from all over the country along the way. When someone came to make friends with him occasionally, he would try his best to refuse. Shen Xi had lived in poverty before, and his family did not live in the prosperous area of Mingzhou City, but in a small courtyard in a mixed market. Madame Du was lying on the bed coughing. An old woman saw her like this and said worriedly, Madam, you should give in to your family. It's not a good idea to keep coughing like this. Although she looked haggard due to her illness, Madame Du lying on the bed still looked like a sick beauty, which showed her radiance. She frowned and said, no. I married him because I said something harsh at the beginning. Now that I have something to do, I will go back. What's more, let's forget about my mother. My elder brother is not someone who is easy to get along with. The story between Shen Xi and Madame Du is a bit cliched. The official's daughter fell in love with the poor boy, and the two of them got together despite their family's opposition. The only difference is that Du's father died early, and her mother was not particularly opposed to the two being together. But her eldest brother wanted to marry this beautiful girl to the Shangwan family as a concubine, and she would never agree to the two being together. Du's mother was the most traditional woman, and her life creed was to obey her father before marriage, obey her husband after marriage, and obey her son after her husband's death. In her heart, only her son could support her in her old age. After the daughter and son had a disagreement, although she did not dislike her daughter, Mrs. Du could only quietly give her daughter money to live on. Originally, when Shen Xi was here, the family was doing okay. Shen Xi had some ways to make money. Many cloth shops in the city recruited women who could weave and embroider. Mrs. Du didn't know how to weave, but she was pretty good at embroidering. She could make a lot of money on weekdays. But Shen Xi had to bring some money with him when he went north. Mrs. Du had been working hard for a while, and was exhausted. She caught a cold and couldn't stop coughing. It was naturally difficult to work. And after seeing many doctors and seeing no effect, She didn't want to waste the remaining money at home. The old woman had watched her young lady grow up since she was a child. She looked at Madame Du with worry and said, "Your health is the most important thing. Go back and bow your head to the master. He will never leave you alone." Madame Du had another heart-wrenching cough. After she got up and recovered, she said lightly, "Forget it. You and I know what kind of person he is. There is no need to humiliate yourself." As she was talking, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Madame Du and the old woman looked at each other, and they were both a little confused about who had come at this time. The old woman stood up alertly and said to Madame Du, "Madam, stay still. I'll go and take a look. There are only 2 women in this family, one sick and one old." So they were a little nervous when they heard the knock on the door. However, the best thing about the city is that it is relatively safe. Although the old woman was a little worried, she still had the courage to go out and answer the call. After answering and opening the door, the old woman welcomed a guest that Madame Du didn't want to see. It was Madame Du's eldest brother, Mr. Du. Uncle Du changed his usual attitude of looking down on his sister and brother-in-law. As soon as he came in, he rubbed his hands and said to Madame Du, "Sister, have you received a letter from your brother-in-law recently? Your brother-in-law has been away from home for so long. He should come back to see you." Madame Du stared at her brother suspiciously, thinking what was wrong with this man. Was he taking the wrong medicine? Why did he start to show his courtesy to her today? Since she got married, Madame Du stayed for a few days and gave her daughter some private money to make her life better. But Uncle Du really just treated the sister as if she didn't exist. Uncle Du is indeed an official. No matter what other skills he has, he is really thick-skinned. He saw his sister just staring at him without saying anything and continued to say happily, "Sister, you may not know that your brother-in-law went to Yinshan to take the exam and got the first place in a subject. He will be appointed as a Beijing official of at least the 6th rank soon. Sister, you will go to Beijing to enjoy life as the wife of a Beijing official in the future." Mrs. Du didn't care about whether she could enjoy life as the wife of an official, but she was very happy to hear that her husband passed the exam. But after thinking about it, she calmed down and asked her brother, "How did you know this news? Where did you get the news?" Although the 2 siblings had a very unhappy quarrel because of Mrs. Du's marriage, and Uncle Du even deducted the dowry that his father had given to his sister, but now that he saw that his brother-in-law really had a future, he came to please his sister impatiently. Madame Du was naturally unwilling to play along with her elder brother, but she was not as good as her brother, who was an official in getting information about her husband. So she still patiently talked to her elder brother. Seeing that his sister was still willing to pay attention to him, Brother Du continued to pull over a chair and sat down and said, "It has been spread all over the government office that the Emperor and Empress will get married in a few days. I guess my brother-in-law will not come back until after the Emperor's wedding. I thought that you are living a hard life and are sick, so I am sending you some money and your family here." This time, Brother Du had invested a lot of money. He brought a letter of 50 taels of silver to the old woman next to his sister, and also sent the maid who had served Madame Du since she was a child. Madame Du herself was ill, so she accepted her brother's kindness. But she had her own plans. She would wait until her husband came back before letting Shenxiai decide to return the money. When Shenxiai went south, many nobles in Ningzhou had packed their bags and set out for the north. Although Su Qingyu issued an order not to allow officials from all regions to enter the capital for the wedding of the Emperor and Empress, many families who had been classmates with Dai Yu were naturally not included in this list. Shenlin Ru, Wu Shuangjuan and others were going to the capital to watch the ceremony. The female officials who stayed in Mingzhou with Lin Miyue also went north with these people. Now the girls who studied together are all married. Shenlin Ru and her friends were on a government ship heading north. She looked out the window and couldn't help saying to the nanny beside her, after crossing the north-south boundary, "The scenery outside is different. The south is full of green, but the north is not like that." The nanny who served Shenlin Ru smiled and said, "Although it is March in Yanqing, compared with the warm wind and willows in March, it is still a bit cool in Beijing." This old nanny had traveled around with her master when she was young. It was not until Shenlin Ru was born that she settled down and served the girl, so she had more experience. Shenlin Ru had never been to the north, and she was even more curious when she heard Nanny talking about these things. "Oh, you also grew up in the south. Will she be unable to adapt to the capital?" Nanny said. "She will adapt after staying for a while. Although Yanqing is not as warm as our place in winter, it has 4 distinct seasons, and there are many beautiful sights to see. Especially the scenery of red leaves all over the mountains in autumn. Nani. I saw it when I was about your age. And I still remember it at this age. Shenlin was a little envious. It's March now. Even if I stay for a while, I have to go back in the summer. It seems that I have to go back if I can't see the red leaves in the capital. If she was a girl before, it would not be a big deal for Shenlin to live in Yanqing for a while. But now she is married, and she has to consider the attitude of her husband's family. Even if Shenlin wanted to stay in Yanqing temporarily, her husband did not come with her to Beijing this time. So her idea was just an idea. However, the nanny who served Shenlin said, "Young Master Tang is in Beijing. You can visit him first. As for the son-in-law, it is not impossible to discuss it. Shenlin and the queen's youthful friendship is not only valued by the Shen family, but also by her husband's family. If Shenlin can continue to be summoned by the queen after arriving in Yanqing, then her husband's family can also pack up their son and send him to Yanqing." Shenlin lowered her eyes and thought for a while, and she understood what the nanny meant. She looked at the brocade box that was properly placed. "This is the makeup I prepared for you. It is the best pearls from our place, and it is not inferior to the southern pearls tribute from the south. Even if it is for their sake, you should meet me. This is a joke." The nanny was amused by her own lady. "You still like to joke so much," Shenlin snorted. Before she came to Yanqing, her family and her husband's family were fine. However, there were a few families with some business dealings who always had some female relatives to make sarcastic remarks. Either they said that the friendship in childhood was nothing and the queen might not remember it, or they said that the nobleman was busy with work and had relatives who interacted with other noble ladies after entering the capital. I am afraid that he had long forgotten this merchant girl from Mingzhou City. Yura is not the kind of person they say she is. These people are really annoying. In front of the close nanny, Shenlin also looked like a little girl. Her troubled look was the same as when she couldn't memorize the books when she was a child, and couldn't eat her favorite snacks. After arriving in the capital, the Lin family, or Dayu, did not disappoint Shenlin. Even though it was the most critical time for the wedding, Dayu still personally gathered with the sisters, who came from Mingzhou for a day, and asked someone to help find a temporary place for everyone to stay. With the arrival of relatives and friends in Beijing, the long-prepared wedding of the emperor and empress was just around the corner. Whether it was the newlywed Su Qingyu and Lin Dayu, who were about to get married, or the parents and elders of the two families, they all began to make the final preparations together. Chapter 261. On the day of the wedding of the emperor and empress, the eyes of the whole Yanqing were focused on the palace. All civil and military officials and ladies entered the palace to participate in the two ceremonies of the wedding and the establishment of the empress. On the wedding of the emperor and empress, Su Qingyu also implemented the concept of sharing happiness with the people. There was no curfew in Yanqing for half a month. He also issued an order to reduce agricultural taxes and miscellaneous taxes in various places for 2 years. At the same time, except for those who committed the 10 unforgivable crimes, there was also a general amnesty. The emperor's wedding was not a one-day ceremony. According to the established process, the entire wedding would be completed in 5 days. The first day had two most important links. One was that the emperor sent the chief and deputy envoys with the empress's carriage to the empress's house to announce the imperial edict and present the imperial edict to the empress. The second is that the chief and deputy envoys welcome the queen into the palace. The emperor and the court officials personally welcome the queen into the palace. They perform the 3-bow ceremony and receive the congratulations of all the civil and military officials. Then the two return to Cunning Palace for the wedding ceremony. On March 12, the Lin mansion is full of red. Dayu got up early before dawn. The master and mistress of the Lin mansion did not sleep well all night. As soon as Dayu got up, and there was a little movement in her yard, Jiamin rushed to her daughter. The queen is about to enter the palace, naturally. The palace ladies and maids will enter the Lin mansion in advance. Today, it is these palace maids who help Dayu dress and dress. When Jiamin arrived at her daughter's courtyard, Dayu had already finished her snacks and was being helped to put on the layered queen's dress. Seeing her daughter like this, Jiamin stood quietly by the side and watched her daughter even though she had a lot of thoughts in her mind. After Dayu put on her clothes, she walked behind her daughter and combed her hair herself. This was also the last time the mother and daughter spent alone together. After a while, Madame Chuanfu and the girls, who were allowed by Dayu to go to the boudoir to see her off, would come. Lady Chuanfu will come to comb your hair later. But as a mother, I still want to comb your hair myself. After combing her daughter's long black hair with a comb for several times, Jiamin silently said peace and joy in her heart. When her mother stopped, Daiyu turned around and looked at her and said, "Mother." In fact, she had a lot of things to say. But as soon as Daiyu turned around, all her words turned into this one, "Mother." After touching her daughter's hair, Jiamin was still smiling and didn't cry like she did when she saw her daughter trying on clothes before. "Okay. Lady Chuanfu and Tanchun are coming too. After the etiquette is over, we will send our year to marry. The person who can be the full-fledged wife of the queen is not a simple person. She is an old duke's wife of the same generation as Daiyu's grandmother in Beijing. Yet there is no unspoken rule that, generally speaking, grandmothers are not allowed to be full-fledged wives. It is estimated that Jia's mother herself would be happy to come and comb her granddaughter's hair. 1 comb brings happiness and well-being. 2 combs bring a carefree life, peace and joy. 3 combs bring a long life together, never parting." The auspicious words that the old duke's wife chanted were also different. She did not ask for wealth and splendor, children and grandchildren, but only wished Daiyu a happy and peaceful future, and that the couple would live in harmony. These words were also explained by Lin Miyue in advance. The queen was already extremely rich, and the affairs of her children and grandchildren in the future would be determined by God. There was no need to say these words on the wedding day. Peace and joy and a harmonious marriage were the promises that Lin Miyue and Su Qingyu made to the Lin family and Daiyu. No matter what happened in the future, they only hoped that the daughter of Lin Hai and Jiamin would be as free as she was in the boudoir after getting married. Tanchun and other sisters were watching on the side. They also prepared some makeup for Daiyu. Some small items on Daiyu today, such as the purse she wore, the bracelet on her hand, and the pearl earrings hanging by her ears, were also prepared by the sisters. After the makeup was finished, the palace servant carefully put the phoenix crown on the queen's head. Xueyan and Qintang also helped Daiyu up on the left and right. Everyone went to the main hall in the front yard of the Lin mansion. The team representing the emperor to welcome the bride had already arrived. The chief envoy was Prince Qin, Su Qingyu's most trusted and close brother, and the deputy envoy was Su Qingyu's unique choice of his elder sister Princess Lingyu. Xue Baochai was waiting in the front hall today in her official uniform. As a ceremonial officer, she had to read out the imperial edict and the imperial edict for the empress. When she saw Daiyu coming out, she smiled. The 2 girls looked at each other with smiles. After reading the imperial edict and presenting the imperial edict to the empress, Daiyu bid farewell to her parents. Lin Hai and Jiamin sat upright, watching their daughter in the empress's dress bow her head earnestly to thank her parents for giving birth to her. When Daiyu looked up again, she also saw her father, who had always been a famous scholar, with tears in his eyes, and her mother Jiamin was also wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. Prince Qin Su Qingluan, whose title was changed by his brother, was also watching this scene. Seeing his sister-in-law crying in front of his parents again, he hurried forward and said, "It's a happy day. Lord Lin and Madam, don't be sad. The prince has welcomed my sister-in-law into the palace, and you 2 elders will also watch the ceremony in the palace. So there's no need to cry here." Although Su Qingluan was a little unreliable sometimes, his words now broke the sad atmosphere, and the 3 Lin family members couldn't help laughing. Baochai also spoke at the right time. The auspicious time has arrived. "Please get on the carriage, Your Majesty." The dragon and phoenix sedan chair and ceremonial guards that the queen rode in were lined up outside the Lin mansion. After the group went to the palace, Lin Hai and Jiamin actually had to pack up and go to the palace to participate in the next ceremony. Su Qingyu personally greeted the queen in front of the Fontian Hall. After that, the emperor and the queen had to be congratulated by all officials and ladies of the inner and outer court. When Daiyu rode the queen's carriage into the Fontian gate, Su Qingyu also stared nervously at the group of people who were gradually coming towards him. When Daiyu was welcomed by the palace servants to get off the carriage and come to him, Su Qingyu's face was even more red. His movements of going up to greet and supporting the queen revealed a little stiffness. Su Qingluan liked to see his brother laugh the most, but he was the envoy today and still had business to do. Generally speaking, the phoenix chariot of the queen would go straight into the Qianqing gate and stop at the Qianqing palace. But the first difference in this wedding ceremony was that the phoenix chariot stopped in front of the Fontian Hall. The emperor and the queen performed the 3-bow ceremony in the Fontian Hall and received congratulations from the civil and military officials. Civil and military officials and ladies stood in groups in the hall and in front of the hall. The emperor and empress bowed to heaven and earth in the center of the hall, wishing that heaven would bless them with peace and prosperity in the future, and that they would live happily together forever. The two empresses, Lin Miyue and Li Wancheng, also took their seats in the Fontian Hall and received the emperor and empress's two bows. Watching her son lead Dayu to kowtow to her, Lin Miyue looked at the bright sunshine outside, and the sky with the sun hanging high seemed to feel that some kind of barrier was completely broken at this time. Then, the couple bowed to each other in the sound of the ritual music of Zhang Yishao music. Su Qingyu piously bowed to each other, with Lin Dayu opposite him, and from then on, they became husband and wife, one heart and one mind, shining together like the sun and the moon. After 3 bows, the emperor and empress, along with the 2 empress dowagers, received congratulations from all the officials and ladies. The dragon and phoenix thrones were tightly connected. Dayu slightly turned her head to look at the person beside her. Su Qingyu felt the gazes of the people around him. He not only turned his head to look at his empress openly, but also took Dayu's hand under the cover of his long-sleeved robe. The two of them interlocked their fingers and received congratulations from everyone. After that, the couple took a sedan chair to Cunning Palace. In the bedroom of Cunning Palace, Su Qingyu and Dayu had to change into their wedding clothes and then have the wedding ceremony. While everyone around was preparing things for the ceremony, Su Qingyu whispered to Dayu, "I wasn't this nervous when I ascended the throne before. Were you also nervous just now? The red mark on my wrist looks like a matchmaker tied a red string." The palace maids and ladies were about to come in, so the two of them could only chat for a few words. She wanted to make fun of Su Qingyu, but the red mark on the wrist of the person opposite her was indeed left by her when she held his hand just now. Dayu could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. Anyway, she had already seen the palace maids carrying the bright red wedding dresses. Su Qingyu found Dayu's reaction even more interesting. The fairy from the moon palace in the sky was right in front of him. She also had the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of ordinary people. And he thought that since he had picked the moon, he would make her happy for the rest of her life and not let her down in this life. The two newlyweds went to change into wedding clothes. Although it was more convenient for Su Qingyu to change clothes as a man, he still went to the side hall to wait obediently after changing his clothes. Su Qingluan finally found another opportunity to provoke his brother. Now Princess Lingyu and others were in the house helping Dayu change her clothes and put on jewelry. So Su Qingluan made a big move and no one could stop him. After his brother muttered and secretly laughed at him for a few more words, Su Qingluan suddenly smiled and looked at his brother and said, "Do you know why I gave you this new title?" When he heard his brother call himself Su Qingluan's heart skipped a beat. When he heard someone mention his title, he became even more nervous. "My brother is very talented. After my wedding, I will assign you to the Ministry of Revenue to hear the affairs." Su Qingyu finally felt better after seeing his brother's petrified expression. The Ministry of Revenue is now one of the busiest government offices. Su Qingluan was currently rotating among various ministries. The emperor had no clear order to assign this brother to a certain place, but after today, his place would be decided. After Dayu changed into her wedding dress, several princesses, royal consorts, and ladies were waiting in the room. At this time, these nobles were the ones who put on makeup for Dayu, combed her hair, and put on her hair. When the little Princess Chaohan tied the last jade pendant for her sister-in-law, Dayu patted her head and sat on the dragon and phoenix wedding bed. The princess of Prince Qin covered Dayu with a veil embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns. Others did not dare, but the princesses still dared to stop the emperor. Su Qingyu did not feel any etiquette of blocking the door in the Lin mansion, but was blocked by his disloyal sisters in front of the main hall of Cunning Palace. At one time, he was asked by Princess Lingyu to write a poem praising Dayu's beauty. And then he accepted the request of Sister Enian and wrote 100 years of happiness and other festive words and handed them in. And the little Princess Chaohan secretly asked the emperor for money to block the door at this time. After more than a quarter of an hour of tossing and turning, Baochai saw Dayu in the room covered with a veil and worried that she was uncomfortable. So she went over to help the emperor out. Finally, when he arrived in front of Dayu, Su Qingyu personally lifted the veil. Dayu raised her head, but lowered her eyebrows. She was stunned by the gentle beauty that came into her eyes. Su Qingyu also lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly before saying to Dayu, I'm here." Dayu couldn't help but smile and whispered yes. Seeing the two of them looking so embarrassed, Everyone present smiled kindly. After the veil was lifted, the wedding ceremony was held. The wedding ceremony meant that the couple drank and ate together, becoming one. Bao personally brought the gourds that were divided into 2 groups, and the newlyweds each took a gourd to drink. At this time, everyone in the room also congratulated the emperor and empress on their happy marriage. All the people inside and outside the cunning palace sang songs to celebrate the wedding ceremony and wished the emperor and empress a harmonious and smooth life. At the same time, the cunning palace held a wedding banquet, and everyone who had been busy for most of the day could have a delicious meal. And the emperor and empress could also take a break and fill their stomachs. It was already time to light the candles from before dawn. Whether it was Su Qingyu or Lin Daiyu, they had barely touched their lips with any snacks or water. Seeing that everyone else had gone out, Su Qingyu looked at the phoenix crown on Daiyu's head and asked eagerly, It's inconvenient for you to eat with this crown on. Let me take it off for you temporarily. The 3 bows and the wedding ceremony were completed. Now the 2 were husband and wife. Before getting married, Su Qingyu had read a lot of stories about Zhang Chong painting eyebrows. Now he wanted to help his wife do something. Daiyu refused Su Qingyu's help. I can only rest for less than 15 minutes. It will be troublesome to dress up later. I will just have some snacks. I see that the imperial tea and food room outside has prepared a lot of things. You can have a bowl of noodles. I guess you can only wait for people to toast you at the palace banquet, and won't be able to eat anything. Although the phoenix crown on her head is lighter than the one she wore when she was wearing the queen's dress, it still takes a lot of effort to put it on. Daiyu knew that although the person in front of her had good intentions to help her, she would still refuse him because he might do something bad. Hearing this, Su Qingyu could only say regretfully, Then I'll ask someone to bring a bowl of shredded chicken noodles, and I'll serve you. Okay? Su Qingyu inherited the tradition of shredded chicken noodles from his mother, and Lin Miyue inherited it from her parents, Lin Feng and Mrs. Wang. Daiyu didn't know that this small bowl of noodles had such a history. But after being hungry for a day, she thought of the warm soup noodles and snacks, and the balance in her heart still tilted towards the shredded chicken noodles. Seeing Daiyu silent, Su Qingyu also knew that she actually agreed. Just now, Su Qingyu asked everyone around him to go out to attend the banquet. So now the close servants around the 2 of them were eating the wedding banquet at Cunning Palace outside. So the groom, the emperor, looked around the room. Su Qingyu could only go out and call a young eunuch who was still on standby, and then he personally brought the food box in. The things used for the emperor and empress wedding were all red, and when Su Qingyu took out noodles and side dishes from the food box, Daiyu also looked at the auspicious patterns on the food box, and wanted to count how many patterns there were. Su Qingyu took out the last 2 side dishes, and placed them on the table. He saw Daiyu still concentrating on the food box, and thought she was very cute. What are you looking at so intently? Daiyu was not embarrassed and said openly, I am looking at how many patterns there are on the food box. Su Qingyu took a look and said with certainty, There are 9 kinds. Dragon and Phoenix, Fairy Child, Magpie, Plum Blossom, Bat, and the 2 characters of happiness and longevity, and the character of joy. A total of 9 patterns. Daiyu was really surprised at this time. Just now, Su Qingyu had been taking things out of the food box, so he didn't have time to observe the food box carefully. So there was only one possibility. That is, he must have seen this pattern before, but it was considered thoughtful to remember such a small thing. Su Qingyu picked up a strand of noodles with the wedding chopsticks and put it in the spoon, and gently scooped some chicken soup and shredded pork into it, and handed them to Daiyu's lips, indicating that she should eat. Daiyu had already wiped off her lip balm just now, and now she smelled the tempting aroma of the shredded chicken noodles. And she didn't care about the problem just now. This spoonful is just enough for 1 mouthful. After watching Daiyu eat, Su Qingyu said, It's not that I pay attention to such trivial matters. This pattern was designed by Mother, I naturally know it. Daiyu looked at Su Qingyu in surprise, her eyes almost widened into almond-shaped ones. Su Qingyu continued to feed her the next mouthful. Mother knows a lot, you will definitely not be bored when you get along with her in the future. The bowl of wedding noodles was quite large. Daiyu didn't have a big appetite, and felt warm in her stomach after eating less than half a bowl. Okay, I'm done, Your Majesty. Please use it yourself. Su Qingyu looked at the rest without disdain, and finished the half bowl of noodles directly. After wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Daiyu. Why are you polite again after not seeing each other for these days? Didn't I say before that you don't need to call me that? Dayu didn't expect the person opposite to say this. She turned her eyes away and didn't look at Su Qingyu. Qingyu, after a long while, he finally said, "Brother Zhou." After finishing the meal, Su Qingyu also mixed warm water and said to Dayu, "Rinse your mouth. The lip balm on your lips just came off. Do you need to put it back on after rinsing your mouth?" Dayu took the water and covered her mouth with her sleeves. But she looked at the dressing table and said with some worry, "I didn't pay attention to what kind of lip balm I used just now. But it doesn't matter. Xueyan and Qing Tang probably used something too. Your Majesty, please ask them to come in." Su Qingyu stood up and went to the dressing table. After looking at it for a while, he picked up a small golden tube and said, "This is it. No need to ask them to come in. The structure of modern lipstick is not difficult. Lin Miyue didn't think of it before." Now, looking at the gifts and dowry prepared for the queen in the palace, she gave a few pointers, and naturally there would be craftsmen who could make lip balm similar to the shape of modern lipstick. Even if Su Qingyu didn't pay attention to how his mother dressed up, he had seen and knew how to use these things. Look at this. The color is marked below. Palace Wall Red. This name is also the style of my mother. Dayu stood up and leaned over to take a look. She took the thing from Su Qingyu's hand and squeezed out a little paste to confirm the color. It is indeed this color. Then I won't bother Xueyan and Qing Tang. If I don't bother Xueyan and Qing Tang, I will naturally bother others. Su Qingyu is much taller than Dayu. He took back the small tube of lip balm from his wife and carefully applied it on Dayu's cherry lips. After applying the lipstick, Su Qingyu said to Dayu in a somewhat dazed tone, "It looks simple, but my hands are shaking, and some of it has gone out." He used his fingertips to wipe off the red on the corner of Dayu's lips, and touched the rouge on his hand. But the red rouge spread on his hand. Su Qingyu felt quite embarrassed. Dayu looked at the mirror, and went to the dressing table to use a small brush to outline and smudge the rouge on her lips. She turned around and saw Su Qingyu looking at the red marks on her hands. She smiled and said, "If you are not proficient this time, you will be fine next time." After this little episode between the two of them, a palace servant came to report, Your Majesty, the banquet in front is ready. Do you want to go there? A wedding must be held, and there must be wedding wine. According to the original rules, the emperor should actually reward the queen's mother's family with a banquet when she gets married. But Su Qingyu thought such rules were boring. He married Dayu from Yu's family. It was meaningless to give out rewards. It would be better to follow the folk wedding custom and hold a wedding banquet to invite relatives and friends to have fun. Of course, if you really want to be serious, the only two empress dowagers who are not his subjects and can be higher than the emperor in terms of etiquette and law are not his subjects. However, the people Su Qingyu invited to the palace banquet today were all close relatives and important officials of the royal family. To some extent, it can be considered that the banquet was full of relatives and friends. Therefore, when the emperor and the empress appeared in wedding clothes, after everyone saluted, Su Qingluan, who was desperate, stood up and provoked his brother. "My brother's wedding is a blessing for the Zheng dynasty. I wish my brother and his wife a happy marriage. I respect my brother." Su Qingluan's auspicious words of blessing opened a floodgate. Then, Prince Kong and others followed suit. They stared at the emperor's smile, which made people feel colder and colder, and toasted him with one glass of wine after another. After drinking the last glass of wine, Su Qingyu felt for the first time that these brothers were a bit annoying. Although he could not assign them to different places, there would be a lot of work to be done in a while. These brothers were just like carrots to fill those gaps. Just as he was thinking, the princesses led by Princess Lingyu also stood up to offer their wedding blessings to the emperor and his wife. However, the princesses were more considerate. They toasted themselves and said that the emperor had just drunk a lot and drinking now might hurt his body. The sisters selected fresh fruits to offer to the emperor to help him sober up. Su Qingluan was tricked by his sister's betrayal. He looked at the eldest sister Lingyu in shock and received a smug look from her. Lin Miyue naturally saw the scene. Compared with her son, she could drink more. Now she picked up the wine pot and poured herself another glass of wine. Seeing that the wine pot was empty, she wanted to ask Yunxia to get another one. Yunxia watched her own queen take the opportunity to break her alcohol ban. She smiled at her queen, took the wine pot, and presented a plate of fresh fruit. Everyone from the Jia family was also present at the palace banquet today. As the wife of Duke Rong and the grandmother of the queen, Jiamu was specially placed first among the ladies, except for the princesses of the county, and the princesses. Jiamin was the second after her mother. Seeing the princesses like this, the next clan members naturally did not dare to ask the emperor to drink. After Su Qingyu received congratulations from several clan members and important officials, he officially announced the opening of the banquet and asked the people from the Jia Fangxi to enter the palace to perform. When the musicians started dancing, Su Qingyu also carefully took Daiyu's hand and went to the steps to talk to his parents-in-law and his wife's grandmother. Lin Hai is now the undisputed father-in-law of the emperor, but Su Qingyu, the son-in-law, is an emperor, so Lin Hai's dignity in front of his son-in-law has to be discounted. Now seeing this kid coming over holding his daughter's hand, Lin Hai's eyes were about to burst into flames when he stared at the two people's interlocked hands, but he still had to take the initiative to salute. Of course, Su Qingyu was not so tactless. He quickly stopped his father-in-law from bowing to him. Instead, he bowed and said, "Although we are king and subject, today is a happy day. I will bring you here to say hello to you." Lin Hai was in a complicated mood. He looked at his daughter, and then at his son-in-law. Finally, he said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to say hello to me. I just hope that your Majesty will come to the court every year. Remember the feeling of marrying my daughter on the wedding day, and be good to you in the future." Su Qingyu knew that no matter how he promised at this time, his parents might not believe him. But he still solemnly promised Lin Hai, "Yes, I will remember your words. Because there are still many unmarried men and women today. Men and women are still seated separately." After talking to Lin Hai, Su Qingyu and Daiyu went to the other side to say hello to the old duke's wife and Jiamin. Ever since the emperor and his wife came down from the upper seat, Jiamu had been following the movements of the two people. Seeing that the two people went to Lin Hai to talk for a while, she also expected that the two people might come to talk to her again. At Jiamu's age and experience, she would not let the old grandmother get up after the two people came. Su Qingyu did not say anything else but personally showed concern for others. "I know that many old imperial edicts are present today. The cool weather at night also makes people pay attention to this. How do you feel, old lady?" Hearing Su Qingyu's question, Jiamu retracted her gaze that had been on her granddaughter. "I am very well. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. I am happy to see you are being treated so well by Your Majesty today." Daiyu saw the wine in front of her grandmother. There seemed to be wine in the cup, but she still asked worriedly, "Although it is the best wine in the palace, Grandma should also take care of herself." Jiamu smiled, and she naturally felt very comfortable with Daiyu's concern. "This is not the best wine in the palace. It is not suitable for an old woman of my age to drink these things." The two ladies of the palace sympathized and sent a drink to the elderly. After chatting with the grandmother for a few more words, Su Qingyu naturally saw the old lady's love for her granddaughter, and he also had to give another assurance. Then Daiyu took Su Qingyu's hand, and they went to Jiamin's table together. In fact, Jiamin sat just after her mother, but there were not many people at the palace banquet today, so everyone's seats were separated, so she could only sit in her seat and wait. Lin Hai was already a good father, but he was busy with official duties after all, and Daiyu was a girl after all. So Jiamin, her mother, was the one who accompanied her the most during her growth. Looking at her mother, Daiyu did not want to cry like before. She just looked at the people around her and said to her mother, "Mom, I like him and am willing to believe him. Please believe that we will live a good life in the future." Seeing Su Qingyu repeatedly saying a lot of assurances to his father and grandmother, Daiyu actually knew what her family was worried about. But she was willing to believe Su Qingyu, which also made her believe in herself. Seeing Daiyu like this, Su Qingyu was moved. The two of them had a clearer mind after looking at each other. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law like this, Jiamin naturally had nothing else to say. After receiving the toast from the two, she just left a sentence. "On the day of returning home, Your Majesty will be welcome to come." After a day of hard work, Su Qingyu and Daiyu returned to Cunning Palace. Daiyu sat on the bed and looked at the wedding quilt on it. Isn't it a pity to only cover it once? The dragon and phoenix wedding quilt on the bed was also specially made for the wedding. The brocade with bright red wedding characters and dark patterns was filled with light goose down. Lin Muyua's laziness was completely cured by her son and Daiyu's wedding. During this period of time, she has come up with a lot of new things. Su Qingyu was about to pour a cup of honey water for Daiyu to sober up. And he smiled and said, "Then we will put it away, and use it to cover the children when they grow up." Dayu burst out laughing. Although she had removed her hairpins and makeup, she was still stunningly beautiful against the backdrop of the dragon and phoenix wedding candles. Although the two were married, Lin Miyue, as a modern person, had the idea of eugenics engraved in her bones. She felt that Su Qingyu and Dayu were not yet 20 years old, and it was not the time for them to have children. So she also explained some things to them. So the emperor, who everyone thought would have a wedding night tonight, now handed his wife honey water and mouthwash. And then he went to the Luhan bed beside him with a quilt in his arms to make his bed. If the emperor and the empress lived in separate palaces on the wedding day, it would not sound good and would make things difficult for Dayu. So Lin Miyue could only tell her son to pay attention to himself and remember to clean up in the morning. Although it was a busy day, the two were tired but energetic. Cunning Palace occupies a large area, but the people pay attention to gathering energy. So the room in the bedroom, where the dragon and phoenix wedding bed is placed, is not big. Dayu can easily see Su Qingyu lying on the Luohan bed by the light of the candle. Looking sideways at Su Qingyu, Dayu asked the question that had been hidden in her heart. "Why do you like me?" Dayu was not a person who liked to feel sorry for herself, but she knew that it was easy to be liked by others based on her appearance and background. However, Su Qingyu was not an ordinary person. Dayu actually didn't know why he liked her, and would rather marry her after making so many promises. Su Qingyu had closed his eyes, but he opened his eyes and looked at Dayu after hearing the words. His eyes were shining in the candlelight, and the gentle look in them was overflowing from his eyes. "There is no reason. At first, I just thought you were interesting. Later I thought you were a bit like my mother, who also had different ideas from ordinary people. It's just that now I know you are actually different. But I just fell in love with you." Su Qingyu looked at Dayu and said seriously. Lin Miyue's way of raising her son was different from others. Su Qingyu had heard his mother say since he was a child that he should be good to his wife in the future and not be a fickle husband. As a child in the palace, Su Qingyu would naturally be more sensible earlier. He originally thought that his mother was complaining to him about his father, but later he gradually found that it was not the case. His mother tried hard to create a loving environment for him to grow up in. As a child who grew up like this, he immediately confirmed his feelings and started pursuing her when his heart was beating. So when Dayu asked, Su Qingyu did not say anything nice, but instead talked about how his mother taught him how to express his love for others when he was a child. "So after meeting you, I knew that I would marry you in this life. And my mother also supported my decision." After that, Su Qingyu continued to look at Dayu. "I don't know why the love started, but it's so deep. Young people's love is very simple. Maybe it's just a glance, maybe just seeing a few lines of words written by the other person. The fuel for the little flame in Su Qingyu's heart is getting more and more sufficient, until it becomes a blazing love that can no longer be hidden." Dayu also grew up safely and happily under the love of her parents. She can also sensitively perceive the attitude of people around her from an early age. From the kindness released by Lin Miyue, to the love that Su Qingyu conveyed without concealing but politely, Dayu also accepted the other party's expression little by little. After talking to each other for a while, Su Qingyu's mind was in a mess. Sometimes he thought that he had expressed his feelings before marriage, and the two of them should have achieved a happy ending. Sometimes he thought that the two of them could spend more time together after marriage. Was this what his mother said about marriage first and love later? Finally, after the dragon and phoenix candles were lit, the two of them could not resist the call of the god of sleep and fell asleep. The busy first day of the wedding came to an end. Chapter 262 Baochai Extra 1. It has always been necessary to recommend people to join the cabinet, not to mention the old tradition that only Hanlin scholars can join the cabinet. "Now, I hope Lord Yin can advise His Majesty a little bit," a green-robed official in his 40s said to a red-robed official. Looking at the person who bowed to him, Yin Hankai still had a neutral smile on his face. He walked over quickly and helped the person who bowed up. "Lord Yang, why are you so polite? This is not a place to talk. Let's go in and discuss." Although he was smiling, Yin Hankai was actually too lazy to scold the person for being blind. The office of the Ministry of Personnel was not very big. This person pulled him to talk directly in the lobby. I don't know how many colleagues saw this scene. Lord Yang saw the courtesy of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and thought that the request he had made today had come to fruition. So he quickly stood up and followed the others to Lord Yin Hankai's duty room. Yin Hankai was thinking about this man's background and teachers, and had a temporary idea of which big men were behind him. As the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, he naturally had a separate duty room. After entering the room, he asked people to sit down and personally poured a cup of tea. Lord Yang was quite flattered. But he was not completely stupid. After thinking for a while, he thought that Yin Hankai was being courteous to the big men behind him. So the expression on his face changed from nervousness to a bit of pride and reserve. In Lord Yang's opinion, although the young left assistant minister in front of him had a grandfather who was once a cabinet minister, and he himself was now a favorite of the emperor, his foundation was not strong after all. And he also needed the support of his teacher behind him. Therefore, before Yin Hankai spoke, Lord Yang said first, "There is only one quota for entering the cabinet now. Your Excellency has devoted himself to the emperor and the court for so many years. How can your hard work and achievements be inferior to those of the Shui family?" Yin Hankai had heard so many of these provocative words in these days, and the smiling expression on his face did not change at all. He just gently picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, seeing that Lord Yang was getting more and more embarrassed because he couldn't wait for his response. Yin Hankai slowly put down the teacup and said, "This is the will of the emperor. As ministers, we can only follow it. Lord Yang, you should say less of these words so that others don't hear them." This is an interesting statement. Lord Yang pondered the tone and spirit of Yin Hankai's words just now. When he said that this was the will of the emperor, he looked at him darkly. Later, when he advised him not to tell others, he was full of deep meaning. He was happy in his heart and felt that the fish had taken the bait. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show some anger on his face. Lord Yang bowed to Yin Hankai and said, "The emperor's will can be changed. To be honest, I came here with the instructions of my mentor. If you are interested, this matter may not be impossible to turn around. If you don't pay attention, I will win." Shui Baochai said to the person opposite her calmly after making a move. Xiao Qingyi was indeed thinking about something. The previous few moves were basically random. When Baochai reminded her at this time, she came back to her senses and looked at the chessboard and thought for a moment. She shook her head helplessly and threw the chess piece in her hand back into the chess basket. However, Empress Xiao looked at the calm and composed look, and she couldn't help asking, "Do you really not care? Recently, the court has been arguing about you. Recently, the Golden Palace is just like a vegetable market. The adults have been quoting scriptures, talking nonsense to each other, and fighting in the palace. It's so lively every day when they go to court." When Shui Baochai saw Xiao Qingyi admit defeat, she smiled and said to the people, "I know what's going on. I haven't asked you yet. I heard that the little prince has been clamoring to go south recently. Have you persuaded him?" The little prince was Su Xingwu, who was raised by Empress Xiao. After the child grew up, Su Qingyu also took his title and made him the Prince of Gong. The young prince is now an adult. A few years ago, Empress Xiao arranged for him to marry a girl from Empress Dowager Li's mother's family. She now has a grandson. After hearing Shui Baochai talking about her troublesome son, Xiao Qingyi no longer cared about other people's affairs. She rubbed her forehead and said, "This child is always thinking. I agreed to go to sea before, but now that there is a war in the southwest, he has the idea of going back again. In fact, Xiao Qingyi is not the kind of person who can't let go. It's just that the Su family's martial arts skills and spiritual energy seem to have been exhausted by the founding ancestor. That kid is good at riding a horse and drawing a bow. But if he really goes to the battlefield, he should not be embarrassed with his skills." Empress Xiao did not save face for her son and complained to Shui Baochai directly. Shui Baochai suddenly remembered something. She looked at Empress Xiao and said, "I went to the Jia mansion a while ago. I heard that the girl from Shangshu Jia's family won a relative in a competition. This couldn't be Xinwu. Jia Zhu and Li won. One was a weak scholar who couldn't carry anything, and the other was a virtuous mistress who was in charge of the household. Who would have thought that the two of them would give birth to a daughter who was born strong and powerful? Jia Lerong, the oldest girl of her generation in Rongfu, did not grow up to be a gentle and virtuous lady as expected by her family elders. Nor did she learn to study and pursue an official career like her aunt and several other elders. Instead, she shocked the whole family. She inherited the martial arts and strategy of her great-grandfather. It turned out to be that child." Empress Xiao had a complicated expression. She couldn't help but think of the doubtful look on her face when her eldest son, who had become a father, came to pay his respects to her that day. In fact, Su Xingwu was not unaware of his own strength. But it was nothing for him to lose to colleagues of the same age or soldiers who were braver than him. Now he was defeated by a younger sister. And he really felt embarrassed and lost that day. After hearing the other side of the story from Empress Xiao, Xue Baochai could no longer maintain her indifference. After laughing for a while, she said to Xiao Qingyi, I was thinking about whether to check which clan relative it was. But now it's not necessary. Jia Lorong was young and didn't know the twists and turns here. But when Li Wan told Xue Baochai about this, she thought that if the clan relative wanted to cause trouble in the future, Baochai would be able to speak up. After all, although Jia Zhu himself had a very high official position, Xue Baochai, who could walk in the harem and have face in front of the two empress dowagers and the queen, was still easier to talk and do when it came to matters involving the clan. Now that Xue Baochai heard who the relative was who was used as a lesson to teach her children to make progress, she was no longer worried that someone would cause trouble for the Jia family and Jia Lorong. However, after thinking about Jia Lorong's ability, Xue Baochai also comforted Empress Xiao, saying, that child is not to be taken lightly. It's okay if Xinwu loses because he doesn't check for a while. If the relative wants to take action, Your Majesty must give his approval. You don't have to worry too much. Empress Xiao said helplessly. Xinwu has been studying and practicing martial arts since he was enlightened. After so many years, his skills are not as good as those of a little girl who has only practiced martial arts for a few years. There are no eyes on the sword on the battlefield. How can I not worry about him? Fortunately, just as you said, that child is not capable of acting like a spoiled child in front of His Majesty. So I can temporarily feel at ease. After finishing her words, Xiao Qingyi hesitated. She looked at Baochai and asked worriedly, Is it really okay? There is nothing I can do to help you at home. You have a good relationship with the Empress Dowager and Yuer. Why don't you go and find out from them? Several cousins of Lin Muyue's family are officials in the court, and 2 of them are now senior officials in the ministries and courts. They can have a say in everything. Lin Daiyu's father is currently the chief minister of the cabinet, so he is naturally well informed. Empress Xiao knew that Baochai had always been close to the 2 empresses Lin, so she thought that it would be a good time to ask them to make her feel at ease. However, Xue Baochai shook her head and said, It is precisely at this time that I cannot go. There are so many eyes staring at me inside and outside the palace. Now I only present a memorial when I go to the palace to pay my respects. I haven't met the 2 palaces to talk for a long time. Empress Xiao felt even more headache when she thought about the twists and turns here. Then you should know the answer. After this month, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. And then it will be the princess' birthday. The quarrel will not last long. There must be a result at the end of this month. Xue Baochai looked at the red pomegranates outside the wall that had begun to turn red and were growing slowly, and said in a calm tone, Matters in the court must be resolved in the court. Xue Baochai knew that many people were afraid that she would follow the harem and slander the emperor. But she actually disdained these shady means. She thought those mean people who judged others by their own standards were boring. The place where Empress Xiao lived in the temporary palace was renovated by her bit by bit. She saw Baochai looking at the pomegranate and knew that she must have a way to break the situation. So she put her heart back in her stomach. This pomegranate is not only beautiful, but also very sweet. When the time comes, I will treat you to crab and pomegranate. Queen Xiao smiled and said, This is also a promise of a celebration banquet in advance. Su Qingyu sat in his wife's palace. He frowned and held a paper in his hand. The little princess standing below looked at her father and knew that something was going to happen. She couldn't help but secretly look at her mother, who was sketching something under the window. Lin Daiyu's hands kept moving. She actually felt her daughter's look of help. But her daughter's grades were really bad this time. She was also happy to see her daughter suffer in front of Su Qingyu. Without receiving help from her mother, Su Xingyue could only look at his father's dark face again, and then bowed his head and waited for the storm. Fortunately, it may be God's blessing today. When Su Qingyu looked through his daughter's homework again and was about to speak, Lin Muyue came in with her people and rescued her granddaughter. Seeing her grandmother coming, Su Xingyue's eyes lit up at once. She looked at her father and gave her a look. Although she read the meaning of I'll deal with you later, she still happily threw herself into her grandmother's arms and acted like a spoiled child. Unfortunately, Lin Muyue was not an old grandmother who would forget everything when she saw her granddaughter acting like a spoiled child. After she rescued her granddaughter, she announced a piece of news with a smile. You can go to school officially after returning to Yanqing. Are our Shuangyu happy? Su Xingyue's face fell at once. She knew that her grandmother loved her. But she also knew that when it came to studying, her grandmother would not be easier to talk to than her father. Watching her granddaughter being taken out to play, Lin Muyue looked at her son and Daiyu. Bao Chai came to the palace to pay respects today. But it's not convenient for her to come to you and me. I hope this matter will be over soon. Su Qingyu looked at his mother and said, It will be soon. There has been some movement on Hansai's side. We just need to wait for the other party to make trouble, and then we can go with the flow. Lin Muyue nodded. Bao Chai has already left Qing's place. You should also go back to Jiolong Shengjing. She is cautious and will not come here. Hearing this, Su Qingyu could only smile and say, Yes, then my son will go first. Daiyu had not spoken just now. After watching Su Qingyu leave, she said to Lin Muyue, Bao Chai will definitely come over later. You must be thinking about this now. Although Bao Chai felt that she should not have much contact with the Queen Mother and the Queen at this time, Lin Daiyu and Lin Muyue both understood Su Qingyu's character and knew that he would definitely persuade Bao Chai to come over later. Lin Muyue watched her granddaughter having fun outside. And she also said with a smile, Yes, I'm here, so she doesn't have to run twice. You still understands my thoughts. It has been more than 10 years since Su Qingyu ascended the throne. The changes in Zheng in the past 10 years have made people feel like a person who has gone to the countryside and lost his temper. The most important point in the court is that Shui Bao Chai, as a woman, has become the third-rank right attendant of the Ministry of Revenue. Now, some of the cabinet ministers who were in the early days of the country have reached the time to retire. There is a vacancy for a cabinet minister, which has caused all the officials who are expected to enter the cabinet to start fighting. Shui Bao Chai came to the palace today not only to visit her old friend Empress Xiao, but also to discuss this matter with the emperor for the last time. They have already run out of tricks. I heard that someone will attack you at the court tomorrow on the grounds that you are unmarried but have been involved with multiple men, Su Qingyu said lightly while looking at Bao Chai standing there. Shui Bao Chai laughed when she heard this. It has come to this point, and they are using these tricks on me. In fact, it is not surprising that any dark tricks are used when the position of cabinet ministers changes. Shui Bao Chai is a woman, and there is no way to slander her for having illegitimate children. Otherwise, recognizing her father in the street is a routine operation. It is the most difficult to refute private matters. Many bigwigs have been implicated and lost their chance to become cabinet ministers because of this. It is a desperate move. They are trying to win over Han Kai. They really think they can turn you against each other. Su Qingyu did not move, but he was playing with a small handheld ornament in his hand. From this small action, Shui Bao Chai knew that the emperor was actually very impatient now, so she also understood and said, I know what to do tomorrow. Since Lord Yin is unmoved, there is actually nothing to worry about tomorrow. Su Qingyu nodded. The most important thing now is the matter in the southwest. We can discuss the agenda carefully after this mess is over. You are busy now, and it is not easy to have such a free day. You should also go to see the queen. Looking up at the emperor, Bao Chai was still a little hesitant. She asked hesitantly, But tomorrow the matter will be over. I will come to the palace to see you tomorrow. She had been patient for so long, and the last kowtow was missing from the 81 difficulties. Bao Chai still didn't want to make things complicated, so although she missed Daiyu and the little princess, she still wanted to endure it. Su Qingyu shook his head. It's okay. The palace's affairs won't be spread so easily. You are too careful. Seeing the emperor nod, Shui Bao Chai no longer insisted. But she still advised, better safe than sorry. I have received your majesty's grace today. But it is never wrong to be careful. Hearing Bao Chai's words, Su Qingyu also accepted the advice with an open mind. I have taken note of Mr. Shui's words. Go ahead. I guess mother and you are waiting for you. She was pretending to call the queen just now. But now it was exposed again. Shui Bao Chai tried to hold back her laughter when she heard the emperor's address. But her curved eyebrows showed her happiness. After watching the people leave, Su Qingyu looked at his daughter's homework and the piles of memorials on the table that he had not paid attention to just now. He suddenly felt a headache and wanted to call her back to work. When Shui Bao Chai entered the room, the little princess Su Xinjue was standing in front of her mother, waiting for her mother to comb her hair. Seeing the familiar Aunt Shui coming in, she raised her head and forgot that her hair was still held by her mother. Seeing Su Xinjue like this, Daiyu quickly tied her daughter's hair and quickly let her go to find Bao Chai. Lin Muyue fanned herself and found it interesting. Su Xinjue was a very likable child, but she was not so affectionate to everyone, except for a few relatives with blood ties, among others. Baochai was the one she liked best. Holding the little princess and tossing her around, Shui Baochai said with a smile, "Our twins have grown taller and heavier. Did you eat well in these hot days?" The little princess hugged Aunt Shui's neck. She said seriously, "Yes. I ate well. Aunt, did you eat well?" Daiyu looked at Baochai, who responded to her daughter's childish words so patiently. She also smiled and said, "Okay. Come down quickly. You have 3 meals a day plus snacks. You will make Aunt Shui's arm sore after hugging for a while." With 3 people and a little girl, Lin Muyue suggested, "Let's go to the waterside pavilion at the back to talk. This room feels stuffy no matter how cool it is. The place where Daiyu lives now is not Fengming Kuni, where the queen usually lives, but a place that was built by the mountains and the water. The whole courtyard includes pavilions and waterside pavilions, which is very lively. This is also because Su Xinju is old now, and knows that it is dangerous to be near water, so he won't run around." Daiyu moved into this place in the first year, and the place was repaired early. The 4 people sat down in the waterside pavilion. Su Xinju looked young, but at this time, he just sat obediently on the side of the small table, quietly listening to his grandmother, mother, and Aunt Shui talking. When Su Qingyu ascended the throne, there were 3 cabinet ministers, including his grandfather, future father-in-law, and Lord Bian. Later, Lin Feng retired and replaced him with Lord Gu. The number of cabinet ministers has not changed in all these years, except for Lord Bian's retirement 4 years ago, and Lord Liang, who was also promoted from the local area to the capital, was added. This Liang Golao was originally a Hanlin. Later, he was transferred to the inspectorate and sent out to serve as the academician. After that, he was appointed as the prefect and then the counselor, the provincial governor. After going around in various places, he also made some achievements and successfully served as the Minister of Rights in Beijing and then entered the cabinet. Yuer said that he promoted him, originally because he saw his contribution to the pastoral work when he was in the border town, and thought he was a down-to-earth and hard-working person. But who would have thought that he would become like this after entering Beijing? Lin Muyue looked at Baochai and said, with a slightly apologetic tone, "It cannot be said that Lord Liang has not done anything in the past few years since he entered the cabinet. However, compared to his down-to-earth work as an official in the local area, he changed his previous work style after entering the court and became a cabinet elder. His means of stirring up trouble are jaw-dropping." Su Qingyu didn't think much of it before and secretly gave a few suggestions. Later, seeing that Liang had never caused any trouble, he just let it go. However, in recent years, there have been some differences in the court, which made Su Qingyu start to think about cleaning up people. Originally, it was nothing new to form a party to attack dissidents. In recent years, because Su Qingyu changed the rules of selecting scholars, and the court had to report the year of the list, the trend of making friends with teachers, classmates, and fellow townsmen has faded a little. However, since Liang Golao entered the cabinet, especially in the past 2 years, he has touched the emperor's reverse scale. The means of selecting officials have been set and cannot be changed. However, as a cabinet elder, he is in control of which younger generations he favors. Therefore, Lin Hai discovered that in many things, Liang Golao would deliberately let those who had passed the imperial examination take the credit and exclude officials who later passed the new examination to enter the court. This trick was done secretly. If Lin Hai had not favored several young people who had just entered the court, he would not have found that they were suppressed and their credit was taken away. No one would have noticed this. Lord Liang actually cares about His Majesty and the court, but he just doesn't like us. Shui Baochai said a few words for Lord Liang. Lin Daiyu looked at Baochai and said, "You are still speaking for him. But I know what he did." Daiyu was very angry when she talked about Lord Liang. When he saw that he couldn't find any allies in the court, he started to have despicable thoughts. Although the specific executioners were all people who were attached to Lord Liang, it was easy to understand why those people did this. Just seeking truth from facts, but I'm not afraid of what people say. Baochai smiled playfully at Daiyu. It was indeed very depressing to be splashed with dirty water, but she didn't care that much, after all. As the most eye-catching female official in the court for so many years, Mr. Liang didn't know that his tricks were actually useless to Baochai. Several people talked back and forth for a while. Lin Muyue looked at Su Xinju, who was standing aside, and said, "I have another errand to ask you. This child should have a formal teacher. I have discussed with Yuer and Yuer. Let her go to the academy to study for 2 years, and become your disciple to learn. Bao Chai originally handed a piece of dessert to the little princess. Hearing this, she looked up at Lin Miyue and then at Daiyu. After handing the thing to Su Xinjue, she said, "This, I dare to ask, is this the intention of your majesty or the two ladies?" Daiyu looked at Bao Chai and replied, "We decided after discussion. Sister Bao. Don't worry." Chapter 263 Bao Chai Extra. This extra is over. The little princess seemed to understand something. She looked up at Aunt Shui and didn't say anything. Just stared at her. Shui Bao Chai looked at Lin Miyue, and then at Daiyu, and then met the little princess's expectant eyes. She could only stand up and bow to the three of them and said, "I obey your orders." On the second day of the court meeting, Shui Bao Chai stood among the ministers, listening to a Liang party official named Wan who was filled with righteous indignation, and said with certainty that he had such and such a relationship with such and such a young master. Many people in the court had a subtle look on their faces, because recently, the matter of Bian Ge Lao's retirement had caused people to fight overtly and covertly. But this was the first time that they had openly made a move in the court. Moreover, Shui Bao Chai previously managed maritime business affairs, and was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was the emperor's money bag and a favored minister. Therefore, except for Liang Ge Lao, the rest of the people were actually just thinking about whether they could get the emperor to fill in another cabinet minister position, and then push one of their own people up to the four-member cabinet. The little official, who was ordered by Liang Ge Lao to speak, finished his words. The court was silent. All the bigwigs were unmoved. No one came out to agree with him or refute his words. The grand court meeting was held in a hall called Tianing Wanha in the palace. There was a large open space in front of the main hall. The green-clothed official stood in front of the hall and spoke for a long time. His back was soaked with sweat. Now the emperor at the top was silent. The important ministers also had their own plans in mind, and no one was the first to speak. Feeling the sweat running down his face, Lord Wan, who couldn't kneel any longer, was about to speak when he saw a woman in green clothes coming out of the team, bowing to the emperor and then opening her mouth to speak. "May I ask this, Lord? Is there any evidence for what you said?" The female official who came out of the line looked directly at Lord Wan, who was speaking. The female official who spoke was named He. She also had some background. She was the daughter of a member of the Ministry of Works in Beijing, and was currently serving as a secretary in the Ministry of Rights. Although she did not admire Lord Shui as much as those officials who came to the court from the palace as female officials, she was also willing to speak a few fair words. One reason why private matters are difficult to refute is that, as dignified scholars, the court officials are not good at talking about these things because of their education. And naturally they are not good at refutation. The world's moral requirements for women are already strict. When Lord He saw Lord Shui being impeached, she thought not only of this cabinet minister dispute, but also of countless times in the future whether someone would use these things to attack every female official with the possibility of promotion. So although Lord He and Shui Bao Chai had no personal relationship, she thought of this possible future and still stood up to speak for justice. Shui Bao Chai has been an official in the court for so many years, although she herself has no intention of forming a clique for personal gain. Basically, all the new female officials in the court will naturally gather around her. In addition, she has promoted some subordinates over the years. So there are many people in the court who are labeled as Shui's party. Liang Ge Lao and his people actually paid special attention to those who might help Shui Bao Chai speak today, and also collected some random things that could be criticized for each person and prepared to use them to speak. But Lord He who suddenly appeared caught them all off guard, but Liang Ge Lao's people also countered his moves. Lord Wan looked at Lord He who suddenly disrupted the situation and said in a stern voice, "We, the censors, have the responsibility to supervise all officials, so we can naturally speak out what we hear." As soon as these words came out, the real Shui party officials began to attack Lord Wan in a targeted manner. Lord Ma, who is now a lecturer in the Hanlin Academy, immediately stepped out to refute. Lord Wan's words are interesting. How can you criticize Lord Shui, such a loyal minister to His Majesty, with a joke you heard from who knows where? Lord Wan is not bad at talking as a censor, and Lord Ma, who came from the battles in the Hanlin Academy, is even more bloody. Lord Wan's face flushed when he heard this. He also knew that what he said this time was actually somewhat untenable. So he simply ignored Lord Ma and kowtowed directly to the emperor on the throne and said, "This is the duty of the censor. I hope your Majesty will clear my name." Lord Ma, however, continued to pursue the matter, and said to the emperor above, "This impeachment is just a means to exclude dissidents. I am studying and writing history in the Hanlin Academy. There are many such villains in the past dynasties, who have been disgraced to serve in the court and deceive the wise emperor. I hope your majesty will see clearly." Labeled as a villain, Lord Wan opened his mouth to refute. But his reasons for impeaching Xue Baochai today were indeed not good enough. So he could only kneel on the ground in anger and wait for Su Qingyu to speak. At this time, Lord Wu, a capable general under Lord Liang, had to step out and speak. This man was a disciple promoted by Lord Liang to the Ministry of Rights. He was now a doctor in the Ministry of Rights. Now he saw that things were half messed up and had to come out to clean up the mess. Lord Wu stood much more in front than Lord Wan, the censor. Now he could see the emperor's face more clearly. He saw the playful look on Su Qingyu's face and felt that this was not a good time. His group wanted to bring down Xue Baochai, which was against the emperor's will. Now seeing that his majesty might have other tricks, he couldn't help but feel bitter. However, the arrow had to be shot. After Lord Wu stepped out, he also quoted classics to refute Lord Ma's words, and demonstrated the scope of the censor's power. Seeing that the people below were arguing again and were about to drag others into the water, Su Qingyu interrupted at the right time. "Mr. Xue, do you have any opinion on what Censor Wan reported?" Xue Baochai stood closer. She glanced at the few ministers at the front of the officials, stepped out of the line and bowed to the emperor, and said, "For Lord Wan's impeachment, I have evidence to refute it one by one." As soon as these words came out, Lord Liang's face changed, and Censor Wan, who was still kneeling on the ground, leaned down even more. Lord Wu also frowned and looked at the only female official in the front row, who was now dressed in red and purple. Xue Baochai smiled sarcastically. She thought she would fall in love with any man she said here. These colleagues didn't know much about women or herself. Among the true and false reasons for impeachment by Wan Yushi, the most logical and so-called evidence was that Xue Baochai was having an affair with a musician from the Jia Fangxi. The court officials had their own set of etiquette and regulations. This kind of thing was considered immoral even if it was committed by a man, not to mention being demoted or something. At least it could make people withdraw from the competition at this critical juncture. After presenting what she had found in court, Xue Baochai directly shattered the other party's delusion. "I did have a relationship with Music Master Yang, but I dare not say it was a private relationship. This is the testimony signed by Music Master Yang. As for those groundless rumors, they all came from the mouths of idlers and children in a street in Yinqing at first." After Xue Baochai asked people to investigate, she found out something very interesting. This is where the family of the brother-in-law of Yushi Wan lived. This is also the idea provided by Lin Miyue. The current slander of people and the future network water army are the same way. Individual rumors and accounts are not important. It is important to see who is behind these people to deal with this person. Not only that, I have found something else. Please read it. Your Majesty. Xue Baochai took out a memorial from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. The eunuch in front of the emperor showed it to Su Qingyu. This memorial involved Liang Golao, so Xue Baochai did not say it in court. After all, she had expected how His Majesty would deal with the Golao. But it was just a guess. So she left a little room. Sure enough, after reading the memorial, Su Qingyu looked at Liang Golao with a serious look. And then Mao Kai had the foresight to ask everyone to stand up and report if they had something to report, and to leave the court if they had nothing to report. The most important thing recently, in addition to the grain collection and tax collection in various places, was the replacement of the Golao Lao. Xue Baochai had already made the first two things clear to her colleagues. So now that this was said, the ministers had no other important things to report. Xue Baochai was walking on the steps in front of the palace. The voice of Liang Golao came from behind. "Master Xue, please stay." Turning around, Xue Baochai met Liang Galao's complicated expression. Liang Galao stood on the high steps and looked at the young people below. He said in a gloomy tone, "Master Xue has good tactics." Xue Baochai smiled. Although she looked up, she did not lose face. Compared with Master Liang's tactics, this is nothing. It's just a passive counterattack. In fact, Liang Galao knew that his tactics this time were a bit radical, but it took time to infiltrate bit by bit, and he also realized that his colleagues seemed to have discovered his plan. If Xue Baochai is asked to join the cabinet again this time, he feels that the Su family's world will eventually be ruled by the Lin family. Yes, Liang Golao is not only targeting Xue Baochai and the female officials. He also thinks that Ling Golao controls the government. and that Empress Lin is the only one favored in the harem, and is a demon queen and a treacherous minister who confuses the master. Xue Baochai actually vaguely read Liang Gulao's thoughts. But she is actually too lazy to think about this person's weird thoughts. Now seeing Liang Gulao looking at her with a complicated expression, she saluted and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Take care." 2. Once this incident happened, Liang Gulao's retirement was a foregone conclusion. Seeing the wind from a distance making the corners of Xue Baochai's red robe flutter, Liang Gulao sighed deeply and knew that he had already lost everything. Xue Baochai, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was promoted to the position of junior tutor of the Crown Prince and Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Palace. The eunuch who announced the decree finished reading the decree and watched the official in front of him thanking him and accepting the decree. He also felt that he had seen a lot of things. Although Su Qingyu reformed the imperial examination system soon after he ascended the throne, it gave many people who did not have the qualifications to take the imperial examination a chance to become officials, and also allowed talented and practical women to serve in the court. However, there are tens of thousands of officials in the world, and although the Grand Secretary is only a 5th-ranked title, everyone is eager to get it. Now, Mr. Xue in front of him is so young, but he has already reached such a high position. How can it not make people sigh? After sending off the eunuch who announced the decree, Xue Baochai turned around and looked at her mother and brother. She smiled and said, "This is a great event. Didn't mother say before that she wanted to hold a flower banquet? Let's have a good one." Just like when Xue Baochai passed the exam before, Mrs. Xue looked at her daughter standing in the courtyard filled with sunshine. So dazzling and eye-catching. She said with tears in her eyes but smiled, "Okay, let's have a good one." Chapter 264 Princess Extra. The Emperor's daughter is called a princess, the Emperor's sister is called a princess. Su Qingyu also gave his sisters the titles they deserved when they got married. Princess Shiro was the same even if she was the biological daughter of Empress Dowager Li. She was called Princess Shiro after she got married. "Shiro is your highness's title. I didn't ask before because I was afraid of offending your highness, but I am qualified to know your highness's maiden name now." After getting married, Lin Jingxiu looked at Shiro, who was dressing up, and suddenly asked this question. Princess Shiro was using eyebrow powder to lightly brush her eyebrows. Hearing this, she turned around and glanced at her husband, and then continued to put on her makeup in front of the mirror. Not getting a response from the princess, Lin Jingxiu felt a little regretful and thought that he might have offended her, but he still thought that there was still a long time to come. So he said, "There is still some time, your highness. Don't be in a hurry, use some things first, and then put on your makeup." Husband Lin had a pair of sharp eyes that could recognize a woman's makeup. He saw that Princess Shiro was almost done with the whole makeup, except for applying lip balm, and he still thought of inviting the princess to have breakfast before completing this last step. This day was the day when the princess went to the husband's house to meet her uncle and aunt after getting married. Although Shiro was a princess, there was a queen mother in the family of husband Lin. So Shiro still got up early and didn't want to act like a princess. Now hearing the husband said that he would have breakfast before going, Shiro was a little worried whether it would be late. "I thought I would go there as soon as I got up today and didn't tell the kitchen to cook. Would it be too late now?" The old nanny who served the princess also left the palace with the princess. She was a little happy to hear what the husband said just now, because she had always been worried whether the princess would feel uncomfortable if she didn't have breakfast. But now that Princess Shiro has expressed her concerns, she can only look at the prince consort hesitantly, hoping that he can persuade the princess to take care of her health. Although Prince Consort Lin didn't know what the old nanny was thinking, he still said to the princess as she wished, "It's okay. I asked someone to buy some breakfast that I often eat. Although it's not as good as the imperial chef's, it's still edible." Princess Shiro looked at the prince consort after hearing this, and finally said, "You'll know after you try it." When Lin Jingxiu was chosen as the prince consort, he was still a gentle young man, like other young men raised by wealthy families in Yanqing. He was not weak, but not very strong either. But this year, when he was officially married to Princess Shiro, he had developed a honey-colored skin and a strong body because of his experience at sea. Lin Jingxiu personally took the food box from the servant, and easily avoided the nanny who wanted to take the food. "I don't know what the princess likes, so I asked people to buy more. You can go and use some things first. I will serve the princess." Just now, when the old nanny was about to take the food, she also felt the weight of the food box, so the smile on her face deepened. And she left and took the others out with her. Princess Shiro sat on a chair and watched the husband busying around. She actually wanted to help, but she found that she couldn't find a chance to interrupt the husband, who was busy all the time. It was not until the whole 8 immortal table was filled with the things Lin Jingxiu brought back that Princess Shiro finally thought of what she could do. She placed the red bamboo chopsticks and the spoon with peony and happy characters in the center in front of herself and the husband. Although he was busy with those things and arranging the dishes, Lin Jingxiu was actually paying attention to his wife's actions. Seeing Princess Shiro's relieved look after putting the things away, he felt that he could no longer hide his smile. The table was filled with snacks from the famous snack shop in Yanqing, as well as some fresh folk snacks from roadside stalls. Princess Shiro had never seen such a fancy table even when she had breakfast with her mother in the palace. Seeing the princess like this, Lin Jingxiu smiled even more and personally picked up a piece of pastry and put it in the princess's bowl. It looks like a lot, but each one is only a few bites long. Princess, just pick the ones you like. I'll take care of the rest, Lin Jingxiu said in a good mood as he watched the princess eat in small bites. When the chopsticks touched the crispy crust, the crispy layer made of meat oil on the outside had already cracked smoothly, and the beef base filling inside had been prepared in advance. It was not bland, and the aroma of the roasted beef could be tasted. Seeing the princess's eyes sparkling because of the delicious food, Lin Jingxiu poured another bowl of soup and added seasoning to it, and handed it to Shiro. This is the soup to drink with. Princess, please taste it. The soup tasted slightly fishy and peppery, and the mixture of coriander and other spices was not disgusting. Shiro frowned slightly, looked at the small jar of red seasoning on the table, added some to the soup and sipped it again, and the spicy taste was more pronounced. After finishing breakfast, Shiro felt lazy all over. But when she went to dress up, she felt a little regretful when she saw the nanny hesitate to speak. She sniffed the smell on her body and said a little embarrassedly, "The smell was a bit strong after using these things in the morning. But fortunately, I didn't change my clothes when I went out." Seeing that the princess had said what she wanted to say in advance, the old nanny couldn't say anything more about it. She could only urge the palace maids, who followed the princess out of the palace, to bring the clothes she was going to wear today, and help the princess dress with agile movements that were not suitable for her age. Watching the nanny helping her tidy up her clothes, Shiro said helplessly to the others, it was agreed that the nanny would enjoy her life when she came out. Why are you still doing these things yourself? Just leave it to Renan and Xiangbei. The old nanny smiled, looking at Renan and Xiangbei, who had also served the princess since childhood, and said, although they are now experienced, how many years can I still worry about them? Princess, please fulfill my wish. Renan and Xiangbei, who were mentioned, exchanged glances tacitly. One of them helped the nanny and asked her to sit aside, and the other carefully checked the princess's clothes today and finally tied a jade pendant. You should take a rest. Just give orders here. We two are here to take care of everything. Renan, who went to help the nanny, had a round face and loved to smile. She used to be liked by the old nanny. Seeing her winking at her playfully, the nanny could only sit there and rest. On the carriage to the Lin mansion, Shiro looked at the bustling streets of Yanqing outside the window. What came to her mind was what her mother said to her before she descended. Although you are a princess, your husband's family is your brother's family after all. Choosing such a family for you can ensure your future glory, but your life may not be so carefree. Li Wanchun looked at her daughter with a complicated expression, and her tone was a little regretful when she said this. Princess Shiro has studied with her sisters for so many years. Now the inner and outer courts are not as isolated as before. Even though she is still young and has not been exposed to the politics of the outer court, she still knows these things. Looking at her mother's face, Shiro was silent for a while before saying, I know, but... Mother, I have some ideas myself. Maybe only by marrying with Lin can I achieve my wish. Starting from Su Ruiqing, Lin has been a staunch supporter of the emperor's new policy. Su Ruiqing even broke the unspoken rule that officials of the Ministry of Personnel cannot enter the cabinet, and insisted that his father-in-law enter the cabinet while holding the position of Li Shang. When it came to Su Qingyu, the court officials were more tolerant of the emperor's desire to make trouble. One of the reasons was the foreshadowing of Su Ruiqing. Shiro watched her sisters divorce and have their own official duties to work hard for. She also wanted to be like her sister instead of staying in the princess's mansion all day long as a dispensable princess with a false name. What was the look of the queen mother at that time? There was some relief and pride, but it was very complicated. In fact, Shiro saw that her mother wanted to tactfully persuade her not to be willful and live a good life with her husband in the future. But Shiro always had another voice in her heart. In the end, like most mothers in the world, Li Wancheng had to compromise with her daughter. "What are you thinking about? Your Highness? We have arrived. I have asked someone to bring a sedan chair. Your Highness, please take it." Lin Jingxiu had already gotten off the carriage. He looked at Princess Shiro, who was still sitting inside, and asked with some confusion. Returning to reality from her memory, Princess Shiro held the hand extended by her husband. And with the help of Lin Jingxiu, she got off the carriage lightly. "No need, after sitting in this car for so long. It's comfortable to walk. Let's walk together." Shiro looked at the prince consort beside her, and did not let go of his hand even after getting off the car. Lin Jingxiu looked relaxed, but was actually a little nervous. Seeing that the princess had no intention of retracting her hand, he smiled and said, "Okay, but if the princess is tired, she must tell me." Among the three families in the Lin mansion, Lin Feng and Madame Wang from the first family are the only daughters in the palace. After Lin Feng unloaded all the burdens, he also traveled with his old wife. This time, he returned to Yanqing because of the princess's demise. Lin Ling and Madame Wei from the second house are Lin Jingxiu's grandparents. Lin Jingxiu's parents also live in the Lin mansion. The couple did not care because their son married a princess. The third house, Lin Jun, is now the mainstay of the Lin family in the court. Madame Liang is very sociable and very popular in the circle of noble ladies in Beijing. The grandson Lin Jinghe is also the one with the best relationship with His Majesty, and the most prosperous career among the younger generation of the Lin family. His wife also gets along well with the Queen Mother and the Queen in the palace, which is unique among the three generations of daughters-in-law. The Lin mansion is now populated by many people. Everyone knew the news of Lin Jingxiu and Princess Shiro's return to the mansion early on. The whole family gathered together to wait for the princess's arrival. Princess Shiro followed Lin Jingxiu through the courtyards and suddenly asked, "Did the prince consort also grow up in this house?" Compared with the imperial palace, the Lin mansion is naturally not big. The last time this house was renovated was when Lin Muyue was named a concubine. So now, after the passing of time, many traces of time have been retained. Passing by several courtyards, Shiro saw that the scenery in front of each courtyard was different. Some courtyards had winding paths covered with raindrop stones, and some courtyards had several potted plants growing very well. "I didn't expect the princess to ask this question." Lin Jingxiu was stunned for a rare moment before saying, "Yes, we brothers all grew up in this house. Not only us, but also the queen and uncles," nodding to show that she knew. Princess Shiro said to Lin Jingxiu casually after turning around a small pond with fish, "My maiden name is Linhua. Don't call me your highness or princess anymore. From Mingzhou to Quanzhou, the official voyage will begin. Generally, we will first go to Kampa, Siam and other places, and then we will go all the way west. Sometimes we will stop in Bengal, and sometimes we will go directly to Ceylon." Guli, holding the sea chart, Lin Jingxiu explained to the people around him. Shiro was wearing a mealie, and her whole body was covered in eggshell green gauze. She always felt that the sea map was not clear through the gauze. After listening to Lin Jingxiu's introduction, she couldn't help but put the gauze aside to look at it again. Feeling the princess's movements, Lin Jingxiu paused at his explanation and said to the princess hesitantly, "It's hot and sunny on the sea. Linhua should wear this mealie." Looking up at the sun above her head, Shiro was a little hesitant, but she saw that both men and women on the boat were barefaced. "Will this be a little conspicuous? I don't see that other people are wearing this thing. Miss Fei is also going to go out to sea with this ship. She is probably resting in the house. She must wear it when she comes out." Lin Jingxiu knew what the princess was worried about, so he also cited another female official, who was also on board as an example. Seeing that his wife was no longer bothered by mealie, Lin Jingxiu brought the sea chart closer to her and said, "After that, it's Hormuz, Adam, and then either go north along the strait, or go south to Mogadishu, and then go around the southernmost part of the continent, and then go north." Looking at the places marked on the sea chart, Su Linhua continued to ask curiously, "So how are we going this time? Didn't we discuss the itinerary before we set off?" Lin Jingxiu seemed to have expected his wife to ask this. He pointed to the sea surface that was now as calm as a mirror and said, "The weather at sea is complicated and changeable. Sometimes you don't know where to go. It is something we can foresee, so we don't know which way is more suitable until then." Fei Qionyang led the two students towards the princess and her husband. She just heard what Lin Jingxiu said. So she naturally said, "There is no trade this time. So we should go as fast as possible. However, if you want to appreciate the local customs along the way, we can go to a few more places." Princess Shiro was able to set off with the fleet this time. Su Qingyu had to bear a lot of responsibilities for his sister. He was begged by his sister to let her board the ship. He had to extinguish the anger of Queen Motherly alone. Even if the current shipbuilding and navigation technology of Jing Dynasty has risen with the promotion of officials to master these skills, how can the Queen Motherly, as a mother, not worry about her daughter? The fleet's visit this time is mainly to celebrate the ascension of a new king of a Western country. The chief envoy of the delegation is Lin Jingxiu, and Su Qingyu gave his sister the title of deputy envoy. Therefore, the fleet is not allowed to do more business, and safety is the top priority. However, Princess Shiro has been quite low-key since she boarded the ship. She turned around and saw Lord Fei coming. Her eyes lit up. She walked over quickly, took her hand and said, "He said you were here just now. I thought you were busy, and I would have to wait to see you. But are you done?" Princess Shiro and Fei Qianyang also have a previous relationship. The friendship between the two started in the palace. So Lord Fei was not nervous in front of the princess. When the princess asked, he answered openly, "There's nothing to do now. I'll be busy when we get there. Come sit in my room. Have you never been on a boat before? If you feel dizzy, ask someone to come to me and get some ointment to apply." Fei Qianyang invited the princess. The boat had just set sail. Lin Jingxiu saw his wife was curious about the scenery on the sea. So he came out on the deck with others to look into the distance and enjoy the sea breeze. He had always been worried that his wife would feel uncomfortable if she was exposed to the sun all the time. Now he was happy to see Master Fei come over after finishing his work. So Lin Jingxiu followed what Master Fei said and said, "I'm going to check everywhere and call people to hold a small meeting. How about the princess go to Master Fei to relax for a while?" A large ship that can sail on the ocean naturally has to take into account the feelings of the passengers. Fei Qianyang is an important figure in the fleet. Although the place where she lives is not big, it is very well decorated. Shiro felt that this room was not much worse than the one she and her husband lived in when she entered the room. "Are you able to adapt? I was seasick the first time I took a ship. I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable. Today, I feel much more relieved to see that you can still enjoy the sea view on the deck. Let's not talk about anything else on the sea." From the princess to the servants who do chores on the ship, everyone is provided with enough tea. Fei Qianyang is also used to pouring a cup of tea for the princess before speaking. "I'm still used to it. Maybe I'm still not excited about it. My husband is also a little surprised that I'm so energetic every day." Princess Shiro smiled embarrassedly. Su Linbo was born and raised in Yanqing. Because of her mother's shadow of her elder brother's secret swimming when he was a child, she had never tried swimming before she got married. She had only taken a pleasure boat on the lake of the palace. No one expected that such a person could adapt to life on the sea. "It's great that you can adapt. I felt fresh when I first took a boat, but I got bored after a few days. But the advantage of the sea is that you can eat delicious food at any time." Fei Qianyang was happy to see that Princess Shiro had adapted to life on the sea. She talked to the princess with great interest. "Linbo, do you want to go to Ceylon? There's nothing good there, but the gems produced there are really good. When you get to the west, you can ask local craftsmen to make jewelry with local characteristics." After a dinner full of marine characteristics in the evening, Lin Jingxiu changed a more detailed map and handed it to Princess Shiro. Shiro leaned over to take a look. "I was going to ask, actually. I also saw the sea map from my father when I was a child, but whether it was the one in the daytime or this one, it seems to be more detailed and beautiful than what I saw." Unlike the princes, Su Ruiqing really doted on his daughters. When Princess Shiro was a child, she was held on her father's lap and flipped through the things on his dragon table at will. Su Ruiqing himself continued his father's decision to gradually lift the maritime ban. So there were capable people in the court to redraw the sea map. Now Su Qingyu was in charge. And there were more and more guards and garrisons in various places near the sea. This is a sea map drawn by Lord Lu, who was in the same class as Lord Shui. It was only with the blessing of the princess that His Majesty granted the new map. Lin Jingxiu said with emotion while stroking the sea map. "Lord Lu. But it is said that his ancestors were pirates and then settled in Southeast Asia. He heard that his brother was recruiting talents. So he returned to the country." Princess Shiro also became interested and asked curiously, This Lord Lu is also a strange man. He said that his ancestors were also from Zheng. The family has been engaged in maritime trade for generations. They were one of the few big merchants who were granted permission to go to sea by the court in the previous dynasty. The Lu family retreated to Southeast Asia because of the last years of the family. The family has taken root in Southeast Asia. But the ancestors of the Lu family have always regarded themselves as Zheng people. That is why Lord Lu returned to Zheng and contributed the knowledge of drawing sea charts and stargazing inherited from the Lu family. Although he did not answer other questions well because he grew up in Southeast Asia, but when the examiner saw Lu Chenqi's sea chart that occupied half of the answer sheet, he directly presented the paper with other questions blank for the emperor to review. It is thanks to Lord Lu that this pearl was discovered that we can now see such an accurate picture. Lin Jingxiu handed the map to his curious wife with care. The soil and customs of Ceylon are quite different from those of Dajing. When we arrive at Anan or Mogadishu, it will be completely different. Lin Jingxiu pointed to other places on the map to his wife. This time, because the delegation was in a hurry, they could not go south along the southern continent and then go north. In fact, Lin Jingxiu felt quite regretful. Someone has presented auspicious signs such as the unicorn to your majesty before. In fact, there are many such animals on the southern continent. When the seasons change, all the animals migrate together, which is also a beautiful sight. Lin Jingxiu recalled the magnificent scenery he had seen before, and felt that it was a pity that his wife could not see it with her own eyes this time. Princess Shiro was also a little fascinated by what she heard, but she was open-minded. There will be opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush now. Lin Jingxiu looked at the princess, wondering if his poor cousin the emperor could withstand the anger of Queen Motherly, and whether Queen Motherly would be willing to release her precious daughter in the future. When the fleet drifted on the sea for a long time and arrived at the West Ocean, Lin Jingxiu woke up in the morning and saw that there was no one around him. He knew that the princess had gotten up early to go out for some fresh air. However, when he glanced at the cloak on the underwear rack in the room, Lin Jingyi frowned, got up neatly, dressed, picked up the cloak, and pushed the door open to go out. Looking at Princess Shiro blowing the wind on the deck, Lin Jingxiu walked over quickly to help the princess put on the cloak. It's okay for you to get up so early, but don't you remember to put on a piece of clothing when you go out? Princess Shiro was hugged by the person behind her, and then she was scolded and covered with a warm cloak. Looking up at Lin Jingxiu's jaw that was clenched due to anger, Shiro said with a rare lack of confidence, I didn't come out for a long time. I didn't sleep well last night because of the bumpy ride. I thought of coming out for a while when I saw the light in the morning. Princess Shiro was raised by people to serve her since she was a child. This time she went to sea with two maids, Ridden and Xiangbei. However, the ship was not like the palace. Shiro asked the two maids to help everywhere, so there were always times when she could not be taken care of. Don't do it again. Although his tone was hard, Lin Jingxiu gently tied the cloak belt for the princess. Not only the scenery along the way, but also the obvious climate change. Princess Shiro felt the moisture in her breath. She asked her husband beside her, Is it finally here? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I have never felt that the 4 words down to earth are so rare. Although there were times when they stopped at land. Princess Shiro lived on the boat during this period. The novelty of riding a boat was consumed very quickly. The tension and fear when encountering wind and waves on the sea also hit her heart from time to time, until they crossed a canal again. Shiro's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, was temporarily half relieved. Coincidentally, the country that Princess Shiro was going to visit this time was the motherland of the female Captain Avia. The previous queen of the country passed away, and the throne was inherited by her nephew according to blood lineage. As soon as the princess from the east arrived in the western continent, she attracted the attention of various countries. Although Su Qingluan had begged his brother to let him go to sea to expand his horizons, and the western countries had already seen a distinguished prince, an oriental princess could obviously arouse more interest in the upper nobles of western countries. For a while, male nobles were eager to try to get the princess' attention, while female nobles kept collecting information about the princess's dress and makeup. A wave of oriental enthusiasm swept across the continent again. Do these people realize that your highness is married to me, and is a married woman? Moreover, these people are too disrespectful to your highness. Lin Jingxiu has been sailing with the ship for many years, and has experience as an envoy, so he is naturally familiar with Western characters now. At this time, Lin Jingzheng was holding a tabloid and thinking secretly. He called Princess Shiro his highness, and called himself a minister. Shiro didn't understand the tabloid. But she was also curious about the booklet. People here actually keep these things in books. Doesn't the local court care? Looking at the expression of the prince consort, Shiro knew that the things written in these booklets should not be important government news. She also knew that Dezheng had official reports. But the contents in them were for officials from all over the country. There were also some other private newspapers that existed for the purpose of imperial examinations. Moreover, if they were strictly checked, these tabloids were actually not in compliance with the court's laws. Lin Jingxiu looked at his wife. He knew more. These tabloids are all privately run. In fact, Your Majesty also thinks that in addition to the official newspapers, the court can also try to publish some other types of newspapers, which can also be regarded as a means to change the customs of the people. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. And when they have enough food and clothing, they know honor and disgrace. Because of the promotion of high-yield crops and the improvement of planting methods and tools, the lives of the people in Dajing are gradually getting better. Although there are still droughts and floods, there is no longer the tragedy of there was a drought in the south of the Yangtze River that year, and people in Suzhou ate human flesh. There is a saying that one of the conditions for the transformation of agricultural society to industrial society is that the supply of food can enable a part of the population who make a living from agriculture to leave the land and move to the city to become urban population. Although no one in Dajing knows the difference between industrial society and agricultural society, some officials have found that the scale of towns in various places has expanded and the population has increased. A new society also needs new rules. Even if Su Qingyu did not notice this, Lin Muyue would not let history go backwards when she saw that the world was gradually opening up under her son's policies. You said that Empress Dowager Li, Aunt, and Empress Dowager are also preparing a newspaper. Lin Jingxiu was not as well informed as his wife about the affairs of the harem. Shiro nodded. My mother was also dragged along by Empress Dowager Lin. I also heard it from my mother. They said that it is not easy for women to be officials nowadays, and they also want to publish their own newspaper to cheer for Sister Baochai and others. The court, like the people, has different ideas about women showing their faces and serving as officials. Some families think it is a good thing for their daughters to be able to establish a family, while some families think it is against the ethics and are very opposed to it. In this case, letting time dilute all this and let everyone get used to it is one way, guiding public opinion to let everyone accept new ideas is another. Shiro saw her husband nodded to indicate that he understood. She said with some regret, I wanted to take you to the city for a walk, but in this situation, aren't you and I too conspicuous? The people here look very different from the people of Zheng. Shiro was a little hesitant whether she and her husband would be recognized when they went out. If anything went wrong and affected the relationship between the two countries, it would be bad. Lin Jingxiu smiled and said to his wife, Lin Bo is worrying too much. Our dynasty has had close contacts with this place over the years. There are many young people living in this capital. So we just need to change clothes so that we won't be too conspicuous. So when many noble girls were anxiously asking about the dress of the Oriental princess, Shiro changed into clothes that were commonly worn by young people living in the local area and were not much different from the local people, and went to experience the exotic customs with her husband. Starting from the back door of the palace, where the two were staying temporarily, Shiro felt that it was okay at first. But later when she passed through the city, she felt that many streets she passed by were too shabby. Lin Jingxiu was used to it. We'll be there when we get to the street we're going to. The shops in the street are very interesting. After spending a long time in the West, Lin Jingxiu and many young people also learned some lessons from these cities. In the memorial presented to the emperor after returning home, they emphasized the importance of urban planning. When they arrived in the city, they experienced the exotic scenery with the prince consort during the day. When Shiro returned to the palace where she was staying temporarily, there were also envoys from the palace, who came to invite Princess Shiro and her husband to the palace for a chat. The palace held a welcoming dinner for the princess and her husband. After the dinner, Su Linbo was dancing on the dance floor in the arms of her husband. When she looked up at Lin Jingxiu, who was looking at her tenderly, she was also bewitched by the clear love in his eyes. The novel tunes and dance steps also made people unconsciously intoxicated, while her sister and brother-in-law were happily talking about love. Princess Lingyu worked late into the night in her princess mansion, working tirelessly on the seemingly endless official business. Jia Yuanshen came in with a food box and saw Princess Lingyu reading documents at her desk. Lingyu used to be in charge of women's schools, But now she has been transferred to the Ministry of Rights by her brother, and is in charge of official schools in various places. Although she is a princess, she has the same power as a prince. Hearing footsteps, Ling Yu looked up and said, "I knew it was you. No one else dared to come in and disturb me." Putting down the food box, Jia Yuanshan was a little helpless. "Your Highness, no matter how busy you are, you must take care of yourself. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have dinner today. There are also many maids and palace maids who have served Ling Yu since she was a child in the princess's mansion. But now these people dare not interfere with the princess's affairs. Ling Yu's majesty is getting stronger and stronger. Except for the two empress dowagers and the emperor and his wife in the palace. Even her biological mother rarely asks about her daughter's daily life. Only Jia Yuanshan has entered the court now, and has been with Ling Yu, who is just an ordinary princess. She now occasionally comes to the princess's mansion to catch her in the act. Every time she comes, Ling Yu will at least go back to work and rest for 10 days. Ling Yu tidied up the desk quickly, and then took the food box to the table next to her and took out the porridge, snacks and pickles inside. "It's my favorite pickled garlic. Sister really remembers me." Looking at the small dish of pickles, Ling Yu smiled and was completely free from her work state, holding her chin in her hand and watching Ling Yu happily enjoying her midnight snack. Jia Yuanshan saw her put down her chopsticks and said, "Shucheng, don't push yourself too hard. People are not objects. How can they be so tense?" Putting down the bowl, Ling Yu looked at Yuanshan and said, "The birth of the twin jades was dangerous. My brother and sister-in-law have not had any children for so many years. Yuanshan, sister, I have to plan for the future." Jia Yuanshan hesitated to speak. After thinking for a while, she said, "I heard that His Majesty favored the imperial concubine when I was young. But I didn't know that there were so many ladies in the palace until I entered the palace. The imperial concubine was just one of them." Not knowing how to persuade Ling Yu, Jia Yuanshan could only start from the perspective of the harem and try to make the person in front of her, whom she regarded as a sister, sober up. This was a bit of a rebellious statement, but Ling Yu paused with the handkerchief in her hand, looked up at her sister in front of her for a long time before saying, "It's different." Ling Yu recalled the way her father looked at the imperial concubine, and she said to Yuanshan, "If my father had the support of my brother, he would also like my mother so much. So I believe in my brother. Su Qingyu can now sit firmly on the throne because of the right time, right place and right people." But Su Ruiqing was not like this at the beginning, and he could not even decide his own marriage. Later, although Su Ruiqing also inherited the throne as the crown prince, his father, who was still alive as the emperor, and dishonest courtiers and vassal kings in the outer court made him very nervous at every step. And finally, he was killed by conspiracy. Princess Ling Yu looked at Bao Chai and continued, "Sister Yuanshan, I am not obsessed with power. This is what I must do as the eldest princess. It is not for myself, but for every daughter of the Su family in the future." Jia Yuanshan sighed. "I know. If your highness needs any help from me in the future, just ask." Ling Yu once went to the northern border, and then came back to the front despite the pressure from the court and even her mother. Jia Yuanshan knew that her best friend would stick to what she wanted to do, so she didn't persuade her now that she got the answer, but secretly vowed to stand by her side no matter what. Chapter 265. My daughter has grown up. The 16-year-old girl has an upright figure. When she is quiet, her calm and elegant expression is obviously inherited from her mother. But if she smiles at someone close to her, her whole face becomes lively, and she can also see some of her father's shadow. When Jia Lorong came in, she saw the eldest princess smiling at her. Even though they have been friends for many years, she was still dazzled by this smile that seemed to be blooming like a fragrant orchid. After handing the newly won knife to the princess, Jia Lorong sat down and said to Su Xinjue proudly, "I also won it. What do you think, Your Highness?" In fact, there is a big age difference between Jia Lorong and Su Xinjue, but Su Xinjue thinks that this sister, who is somewhat related to her, is interesting, so the two of them are getting along well now. After just a quick glance, Su Xinjue said, "This is a knife sent from the western regions. The iron produced there is better than ours, and the decorations on the scabbard and the handle are also different." The Yong people stopped when they reached a rich and fertile plain, even though there were other countries and ethnic groups in the west who were eyeing this place. The support of the Zheng dynasty and the absolute military strength of the Yong people helped them gain a foothold in the past 10 years. A nation on horseback can conquer the world on horseback. But there has never been a world ruled on horseback. Power and military conquest can temporarily rule a place. But in the end, the king who brings peace and stability to the people of a place is the one that the people want. The land that the Ong tribe now occupies was originally in a country that was in the midst of war. After they went there, they put an end to the war and did not impose heavy taxes. Mukon issued many decrees to live in harmony with the people. The locals did not resist, but were very grateful to those who ended the local war. Against this background, the Ong tribe and the Great Zheng gradually began to interact peacefully. This knife is a fine tribute sent by Mukon. As the eldest granddaughter of the Jia family, Jia Lorong is a special example even in the current situation in the capital where all the prefectures allow girls to serve as officials. There were many girls who knew poetry and literature and physics in the various mansions. But Jia Lorong was the first woman to join the army and surpass the whole battalion. The title of the Jia family was still passed down according to the rule of passing down the title to the eldest son, Jia Lian. Although Jia Zhu held a high position, he could only give his son a place in the Imperial Academy or the current Imperial Academy. So when his daughter showed her talent, he, as a father, had a headache. Fortunately, because his daughter had some connections with the palace, Jia Lorong successfully entered the martial arts school and officially began her martial arts career. Now she has been officially appointed as an official, and she is affiliated with the Jinwu Vanguard and takes turns guarding the palace with her comrades in the guard station. The reason why Jia Lorong could come and talk to the eldest princess today was because she was not on duty today. So she came in to pay her respects to the palaces and the eldest princess. Su Xinjue put down the memorial he had been holding, handed the knife back to Jia Lorong and said, "It's boring to read for so long. Let's go for some horse riding." Although neither of his parents had maxed out their martial arts, Su Xinjue had been practicing horse riding and archery since he was young because his parents had high hopes for him. After so many years, he has become quite good at it. At least, he doesn't embarrass himself during the autumn hunt every year. The memorial I just read said that Aunt Shiro encountered pirates on her way back home. The fleet directly sank the enemy's ship and captured the pirates alive. Princess Shiro thought that the pirates were a bit strange, so she asked her brother to send someone to investigate the matter in detail. While talking about this, Su Xinjue and Jia Lorong went out and headed straight for the martial arts field in the palace. Although Su Xinjue has not been officially appointed as the heir by her father, she now lives in the East Palace where Su Qingyu lived. There are all the East Palace officials in it. She usually listens to government affairs and reviews memorials on behalf of her father. Although she does not have the title of East Palace, she already has the power of the East Palace. I really want to go to the battlefield. 2. A long period of peace in the world is a blessing for the people. But as a military commander, it would be strange if I never fought in my life. Choosing a bow that suits her, Jia Lorong pulled the string and tried it out. It's not bad. Su Xinjue is actually younger, but she shook her head like an adult when she heard what the other party said. She reached out and patted Jia Lorong on the shoulder. When there is a war, the people suffer. I know your wish, but this is also a good thing. And I remember that you are not very good at swimming. Right? If what Aunt Shiro said is true, then this battle will probably be fought on the sea, and the competition will be about which side has stronger ships and more powerful guns. This is also Jia Lorong's shortcoming. Hearing His Highness say this, Jia Lorong was a little helpless. When I was young, my mother said that it was not good for girls to go swimming. The nanny and sister around me were very strict. Later, I learned it. But I could never compare to those who grew up by the water. Every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. The local scenery and water and soil nurture the people. There are also places for sailors to train near the capital. After Jia Lorong went there, she had to admit her shortcomings. Su Xinjue climbed on the horse, lightly controlled the reins, and touched the horse's neck. She looked at her friend and said, "If you really want to go, I will ask for grace from my father. But is your family willing to let you go?" The sword has no eyes. The Jia family is willing to let their children be ceremonial guards in the Yinqing Palace. But it does not mean that they are willing to let their children go to the battlefield. This has nothing to do with gender. Even if Jia Lorong is a boy, Su Xinjue is not sure that the Jia family will agree. Su Xinjue knew that her mother was Jia Lorong's aunt after all. So she felt that if Jia Lorong couldn't handle the Jia family, then she would definitely not help her friend to speak up. Jia Lorong also knew this. So she also carried her bow and mounted her horse and said, I don't know either. Forget about this annoying thing. We haven't been here for a long time, so we should have a good competition. Hearing this, Su Xinjue smiled but said nothing. How could she compare with the female general on the opposite side? However, she knew that her friend was depressed, so she didn't say much and started to compete with others. When he returned to the East Palace in the evening, Su Xinjue couldn't help but let out a painful cry when he took off his boots. Qi Tang, who was packing clothes nearby, heard it and immediately looked at the little prince. Seeing Aunt Qi Tang looking at him, Su Xinjue quickly said, "It's just that my legs are a little sore. I just checked quietly, and there's no scratches." Hearing the princess's proud tone, Qi Tang reluctantly took out a box of medicine from the compartment at the head of the bed. "Your Highness hasn't practiced riding and shooting like this for a long time. Even if there's no injury, you should apply some." The older she got, the higher Su Xingyu's expectations for his daughter became. Su Xingyu quickly grew up and no longer pestered her father to take her horse racing. Nor did she always look forward to going to her mother's place every season to choose new fabrics for clothes. She became more and more like a mature and stable heir. "I felt like going out for horse racing today." It was also because Su Xinjue was overwhelmed by the secret letter sent by his aunt, and Jia Lorong came again. Now he felt a little embarrassed to be seen by his aunt. Su Xinjue took the box of medicine and thanked his aunt for her kindness. "I know. Please don't tell my parents, or I will be nagged again." Looking at the little prince Qi Tang, he laughed. How could the palace affairs be hidden from His Majesty and the Queen? It's just that these two have always turned a blind eye. After Jia Lorong really took care of his family, Su Xinjue readily fulfilled his good friend's wish and recommended this newcomer, who had already made a name for himself, to his father. After this incident, Su Xinjue returned to his previous life. Every day, after getting up early and washing up, he would go to the courtyard to practice a set of boxing and kicking. Not for anything else but to strengthen his body. Then he would go to greet his parents. And after breakfast, he would handle state affairs with his father. At noon, he would have a casual meal with his father. And in the evening, the family would gather together for dinner. Lin Daiyu was a thoughtful person, and she was very attentive to her only daughter. She saw that her daughter had eaten less than half a bowl of rice today, and had not touched her favorite dishes on the table. She was a little confused, but seeing that her daughter looked normal, she could not ask directly. She just made a note of it, and planned to ask her husband later. It's not about government affairs. It's something else. In the evening, the couple chatted at leisure. Su Qingyu was holding the teacup and wanted to drink tea. When he heard his wife's question, he put down the teacup and told her the matter carefully. Su Xinjue has passed the age of marriage this year, although she has been raised according to the standards of a prince. Su Qingyu and Lin Daiyu only have this one beloved daughter. How can they not treat her as a treasure? At this age, Su Qingyu is not only thinking about how to appoint a female crown prince. Like most fathers in the world, he began to worry about his daughter's future marriage. However, before Su Qingyu discussed it with his wife, he found that his daughter was actually experiencing a not-so-good and awkward relationship recently. Su Qingyu and Lin Daiyu have been in love for nearly 20 years, which is a rare story in this dynasty and in all dynasties. Influenced by such a family environment, although Su Xinjue knew what responsibilities he would have to bear in the future, he still had some yearning and longing for love. 2 days ago, Shuangyu said that Shirlu wanted to go out of the palace to watch the lanterns. Could it be because of this? Daiyu frowned slightly, remembering that her daughter had reported to her that Shirlu was going out to play for a day. Su Qingyu felt sorry for his daughter. Maybe she can't go out. I asked someone to check the boy's family. I feel that Shuangyu's relationship with him can't last until then. As for his daughter's development of a different relationship with Zhongchu Sharon under his nose, Su Qingyu actually had no intention of stopping it at first. He felt that his daughter was good in other aspects, but she was indeed a little naive in the relationship between men and women. The Zhongchu Sharon's surname was Qi, and his family was somewhat related to the royal family. His ancestors had married princesses, and had several high-ranking officials. But now the family has become lonely. Sharon Qi was the eldest son and grandson in the family, and was highly regarded by the whole family. He was also a handsome man, who was as beautiful as a willow in the spring moon. Matters of love are often unreasonable. Su Xinjue had seen other handsome men before. Many of her cousins were good-looking, but she still felt that this Sharon Qi caught her eye at first sight. As for the only princess of the empress, Qi Sharon knew at first that this was not a woman he could marry. His family was traditional. Even though many official families nowadays did not think it was shameful to let their daughters study and become officials, his family still kept a close watch on their daughters and wives. However, the word love was the most difficult to understand. Although Qi Sharon knew that he might not have a future with the princess, when he saw the princess's autumn water eyes looking at him tenderly, he could not muster up the courage to say no. When summoned by His Majesty, Qi Sharon paused with his pen, leaving a trail of ink on the paper. He put down his pen, crumpled the paper, and stood up to meet the emperor with the people in front of him. Su Qingyu did not make things difficult for the young man in front of him. He saw that the man bowed to him and asked him to sit down and had someone serve him tea. This was already the treatment of an important official. Sharon was the emperor's secretary. In fact, Qi Sharon had also had the experience of meeting the emperor on weekdays. Su Qingyu also thought that this young man was good and was willing to promote him before. But now that he saw that his daughter had some relationship with this boy, his eyes became complicated when he looked at people. Qi Sharon was not sitting comfortably on the chair. He lowered his eyes and stared at the pattern on the carpet in front of him, thinking about what to say later. After a while, Su Qingyu spoke first. "You are a good child. I don't want the princess to be sad. If you also want to do something, it may not be impossible for you two to succeed." Although Su Qingyu is only a princess at present, everyone in the court knows what the person sitting on the dragon throne is thinking. After Su Qingyu rejected several requests from court officials to select a royal family child to be brought into the palace for education, everyone also knew that the emperor wanted his own daughter to inherit the throne. Hearing the emperor say this now, Qi Sharon's heart was slightly moved. He quickly raised his head to look at the emperor, and only saw an expressionless face. So he quickly lowered his head, because the country's foreign trade and other exchanges are very frequent now. There is also an exquisite clock in the room where Su Qingyu handles government affairs in the Yongqing Palace. Qi Sharon also had an idea in his mind after listening to the ticking of the clock. He stood up and knelt down, leaning over and saying, "I am not blessed enough to have any thoughts about the princess these days. It is my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment from your majesty, since there is no future." Qi Sharon knows today that if the emperor knows about this matter, the best outcome for him is to be transferred away from the center. Now, of course, the more sincere and less annoying it is, the better. Looking at the young man in front of him, Su Qingyu felt a little disappointed. But he actually expected this, and he didn't say anything and told people to go back to work. Su Qingyu came out from behind a screen in the house, bit her lip and looked at her father. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were red. With a sigh, Su Qingyu got up and sat on the Luohan bed beside him, and asked his daughter, who was standing there without saying anything, to come and sit down. "Why are you standing there? I don't want to punish you. Besides, when you were a child, you would go to your grandmother and mother. Even if I really punished you, you would have countless excuses to hide. Now you are honest." After sitting down, Su Qingyu felt that she couldn't hold back the tears that were about to flow down. She looked up at the skylight and held back her tears. "I didn't." Su Qingyu smiled at his daughter, who was about to cry. "Why? You like that boy so much. If you really like him, there is nothing we can do. Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all grace from heaven. If you really like him, your family can only accept the order. If you can't beat him, you can just make him your mistress." Su Qingyu burst into laughter. She looked at her father and said, "People in the folk regard you as a wise and holy leader. If you forcefully take a man away from the people for me, it will destroy your wisdom." She looked at her daughter, who was laughing secretly. Su Qingyu didn't blame the child for talking nonsense. "Are you not sad? I will do anything for you and your daughter. I'm not kidding you." After a pause, Su Qingyu envied the relationship between her parents, but she still shook her head. "A forced melon is not sweet. He is as brave as a needle tip. But I am not. There will be better things waiting for me in the future." Seeing that his daughter was open-minded, Su Qingyu was no longer worried. "That's good. On the 16th, we will stay in the palace to watch. Let's go to the play. It is said that the Jia Fangxi has arranged a new play." Looking at his father embarrassedly, Su Qingyu's eyes were flying around. "Ahem. Well, I have already made an appointment with Lerong and the others. Even if there is no one with the surname Qi, we will go to the temple fair. I said that boy is not a good man. Well, it's better than him using sweet words to coax you. Sister, To go. A beautiful boy who looked to be in his teens was indignant. He seemed to be more indignant than the person involved. Su Xinjue. Jia Lorong glanced at the person who was talking, and quietly rolled her eyes. This person was the youngest son of Lord Xiao, who was now in charge of maritime affairs. Because Mrs. Xiao came from a family of medicine practitioners, her father gave her a medicinal name, Xiao Dangui, as the invisible heir. Su Xinjue naturally gathered a group of little followers around her since she entered school. It was at this time that Xiao Dangui gradually got to know the eldest princess. In fact, Xiao Xiao was only 2 months younger than Su Xinjue, but he was weak when he was a child. And Su Xinjue was tall because of her practice of riding and shooting. So when he first met her, he called her sister, and later he always called Su Xinjue that. Jia Lorong and Xiao Dangui were born with some auras that didn't match. One of them disliked the other, a man who called his highness sister all day long, and the other thought that the other was a big and strong man who didn't know anything and would ruin his own good deeds. In recent years, Su Qingyu had already asked his daughter to worship his ancestors and the heaven on his behalf. So the friends who gradually surrounded Su Xinjue usually called him his highness in public. And Xiao Dangui was no exception. Today, he was so angry after hearing the news that he called her sister again. Su Xinjue was still a little angry when she heard the news from her father, but now she has calmed down. Seeing Xiao Dangui, who was more excited than she was at the beginning, she comforted him. It's such a good season to come out and watch the lanterns. Don't think about those things. I'm not angry. Why are you so angry? Looking at Xiao Donggui's red eyes, Su Xinjue suddenly seemed to have realized something. She took a detour to ask the words of comfort she had prepared. Xiao Donggui's indignant expression instantly disappeared after this question was asked. Her eyes were flying around and she stammered in a low voice, I just feel it's not worth it for you. Sister, that Chi guy is not good at all, and is not worthy of you at all. Looking at Xiao Dangui with a smile, Su Xinjue brushed it off. Let's go. It's boring to stay upstairs. Let's go to the market. Didn't Fan Shichi say he wanted to eat skewers? Let's go to the most authentic one. There will be no seats if we are later. Fan Shichi is also a girl. She is the 17th child, so everyone calls her that. Now that Su Xinjue has named her, Miss Fan smiled and didn't expose the fact that His Highness used her as an excuse. Among this group of people, except for Su Xinjue, the person involved, Jia Lorong did not see the little friendship Xiao Dangui had for His Highness. Now that Qi Sharon could not withstand the pressure from his family, and said those words in front of the emperor, he would naturally break up with Su Xinjue. These people grew up together, and knew each other well, so they were happy to help Xiao Dangui. After arriving downstairs, the group did not go straight to the agreed stall, but gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to stroll on the street first. Jia Lorong looked at Xiao Dangui beside His Highness, and was about to go over, but was pulled back by another boy named Luo. What's wrong with you? Want to fight? Jia Lorong frowned as she looked at Luo Fongli, who was holding her wrist guard. Today, she wore a round-necked robe with a wrist guard for convenience. Luo Fongli was choked, but he had grown up in the military camp. So he said, "We are out here to play and exchange ideas. We are not afraid of disturbing the people. However, I have learned something from reading Wu Jing Hai Ji recently. Do you want to listen?" Wu Jing Hai Ji is a recently compiled book about naval battles and firearms. Jia Lorong's eyes lit up when he heard it. He didn't care that the person in front of him grabbed him and prevented him from catching up with His Highness. He shook off the other person's hand and said, "Oh, tell me what you got." Xiao Dangui lagged behind Su Xinjue by half a step. He has started to grow taller now, but he is still a little shorter than Su Xinjue now. So when he saw His Highness strolling leisurely in front of him, he compared his height with the other person and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Although Su Xinjue didn't look back, he said, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, "Grandmother said that boys grow slower. Your parents are not short. They should be taller than me in 2 years." Oh, thank you for your compliment, Your Highness." Xiao Donggui's indescribable thoughts were churning in his heart. When he heard Su Xinjue speak, he was a little slow in thinking and thanked him immediately. After he reacted, he felt that his answer just now was really stupid. So he began to make amends again. Su Xinjue looked at the clothes Xiao Dangui was wearing, pulled his sleeve, and said, "Come to my side. I want to see you." With just such a light sentence, Xiao Donggui's explanation gradually became quieter. With a red face, He walked to Su Xingjue's side, and walked side by side with her. Su Xingjue and Xiao Danggui walked on the street for a while, and saw a small stall selling lanterns. She went over and picked up 2 lanterns, and handed Xiao Danggui a rabbit-shaped lantern. At the same time, she asked out of the blue, "Do you like me?" Xiao Danggui never thought that the princess would be so direct. After subconsciously taking the lantern, he froze in the same place again. The noisy streets around him seemed to become silent in an instant. Only the word Su Xingjue said, "You like me," echoed in his mind. Seeing the face of the person opposite her turn red instantly, Su Xingjue smiled. In fact, she was not a very slow person. It was just that she had not been studying in the palace for the past 2 years, but stayed in the palace to study with her father. She did not realize that the little brother back then was actually now old enough to know lust and admire young girls. Recalling the details of the 2 people's past interactions, Xiao Danggui seemed to have paid special attention to what he liked to eat and drink, and would pay attention to ordering his favorite dishes when a few people gathered together, when going out for an outing. Su Xingjue also remembered that Xiao Danggui would remember to pick a bunch of flowers that bloomed better for him. This was because he was so careful and patient that he didn't have with other people. Xiao Danggui was disturbed by this sentence. When he calmed down, he found that the person opposite him seemed to be distracted. So he closed his eyes to encourage himself, took the person's hand and said, "Yes, sister, I like you." Su Xingjue also admired Xiao Donggui's straightforwardness. "Okay, let's try it." The word "try" determined the fate of the emperor and empress to stay together for a century. However, the 2 young men and women at that time didn't know this. Xiao Danggui was dizzy and carefully held Su Xingjue's hand. He didn't even taste what the skewers tasted like. At the age of 20, Su Xingjue listened to the music outside gradually entering the palace, and took a deep breath to try to calm his pounding heart. Lin Muyue came in and looked at her granddaughter in a formal dress, walked slowly to her side, and gently pressed Su Xingjue, who wanted to stand up and salute her. "Are you nervous?" Lin Muyue asked her granddaughter. Grandmother's voice seemed to have magic power, and instantly calmed the tension in Su Xingjue's heart. Lin Daiyu also came in at this time. She looked at her daughter and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a ceremony. There's no need to be so nervous." With her mother and grandmother both present, Su Xingjue instantly relaxed. She looked at the 2 elders a little embarrassedly. "Although we have rehearsed before, today is still different. When I came here just now, I saw that the officials of the Cultural Relics Department had already stood in line, and there was a large crowd of people. The ceremony of enthroning the crown prince was solemn and serious. Su Xingjue had participated in the grand court meeting and witnessed the grand ceremony of foreign envoys coming to the court. However, today she was going to be the absolute protagonist of such an important ceremony. She still felt a trembling from the bottom of her heart. Lin Muyue looked at her granddaughter and then at Daiyu. And then she turned around and left the room to the mother and daughter, dragging the equally heavy hem of her dress to talk to Li Wansheng. Lin Daiyu stared at her daughter, who was taller than herself. She looked at Su Xingjue calmly for a while before saying, "Your father and I will always be behind you, as well as your grandmother, the royal grandmother, Aunt Shui, Aunt Lingyu and others." Su Xingjue had grown up and had heard countless compliments, but many of them also came with a sentence behind them: "It's a pity that she's a princess." When Su Xingjue was young, she would also feel sad for these words. But this kind of thing was soon known by Su Qingyu and Lin Daiyu. Not to mention Su Qingyu. Even Daiyu, who basically never really got angry, showed her thundering hand and dealt with those nosy people. Although Su Xingjue did not take these things to heart, she was now going to become the crown prince of Zheng and really had to inherit her father's throne in the future. When she remembered these words she heard when she was a child, a little hesitation and timidity still made her hesitant. Daiyu naturally knew what her daughter was thinking. After thinking about it, she went to sit next to Su Xingjue and asked a question. "Do you think your Aunt Shui is amazing?" Su Xingjue was startled. Aunt Shui here naturally refers to Shui Baochai. Baochai has been an official for more than 20 years and has become a pillar of the court. Facing such an aunt who is outstanding in intelligence and loves her very much, she naturally thinks she is extremely amazing. Hearing her daughter's answer, Daiyu lowered her eyes and smiled, and told her daughter some stories from the past. After she finished, she comforted her daughter. "She also had times like you, Xuanyu. Sometimes people doubt themselves, but it doesn't matter as long as you look forward." Seeing her daughter's eyes gradually become firm, Yu looked at her and said, "And you don't have to feel that way just because you think you are a girl. Whether you can be a qualified crown prince depends only on how you think and how you do. And it has nothing to do with whether you are a boy or a girl." Li Wancheng was resting in the side hall. He wanted to pick up the teacup and take a sip of tea, but he thought it would be troublesome if he had to change his clothes later. So he put down the teacup. Hearing footsteps coming from outside, she looked up and saw Lin Miyue coming in. She asked calmly, "Didn't you go to comfort Shuangyu? Why do you come to talk to me sometimes?" She said this out of worry for Su Xinjue. Although Li Wancheng was only a grandmother in name, she had watched this child being born and growing up. So how could she not love this child in her heart? Lin Miyue smiled. She has her own mother to comfort her. I won't delay their conversation. Sighing, Li Wancheng wore a string of emerald green beads on her wrist today. She raised her wrist and took a look at the thing. This was given by the Empress of Emperor Gaozong when I gave birth to Yu. She said it was a good thing passed down from the ancestors. Li Wancheng gave birth to a son at the time, so there was a successor to the Eastern Palace. So Su Ruiqing's mother was happy and passed the bracelet to her daughter-in-law. Everyone in the palace wants to have a son. I just found out today that daughters and sons are actually the same. Whether a man or a woman can bear such a heavy burden has nothing to do with whether they are men or women. Li Wancheng said this softly. Obviously she had thought of something. After that, Li Wancheng looked at Lin Miyue again. But this road is not easy to take. You and the two children are really cruel. You really want to let Shuangyu sit on that chair. Lin Miyue waved her sleeves and looked at the delicate patterns on it. This is the best way to take. Although it is hard, it is free. It is a smooth road when everything is in your own hands. It is good to be a carefree princess for a lifetime, but there is no such perfect thing in the world. If you adopt a son of the royal family, who knows what will happen to the child after he ascends the throne? When that time comes, how will the princess, who no longer has a guard of honor, deal with herself? You always have a lot to say. Li Wancheng actually knew this truth. But she had also seen Su Xinjue sometimes busy handling government affairs day and night. And she always felt sorry for her granddaughter. If you feel sorry for her, just make her more delicious food. This child is very easy to coax. Lin Miyue laughed and exposed her old friend's hard mouth and soft heart. On the day of the crown prince's enthronement, he had to go to Fengxian Hall to worship his ancestors, and then pay homage to the two empress dowagers and his mother. Su Xinjue was comforted by his mother here, and was full of energy to formally pay homage to his two grandmothers and mother. Watching her granddaughter walk out the door in the light, Lin Miyue felt that after 3 generations of efforts, this country should also get better and better like the rising sun. And she had no regrets.